The landscape below was one of complete devastation. The carnage was on a scale that she had never seen before, even when compared to countries such as Iraq and Afghanistan, where she had served and seen the massive bombing campaigns that had been conducted to flush out the insurgency. Even in those war-torn countries, she had never witnessed such destruction. Where proud and elegant buildings had once stood alongside sprawling financial districts and shopping arcades, nothing but charred rubble and twisted steel framework remained, appearing like the colossal skeletons of ancient beasts. Huge craters, surrounded by piles of debris and mangled human bodies, exposed the impact points of the thousands of tons of ordnance that had been dropped upon the city. The ground beneath the helicopter was colorless, a collage of grays and blacks with no signs of life. As the aircraft passed slowly over the ruins, Melanie imagined that the worst-hit cities of Europe during the bombing missions of the Second World War would have appeared similar to what she was now seeing below them. For a vast area, there was virtually nothing left standing. Even the dead seemed to have fled from the vicinity. The helicopter, a French-designed SA-342, also known as a Gazelle, was a much smaller aircraft from the huge Chinooks that Melanie had become accustomed to flying. Compared to its large, heavy, twin-rotor counterpart, the Gazelle was exactly as its name suggested. It was fast and extremely maneuverable, even in small spaces. It was agile, and its controls reacted instantly to the lightest touch. For the pilots who flew them, they were almost like toys after becoming used to giant CH-47s. The high-pitched scream of the Gazelle's single turbine was distinctly different from the heavy thudding of the Chinooks and seemed to be in perfect tune with its size and capabilities. The appearance of the Gazelle had gained it the nickname Chicken Leg amongst British soldiers, but that did not detract from the value and appreciation they felt towards such aircraft. It was quick and capable of twists and turns that would tear the lumbering heavier aircraft apart at the seams. The machine was ideal for searching and scouting and could even be used in a limited role as an airborne fire support platform. Most of all, its small size had proven more fuel efficient than the larger helicopters. "This is where the bulk of the fighting took place," Melanie said to her co-pilot, Mike. "I doubt we'll find anything in this area." "Jesus, just look at the place. I doubt we'll find anything left alive in the whole damn city," Mike replied bleakly. He stared out of his window, scanning the ground in futile hope of catching a glimpse of anyone that was still alive. Amongst the debris and craters, he could see nothing but sprawled and dismembered bodies mixed in with the wreckage of vehicles and aircraft that had been caught in the blasts as the city was torn to pieces. In the final desperate attempts to stem the flow of the dead tide, it had all been for nothing. No matter how hard the infected were hit, they refused to yield under the onslaught. In the end, it had been the living who had suffered a terrible and irreversible defeat. Melanie could not blame Mike for his pessimism. They had been running search and rescue missions on a daily basis since the ground forces retreated from London. That had been more than 4 weeks ago. In the days that followed, they had picked up hundreds of survivors who were clinging to rooftops or hiding in basements. Some had even made it out of the city by themselves. But as the weeks passed, fewer and fewer of the trapped soldiers were found. The distress calls became less frequent, and of the intermittent radio transmissions that they did manage to hear, it was often too late by the time the helicopter crews reached their locations. Too many times the pilots arrived to find nothing but silence or the vacant dead eyes of the infected staring up at them as the stranded soldiers reanimated. There were thousands of men and women still unaccounted for. The pilots knew in their hearts that most of them were either dead or walking dead, but they had to keep looking. They had seen how people managed to survive on countless occasions against the odds, and as long as there was still hope, they would continue to fly their machines over the ruins of the city, searching for anyone that remained. "I know," she said quietly through her intercom, "but we can't give up. They were ready to call an end to the searches a week ago. Then one of the choppers came back with 2 men on board who had been living like rats amongst the rubble." "Yeah, I guess you're right. We can't stop until we know for sure, but how the hell will we ever know for sure? When the boss tells us, I suppose," she replied with a shrug. She bit at her lip and then turned to him with an expression of sadness. "Actually, that day has come, Mike. We're the last of them. And as of tonight, the search and rescue has been called off." The fuel stocks that they had managed to salvage from the airfield at Farnborough after the withdrawal had begun were almost dry. On the Isle of Wight, many of the larger aircraft were grounded indefinitely and were only to be used in an absolute emergency. With fewer and fewer survivors being found as the days ticked by, it had finally been decided by the senior officers to put an end to the excessive waste of fuel and resources and conserve what little they had left. "Jesus, So whoever's left down there will be left to rot," Mike uttered as he stared back at her and then turned his attention to the ground below. "Poor bastards. Ours is not the reason why, I guess," she replied with a tone of regret. She brought the helicopter into a hover and stared out through the perspex bubble at her feet, peering thoughtfully into a deep and dark crater. She turned and watched the broken and crumbling walls of the destroyed buildings on either side of them. Only a few remained standing, stubbornly clinging to their foundations as the rest of the rickety structures collapsed around them. "We'll head towards the river," Melanie said after a while. "We still have a few hours of daylight left, so we may as well use it." She pulled her attention away from her thoughts and the desolate landscape below as she increased the collective control and twisted the throttle in her left hand. She pushed down slightly on the cyclic stick, and the aircraft instantly tilted its nose, and they began to gather speed and forward movement. I think anyone who could have would have headed for the water's edge. At least that's what I'd do if I were stuck down there. "Yeah, me too, I guess. But we haven't found anyone in weeks." "Maybe we'll get lucky," Melanie replied with an optimistic smile. Mike nodded in agreement, keeping his attention split between the ground below them and the map he held open in his lap. Soon they had passed over the wasteland of the battle zone and began to make their way towards the city center and the south bank of the River Thames, flying just a few meters above the rooftops. The rubble and smashed streets began to give way to buildings and pavements that had escaped the obliteration. Signs of damage could still be seen, but the ground beneath them appeared more recognizable as streets and roads compared to the lunar landscape they left behind on the southern outskirts. However, they remained in no doubt that the city was completely dead. Abandoned cars littered the corridors of the capital, and piles of light debris fluttered along on the wind, becoming entangled with the mounds of motionless bodies that lay clumped together in the deserted avenues. A number of dark and featureless figures stood in the streets staring back up at them. The ghostly shapes clawed at the air and shook their heads with excitement, staggering along as they followed the noisy machine that glided over their heads. Mike paid them very little attention. He had become completely desensitized to their appearance, at least when they were a distance away. He was more concerned with looking for signs of the living, and focusing his attention at street level would be a waste of time. The streets were the domain of the dead. Anyone surviving down there would be on rooftops or barricaded into the higher floors of buildings. He had realized that fact early on during the outbreak. The living, when being hunted by the infected, always sought higher ground. He noted that it seemed to be an instinct that most of the animal kingdom carried. Up ahead, a building with a wide, flat rooftop caught his attention. It was 5 stories high, and the only thing breaking up the smooth expanse of the roof was a fire door situated at one end. To the left of it was a communications mast and a number of high cables that connected onto the tops of other buildings in the surrounding streets. It looked as though there were a number of bodies on the rooftop, lying motionless. However, one of them seemed to be moving. On hearing the rapid beat of the gazelle, the figure stood up. It was far too animated to be one of the infected. Mike squinted and leaned forward in his seat, hoping to gain confirmation of what he thought he could see. "There," he cried over the intercom with excitement and pointed to an area northwest of their position. "Someone's alive down there." Melanie instantly turned her head and followed Mike's finger. She saw it too. The man was quite a distance away, but she could see his arms waving above his head and his body bobbing up and down as he desperately attempted to gain the attention of the pilots. "Seen," Melanie confirmed as Mike began sending a sighting report back to the operations center at the Isle of Wight. She pushed the cyclic to the left and twisted the throttle as she increased the pressure on the right anti-torque pedal. The aircraft swung around in a lazy arc and headed straight for the building, where the trapped man continued to flail his arms and bounce on the spot. Soon they were directly overhead, the survivor below them, as the downwash of the rotors buffeted him and blew dust into his eyes, continued to stare up at the hovering helicopter. He was becoming more frantic in his actions, shouting up to them so loudly that Melanie and Mike were able to hear him over the noise of their turbine engine. "Let's not be too hasty," Melanie said, as she moved to begin a 360-degree sweep around the building's perimeter. The man beneath them began to scream. His face was one of confusion and hopelessness as he watched the aircraft begin to pull away from him. In panic, he bounded across to the roof's edge, waving his arms more vigorously in an attempt to gain the attention of the pilot and to show them that he was alive. Mike, seeing the unfortunate man's expression and understanding his plight, gave him a reassuring wave, rotated his finger around in a circular motion, and then pointed to his own eyes, hoping to relay the message that they needed to ensure that the area was safe first. The figure on the rooftop appeared to understand, but the fear in his face did not seem to ease. His eyes remained locked upon the gazelle and the two pilots as they swung out and away from the building. At street level, Melanie could see hordes of the infected pushing themselves up against the exterior, hammering against the walls and doors. More bodies were converging on the area, adding to the seething mass of browns and grays below. Their droning sound could be heard inside the cockpit, a relentless hum as thousands of voices wailed and moaned together. Despite the fact that the barricades seemed to be holding for the moment, both pilots knew that it would only be a matter of time before they weakened and collapsed. The dead had proven to have far more endurance and tenacity than any man-made structure. Eventually, they would smash their way inside and tear through the building, searching for living flesh. As the helicopter continued its sweep, the man followed them with his eyes, turning his body and refusing to lose sight of the machine for even a second in fear of them flying away without him. Mike watched him and wondered how he had found himself stranded on the roof and for how long he had been there. "What do you think?" he asked. "I don't think anything." Yet Melanie eyed the man. She could see that he was wearing an army uniform. It was torn and covered with grime, but he was identifiable as a soldier. Around him were a number of bodies that she presumed were the remains of his unit. They, too, wore uniforms, but they were unmistakably dead. Even from a distance, Melanie could see that their heads were deformed, having been smashed inwards, and pools of dark liquid had seeped out onto the graveled surface around them. The living person did not seem to have any equipment or weapons with him, not even any indication of food or water. It was obvious to Melanie that he had not been on the roof the whole time since the failure of the offensive. He could have hidden elsewhere, but was finally discovered, and by sheer luck made it to this particular rooftop. Regardless of what his story was, the man was alive, and he needed rescuing. "Looks pretty secure to me." "I don't think the dead are inside, and the roof looks strong enough for us to land." "You really want to land?" Mike asked, turning to her with an anxious look. "We can't risk a hover in this little bird, Mike. That comms mast and cables could ruin our day if we were hit by a sudden gust of wind." Mike looked back at the asphalt of the roof and then at the waving man. She was right about the tower and cables, but he still did not like the idea of landing on a rooftop in a city that had been bombed extensively. The entire structure could be unstable. "A gust of wind? I thought you were fast with lightning reactions, Mel." He grinned back at her daringly. It was nothing to do with him wanting to witness her flying skills, although he did his best to disguise it as such. He was just terrified of touching down and becoming vulnerable to attack. She shook her head, refusing to be drawn in by his fear-fueled challenge. For years, she had flown much larger and heavier aircraft, and she still did not completely trust her reactions and instincts in the gazelle. "It'll be fine, Mike," she said reassuringly and nodding towards the waving man with the desperate expression etched into his face. "We'll pick that poor bastard up and be in the air again before we know it." Mike looked at her and could instinctively sense that there was a but coming. He checked the control panel in front of him, and without Melanie needing to say anything, he knew what the potential risk was. "The wind will be behind us," he said with an air of regret and acceptance. Melanie nodded. The ideal landing position was facing into the wind, but with the position of the communications mast, power lines, and fire escape, she had no choice but to approach with the wind blowing them forward from the tail rotor. With such a light aircraft and such little room for maneuver, it would be difficult to maintain a stationary position, as the helicopter decreased power for landing, and any sudden gusts could cause them serious difficulties. With little else in the way of choice, they had no other option but to take the risk. "We'll be okay, Mike. Just keep an eye on the ground and watch for any drift." They carried out a final sweep along perimeter of the building, staring down at the infested streets below them. The masses of bodies paused in their assault against the walls and doors as the aircraft passed over them, staring up with their gaunt, ashen faces and dead eyes. A ripple of energy seemed to flow through the crowds, making them sway like the long stalks of a wheat field in a sudden breeze. The corpses thrashed and clawed at one another, howling up at the helicopter as it drifted by over their heads. "Jesus," Mike whispered. A few moments later, and the helicopter was once again positioned above the lone survivor, as Melanie controlled the aircraft. Mike guided her down. 9 feet, 8 feet, Mike relayed to Mel as he looked down onto the roof. "The left is good, and you have 6 feet clearance on the right." The man below stepped back, keeping the landing site clear, but remaining close enough to reach the gazelle in just a couple of bounds once it was in position. He continued to alternate his attention between the aircraft and the fire door behind him. His eyes darted nervously, and his body language betrayed his high level of anxiety. As the helicopter began to lower towards the roof's surface, he turned and stared at the dark doorway of the fire escape, as though expecting someone or something to come up from inside the building and drag him away when he was just moments from rescue. Melanie stole a glance to her right and watched as the edge of the helicopter's rotor disc swept around above them, just 2 meters away from the communications tower and the steel cables that could snag their blades and send them crashing to the ground. 5 feet, 4, 3 feet. The skids touched down lightly against the gravel of the building's rooftop, and the cockpit rocked as the aircraft settled. Melanie maintained as much power as possible in order to prevent the roof having to support the whole weight of the Gazelle, like controlling the clutch of a car with a manual gearbox. Keeping the helicopter's power at the point of bite would also allow them a rapid takeoff if the situation suddenly changed. "Okay, Mike, get him in here." Mike was just as eager as the bedraggled soldier to get into the air and away from the roof. He turned to the survivor to wave him forward from his position, just a few meters away, but saw that the man was already moving. As the helicopter made contact with the building's roof, the man instantly sprang forward, ducking slightly to ensure that he remained beneath the spinning disc. He reached for the rear door with shaking hands and expressions of panic and relief, fighting for dominance over his grime-covered face. Melanie looked over her shoulder as the door was pulled open and the screech of the engine filled the interior of the cockpit. She was trying to make eye contact with the survivor, hoping to reassure him that he was now safe and that they would take him home. He looked starved and dehydrated, with festering sores visible on the filth-encrusted skin of his neck and face. She sympathized with him, but more than anything, she wanted a moment of eye contact that would allow her a glimpse into his state of mind, after being trapped in the dead city for so long and all his friends dying around him. She could not be sure of his sanity. He could have spiraled into madness for all she knew. The fingers of her right hand folded around the grip of the pistol that was fastened to her hip as she waited for him to look back up at her. It would not be the first time that a soldier had been driven to absolute madness as a result of the horrors they had seen. A sudden jolt snapped her attention back to the front as the cockpit took on a downward angle, and they were jostled in their seats. The rotor tilted forward abruptly, and Melanie instinctively increased the throttle and raised the collective while pulling back on the cyclic to prevent the disc from slamming into the roof's surface. The fuselage had somehow dropped, and they were now much closer to the roof than they had intended to be. The ground in front of the Gazelle suddenly disappeared from beneath the skids in a cloud of dust, sending the aircraft tumbling forward into a black crevasse as a number of loud crunches and groans filled the cockpit, sending an icy terror rushing through the veins of Melanie and Mike. "Shit," Mike hollered as he pushed himself back into his seat, staring into the darkness that appeared in front of the windshield. "The roof's collapsing," Melanie cried in the split seconds that passed. Mike fought hard against his instincts to grab hold of the cyclic stick in front of him. Melanie had control, and he suddenly pulling at the yoke would worsen the situation. Instead, he clung to whatever he could, gritting his teeth and screaming above the straining engines as he braced himself, placing his faith in Melanie to recover the aircraft before it was too late. "Get us up," he yelled in panic. "Get us fucking up, Mel." The helicopter did not seem to be responding to Melanie's commands with the instant adjustments she had made. They should have been lifted back into the air and away from the crumbling surface. However, they were still facing down into the hole that was rapidly growing beneath them, and the blades were moving dangerously close to the rooftop. "It's not responding," Melanie screamed with a grimace as she increased the power. The interior flashed and whirred with the sound of alarms as the control panel lit up in front of her. "We must be stuck on something. The bitch won't lift." Mike glanced back over his shoulder as the helicopter jolted forward again. The survivor was still standing beside the aircraft. He was staring down at the hole that was quickly appearing beneath them as the roof disintegrated under the weight of the helicopter. He glanced back up at Mike, his face filled with shock and despair as he quickly realized that his rescue had come to an end before it had even began. For an instant, Mike felt pity begin to bubble up inside him for the unfortunate man, but the feeling was quickly replaced with stunned terror as the Gazelle slipped again, and the rotor blades sliced through the man's head, spraying blood, bone, and brains over a wide area around the aircraft. The window beside Mike's head was instantly spattered with gore, as was the rear seating area. The headless body dropped to the ground and tumbled into the hole as more cracks appeared in the asphalt. "Shit," Mike cried out. "We lost him. He's gone." Melanie was not listening. She was desperately trying to prevent the aircraft from plummeting down into the depths of the building. The machine rattled and groaned beneath her as she tried to work the cockpit free from whatever had snagged it. She could see the blur of the rotor disc in front of her, just centimeters away from slamming into the rooftop. Again, she increased the power, knowing full well that if they were to suddenly come free, the aircraft would be flung backwards in an uncontrolled ascent. The muscles in her jaw flexed as she gritted her teeth and screamed at the rattling and shaking machine to obey her. But the nose of the gazelle continued to dip as the turbine howled at full power. Then the tail dropped sharply, and for a moment the cockpit rose up from the chasm. However, Melanie was unable to control the power, and the fenestron of the rear rotor was slammed hard into the surface of the rooftop, splitting the outer casing with a loud, high-pitched crack. The rear rotor was smashed to pieces, sending shards of the steel blades whizzing through the air in all directions. Instantly, the aircraft began to twist, having lost torque control. Melanie felt the change in the behavior of the helicopter and immediately realized what had happened. Another alarm began to shriek at them from the control panel. "We've lost the tail," she screamed out as the cockpit rotated to the right. "We've lost the tail rotor, Mike. We're going down." "Grab onto something," Mike cried back at her. "Zero, this is Hotel 2, Melanie calmly called into the radio as the cockpit groaned and squealed around her. "We're going down. I say again, we're going down. We've lost power at Search Grid 42. She was unable to finish her message and relay the rest of their coordinates to the operations room. The door beside her suddenly dented inwards as the cockpit was slammed into the edge of the gaping hole, and Melanie was thrown to her left as the gazelle began to burrow itself into the asphalt. She knew now that they could not save the aircraft. Without the tail, they had no hope of flying. All control was lost. She watched as the main rotor once again dipped and chopped its way through the air, inching closer and closer to the roof's surface. Melanie screwed her eyes tight. She knew that there was nothing she could do to stop it and released her grip on the cyclic and collective, bracing herself for impact. She raised her hands towards her face and bowed forward. Mike did the same beside her, knowing that they were about to lose the main rotor in the most violent way possible. With a loud crunch, the blades crashed into the asphalt, hacking their way through until hitting the point of extreme resistance. At that moment, something needed to give. The cockpit jerked and spun to the right with the sudden torque, and then the rotor blades exploded, shattering into hundreds of pieces that shot out at high speeds in all directions. Shrapnel ripped through the helicopter, tearing at the aluminium framework and punching through the windows. The aircraft dropped. There was nothing to stop it from falling now that they had lost the rotor disc. As the engine continued to howl, the fuselage plummeted into the darkness, its body groaning and shrieking in protest as it crashed through the upper floors of the building. Melanie was flung forward as the nose slammed into and through a partitioning wall. She crashed into the control panel in front of her and felt a sharp pain shoot through her body, emanating from the right side of her rib cage. The gazelle hit another hard structure, and again she was hurled around in her seat as Mike howled with pain and fear beside her. Her flight helmet thumped heavily against the frame of her door, sending bolts of lightning shooting across her vision and her head spiraling into an abyss. She lost consciousness, but the helicopter continued to fall too. Tina awoke with a start. Her brow glistened with sweat, and the sheets beneath her were damp to the touch. Her breathing came in short gasps, and her heart pounded against her rib cage as the horrific visions remained stubbornly imprinted upon her thoughts. She anxiously looked around her, suspiciously eyeing the corners of the room and double-checking that the door remained closed and secure. Her mind was shrouded in fog, and she was struggling to distinguish between reality and what she had seen in her dreams. She squinted against the bright sunlight that was filtering in through the blinds of the small window and turned away, blinking the white spots from her vision. She could not be sure of the exact time, but judging by the position of the sun, she guessed that it was somewhere around midday. She had slept through the whole morning. "Shit," she hissed with annoyance. She wiped her face with the palm of her hand and let out a long sigh. The dreams were becoming more lucid with each day that passed. They were never completely accurate to the memories of the events that she had experienced, but the faces she saw were the same friends she had witnessed, being torn to pieces as their riot lines collapsed into disarray. She could vividly see the agony and fear in the eyes of her fellow soldiers, and hear the stomach-churning screams of the dying and the lustful howls of the dead. She wondered when, or if, they would ever stop haunting her sleep. Like so many other survivors, she was plagued with guilt and a feeling of helplessness. The dreams were her punishment, sent to torture her for having survived when so many others had not. At times she felt that she deserved to suffer the reliving of the events, but then again there was nothing she could have done to prevent the annihilation of her unit. In the end, everyone was running. It just so happens that she was one of the lucky few to escape at the beginning of the crisis, when the virus had spread across into Europe and very few people understood what was actually happening. She had been based in the garrison town of Colchester in the southeast of England. At first, like so many other people in the army, she had believed that they were dealing with civil unrest, and the reports of the illness creeping up from Africa were never connected to the crowds of violent lunatics running through the streets and attacking everyone they came into contact with. At the time, Tina had no idea of the approaching doom that was clawing its way across the country, and neither did anyone else around her. It was only when the Prime Minister appeared on live television during an emergency news report, explaining the situation and announcing the effects of the virus to a stunned public, that Tina and the other soldiers, shaking their heads in complete disbelief, realized that the violence sweeping the globe was a direct effect of the mysterious illness. Still, even after having been fully informed of what was happening, it was hard to accept that the dead were returning to life and killing the living. Like so many others in the same situation, her first thoughts were for her family and friends outside of the army. She felt an overwhelming need to return home and protect her loved ones, but at that point in time, the powers that be had other plans for her. The men and women of her unit were given very little time to digest and contemplate the information that they had received. Within minutes of the Prime Minister's announcement and the subsequent scientific explanations, Tina's battalion was sent out to help form a defensive line to the northwest of Colchester. They were hastily issued with riot guns and 2-meter-tall Perspex riot shields, along with just a few loaded magazines for their 5.56mm SA-80 rifles. They were far from prepared for what lay ahead, but nevertheless their commanders sent them forward into the lines. Their orders were to secure the main roads leading into the town and prevent the infection from spreading to the general population within their AOR, area of responsibility. A ring of soldiers from various units was thrown up around the urban districts, while behind the lines, small teams of scientists, specially equipped troops, and armed police attempted to check the virus that was already taking hold within the garrison's population. As Tina and the other soldiers prepared to hold the infected at bay, collection and extermination teams swept through the streets, destroying the already infected and reanimated, and centralizing anyone suspected of carrying the virus into specially cordoned-off areas of the town center. It was there on the front line that the true horror of the situation had been realized by Tina and her comrades. As the days passed, the infected converged upon Colchester from the outlying districts and rural areas. Their numbers increased by the hour as they swarmed towards the barricades. Their bloated and lumbering bodies seemed to be drawn to the urban areas by an unknown force or instinct. They dragged themselves from the suburbs and surrounding towns and villages, charging the lines and smashing their festering carcasses against the shield walls, gnashing their teeth and tearing at the defenders. Their poignant wails and moans drowned out the horrified gasps and cries of the living that stood and stared in terror at the tide of death headed towards them. Some of the soldiers broke early, dropping their shields and fleeing from the riot line, but the majority stood fast, realizing how desperate the situation was and the consequences that would befall the city and its inhabitants if their shield walls were overwhelmed. More of the reanimated arrived from all directions, and it was not long before a breach began to form in the hastily erected defenses. The dead poured through, dragging the traumatized soldiers to the ground, clawing and biting at them. The streets echoed with the crackle of gunfire, but very soon the small amount of ammunition that had been issued to the men and women who were charged with holding back the infected had been expended. More of the dead burst through into the rear areas, trapping the units in a ring of horror that tightened with each passing minute. The soldiers panicked and ran, trampling the fallen and adding to the confusion as the turmoil spread to neighboring units. Gunfire blasted from all quarters while screams of pain and fear rang out through the streets. Eventually, despite the efforts of the commanders, it became impossible to shore up the front, and a total collapse began as more troops retreated in terror. The reanimated corpses crashed through like a rogue wave. Tina had witnessed the carnage firsthand. She had seen many of her friends brought down by the ravenous ghouls and watched as their flesh was ripped from their bones. She could still hear their screams. They rang out inside her mind like the bells of a cathedral over and over. Their cries for help and howls of pain rasped at her nerves, while their pleading, terror-filled eyes burned deep into her soul. She felt guilty and ashamed because she had been unable to save them. She could clearly see their faces and still smell the blood that gushed from their wounds, even now while she was awake. Hold the line was the order that continued to echo through her mind. She had bolted like so many others had done. Only a handful of her unit had managed to escape from the rout, and everyone she had served with was now dead. She soon found herself alone and unarmed, running for her life. Snorting back the emotions that threatened to overcome her, she sat with her head in her hands for a few minutes, fighting back the tears. The faces of her friends continued to linger before her, eventually becoming replaced by the grotesque and twisted features of her mother. Tina had arrived home to find her lying in her bed and snarling back at her, having died from the flu a number of days earlier, while her brother Christopher sat outside the bedroom door whimpering and unable to gather the courage needed to end his mother's torment. The deed was left for Tina to carry out. It had been hard for her to deal with her mother in the way she had done, but she knew that there was no one else willing to do it, and she could not have left her suffering in that way. Christopher, she thought the bastard, he had shot her but failed to complete the job. As the crowds of corpses closed in around her on the car park of the industrial estate, she had unwittingly stumbled upon an avenue of escape, dragging her tormented body away from the approaching infected, desperately trying to gain some distance from them in the precious extra moments of life. It would allow her. Tina hauled herself towards the nearest of the warehouses. The door at her back, she soon realized, had been secured with a cheap quality padlock, fastened through a flimsy-looking steel hook. After a number of heavy swings from her hatchet while struggling to remain upright, she was able to drag herself through into the dark building and secure the door again from the inside. She was alone and hurt, but her desire for revenge upon the man who had done this to her was stronger than any other emotion and canceled out all the pain she was suffering. "Fuck you, Chris." Shaking her head, Tina reached across to the bedside cabinet and scooped up the 3 bottles containing an assortment of pills that the doctors had given her. They were a mixture of painkillers, antibiotics, and mild sedatives. When she had arrived at the base, she was exhausted, hurt, and suffering from a fever that threatened to boil her from the inside out. The medical staff had held very little in the way of hope for her recovery. The wound in her leg had become infected, and septicemia was ravaging its way through her bloodstream. The surgeon removed the bullet and cut away as much of the infection as he could, but he was skeptical about her chances of pulling through. Now, more than 4 weeks later, her strength of character and physical resilience were fighting their way to the surface for all to see. She had beaten the odds laid down against her, and already people were seeing something different in the young survivor from the outside. She stared at the small bottles in her hand and absent-mindedly read the labels. She grunted and shrugged her shoulders and then slung the painkillers and sedatives across the room. They smashed against the wall, scattering red and white capsules over the floor. She would take no more of them. She could withstand the pain, and she was determined not to become reliant upon a cocktail of drugs in order for her to sleep and function properly. She would see out the course of antibiotics and then be done with any reliance upon pills. She climbed out from her bed and silently delighted in the feel of the cold linoleum floor against the soles of her feet. She rubbed at the unsightly scar on her calf where the bullet from her brother's gun had punched through. The muscle had been torn, but the doctors at the base had done a good job of sewing it all back together. The wound was healing well, but the fresh tissue around the hole irritated her. It itched constantly, and she needed to fight the urge not to dig her nails into it. It was time for her to begin her daily routine of testing her capabilities. For the previous 2 weeks, she had secretly been carrying out her own recovery and rehabilitation program. Each day, when there was no one to see, she went for walks through the corridors of the base. She would run and jump and twist and turn while snarling at her leg to heal faster and threatening to have it amputated if it failed to do so. She placed her weight down onto her good leg and slowly allowed the damaged limb to settle. It was getting stronger by the day, and she smiled with satisfaction, knowing that her brother had failed completely in his attempts to kill her. She jumped up and down, and then broke into an on-the-spot sprint, pumping her legs high to waist level and savoring the aching throb she felt in her calf. Pain is merely weakness, leaving the body. She reminded herself satisfied that the wound had become nothing more than a discomfort. She slipped into her clothes and tied up her boots next. She grabbed her belt with the pistol that the soldiers at the base had given her. She fastened it around her waist, drew the weapon from its holster, and checked the chamber before sliding in a loaded magazine. Before leaving the room, she paused and looked at her reflection in the mirror above the small sink in the corner. She looked tired and worn, and a multitude of gray was beginning to fight its way out from beneath her thick dark locks. However, in spite of her appearance, she felt much stronger than she had done when Tommy and Al had found her and saved her from her dead pursuers. She owed those 2 men a lot. They could have left her there or even mistook her as one of the infected, but they took her with them, carrying her to safety and helping to nurse her back to health. In the weeks that followed her rescue, both Al and Tommy had visited her regularly while she recovered. A friendship had begun to form between them. They were extremely rough around the edges, and their mouths tended to be in gear long before their brains were. But despite their uncouth ways, they were the backbone of the base. She had known many of their sort during her career, and in her experience they always proved themselves to be the better soldiers and human beings. Tommy and Al had showed her more care and humanity than most people would have done in the New World Order, and she wanted to be a part of their group and earn her place amongst the survivors. She was ready and determined to play her part alongside the other soldiers of the forward operating base. Tina smiled as she turned towards the door. She was feeling good. She had lived through everything that had been hurled at her. Outside, she moved through the corridors of the complex, passing other people and smiling politely as she made her way towards the doors at the far end. She concentrated on her gait, determined not to allow the habit of a limp to set in, despite the discomfort. She showed no outward visible sign of ever having sustained an injury to either leg. She reached the doors leading out into the graveled area between the defensive wall and the inner complex. The buildings huddled together in the center of the base were made up of prefabricated modules and heavy goods containers, all interlocking and outfitted to provide working and living space for the people within the compound. The complex had everything they needed, from offices and laboratories to comfortable accommodation and kitchens. There were classrooms and even a gymnasium and recreation room. The construction and layout was taken from the blueprint used to build Allied forward operating bases in the Middle East, such as in Iraq, Iran, and Afghanistan. Tina stepped through and stopped for a moment, dazzled by the bright sunlight and shielding her eyes from its glare. She was at the southern end of the complex and could see the towering wall of the perimeter and the heavy steel blast doors that made up the south entrance. Between the living areas and the outer defenses was an open space of roughly 50 meters in width. This area served two main purposes: the ease of troop movements and to act as a buffer zone. Soldiers could travel from one part of the wall to another within the open area without having to navigate through accommodation blocks, potentially slowing them down in an emergency. It was also designed to allow the walls to absorb a sustained attack from rockets and Vibeads, vehicle-borne improvised explosive device. Without the living quarters being affected from shock waves or debris, the area was also used for the storage of ammunition and vehicles, including the base's 3 tanks. Tina eyed the armored monsters with fascination. Their huge tracks reached up to the height of her neck, and the barrels of their guns poking out from the colossal turrets reached far out beyond the thick plates of frontal armor. They were formidable-looking machines and exuded a great sense of confidence in the strength of the base to anyone who looked upon them. As far as she could tell, they were Challengers, possibly Mark II, but she could not be sure. She had seen very few tanks during her time in the Army, and she was far from being an expert on the matter. Nevertheless, the firepower and defensive strength that the 3 armored vehicles gave to the base was formidable and appreciated by all. Other than the tanks, she was aware of a helicopter being part of the unit's arsenal. She had not yet seen the aircraft, but she had heard people referring to it as a Lynx, a British-made multi-purpose helicopter. In the weeks that she had been there, however, she had never heard the sound of its engines, and she wondered if the machine was at all serviceable or even whether it truly existed, since she had never actually seen it. The base itself was occupied by just over 200 men, women, and children. Originally, it had been intended to house up to 2,000 people and had been set up as a fortress to facilitate continued scientific research and provide information to the Isle of Wight when the mainland was abandoned. However, many of the scientists and soldiers assigned to the station fled early on, leaving just a handful to maintain and defend the compound. As the days turned to weeks, survivors began to arrive at the gates seeking protection and shelter, and the remaining soldiers and doctors saw it as their duty to grant them safety. They had huge stockpiles of food, water, and fuel, and more than enough empty accommodation modules to house them. Entire families moved in, and all manner of trade skills were added to the FOB's growing community. There was just a platoon of regular soldiers left at the base, roughly 30 men, and from very early on they had set about training the able-bodied civilians in the use of their weapons and equipment. Everyone was to play a part and take their turn on the wall, or within the daily running of the base. The experienced troops manned the heavy weaponry and sniper rifles, while the base militia assisted with ammunition resupply and the spotting of targets. A close relationship had developed between the soldiers and the refugees, and before long, many of the civilians began to show a great aptitude as machine gunners and even tacticians. There were a few amongst them that were as good a shot with the sniper rifles as any of the regular troops. Tina moved past the nearest tank, running her hand along the cold, solid armor as she walked out towards the main gate. Over to her left, she heard a number of snorts and grunts. They were coming from the kennels that housed the base's canine members. They were used as guard dogs and assisted with identifying danger long before the inadequate senses of the humans could recognize a threat. Tina nodded to one of the handlers as he went about his daily routine of cleaning up the dog compound and feeding the always hungry German shepherds within the cages. She stopped in the open and looked up at the perimeter. Out on the wall, she could see a number of soldiers peering out towards the south. They seemed to be watching something with interest and swapping opinions and ideas. She instantly recognized two of them. They were Al and Tommy. Something interesting was clearly happening, and she decided that she wanted to be a part of it. She had sat around for long enough and felt ready to get involved. She adjusted her belt and checked that her pistol was secure. Taking a deep breath, she headed for the wall. 3, he grunted with frustration. His deteriorating brain did not function in the way it had once done, leaving him unable to understand why he was not moving in the direction he desired. Again, he attempted to lift his feet, but his body would not budge. With a groan, he flung his body forward. His lower limbs did not obey and remained where they were while his upper torso lurched headlong and tumbled into the dirt with a splash and an audible crack as a number of bones in his lower legs were violently snapped. Mud was flung up all around him as his body crashed into the squelching mire. His face sank deep into the gloopy ground and remained there for a long time as he flailed his arms in an attempt to push his body free. Finally, he was able to regain his feet, the tightly packed mud acting as a supportive cast around his broken lower limbs. He began the process over again, trying to pull his legs free as the filthy water seeped through his matted hair and down over his gaunt and lifeless face. The corpse's exposed flesh looked almost wooden, as though it was made from red oak or African mahogany. It was a rich shade of ochre, scattered with deep brown spots where the skin had broken, revealing festering sores that were crawling with larvae. Huge pale blisters filled with fluid and bubbling out from his cheeks contrasted lightly against the deep orange of his features. He stood still, wearing the tattered and filth-smeared remains of a pair of jogging trousers and a t-shirt. The mud around his feet had risen up to his knees, and he seemed to be unable to break free of the vacuum grip of the waterlogged earth that held him rooted to the spot. He twisted and turned, trying to raise his legs, but it was no use. His feet were locked in place, and he would remain there. Again, the body lurched forwards and crashed into the wet filth. Al wondered just how long the thing would stay there, slowly rotting away while its feet stayed firmly planted deep into the ground. He could see the frustration and confusion that the creature was experiencing. It could not understand why its legs refused to pull themselves free of the sludge, and he almost felt a pang of sympathy for the unfortunate man. He shook his head as he watched the corpse go through the same routine that he had seen it carry out the day before over and again. "Dumb bastard," he uttered to no one in particular. They were standing on the top of the T-walls, 6-meter-high slabs of thick, reinforced concrete sections, slotted together like building blocks to form a solid barrier encompassing the entire base. 20 meters in front of the main wall, a smaller barrier had been constructed from the same material but 2 meters shorter, giving the base a double layer of blast walls and a clear field of view. Huge, thick steel-plated gates with giant locking mechanisms were fitted at 4 separate locations, covering each point of the compass, and although they were not completely impenetrable, they were more than a match from any small arms and most light anti-tank weapons. Altogether, the base occupied a piece of land that was close to a kilometer square, including the smaller outer wall. Along the inside of the parapet, a steel walkway had been erected around the circumference of the perimeter, allowing the defenders an elevated position from which they could see the entire area that surrounded the forward operating base. At 200-meter intervals along the length of the walls, raised platforms with mounted machine gun positions had been built, using thick iron support beams and piles of ammunition crates filled with concrete and topped with corrugated iron sheeting to shelter the guards from the weather. Jutting out above the parapet like the towers of a castle, the sustained fire positions watched over the ground, the barrels of their deadly machine guns ominously pointing out over the vast area of what they had come to refer to as no man's land beyond the walls. For a distance of almost 1,000 meters, there was nothing but a desolate wasteland. It had been deliberately cleared by fire and treated with chemicals to ensure that nothing could grow there, giving the defenders of the FOB a clear line of sight and unobstructed field of fire. The view was bleak, to say the least. Thousands of corpses lay slowly rotting in the sun, entangled amongst the wreckage and wire that lay strewn over the lifeless, blood-soaked soil, having been dispatched by the snipers and their silenced weapons from their firing positions on the wall. The soldiers inside had refrained from using their heavy and medium machine guns for fear of attracting unwanted attention from the infected. Instead, the defenders opted to use the almost silent and precision shooting of their marksmen. It saved on valuable ammunition and unnecessary noise. During the unusually hot summer, the smell of the numerous bodies that remained unburied out in the open had been enough to drive some of the survivors within the walls close to madness. The reek of decaying human bodies had covered a vast area around the base like a blanket and stubbornly clung to the air, almost as though it wanted to remain close to the living in order to torment them. No matter where they went or how well they tried to seal the rooms in which they hid, the stench of the decomposing cadavers that lay piled up just beyond the perimeter found its way in to the people within the compound. For health reasons, there had been a few attempts made to dispose of the bodies, collecting them together and covering them with dirt and lime. But it had been futile. There were just too many dead to deal with, and they could never do a satisfactory job of burying them all. Very often, the presence of living people moving around in the open would eventually be noticed by wandering dead eyes, forcing the men and women to retreat back behind their armored gates, leaving the rotting corpses where they lay. Since the rains had returned and the temperature began to drop, the smell of death was less overpowering, but it was still there, lingering within the winds. Just beyond the demarcation zone was the start of the built-up area. It was a large town that before the outbreak had a population estimated at almost 200,000 souls. It was highly doubtful now if the living population reached any greater than 100. The virus had rampaged through the town as it had done through the rest of the country, leaving a trail of shambling ghouls in its wake. Most of those who could do so had fled, but as in all towns and cities, there were always a handful of survivors who refused to leave their homes, choosing to barricade themselves in behind their walls and sitting tight, confident that they could wait it out until the crisis was over. Once the Air Force had finished, it was likely that the majority of those still within the built-up area were now dead. Many of the buildings on the outskirts were destroyed or left in ruin. The streets of the suburbs had become a jumble of almost impassable channels, strewn with rubble and debris, all but trapping the infected within the urban area in an attempt at containing the spread of the dead plague. The tactic had partially worked, but eventually the reanimated corpses, forever shuffling from one place to the next in a mindless existence, stumbled out from the makeshift cordons around the towns and cities. Within weeks of the first reported cases upon British soil, everyone soon began to realize that the outbreak was impossible to contain. The dead would always find a way out or a way in. Two of the snipers on top of the wall were currently in a bet to see whether or not the body of the reanimated man trapped in the putrid sludge of no man's land would eventually manage to free itself. It had now been there for over 2 days, and it was still no closer to freedom than it had been when the soldiers had first seen it wander into their sights. A ceasefire was called, and everyone was instructed not to shoot the ensnared corpse, no matter how much of a tempting target it presented. The two men agreed that the cutoff time would be 5 days, and by then, the loser of the bet was expected to pay up. The prize was a bottle of vodka and a night off, while the loser covered the shift of the victor. "I think Phil's going to win this bet, Harry," Al said as he turned and smiled at the sniper standing beside him. "That thing's going nowhere, mate. That shithead always wins." Harry grunted back at the big man and spat over the edge of the wall. "I've never known him to lose a bet." "So why did you bet against him? Boredom, I suppose." Harry shrugged. "Well, it looks as though Phil will be having a private party while you're up here freezing your nuts off for him. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if that sneaky shit has crept out there and cemented the thing's feet into place." "Aye," Harry agreed with a sigh. "I wouldn't put it past him. I have a feeling that that thing could end up acting as our very own Christmas tree. That's if anyone has the balls to go out there and decorate the fucker when the time comes." A short, wiry man, but with a plump face that did not seem to match his frame. Harry had been a sniper in the Army for almost 10 years. However, he was not the greatest of shots. Even after years of training and practice, he was still the worst marksman in the platoon. Even amongst the standard riflemen, during his sniper training, he had barely scraped through with the necessary score to pass the course. However, what made Harry special was his eyesight and his attention to detail. He could look at a piece of ground, and within seconds would know every fold, rock, and piece of foliage as well as its range, position, and whether or not it should actually be there. He was famous for having a photographic memory and was able to identify the slightest change to the landscape, no matter how small. He had a number of nicknames. Amongst them were Hound, on account of his ability to locate anything, and Bullseye. The latter name was given to him partially as an ironic taunt due to his lack of shooting skills, and also as praise for his ability to see for long distances and in great detail. His judgment of range, wind, depth, and speed were unmatched amongst his peers, and as such, he was usually used as the main spotter for the snipers, always being consulted for his opinion and expertise before a difficult shot was made. Many of the men in the platoon joked that he was more deadly when carrying a pair of binoculars than he was when carrying a gun. Al turned to Harry and eyed him intently. He had subconsciously noticed that something was out of place with him, but his attention had been too fixed upon the cadaver that was stuck in the filth of no man's land. Now it seemed incredible to Al that he had not seen the oddity immediately, and his face became a mixture of amusement and confusion. "Harry." "Yeah." "Why are you only half-dressed?" Harry turned away from the trapped figure out beyond the wall and stepped back from the pile of sandbags he had been leaning against. He looked down at himself, as though Al's observation had come as a surprising revelation to him. He was wearing his usual issued uniform, combat jacket, boots, and his webbing harness that carried his ammunition and equipment, but his legs were bare and his rear was on show for all to see. "Oh, I forgot about that," he replied casually and turned back to the wall, raising his binoculars and continuing his vigil as though it was a perfectly normal state of attire to be in. "I've got the shits again, and I'm down to my last unspoiled pair of trousers. I'm not risking ruining them as well." Al turned to Tommy and raised an eyebrow. The naturally contorted face of Tommy stared back at him, his narrow eyes conveying his lack of astonishment at Harry's actions. He shrugged and shook his head, signaling that he had heard all he needed to and that it was pointless to make any further attempt at understanding the strange man's motives. He lit a cigarette and puffed away with disinterest while Al continued to study Harry. Harry was one of the most peculiar men that either of them had ever met. Behavior that would be otherwise shocking to the rest of humanity always seemed to be perfectly normal and acceptable to him. Al remembered an incident from years earlier when Harry had gone missing for a number of days during a jungle warfare exercise in Brunei. He was finally found in a small village to the east of Liang and by then had somehow gotten married and had become the father of 5 orphans whilst living in a mud hut. When the company commander and sergeant major had walked in on him, Harry had been holding court with the local elders of his adopted village. He greeted the astonished officer and senior non-commissioned officer as honored guests, offering them a place to stay with food and drink. At first reeling from shock, they had accepted his offer before recovering and dragging him back to camp. It had taken a lot of careful treading for the Ministry of Defense to extract Harry from that situation without causing an uproar and still preserve the reputation of the British Armed Forces. All the time, Harry had remained completely bewildered and unable to understand what the problem was. It was only days later, when he finally sobered up, that everyone realized he had been drunk for the whole time on locally brewed rice wine. Al was about to say something, but saw that Harry had become intently focused on something far out beyond the wall. His eyes narrowed, and he seemed to become oblivious to everything around him as he studied the land. Then, raising his own binoculars to his face, he scrutinized the buildings in the distance, slowly scanning from left to right. Al began to do the same, trusting in Harry's ability to see things long before any of the others could. "You smell something?" he asked out of the corner of his mouth without taking his eyes away from his field glasses. "There's someone out there," Harry replied. 1,500 meters to the south, slightly right of the comms mast. "What is it?" Tommy asked from behind the wall of sandbags, watching his friend with anticipation. "Not sure, mate. I can see a few heads bobbing about, but I can't really tell. It's definitely not pus bags, though." "They're not civvies either," Harry noted. "They look like troops to me." Al adjusted the focus on the binoculars as he watched the top-floor windows of the building in the distance. It was difficult to keep the image still from that range, so he leaned forward, using the sandbags to rest the binoculars upon and giving him a more stable view movement out beyond the perimeter in itself. It was nothing new to the defending troops of the base. The infected were everywhere and very often stumbled towards the fob whenever something attracted their attention. What was different now was that Harry had identified the movement as being living people, soldiers to be more precise. Al was finally able to observe them clearly. He could now see them moving about on top of the roof of a block of low-rise flats, and he identified what he believed to be an observation post in the process of being set up. He could see a number of antennas poking up from the rooftop, and their attention was undoubtedly focused on the fob. "Looks like they're building an OP for some reason," Al grunted to Tommy and passed him the binoculars. He pointed in the direction of the building as his friend began to look for himself and gave him a rough target indication to aid him in identifying the correct patch of ground. 1,500 meters, 2 fists, right of the comms mast, block of flats with a blue front, bodies mincing about on the rooftop. "Seen," Tommy replied, as he saw exactly where Al was referring to. He focused the binoculars and watched for a few moments as a number of figures moved about in the open on the roof of the building. Why would they be setting up an OP? You tell me, but in my eyes, it's not a good sign, mate. If they wanted to be our friends, they would just come and knock, or at least make comms in some way. Maybe they're just nervous. They might have had a bad experience with another fob and just don't want to take chances. You have too much of a good heart, mate, Harry replied from the right with a shake of his head and making fun of Tommy's trusting nature. It'll bite you on the arse one day. Having a quick recce before going into unknown ground is prudent. Setting up an op and relaying info back to whoever is clearly something else. They're not exactly being discreet about it either, lads. It's as though they don't give a fuck. Al stated and nodded towards the flats. The figures in the distance could easily have arrived more stealthily and set up their OP in a less obvious location. But they had not. Instead, they were blatant about it, showing very little intention of remaining covert or moving tactically. Definitely not trying to be sneaky-beaky, I'll tell you that much. Amateurs, Harry asked. Al shrugged and panned his binoculars to the left and right, checking around the neighboring buildings for any sign of support units. Could be, but I doubt it. They clearly know what they're doing. Al replied and thought for a moment. Maybe they just don't want to appear hostile. Or maybe they're just brimming with confidence because they have an entire brigade behind them. Al nodded and grunted his agreement. He had learned over the years to always look on the less positive side. A pessimist is never disappointed. He remembered his brother once saying to him, his own experiences in life had reinforced those same pearls of wisdom that his brother had given him all those years ago. Al called down to a man standing beside a small rickety shack that had been built from sheet metal and timber. There were a number of antennas of different lengths and frequencies set up on the top of it. Anything coming over the net, Ron? Ron, their resident communications expert, was much older than the rest of them. Many of the younger soldiers referred to him as Granddad on account of his haggard features and wiry graying hair. He looked up with annoyance, rolling his eyes and then stamping out the cigarette he had been sucking on before disappearing inside the radio room. Everything always seemed to be a chore to Ron. He reappeared a moment later, shaking his head and lighting another cigarette. "Nothing, mate," he called back up to Al in his gruff Southern English accent. Just the usual dead air. Nothing coming through on the HF either. Whoever they are, they're not the chatty type. How many would you say there are? Tommy asked as he turned his attention back to the block of flats. I'd guess a half-section strength as per SOP for that sort of thing, Al replied. Maybe 4 or 5 blokes, but they're obviously not on their own because they've thrown up an antenna and they're reporting back to someone. You know there's only one real way of finding out, don't you? Harry muttered from behind his binoculars. Aye, Al nodded, staring out over the churned ground and biting his lower lip. We'll have to go out there and have a nosy. They waited until nightfall before they began moving out from the base. The small group of soldiers formed up at the northern gate and prepared themselves to leave for their patrol. There were 4 of them altogether, 3 men and 1 woman. Each carried an SA-80 rifle and 6 magazines with very little else to weigh them down. They were a reconnaissance patrol, lightly armed and equipped, wearing a motley collection of civilian and military clothing, and tasked with gathering information, not to fight. They needed to move silently and swiftly if needed, and without being weighed down by heavy weaponry and ammunition. As a recce patrol, they were to avoid contact at all costs and move through the area without being detected or leaving any trace of their presence. How's everything looking out there, Harry? Any other additions to the bunch on top of the flats? Al asked into his radio. Nothing. Al came the crackling reply. Approach from the east, close to the suburbs. They're pretty blind on that side. Roger that? You sure you're up for this? Tommy asked, looking across at Tina as he checked the chamber of his rifle and ensured that the weapon was ready to fire. She stared back at him and glowered. Immediately, her defenses were locked into place and she felt the urge to go onto the offensive. She understood that she had never experienced the level of training that some of the soldiers in the base had gone through, and she had seen very little in the way of combat, but she was not willing to allow some twisted-faced chauvinist to patronize her for being a woman. I'm just as capable as you are, Tommy, she snarled at him, her eyes flashing brightly in the darkness. Or would you prefer me to stay here with the rest of the split R's and do the dishes while worrying about my nails? Tommy threw his head back and erupted with laughter. His shoulders jerked and his body twitched. His guffaws echoed loudly around the interior walls of the compound while Tina stood staring back at him with rage bubbling up inside of her. She pictured herself lunging forward and punching him in the throat. "Fuck you," she spat. "I don't need to." Tommy held up his hand in front of her and began to shake his head, still unable to contain his laughter, as his face remained creased with a hilarity that Tina assumed to be at her expense. He wiped his features with the palm of his hand as though attempting to manually remove the amusement from his face. "Easy, Tina." Tommy was finally able to sputter. "It's fuck all to do with the fact that you're a woman or split arse, as you so eloquently put it. I'm more concerned with the fact that you still have a hole in your leg, and I don't want you feeling obliged to prove yourself if you're not up to it, just yet. Now, if you don't mind climbing down from that self-righteous high horse of yours, I think you've answered my question well enough. You're up for the task, and I'll say no more about it." Tina looked down at the ground for a moment. She felt a sudden wave of shame as she had clearly misinterpreted Tommy's intentions and allowed her fiery temper to get the better of her. For the previous 4 weeks since Tommy and Al had brought her back to the forward operating base, she had slowly recovered from the wound in her leg and the subsequent infection. While the men and women of the base worked hard to maintain the security and safety of the people living there, Tina had felt useless, trussed up in a hospital bed and anxious to do more to earn her existence amongst the survivors. At the insistence of the doctors and the soldiers, she had remained inactive while she continued to recover. Now she was feeling ready to take an active part, and it was her own sense of pride that had forced her on to the defensive. When she believed that her abilities were being questioned by someone else. "Do you want to borrow my knife so you can stick it in his neck?" Al asked as he leaned closer to Tina, flashing her a broad grin. She smiled back at him awkwardly and shook her head. "Good, now that we're all friends again, let's get going." They left through the northern gate, patrolling outwards in the opposite direction from the target position for 500 meters. Once they were satisfied that they could not be seen by the suspected observation post, they turned and headed towards the east and the outskirts of the built-up area. They were patrolling into an area that they knew was infested with the dead, but their other option from the west meant being exposed in the open as they approached their objective and potentially being seen and fired upon with very little in the way of cover during their withdrawal. Phil, one of the snipers from the wall, led the way. He knew the lay of the land better than any of them and would guide them safely through the maze of debris and bodies that coated the ground. When the others pushed forward to conduct their reconnaissance, he would provide overwatch of the area and cover them with his silenced L96A1 sniper rifle, away from the protective walls of their fortress. The night seemed to grow darker with each step they took. The earth underfoot was soft, the churned mud still sodden from the heavy rainfall that had drenched the land over the previous week, and they needed to be careful where they placed their feet. One wrong step could mean them sinking deep into the mire or falling and giving away their position. Each member of the patrol needed to keep a close eye on the back of the person in front of them, watching where they trod, and ensuring that they followed the exact same path whilst at the same time being aware of their surroundings and watching into the darkness for any potential threat. Already after only an hour into the patrol, the strain of remaining at maximum alertness was having an effect. Their nerves, even for the veterans such as Al and Tommy, were stretched taut and ready to snap as they ventured further out into the unknown. The eerie silence of the night, interrupted from time to time by the distant and haunting moan of the dead, seemed to press in from the curtain of blackness all around them. The sound of their boots as they squelched through the mud and the rasp of their strained breathing seemed magnified in the stillness, forcing their minds to imagine all kinds of horrors taking note and silently heading towards them, stalking them through the darkness. Tommy was at the rear, covering the 6 o'clock position within the patrol. The reek of death drifted up from the land around them, rising from the hidden carcasses slowly decomposing in the filth. Here and there he could see twisted limbs poking out from the black sludge, their fingers seemingly pointing at him with accusation in other places. The bare skulls of the fallen silently watched him from their darkened eye sockets as he carefully stepped his way between them. A shiver ran down the length of his back and tingled along his legs. The no-man's land around the base had always filled him with a sense of unease. Once out in the open, he was comfortable, even if they were at great distances away from the cover of the fob. But being in that area where there was nothing but death filled him with dread. Up ahead, a sudden clatter was heard and was accompanied by the stifled curses of someone as they tumbled to the ground. Tommy immediately stopped and crouched down, resting on one knee and watching the area to their rear. The noise created by the fall up ahead sounded like a burst of thunder in his ears, and he instantly raised his rifle, ready to fire upon anything that moved towards them from the gloom. Nothing stirred, but he kept his weapon held in the aim, and with the safety catch switched to fire. It was obvious that either Phil or Al had taken a fall. No doubt they were now covered in putrid filth and instantly miserable, knowing that they would remain in that state for the next few hours. Tommy shuffled to his left, remaining in a crouch and waddling on his haunches as he closed up on Tina. "What the fuck are you lot playing at? You're making enough noise to attract every dead head for miles around." He hissed with annoyance. Al was face down in the mud. He had stepped into something that had instantly collapsed beneath his weight and then snagged his boot as he attempted to correct his footing. As a result, he had tumbled forward. He twisted his body as he headed towards the ground, turning his head and instinctively trying to save his rifle from being covered with gluey sludge. He had saved his weapon, but the rest of him had been coated from head to toe in the cold, stinking gunk that now began seeping through his clothing. Tina moved forward in a crouch while Phil and Tommy continued to provide protection. As she approached the sprawled figure of Al, she saw what he had tripped over. A corpse entangled amongst some coils of barbed wire lay crushed close by to his feet. Its rib cage was splayed open, where Al's boot had sank right through the rotted flesh and snagged against the protruding bones that grabbed him like an organic bear trap. The smell emitting from the gaping hole was enough to churn her stomach. She had to turn away and take a deep breath before she could continue. Even after all this time, she still could not get used to the stench of the dead at close range. "Nice?" Tina whispered as she began helping the big, sodden man to his feet. "You're lucky you didn't fall into that thing." Al stared back at her with annoyance. He was coated from head to toe with the stinking, wet mud that glistened in the low light, leaving just the whites of his eyes glowing in the darkness. He crouched down and began to wipe what he could from his face, grumbling under his breath while Tina sat watching him, trying hard not to betray her amusement. The small patrol continued, headed towards the dark silhouettes of the ruined buildings on the outskirts of the town. They stopped regularly, checking their position and listening into the night. It was getting colder. The air carried a chill that seemed to creep in through the tiniest gap in their clothing and penetrate through to their bare skin. Even the ground radiated a cold that traveled up through their boots and into their legs. Al, already soaked through to his skin with freezing mud, was finding the experience particularly uncomfortable. He could not wait for the task to be over. "I hate this bollocks." At the front of the line, Phil came to a sudden stop and raised his hand, signaling for the rest of the group to halt. He swiftly dropped to one knee and raised his rifle, aiming at something ahead of them that the remainder could not yet see. Nobody spoke. They waited anxiously while Phil remained motionless and silently watching something out in front of them. They observed their arcs, covering an area of 360 degrees and providing all-round defense. Al was just a few meters behind Phil in the dimness. He could barely see the sniper ahead of him. The faint outline of his back and shoulders contrasted in subtle shades against the blanket of darkness all around them. He was tempted to creep forward, but thought better of it. Phil had seen or heard something, and if there was any immediate danger, they would all soon know about it. No one dared to speak or move. They could not risk alerting anything in the surrounding area to their presence. They needed to sit tight, ready to react to anything that happened. Phil could hear it moving around. He could not yet see it, but the sound of its footsteps splashing through the mud and the grunts and snorts that it emitted gave him a good sense of its direction and distance. He estimated that it could not be more than 10 meters away, maybe a little more. Two things he was sure of. It was one of the infected and was headed right for them. He kept his rifle pointed in the direction of the threat, looking over the sights to avoid becoming too absorbed upon what was in front and missing something on the peripherals. In the Army, it is known as tunnel vision, and many incidents have occurred where soldiers have accidentally shot a comrade or missed a threat through being too focused on what they could see through their sight and oblivious to what was happening to their left and right. He remained still, listening intently. He could almost sense the anxiety of the others behind him as they watched and waited in the dark. He could not risk even a backward glance, let alone an attempt at communication. They were experienced soldiers and knew that they had to place their trust in the judgment of the point man. Phil did not need to worry about any of them suddenly moving or making noise. They would stay perfectly still until he told them to do otherwise. The squishing footfalls became louder. They were clearly not the rhythmic and well-placed steps of a living person. They sounded random and uncoordinated, some heavy and some light, and unevenly spaced as though the owner was drunk or struggling with an injury. Phil knew what they indicated, the staggering gait of the dead on uneven, wet ground. Out of the curtain of blackness, a shape began to slowly emerge. It staggered clumsily, swaying at the hips and lurching at the shoulders with each step while its head lolled to the side with atrophy. More of the corpse became visible as the range decreased. By the time it was 5 meters away, Phil could clearly see the outline of an emaciated and almost skeletal frame. Its grunts and snorts continued to rasp from its parched throat, and its ungainly legs stubbornly carried it forward, directly towards the point where Phil was squatting. The corpse had not yet seen him, but it was only a matter of seconds before it did. There was nowhere else that the body was going to go. It had no reason to change direction, and the path that it was following was clearly the one of least resistance and would lead it right into the patrol. Phil knew what he needed to do. In one smooth movement and in complete silence, he unclipped the bipod legs attached to the stock of his rifle and placed it down beside him, ensuring that the barrel and working parts remained out of the dirt. Next, still in his squatting position, he reached around and drew the commando knife from the scabbard he had attached to his belt. The knife was the same model that had first been brought into service in 1941. Designed by a serving Royal Marine, it was the ideal weapon for a surprise silent attack. The razor-sharp black steel blade was 7 inches long and slender, specially designed to penetrate deep while parting the bones of rib cages. It was ideally crafted for close-quarter fighting, and Phil had carried his particular knife for the past 8 years. He looked after it as though it was a holy relic. He cleaned it constantly, sharpening it to a fine point and oiling it every night, ensuring that it was in perfect condition. He took in a silent breath and tensed his body, waiting for the infected corpse to take just a few more steps closer. He subconsciously began counting down the distance until it was at a range of only 2 meters. The corpse drew nearer, and Phil sprang from his position. The reanimated body did not have time to react, and it was doubtful that it even saw the man lunging towards it before it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Phil had closed the gap, moving in close and bringing his blade up beneath the creature's chin. The knife sunk deep into the soft tissue with a faint pop as the shaft was driven up into the brain. A surprised grunt came from the dead man's throat, and its misted eyes bulged for a moment. Phil felt the body suddenly become limp. Its weight dropped down onto his blade, and its knees buckled with his left hand. Phil kept a firm grip on the waistband of the corpse's trousers and gently lowered it towards the ground, soundlessly. He pulled his dagger free and wiped the blade across the material of the shirt that was still clinging to the dead man's shoulders. He dropped back down into a crouch, still clutching the dagger in his hand and ready to deal with the next, should any more appear from out of the darkness. He paused and looked around, listening closely for any indication that there were more of the infected within close proximity. After a minute, satisfied that the danger had passed and there were no further threats, he silently slid his fighting knife back into its protective sheath and made his way back to his rifle, retrieving it from the mud. "Good to go," he whispered over his shoulder and turned, giving a thumbs up to the big silhouette of Al, who was just behind him. Al nodded and passed on the message to Tina behind him as he raised himself to his feet. He was keen to get going again. The wet mud that covered his clothing was sucking all the heat from his body, and he had begun to shiver. The patrol continued, and within another hour they were ready to turn south. The first of the town's buildings were now on their left as they contoured them, using the ruined walls as cover while they slowly closed in on their target. The sounds of footsteps and rubble being kicked around in the darkness by the wandering infected became a regular part of the ambient noise, but its familiarity did not do anything to help the patrol to relax. At every sound, they froze to the spot, raising their weapons and scanning the dark landscape as they prepared themselves for an attack. The dead were clumsily stumbling about through the darkness all around them. It did not matter whether it was daylight or the pitch black of night, the reanimated bodies continued to move. They never rested, and it was rare to see them in a static position unless there was something grabbing their interest. They rummaged and wandered through the built-up areas, colliding with objects and one another, grunting and groaning endlessly. From time to time, a shadow crossed the path of the patrol or a faint dark shape appeared in the broken doorway of a building, sending out questioning moans into the night. The 4 soldiers slowly crept their way past, praying that they would go unnoticed. Phil halted, moving into the shadow of a deep crater, and waited for the others to close up behind him. On their left was the gable end of a partially collapsed house, and out in front of them, roughly 300 meters away, was their target. They could see its long rectangular shape outlined against the dark cloudy sky, the pale blue walls of the block of flats almost glowing in the darkness. "This is the FRV," Phil whispered, pointing to the ground at his feet and making sure everyone understood that they were at the final rendezvous where the patrol would split and move off towards their task. "I'll get myself up into that house and cover you from there." "Roger that." Al nodded and turned to the others. "Ready to move in 1 minute." As Phil disappeared into the darkness and slowly made his way through the building, Al, Tommy, and Tina moved off, headed south through the ruined houses and infested streets. Melanie's mind was spinning and rattling around within her skull when she finally came to. Her heartbeat throbbed in her ears, echoing like a bass drum and threatening to turn her brain to mush as she attempted to focus her rolling eyes. She could barely see. She had no idea of how long she had been unconscious. But when she awoke, the sky that she could see through the gaping hole above them was already dark. The moon struggled to shine through the flitting clouds that drifted across the heavens, making them glow from within and casting only the minutest amount of light into the building through the smashed rooftop. She leaned back in her seat and winced at the pain that she felt shooting through her neck and up along the back of her head. She had taken a severe knock at the base of her skull despite the helmet that she wore and was most probably suffering with a mild concussion. The disorientation and lack of visibility only added to the nausea that was building up in the pit of her stomach. She screwed her eyes shut for a moment and swallowed hard to prevent herself from vomiting. Everything around her was black except for tiny, dull slivers of light that reflected from the exposed metal framework of the helicopter. It was impossible to see anything in the darkness beyond the wrecked cockpit, but judging by the distance she could see between the aircraft's shattered canopy and the damaged roof, she guessed that they had crashed through each and every level of the building, coming to an abrupt halt on the ground floor. She could smell the distinct scent of decay and mildew drifting in through the smashed windows of the aircraft, and could hear the steady drip of water seeping from a broken pipe somewhere in the darkness beyond the bubble of the cockpit. She squinted, trying desperately to penetrate the blackness that smothered her, but it was impossible to make out anything more than a few centimeters in front of her face. She remained still and listened for a minute or two, but she could sense no movement from within the building. She breathed a sigh of relief and turned her attention to checking on her crewmate. "Mike?" she whispered as she reached out to her left and began to fumble in the darkness for her co-pilot. Her hands moved over the empty seat beside her and detected no trace of the man she had expected to find there. A surge of panic began to rise within her as she envisioned him having been flung from the falling aircraft while it plummeted through the building. An image of him being crushed beneath the skids of the tumbling gazelle flashed into her mind, causing her stomach to knot. She began to struggle against her harness as she attempted to reach out further, in the hope that Mike was just pushed up against the far door and unconscious. She ripped off her pilot's gloves in frustration, hoping to be able to manipulate the clasp of her safety harness more easily, but her numb fingers and shaking hands continued to fumble uselessly against the stubborn buckle. "Mike, where are you?" she hissed as she leaned across the central control panel, her hand making contact with the door on the left side of the cockpit. A rumbling, low groan from behind her sent a chill through her blood, and she began to grasp and tear at the fastenings of her straps in an attempt to free herself. Her fingers would not respond to her commands, and the harness refused to release her. With her right hand, she reached down for her pistol, pushing forward with her thumb against the locking device and sliding the weapon from its holster. The moan came again, long and rasping, as Melanie pressed down on the safety catch and brought the pistol up, twisting her body so that the barrel was pointed into the shadows of the passenger compartment. "Mike?" she pleaded, her voice trembling with fear. There was a grunt, accompanied by the sound of a body shifting in the darkness just behind her seat. Melanie took aim in the general direction of the noise and pressed her finger against the trigger. She swallowed hard, but her mouth had become dry and felt as though it was filled with sand. The hairs on her neck were raised outward from the skin, and her flesh began to feel a number of sizes too small for her as it tightened around her taut muscles. There was a wheezing intake of breath, followed by a cough and a sputter with relief and a sudden gasp. Melanie realized that it was not the voice of the infected, but the sound of someone in pain. It was Mike. Somehow he had been thrown out of his seat and was now somewhere in the rear of the cockpit. "Mike, thank God," she exhaled. Finally, she was able to control her trembling hands enough to manipulate the clasps of her safety belt and release herself from her pilot's seat. She reached up and removed her flight helmet, instantly feeling her head throb as it was free from the snug-fitting padding of the interior lining. For a moment, she felt dizzy, as though on the verge of blacking out. But it soon passed as Mike groaned again. "I'm here, Mike. We're going to be okay." "Just hold on," she whispered reassuringly and began climbing through the gap between the two front seats. fumbling with her hands through the near blackness. "Mike, where are you?" She reached out blindly, groping through the shadows. Their hands made contact, and Melanie's heart skipped a beat as Mike's fingers folded around her own. Just that small amount of human contact in the darkness was enough to lift her spirits and fill her with hope and reassurance. His warm hand clasped around hers gave her a fleeting moment of confidence and a feeling of security, but it did not last for long when she realized how weak his grip was. He was hurt, and they were still in a bad situation. She knew there and then that Mike would not be of much help to her, and he would be completely reliant upon her to get them to safety. "At least neither of us will be facing it alone," she thought to herself. "How the hell did you end up back here?" "Clunk, click, every trip, Mel." "I'll remember that from now on," Mike replied jokingly, his voice strained and filled with pain. She could not see him, but she imagined him trying to force a smile as he made his witty remark about buckling up for safety. "What the fuck happened?" Mike growled through his clenched teeth. "Are we still in the chopper?" "Yeah, we're still in the chopper," she replied, as she climbed into the rear and began reaching for her light. "We fell through the roof, and I think we're now on the ground floor. The chopper's had it." "Well, that's just fucking great. How bad are you hurt?" "I think my leg's broken," Mike replied with a snarl. She felt him move in the darkness, his weight pulling against her hand, and then suddenly going limp as he let out a stifled cry. "Yup, it's definitely broken," he gasped. Melanie turned on the small flashlight she had retrieved from one of the pouches on her survival vest. The beam was blinding for a moment, but quickly softened as their eyes adjusted. The aircraft around them was a total wreck. Wires and panels hung from the ceiling, and the frame had been buckled far beyond its normal shape. Equipment and parts of machinery lay strewn all around them, and both rear doors had been ripped from their hinges. "Jesus," Mike grunted from beneath her as he followed the light's beam while Melanie surveyed the damage. "There's no way of patching this lot up, I guess." Melanie turned her attention to her co-pilot and shone the light along the length of his body. She was unable to tell if he had sustained any head injuries due to his helmet, but there were trickles of blood seeping down from beneath his visor. Apart from his legs, she could see no other wounds. His breathing, though raspy and filled with pain and fear, seemed to be unaffected. However, when she checked his pulse, she noticed that it was elevated and weak, indicating that he was losing blood. Again, she shone her light over him, but she was unable to identify any wounds or pools of blood that would account for his rapid and faint pulse. She kept her suspicions to herself, not wanting to alarm him and send him into shock. "Anything else hurt?" "My balls are killing me," he answered, with a groan and looking down into the area of his groin. "Other than that, just my leg, I think." Melanie shone the light over Mike's crotch. For a moment, she felt uncomfortable in her actions, but instantly dismissed the feeling as ridiculousness when she considered the predicament that they were in. If Mike was suffering with pain from his testicles, she would have to check and not allow any prudish sentiments to get in the way of ensuring that she did all she could to help him. She could see no blood in the area, and there appeared to be no foreign bodies protruding from his flight suit. She pulled her knife from the scabbard attached to her shoulder strap and moved the blade towards the material covering the affected area. "No, it's okay, Mel," Mike suddenly said when he saw the knife moving into an area which he would prefer not to see any sharp implements in close proximity. "They're just bruised and battered, I think. Nothing serious, just means I'll be sitting on a tub of ice cream for a day or two." She smiled at him. It was a sad smile, filled with fear and uncertainty, but at the same time grateful for him being there with her and still able to make her feel better about their dire situation. She had checked him over as best she could, but could find no other injuries. His face was sallow and glistening with perspiration, and his skin was cold and clammy to the touch. Coupled with a weak and rapid pulse, it could only mean one thing. Mike was slipping into shock. Not nervous shock brought on by the crash, but true shock caused by severe blood loss. With no apparent outward serious wounds, she surmised that Mike was suffering from internal bleeding. "Anything else?" she asked as she turned her attention to his leg, trying her hardest to sound casual and reassuring. "What about your arms and back? Any pain, loss of movement or feeling?" "I don't think so," he replied as he flexed his fingers and shrugged his shoulders, carrying out his own primary survey. "Help me get this damn helmet off, will you?" Melanie climbed down through one of the rear doors of the fuselage. While Mike took care of himself and attempted to get his pain-racked body into a more comfortable position, she needed to check the area. There was very little else she could do for him at that moment. His leg was swollen and needed immobilizing, and she was not trained to deal with whatever was going on inside him. Ensuring that they were out of immediate danger, took priority at that moment. On the ground, she stepped away from the wrecked aircraft, shining her light in a wide arc over the walls around her. Tables and chairs were lying throughout the room, smashed and scattered in all directions. One of the walls had been completely destroyed as the helicopter crashed down from the upper floors. Through the gap, Melanie could see another room. Her light flitted over a row of toilet cubicles and sinks, reflecting from the mirrors that precariously clung to the heavily damaged walls. She looked around, pointing the torch into the dark corners and doorways of the spacious room, her feet crunching on the piles of masonry, crumbling plaster, and crockery that coated the floor. She could not hear anything other than the sound of her own breathing and foot movements, joined from time to time by the creak of damaged framework or the drip of water from a shattered pipe. It did not seem that the infected were in the building, but still, she kept a tight grip on her pistol, and her finger pressed against the trigger plates, and cutlery were strewn all over the floor, along with broken wine glasses and what she believed were piles of menus and crushed table arrangements at the far end behind the wreckage of the helicopter. She saw what she presumed was the remains of a drinks bar. Her light glinted against rows of spirits and liqueur bottles set against a broken mirrored wall and reflected from brass beer pumps attached to the bar's surface. Judging by the decor that consisted of trellises, oriental fans, and snarling dragon heads, she guessed that they had crashed through what had once been a Chinese restaurant. She looked down and shone her light on one of the menus scattered over the floor. "Mr. Chan's Cantonese Restaurant," she read aloud. "Sounds nice." She turned and looked back at their aircraft. The Gazelle itself was nothing more than a twisted ruin. It was almost unrecognizable as having once been a helicopter. The tail section had been ripped away and the rotors had shattered into 1,000 pieces as they slammed into the rooftop, leaving just the engine compartment and the cockpit. The fuselage was dented and bent out of shape, and every window had been smashed out. It was a wonder how either of them had survived the crash at all. "How we looking?" Mike's anxious and strained voice drifted out from the dark interior of the fuselage. "Not sure yet," she replied as she stepped away from the Gazelle and moved further into the shadows. "I'm going to take a look around. I'll be back soon. Be careful." "Yes, Mom." She peered through the gaping hole in the wall and shone her light into the restrooms. The only door that she could see led back out into the room that she was standing in, and she could see no damage to the far walls that she surmised backed onto the street outside. She then turned and headed to a set of doors at the other side of the room. Inside, her light touched against shining metal objects and appliances, and she instantly recognized the area as the kitchen. Again, she paused for a moment and listened attentively. The place was cold and dark, and every surface was coated with a fine layer of dust that had settled there over the months. There was no signs of struggle or of the panic that had engulfed the city during the days of the initial outbreak. It appeared that the place had been abandoned and locked tight before the infected overran the country. She could not detect any movement within the room, but until she had physically checked, she could not be sure. Reluctantly and carefully, she inched her way through the darkness, her light dancing from one shadowy recess to the next, as she nervously made her way towards the far side of the food preparation area. There she found a heavy fire door that she presumed led out into an alleyway at the rear of the restaurant. She leaned in close and pressed her ear to the hard, cold surface. At first, she could detect no sound, but after a few seconds, she began to hear the faint noises of something moving around on the other side. It sounded like scraping footsteps, occasionally joined with the clunk and thud of something heavy colliding with a solid object. Melanie stepped back and studied the door for a moment. There were no windows, so there was no way of knowing exactly what was on the other side. However, she had heard enough and decided that the fire escape would remain shut. Considering it as a way of escape was out of the question. She could see that it was secure and undamaged, and she wasted no time in making her retreat back into the main room of the restaurant and onto familiar ground, closing the kitchen door behind her. More rooms were cleared and secured. As she left the manager's office and headed back towards the crumpled helicopter, she began to feel safer in her surroundings. There was one more door that needed to be checked. Beyond it, she presumed to be the restaurant's main entrance. "We need to find a way up to the roof, Mike," she whispered loudly. "I'm moving to the front. Watch my back, will you?" "You got it," Mike replied out of the gloom with assuredness. She walked to the front of the helicopter and headed towards the large, heavy wooden barrier that was decorated with ornate golden artwork, depicting oriental flowers and fire-breathing dragons that intricately intertwined with one another and gave no indication of where one began and the other ended. She came to a sudden stop as something to her right caught her eye, illuminated by the light for just a fraction of a second. She took a step closer and then realized what the red, pulpy mass was. She recognized the boots first, and then the scraps of a torn and blood-soaked army uniform amongst the piles of rubble and contorted steel framework. It was the remains of the soldier they had tried to rescue. The unfortunate man had been decapitated by the rotor, his body being beaten and crushed while the helicopter and tons of masonry fell down upon him as they all tumbled through the collapsing building. She looked away and shuddered before continuing forward. At the door, she paused and looked back at the room around her, sweeping her light from side to side and letting it linger for a moment on the remains of the helicopter. She could not see him, but she was sure that Mike was staring back at her, holding his pistol at the ready in his weak and shaking hands. Pressing her ear to the door, she listened for a few moments. Muffled thuds, sounding distant, could be heard from beyond the thick wooden barrier. Holding her breath, Melanie tried hard to distinguish whether or not the noises were coming from the next room or if they were from beyond the outer walls. With her head still throbbing and her mind continuing its slow spin from the crash, it was impossible for her to tell. She was caught in a dilemma. She could choose to leave the door sealed and retreat to the main room, praying for a rescue that may never come, or she could risk moving into the reception area in the hope of finding a set of stairs that would enable them to reach the roof and signal any aircraft that were searching for them. She knew that staying hidden beneath the collapsed roof was not an option. Any helicopter circling overhead could easily miss the building and the wreckage of the Gazelle that was nestled within its dark chasm. She had to go through into the next room. She switched off her light and raised the pistol so that the barrel was just millimeters from the seal of the door. She swallowed hard and then pushed down on the handle, wincing with anticipation of the inevitable click as the locking mechanism came free from its housing. The handle creaked loudly in the silence as the door came free. She pulled gently and felt a gust of stale air blow through the tiny crack between the door and its frame, lightly brushing against her exposed skin. Goosebumps sprang up on her forearms and her heart began to race. Again, she paused and listened. The thuds had become louder now and were accompanied by the snarls and moans of the dead as they hammered away at the outer doors. The room of the reception area was in complete darkness, and through the narrow gap between the door and the frame, it was impossible for Melanie to tell if there were any of the infected inside. She bit down on her lip and tried to blot out the haunting wails of the dead in the streets outside. She squinted into the gloom and concentrated all her senses, but it was no use. She would need to step through the doorway and possibly use her light. The thought of giving away her presence terrified her, but she could not risk groping around in the darkness and making noise as she stumbled over objects, or worse, collided with any infected that may be lurking within the shadows. She pulled the door open further, enough to squeeze her body through. Once across the threshold, she instinctively stepped to the left, pushing her back up against the doorframe and crouching down into a squatting position with her pistol held close to her chest and the barrel pointed outwards. There she remained for a while, staring at the wall of blackness that surrounded her, listening, feeling and tasting the atmosphere. After a few minutes, her eyes began to identify shapes within the room. She could see the delicate contrast between the dark floor and the lighter-colored walls. Bulky objects that she presumed were couches and coffee tables became visible against the murky backdrop. Then there was the main door. Its frosted glass panels glowed in comparison to the rest of its solid, dark frame as the moon continued to barely penetrate the cloud-filled sky above. Faint shapes could be seen moving on the opposite side of the reinforced glass as the door continued to rattle and groan from the massive bodies pushing against it. For now, the sturdy barrier refused to allow them entry. "Shit," Melanie whispered with resignation as she reached for her torch. Her hands were shaking, and a wave of nausea surged up from the pit of her stomach. She placed her fingers over the lens and switched it on, allowing only the tiniest shard of light to pass from between her glowing fingertips. She hoped that it was small enough to remain unnoticed by the prying dead eyes beyond the opaque glass of the door. She took in a deep breath and began to move through the room, remaining in a crouched position and carefully placing each step as she shunned the thin beam over the furniture and the walls. Silently, she prayed that there would be a door containing a set of stairs leading up towards the roof. She had seen no sign of a staircase in any of the other rooms within the restaurant, leading her to believe that they must be somewhere near the front of the building, adjacent to the reception area. On the left was a desk where the maitre d' would have been stationed, welcoming guests and providing them with drinks and menus as they waited to be seated. Behind the reception desk was a small cloakroom, and on the opposite side was the seating area. Again, the walls were adorned with an abundance of oriental decor, but there was no sign of a door or a stairwell. She suddenly felt deflated as she realized that getting back to the roof was not going to be easy. She wondered to herself if she could have missed the stairs, but she was sure that she had not. Either the building had no internal staircase, which was highly unlikely, or they had been destroyed when the helicopter had crashed through the roof. There was a sudden thump to her left, and the main entrance juddered violently as a blurred face pressed itself against the glass. Hands appeared and began to pound away at the panes, joined by the cries of the infected that became louder and more ferocious as they battered away at the window and heavy steel frame. Somehow they knew she was there. They had seen her light or sensed her moving around. However, they had detected her. It did not matter. They now knew that a living person was in the building, and that was enough for Melanie to want to retreat back towards the wreckage of the helicopter. "We're up shit creek, Mike," she whispered, fearfully as she pushed her head and shoulders back in through the door of the rear compartment. "They know we're here, and I don't think there's any stairs." "What do you mean, there's no stairs?" he gasped, his voice filled with doubt. "What kind of building has no stairs? I think we landed on them when we crashed," she replied, shining the light up at the hole in the ceiling. She looked down at the floor around her and saw golden-colored framework and what she believed to be the remains of banisters and rails. "Yep, I think we destroyed the stairs when we came through the roof." They both looked at one another for a moment. They knew that it would be virtually impossible for them both to climb up through the destroyed floors. With his broken leg, Mike knew that he had no hope of making it to the roof. Their only option was for Melanie to try for it alone and leave him in the crashed helicopter. Their radio was out of action, and their only hope of attracting attention was by using the flares that they had in their escape gear. "I'm cold, Mel," Mike said weakly. "Me too," she replied, feeling a shiver run the length of her spine. In the light of her torch, she could see her breath misting as she exhaled. "What are we going to do?" Melanie shook her head and looked around at the smashed cockpit. She had attempted to send their coordinates before the crash, but she had not completed the message, and she doubted that the command center were able to make much sense of the information she had managed to relay before they lost communications. She reached under the seat beneath Mike and pulled out a small canvas holdall. Inside were a number of flares, a first aid kit, enough food and water to last a day or two, and a blanket. "Not exactly Bear Grylls-style survival gear, is it?" Mike remarked with disappointment as he looked down into the bag that Melanie was busy rummaging through. "You looking for anything in particular?" "An emergency beacon," she replied impatiently. Eventually, she slammed the bag down onto the floor and let out a frustrated snort. At that moment, she wanted to scream and burst into tears, but she needed to keep control of her composure. Allowing herself to fall to pieces now would do neither of them any good. "Bad news, then?" Mike quipped. Melanie nodded, her shoulders slumping as she felt that the odds were being deliberately stacked against them. "They know we're here, Mike," she whispered, still staring down into the dark opening of the canvas bag. "I know," Mike replied sadly. "And I know you're not talking about HQ." She sniffed back the tears that threatened to blur her vision and took a deep breath in an attempt to control her fear and feelings of helplessness. Mike watched her, sympathizing with her and feeling the same sense of vulnerability and hopelessness, but he was determined not to allow it to beat them. "We should try to get some sleep," he suggested, not knowing what else to suggest. "We'll wait till morning and then, hopefully, have a better idea of how things are." She nodded and picked up the blanket from the bag, climbing the rest of the way into the fuselage. She was careful not to trample on Mike's leg. He let out a grunt of gratitude as she sat herself down on the seat beside him, pushing her body close to his and covering them both with the blanket as she rested her head upon his shoulder. "What is this building anyway?" Mike asked with curiosity. "A Cantonese restaurant." "Damn, I could really go for a Chinese right now," he replied with a faint smile as he remembered the old days and the things they used to take for granted. "I don't think Mr. Chen would be too impressed with what we did to his restaurant." "What do we do now, then?" Mike asked, feeling her warm body close to his and savoring the scent of her hair as it brushed against his cheek. "Indian?" she joked. Mike sniggered. "Good one, but you know what I mean?" "Sit tight, I guess," Melanie replied, staring at the damaged flight controls in front of her. "They won't risk losing another aircraft by searching for us in the dark. At first light, I'll see if I can find a way up to the roof. I'm sure they'll find us tomorrow." "Fingers crossed," Mike replied distantly and with a clear note of pessimism. "Do you think the doors will hold?" Melanie did not answer immediately. Her thoughts were on the main door and the piles of corpses pressing against it from the outside. There was no barricade, and the door was held shut by basic locking mechanisms. She had moved some heavy objects up against the double doors leading from the foyer into the main room of the restaurant, but their defenses were far from impenetrable. "I hope so," she said. Finally, 5. Every action they made was slow and deliberate. Even something as simple as reaching up to scratch the tip of their nose had become a painfully slow and lengthy process. They were too close to potentially prying eyes to risk any sudden movement. Their bodies appeared frozen, set fast into the ground with only their eyes moving as they watched the block of flats and scanned the desolate land around them. The 3 of them had been in position for a number of hours, sheltering in the shadow of a partially destroyed building. They continued to obstinately endure the cold that seemed to be growing more intense by the minute, slowly creeping up from the ground and traveling along their legs, causing their bodies to shiver as their limbs steadily grew numb. The clouds had disappeared from the sky, allowing the temperature to drop and exposing a blanket of blackness that was coated with twinkling stars. Without the false light from the houses and street lamps creating glare and spoiling the view, the night sky had become an awe-inspiring sight. Even the faint, cloudy smear of the Milky Way had become easily distinguishable above the crumbling relics of civilization. The street to their front was scattered with the rusting carcasses of stalled cars and clumps of debris that had been thrown out in a wide arc during the explosions that had rocked the town in the early days of the outbreak. Weeds were quickly taking root, spreading out over the tarmac and smothering the buildings and vehicles that lay silently awaiting the passage of time. The bodies of the dead, the lucky ones who had not been able to reanimate, lay amongst the wreckage, their bones slowly becoming a part of the landscape and eventually crumbling to dust like the rest of humanity and its creations. Al hunched his shoulders and huddled down, lifting his arm close to his face and checking his watch. Raising his head again, he looked towards the eastern horizon. The sky there was still as black as coal, and it would remain that way for at least another 3.5 hours before dawn began to make its presence known. He glanced across at the dark shapes of Tommy and Tina just a few meters away to his right. He could see their breath misting in front of their faces and their eyes sparkling in the starlight. Both of them had their attention fixed upon the flats, watching for any sign of movement. Off to the right, along the street and barely visible, a number of shadows moved. They were hard to distinguish, but there was no question that they were the wandering bodies of the dead. They lumbered around through the darkened avenues, scraping their feet, and from time to time singing their woeful lament. To the left, just 4 meters away, a single corpse sauntered by. It moved sluggishly, barely lifting its feet as its gaunt face, obscured by a mass of lank, dark hair, stared down at the ground beneath its feet. It was oblivious to anything around it as it made its way along the path. The 3 of them watched as it passed, their beating hearts pumping their rich, flowing blood through their veins just below the surface of their warm flesh. The creature had no inclination that the living were so close, observing it as it mindlessly shuffled by. It headed away and was soon swallowed up by the gloomy night. They had gathered all the information that they could, which was actually very little in the way of enemy strength, capabilities, weaponry, and intentions. Most of the information that they had gleaned they already knew. After reaching their objective, Tommy had wanted to conduct a 360-degree sweep of the target, but Al had rejected the suggestion. They had no idea if there were any other units in the area, and he did not like the thought of them stumbling upon a rear protection group on the blind side of the building. They would be too far from their nearest support, cut off and unable to make a retreat. The patrol could very easily have found themselves caught in a devastating crossfire if they wandered into another position and made contact. "Ready to move in 10 minutes, Al whispered, finally having had enough and surmising that they were unlikely to see anything more. Tina and Tommy did not move, but began to mentally prepare themselves. They kept their attention focused on the area to their front, eyeing the top of the building and listening into the darkness. Earlier, they had been able to see the soldiers through their night sights and heard their muffled conversations interrupted by the static hiss of their radio as they relayed information back to their commanders. Al had pushed forward, closing to a distance of just 20 meters from the entrance to the building, while Tina and Tommy remained static, ready to give him covering fire if he was compromised there. He had seen another 2 strangers sitting in the dark. They were positioned close to the main doors, providing protection, while the troops on the roof continued to observe. Al crept forward, slowly slithering his way across the ground, hiding amongst the small bushes and gutters as he moved himself into a position where he could hear their hushed conversations. In the silence of the night, small snippets of information had been harvested from what Al could hear. The soldiers had estimated the numbers of the people in the fob quite accurately, and they even knew that the civilians had received a degree of training and now occupied the walls along with trained snipers and machine gunners manning the towers. They seemed to know a lot about their numbers and weaponry, but Al and his reconnaissance patrol knew virtually nothing about the people they spied upon. It was clear to him that the soldiers had either been watching them for quite some time, or they had been given the information from someone who had first-hand knowledge of the base, its setup, and its occupants. Then, a few hours later, it had all stopped. No more movement could be seen from the building, and the whispered chatter ceased as though a switch had been flicked, and the soldiers and their activities had been shut down. The two men at the entrance to the building had simply vanished into the darkness, right before Al's eyes, as though they had sunk into the earth. Al had returned 2 hours later, having gained no further information, while he skulked in the shadows, close to the main doors and directly below the soldiers stationed on the rooftop. The observation post had become deathly silent. He wondered if they had all fallen asleep or even left the area. Or maybe the soldiers had gone into hard routine, keeping their noise and light discipline to a minimum. They had shown no such tactical considerations during the daytime when they had moved into position, so he concluded that they would conduct themselves in the same manner during the night. Now it was as though the soldiers had disappeared from right in front of them. "I don't get it," Al mumbled as he checked his watch again. He raised himself up into a squat, resting his rifle across his knees as he studied their target.
"What?"
Tommy asked, eager to begin their patrol back to the base and into safety. "You don't get what, any of it?" "I don't get any of it, Tommy." They turn up, moving like a bunch of recruits, but clearly knowing how to set up an OP. Then they start watching us and reporting back to someone through their radio, which must be pretty high-tech with frequency scramblers or data burst transmitters, because Ronnie couldn't pick anything up. Then they go all tactical on us. "I don't get it, mate." "They could be asleep," Tommy suggested. "It wouldn't be the first time we've caught blokes getting their heads down on stag." Al nodded, keeping his eyes firmly locked on the target and studying the lay of the land. None of it seemed to make much sense to him. He doubted Tommy's simple theory of the soldiers sleeping while on duty. There seemed to be a definite plan, but no matter how hard he tried, Al was unable to work it out. "Yeah, but something tells me they're not sleeping, Tommy." He was tempted to break radio silence and ask Harry stationed upon the wall whether he was able to see anything. But if anyone else was listening in their position could be compromised. No, he decided to avoid the temptation and call an end to the patrol. It was time for them to move back and accumulate whatever intelligence they had gathered, adding it to what Phil had been able to see from his overwatch position close to the FRV. They hoped that the soldiers back at the base, listening in on the radios and watching from the towers, had also managed to gain some information during their absence. Tina had a feeling in her gut. She felt vulnerable and open to attack. It seemed almost as if they had been lured out from their base and into the open, attracted to that position by the blatant activities of the soldiers. Now, as the men they had been watching had faded into the shadows, she became nervous. She imagined scores of eyes watching her from their vantage points and waiting for the opportunity to spring their trap. A cold hand ran its icy fingers along the length of her backbone. "I don't like this," she whispered. "Me neither," Al replied flatly as he looked out to their left and right, studying the lay of the ground. "It feels like a come on to me." He considered moving back deeper into the built-up area, but that would mean traveling along an unproven route. They had no real idea of what lay to their rear and amongst the buildings on the outskirts of the town. "This whole thing is beginning to feel like we've been stitched up, like they wanted us to see them." He grunted to the others as he thought more about how keenly they had set out on their patrol into an area where they were vulnerable and exposed. "Come on, let's get going before all this turns into a gangfuck." Al slowly raised himself to his feet and stepped out onto the narrow path that ran around the edge of the building they had been using for cover. They remained tucked away in the gloom and obscured by a row of leafless bushes that paralleled the road in front of them and kept them out of sight from the block of flats. Al turned and headed back towards Phil and the rendezvous point. Tina moved out, closely followed by Tommy, their weapons held at the ready and their eyes nervously scanning their surroundings. Phil was still in position 300 meters further along the road and nestled amongst the trashed bedroom furniture of the house he had identified as a good overwatch position. He had a clear line of sight to the target from his vantage point, set back from the window and lurking in the shadows. He too had observed the soldiers on the roof for a number of hours, but as with Al and the others, they had abruptly vanished from his sights. Now he sat watching the rest of his patrol from behind his rifle as they made their way towards him for the rendezvous. He watched their flanks for the infected, his finger gently touching the trigger, ready to fire in a split second, should he identify a threat headed towards the others. He breathed slow and shallow, keeping the barrel of his sniper rifle perfectly still as he scanned the street. They were now just 100 meters from the final rendezvous. Al was up in front, carefully patrolling forward and creeping between the dark recesses, using the shadowy outcrops of walls, doors, and mangled vehicles as cover. He was methodical in his movements, and each step was placed with extreme caution, ensuring that he did not trip or create any noise, potentially alerting the thousands of wandering dead eyes that filled the streets around them. He stopped and moved into a crouch, raising his rifle and pointing the barrel directly ahead of him. Tina and Tommy also halted and slowly lowered themselves into cover. Just a few meters away, a ghostly shape trundled through the rubble, tripping over debris and barely managing to remain upright as it crashed from one object to the next. Each sound that it made seemed to shatter the silence all around them. Its footsteps were heavy, and its snorting grunts rattled loudly in its throat. It soon became obvious to Al that the creature could not see where it was going. The dead, although always clumsy with their footing, were still capable of negotiating uneven ground. This one, however, was undoubtedly blind. Al watched it as it limped and staggered across his path, oblivious to his close proximity. Then he saw the other, walking right beside it. On the opposite side from where Al was crouched was a second figure. It was much smaller than the first and barely noticeable in the darkness. It stayed close to the larger body as though it was using it for protection. Or Al wondered companionship. The thought seemed ludicrous to him, but as he continued to watch them, it began to seem distinctly possible. One thing that Al was sure of was that they were definitely traveling together for reasons that he could not understand. They were now barely beyond an arm's reach away, and as well as being able to smell them, he could make out some of the larger corpse's features. In addition to being blind, it did not appear to have much left of its lower face. Its swollen black tongue drooped out of the dark chasm where its mouth had once been and swayed with each step like the bloated tentacle of some creature from outer space. One of its arms was completely missing and the other had been severed at the elbow. Without meaning to dwell upon the two figures in front of him, Al surmised that the two had more than likely known each other when they were alive, possibly parent and child, and they had remained together in death. He squinted and saw something that made his stomach begin to knot and a silent gasp rise and become lodged in his throat. At first, he refused to believe what he was seeing, but the more he watched, the more his brain acknowledged what his eyes relayed. The smaller figure was unmistakably guiding the larger, holding onto its tattered jacket and helping it to navigate through the hazardous wasteland. He had never seen the dead act in such a way or even remotely acknowledged the existence of the other bodies moving around them. Al began to wonder just how conscious these creatures could be and even whether or not they were self-aware. The thought made him shudder internally. Fleetingly, he considered stepping forward and ending their existence, but thought better of it. The bodies had passed them by, and he could not risk drawing any unwanted attention for the sake of putting two of the infected out of their misery. But there was something else. In the two meandering and eternally bonded walking cadavers, he saw a glimmer of what they once were. They were human at one time, with their own thoughts, feelings, and desires, their own personal dreams, wishes, and ambitions. Neither of them had wanted to die and return as one of the walking dead, yet the love they had shared in life evidently held them together even in death. He slowly turned his head and glanced back to where Tommy and Tina squatted. He doubted whether they had seen the spectacle, but now was not the time to enlighten them or discuss the matter. He would keep it to himself for now and bring it up at a later date. Checking to his left and right to make sure that the immediate vicinity was clear, Al pushed himself upwards and carefully stepped forward again, continuing to lead their stealthy patrol back to the final rendezvous point. A few minutes later, as the meeting point came into view, there was a faint popping noise far off to their rear, quickly followed by a low fizzing sound, similar to the noise made by a burning fuse. Deep in his mind, Al instantly recognized what the scratchy resonance meant, but the rest of his brain was slow to catch up and force his body into action. He turned and saw the shimmering trail of sparks soaring up into the black sky behind them, appearing like a dull comet streaking across the Earth's atmosphere. Anyone that did not know any better could have been forgiven for thinking that it was a firework being launched into the air. But Al knew that it would not result in an explosion of pretty colors and cascading tendrils of light. For a fraction of a second, as the dimly lit object rose higher above the houses and buildings, he felt his stomach knot and his feet become heavy. Down, he hissed loudly, lunging to the side and taking cover amongst the rubble of a collapsed wall. "Get down!" Tina and Tommy wasted no time in obeying his commands. They jumped into whatever cover was nearest to them, burying their faces into the ground to protect their eyes and burrowing their bodies into the earth, trying to get as low as possible before the area was suddenly transformed into daylight. Shit. Tina rasped as she took cover and screwed her eyes shut. She cringed, clutching her rifle close and waiting for the inevitable burst of light that would bathe them in its brilliance while they lay cowering in their inadequate cover. Her muscles contracted and her scalp began to tingle as a flood of adrenaline soared through her veins. Their patrol was about to be compromised, and she knew what would follow. The flare burst to life with a deep, resounding pop, instantly covering the landscape with its eerie white glow and causing the long-reaching shadows of the scorched trees and lifeless buildings to dance across the ground. Night had suddenly been changed to day. Suspended below the small white parachute, the intensely burning magnesium of the flare oscillated across the night sky, being carried on the gentle wind as it drifted along, high above the rooftops. Al and the others sunk deeper into the dirt, pressing their bodies flat in an attempt to become invisible and gain what cover they could. Every muscle and sinew became tauter with each anxious second that passed. Thwack, 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 thwack. All around them the air erupted with a sudden and devastating torrent of gunfire. Deafening cracks shattered the silence of the night, accompanied by hisses and heavy thumps as the storm of bullets smashed into the ground and buildings, snatching the breath from their lungs and threatening to implode their eardrums. Hundreds of rounds were sent, whipping along the street, snapping at the air and flinging up veils of dust and fragmented rock like murky fountains as the bullets plowed into the churned earth. The speeding rounds struck the cars, scattered bricks and chunks of concrete that littered the road, while bright red tracers, zipping along close to the ground at lightning speeds, slammed into hard objects before ricocheting vertically into the dark sky. Contact rear, contact rear. Al was screaming into his radio as a series of bullets chewed through the layer of bricks just above his head, showering him with dust and sharp fragments that nicked at his bare skin. A cacophony of ear-splitting cracks, thumps, and snaps was being played out above the heads of Al, Tommy, and Tina. It was impossible to think of anything other than sinking into the earth, trying to put as much distance between themselves and the overwhelming fire that ripped through the space above their heads, just centimeters from where they lay. They were instantly pinned down and could not dare to raise their heads. "Stay down," someone was screaming from Tina's left, from within the crescendo of gunfire. She could not remember who was where as her head buzzed, filled with shock and terror, and struggling to make sense of what was happening. "Stay the fuck down." Her body was shaking uncontrollably, and her legs instinctively kicked against the dirt as her nerves and instincts took control of her actions, trying to burrow her deeper into the ground. She was howling like a demon, screaming up at the mind-rattling noise and the pressure that pushed against her ears. The bullets, hundreds of them, shot through the air faster than the speed of sound, creating a vacuum that snapped angrily and in quick succession like 1,000 whips being cracked in unison. She twisted her head and looked up. Tracer rounds, blazing and glowing red, were tearing through the air above the small crater in which she was hiding. They were relentless, unending, and forming a canopy of deadly projectiles that would keep her trapped within the shallow hole. Clouds of fine, disintegrating plaster, asphalt, and clods of earth showered over her as she huddled into cover. Her mind was frozen with fear as she curled her body into a tight ball, screwing her eyes shut while she screamed back at the roaring thunder. Al remained pinned behind the wall that was slowly disintegrating around him. The bullets punched heavily into the brickwork, sending out splinters of high-speed masonry in all directions, steadily chopping away at his only cover. He pushed his body down, screaming silently as the streets boomed with the roar of machine gun and rifle fire. From his position below the terrifying light show that whipped through the street, he could see Tina and Tommy squirming in their shallow holes, writhing as the tracer continued to zip through the air all around them. He could not tell if either of them had been hit, and communication with them was out of the question due to the thunderous crescendo. Either way, it did not matter. They needed to get out of there before the enemy gunners adjusted their fire. The flare suddenly died, and once again the streets were cast into darkness, momentarily lit by the flashes of ball and tracer rounds as they slammed into hard objects. The gunfire continued, but its intensity faltered for a few short seconds as the attacking gunners lost sight of their aiming marks. Al saw his opportunity and seized the moment, working on instinct. He sprang from cover and leapt to the side as the burning tracers continued to race along the street, whipping past just centimeters from his huge frame and snapping close to his head. "Moving," he screamed, informing the others that he was breaking cover. Raising his rifle as he bounded away from the crumbling wall, he loosed off a hail of fire into the general direction of the enemy. His weapon juddered in his hands as the muzzle flash burst from the tip of his barrel like a series of lightning bolts. His fire was inaccurate, sailing through the air with no real aiming point, but that did not matter. All he wanted was to cause their attackers to flinch behind their guns, giving Al and the rest of his patrol the precious few seconds they needed to get out of the killing zone. The enemy fire wavered, and for a short moment their bullets sailed high and away from Tommy and Tina. Al fired his rifle again, aiming at the multitude of muzzle flashes he could see from various points at the end of the street. His rapid fire caused the weapon to jerk violently in his hands, spraying his rounds over a wide arc as they smashed into buildings and glided harmlessly over rooftops. "Move. Move now," he screamed, across to Tommy and Tina. "Rally on me! Rally right fucking move!" Tommy was the first to react, leaping from the shallow depression he had been lying in and bounding towards where Al waited in the cover of the nearest building. He stopped in his tracks, realizing that Tina had not moved and remained in the shallow dip behind him. He turned and lunged into the hole, grabbing her by the collar again. The enemy guns opened up with the same ferocity as before, having recovered from their moment of shock when Al's rounds had headed towards them. Their fire was still not as accurate as it had been, but that would soon change as Tommy became aware of another sizzling flare that was racing up into the black sky. It was only a matter of seconds before it exploded with its dazzling light and exposed them as they stood in the open. "Tina, move!" Tommy screamed down at her, yanking her to her feet and dragging her along behind him. "Come on, we're bugging out." Tina's legs refused to cooperate. She knew what she needed to do, but no matter how hard she tried, there was a part of her brain that would not comply. It was as though her mind had left her body. She could see herself being dragged along as tracers streaked between them and thumped into the ground at their feet. She could see Al blasting away with his rifle on full automatic, hollering at them to get into cover behind him. Yet no matter how loudly she screamed at herself from within her skull, her empty body stumbled along in a daze, seized with terror and being hauled to safety by Tommy. She was suddenly shoved forward, catapulted through the air and into cover by Tommy as he leapt across towards where Al was standing. As Tina landed, feeling her body crash into something hard and then collapsing into a painful heap, she became aware of the second flare bursting to life like an exploding star. Thwack, 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 thwack. Another stream of deadly fire rained in towards them from along the street. A cry rang out from somewhere close by. Tina looked up in time to see Tommy spin, his left arm flailing out to his side and his body crumpling to the ground. More glowing red bullets zipped into the spot where Tommy had fallen, slamming into the earth and sending up splinters of smashed brick and tarmac. The noise was deafening as the cracks and thumps of the speeding rounds hammered away at the air, leaving all attempts at communication utterly useless. Al was still firing while Tommy squirmed close by at his feet, trying to pull himself to safety before the enemy fire found its mark and chewed him up. Tina stared at him, unable to make sense of anything that was happening around her. She could see them all and hear their shouts, screams, and the barking gunfire, but none of it seemed real. Suddenly returning to her like a howling wind, her mind was released from the grip of stunned inactivity. Without thinking, she sprang forward, ignoring the burst of machine gun bullets that hissed and snapped by her head. She reached down and grabbed hold of Tommy by his wrists and hauled him towards her, pushing down hard with her legs until she fell back into the cover of the building. Tommy landed on top of her as a flood of snapping projectiles ripped into the patch of ground where he had been sprawled just seconds beforehand. Al pulled himself back into cover, tearing the empty magazine from his rifle and reaching for another. The air around them still roared with gunfire, but they were out of immediate danger for now. The building that they hid behind absorbed the salvos, but it would not hold back the rounds for long. Eventually, under a prolonged assault, the brickwork would weaken and the bullets would smash their way through the multiple layers of walls within the structure. He had seen it demonstrated on many occasions. He had even witnessed huge trees with trunks that were 2 meters thick being felled by sustained fire from a machine gun. Tommy was howling with pain. He writhed on the floor, holding his hand against his smashed shoulder where a round had punched through, shattering his collarbone and tearing the flesh. Already he was soaked with blood and losing more by the second. Tina, crouching beside Tommy and tearing at the wrapper of his field dressing, became aware of other distant sounds. She realized that she could hear more noises of battle coming from the north. The distinct echoing rattle of automatic fire and the low concussions of high explosives that caused the ground to shudder were clearly audible. She knew what those distant sounds meant. Their base was also under heavy attack. "Al?" she shouted. The base. Al paused and looked towards the north, trying to focus his hearing as another volley of machine gun bullets hammered away at the walls behind them. He heard the raging battle in the distance, and his facial expression quickly turned from anger to confusion. "Harry, send sit rep over," he demanded through his radio, but there was no answer. "Harry, Al, radio check, send sit rep over." Their personal radios only had a basic planning range of 1.5 kilometers, and even less in a built-up area where tall structures could interfere with the signal. In a direct line, they were roughly 900 meters from the outer walls of the foe B, but in their current situation, it could very well have been 900 miles. The base was not answering their calls, and the patrol was completely cut off and pinned down. "Harry, this is Al. We're in heavy contact approximately 1 kilometer southwest of your location. Send sit rep over." He waited, but there was still no reply. Either the base was in the process of falling to their unknown enemy, or they were too busy defending the walls. The sky towards the north flashed and blazed as the battle raged. Tracer rounds sailed through the air across the horizon like distant laser beams, traveling in all directions as the attackers and defenders fought for control of the forward operating base. "Phil, you see much from where you are? I've lost comms with Zero. They're under attack." Al anxiously called into his radio and turned to look in the general direction of Phil's position. "We're pinned down behind the building with the beer poster on the gable end, 50 meters to your half right." "Roger that, Al. I have you visual," Phil replied calmly, his voice sounding clear and almost robotic. "No comms with base. You have dead ground to your right and buildings to the south for cover. Stay low and make your way back to the FRV. Moving in a crouch and flinching against the cracks of whizzing bullets and bone-crunching explosions, the three of them began to snake their way towards Phil's location. They could not see him, but they all knew that he was busily taking out targets from his hiding place, aiming carefully at anything he saw moving from amongst the enemy positions. No doubt he had already killed a score of their attackers as they sat hunched behind their blazing guns and silhouetting themselves as he took careful aim at their heads. Tommy was in severe pain and losing a lot of blood. The field dressing that had been hastily placed over his wound was soaked through and bright red as the hole in his flesh continued to gush. However, he refused to release his grip on his rifle. The weapon would not leave his grasp until he finally died. Tina helped him to move, but he was becoming weaker by the second, stumbling along as she supported him with his arm flung across her shoulder. She hoped that they would find a place where they could stop for a few vital minutes, giving them the time to stem the bleeding and redress the wound before he bled out. A roar above them made them duck into cover as a streak of light screeched over their heads just a meter or two above them. They felt the heat of the projectile as it soared through the air, leaving a faint white trail of smoke in its wake and accompanied with a string of tracer bullets that snapped loudly as they passed over. With a shuddering thud, the rocket slammed into a building just 20 meters ahead of them. It detonated with a blinding flash, sending sparks racing outwards in all directions, and quickly followed by a shockwave that pushed against the bodies of Al and the others as they were still dropping to the floor, searching for cover. Shrapnel smashed into the buildings all around the center of the explosion, shattering windows, brickwork, and bone as it plowed through the corpses, still mindlessly wandering through the battle zone. The pressure of the explosion pushed against Tina's skull like a vice. She screamed with pain and fear and shock as the world around her juddered, and the hard ground slammed into her body. Her vision danced and blurred, and she felt herself tumbling into blackness as her consciousness began to slip from her. Al sprinted forward, a bound as a cloud of dust and smoke spilled out from the building where Phil had been positioned. The walls, already severely damaged, had collapsed inwards, and the roof had fallen in through the floors. The moment he saw the damage, he knew in his bones that nothing could have survived. "Phil, Al, radio check." Just the hiss of static was all that came back to him. "Phil, Al, click twice if you can hear me." He tried again and again, but there was no answer from within the wreckage of the house. Al needed to act fast. Their FRV was gone, and more than likely Phil along with it. He turned and glanced back behind him as more tracer whizzed through the streets and crumbling buildings. He saw movement all around them. Dark shapes were converging on the area from every side, ignorant to the machine gun bullets that ripped through their bodies and chewed up the streets around them. "Move, Tommy!" Al screamed back at the two prostate forms that were still reeling from the rocket that had obliterated their rendezvous point. "Tina, get him up and get going. Phil is gone. We need to move." Tommy was scrambling through the dust and debris, trying to climb to his feet, while Tina writhed beside him from the effects of the blast that had engulfed and overwhelmed her senses just moments before. Tommy coughed and sputtered, reaching down and grabbing Tina by the arm, ignoring the pain he felt surging through his body. "Come on, we need to get out of here." The dead were closing in from all around them. Al fired into a number of bodies as he bounded through the rubble, ignoring the deluge of bullets clapping at the air and slamming into the ground. Again, his rifle ceased firing, and without a second thought, he released the magazine and instinctively slammed a fresh one into place. He stopped, crouched into a shallow fold in the ground, and turned to give covering fire for Tommy and Tina as they lumbered after him. More rockets were streaking across the sky, obliterating structures and vehicles alike, flinging deadly shrapnel in all directions while bullets thumped into the road surfaces and the walls of the collapsing buildings. The roar of the battle crashed against their senses. Wave after wave of bursting machine gun fire flowed towards them as the mind-rattling concussions of the exploding ordnance threatened to throw them from their feet. Tommy and Tina spilled into the shallow depression and landed at Al's feet. A cloud of dust and splintered rock pluming into the air around the lip of the crater marked another near miss. Luckily, their enemy's aim was slightly out, but they were already adjusting. The next volley slammed into the ground beside Al's head. He rolled to the side and screamed with anger as his eardrums burst and rattled violently against his reeling brain. They were pinned down again, their foe having seen them and zeroed in on their location with accurate, sustained fire. He began to fire wildly, roaring back at their attackers and seemingly close to madness. Tina, filled with rage and screaming for vengeance, joined Al at his side and began blasting away at the machine gun positions in the distance. She was howling and snarling as the rifle jerked against her shoulder with each shot, oblivious to the glowing projectiles that battered at the earth in front of her. Between the explosions of his rounds, Al became distinctly aware of a rumbling noise behind them. It was growing louder with each second and constantly changing in pitch. It grinded and grated mechanically, and he turned, forgetting the battle for a moment, and glared into the darkness, expecting to see a new threat approaching them from their rear. "Get your fucking head down," Tommy screamed up at Al, seeing that his friend was too exposed. Al did not react and continued to stare wide-eyed and open-mouthed at something behind them. He did not notice the rounds that were smashing into the disintegrating bricks around the brim of the small crater. He appeared to have slipped from reality, and his attention was locked upon something else. Tommy reached out and grabbed his friend by the straps of his assault vest, dragging him down into the hole as a stream of bullets raced through the area where he had been standing. Tommy screamed at the pain that the movement caused him as a storm of searing agony emanated from his shoulder and shot through his body. As Al tumbled into the bottom of the crater, Tommy caught a glimpse of what his friend had been so transfixed with. Out of the darkness emerged a huge monster, headed directly for them. Its heavy tracks ground the earth beneath them, churning everything to dust and obliterating the bodies of the dead, burying them deep into the mire. Its colossal body lurched and dipped as it trundled along over the undulating surface of the smashed suburbs, the long barrel of its gun reaching far out ahead of it and pointed towards their position. It was one of their tanks. Its engine was growling menacingly as clouds of black smoke plumed up from the exhaust outlets behind it. A number of figures staggered into its path only to be crushed beneath its tracked wheels, smashing them into bloodied and shattered bone. Without stopping or even slowing its pace, an ear-splitting thunderclap erupted from the tank's 120mm gun, shooting out a bolt of blinding light. Tommy turned towards the south just in time to see a sudden flash and a geyser of smoke and debris fly high into the air as a building imploded in on itself. The tank came to a sudden stop, rocking on its suspension while its gun remained perfectly level and still just meters away from where Al and the others were taking cover. The turret turned slightly, and then another deafening boom echoed out from its main armament. A second machine gun position disintegrated into a cloud of twisted metal and mangled human flesh as the high-explosive squash-head Hesh round obliterated the position and the building they had been positioned upon. The coaxial-mounted chain guns situated to the side of the main armament inside the turret began blazing away, covering Al and the others and giving them a chance to move towards the protection of the tank, jumping to his feet while the blur of guns and the boom of explosives rocked the atmosphere. Al grabbed hold of Tina and Tommy, hauling them up over the lip of the hole and towards the armored beast. Within just a few short seconds, they were scrambling up over the tracks and climbing onto the turret as bullets whacked against the impenetrable armored plates, pinging and clanging loudly as they ricocheted into the air. There was another whoosh and whoomph, and they were bathed in a blinding ball of light as the earth erupted beside the Challenger tank, the blast wave almost flinging them from the turret and showering them with dirt. The tank remained static and did not seem to notice the missile that fell just short of its flank. It stubbornly stood its ground and continued to hammer away at the enemy with its cannon and machine guns, while the remains of Al's patrol scurried up onto its long turret amongst a hail of bullets. The hatch was suddenly flung open, and the face of Greg, the tank's commander, appeared from the dark interior. Al wasted no time, and without giving the man the chance to get out of the way, he threw his body in through the hatch, colliding with Greg and tumbling into the gunner's position and bowling him over amongst the growls and curses of the tankers. Al turned and looked up to see Tina, quickly followed by Tommy, falling down towards him as the tank commander slammed the hatch shut. "Watch it!" Al shouted up to the tank crew, wanting to warn them of the enemy's anti-tank weaponry. "They've got mainland, we know," Greg shouted back from within the smoky haze that filled the interior. He pulled his face away from the targeting system and loosed off another shell through the main gun. "We've already lost Riley and his crew to them, and we took a hit in the arse." He looked down at Al and gave him a grin. "We couldn't leave you out here on your own, though, mate?" Al looked at Tommy and Tina as he lay gasping for breath with sweat pouring down over his grime-covered face. He nodded to them and then back up at Greg. He was only too aware that they had been just moments from death and that the tank and its crew had saved them. "We appreciate that, Greg." Al nodded back at him with gratitude and sadness in his eyes. "Sorry about Riley. He was a good bloke." "Not good enough, apparently," Greg replied and nodded solemnly. He fired the gun again, its report booming dully within the interior of the Challenger. "Have that, you cunt," he sneered, and then turned his attention to his driver. "Smudge, get us the fuck out of here and don't spare the horses this time. Their aim will get better at some point, and I don't fancy being around when it does." Smudge, the driver, threw the machine into gear and began to back away from the area, keeping their front and the thickest part of the tank's armor pointed towards the enemy positions. Greg continued to send Hesh rounds into their ranks, hoping to take out as many of them as possible before their anti-tank units corrected their aim. Smudge slammed on the brakes, causing everyone inside to lurch forward, and a number of yelps erupted from Tommy as his shoulder was bashed about against the numerous surfaces as the driver swung the 70-ton vehicle around by driving the tracks in opposite directions to one another. Greg fired one last round. This time the loader had slammed a white phosphorus round into the chamber to provide them a smokescreen to withdraw behind. As the pale gray clouds billowed up and obscured the enemy's view, Smudge sent the tank racing back towards their base. Peter was sitting in the corner, cast in shadow and chewing a dry biscuit that had reached far beyond its recommended consumption date. The room was cold, with the only light and heat source being provided by the old kerosene lamp they had found in the basement. He sat with his back against the wall and one of the dust-covered blankets he had found in a closet draped over his shoulders. Apart from the half-pack of biscuits and a few tins of corned beef and mixed vegetables they had discovered in one of the kitchen cupboards, the house was devoid of anything else that could have been of use to them. He stared at the lamp in silence, slowly and thoughtlessly chewing the tasteless morsels. His mind was vacant, and his eyes stared unseeingly at the bright glow of the light. For days they had sat in the darkened house, hardly speaking a word to one another. They barely moved. The only activity they carried out were essential bodily functions. The foul stink of their urine and faces drifted in through the open door from the next room. Using the toilet was pointless, and attempting to go outside was a virtual death sentence. Instead, they had resorted to relieving themselves in the second bedroom. Michael sat close to the center of the room, trying to gain as much warmth from the inadequate lamp as he could. He rubbed his hands together and then held them in front of the glass, trying to ease the cold that was taking root in his fingertips. He was afraid to even look at his brother. He knew that Peter was still angry with him, but he wondered for just how much longer he would stay that way. He pulled the collar of his jacket up higher, enveloping his lower face and ears. He sniffed, snorting back the mucus that threatened to run out from his nose and onto his upper lip. He did not dare move his head to look at Peter, but he stole a glance to his right from the corner of his eye. The dark shape of his brother remained there, seated beneath the window in the same place he had been for what seemed like an eternity. Michael hunched his shoulders and wrapped his coat across his body, holding himself in a hug with his arms across his chest. He slowly lowered himself down to his left and lay against the hard, cold floor in a fetal position. Within minutes, despite the discomfort, he was snoring gently. Peter looked away from the lamp and fixed his attention on his brother. He swallowed the last of his biscuit and then drew his legs up close to his body, wrapping his arms around his knees as he continued to watch the sleeping boy in front of him. He never understood how Michael could sleep so easily. It had been weeks since he himself had been able to close his eyes for longer than just a few minutes. He always awoke with a start, be it from a fleeting dream or an actual noise or movement close by. He was beyond feeling exhausted. He was finding it hard to function, and his mind was very close to collapse. How he had managed for this long, he had no idea. Since leaving the Isle of Wight, he had needed to remain on the highest state of alertness, looking out for the both of them. Michael, however, continued to bounce through the world like a balloon without a string, oblivious to the dangers and the consequences of his actions. In London, they had barely escaped with their lives. As the group of battered soldiers ran for the river, Peter and his brother had found themselves separated and cut off. The infected had swarmed in all around them, closing in from all sides, and it was sheer luck that they had stumbled upon a place where they could hide and escape. None of the fleeing soldiers had noticed it, and it was only when Michael fell into it that Peter identified the place as a potential escape route. While the gunfire of the surviving soldiers echoed from down at the quayside, Peter dragged Michael in the opposite direction. Hundreds of the dead were spilling in through the gates of the dockyard, and heading back into the city was impossible. Their only option was the water, and he highly doubted that either of them would get far in an attempt to swim the Thames River. Still, they needed to try, and with no other choice, they headed for the water's edge out of sheer desperation. Peter was down to the last few rounds in his rifle. Michael had long since lost his, and for a fleeting moment Peter considered turning the weapon on himself and his brother, but his survival instincts had gotten the better of him. While there was still a glimmer of hope at escaping the ravenous horde closing in all around them, he would cling to it and do what he could until there was no other choice. It was at that point that Michael had inadvertently discovered their escape route. Before reaching the water's edge, they needed to pass through a small cordoned-off area covered with a blue tarpaulin and surrounded with black and yellow tape that warned of danger and the need for safety equipment beyond that particular point. Michael had wasted no time in charging through the tape barrier and rushed headlong through one of the flaps in the tarpaulin and disappeared from sight. An echoing scream, followed by a wet splat, rang out from the other side. And Peter rushed through, weapon at the ready, and expecting to find his brother grappling with one of the infected. What he saw was a 3-meter-deep, concrete-lined hole in the ground, and Michael at the bottom, flailing in the thick, gloopy clay. Peter did not bother to waste any time wondering what the hole was for, but he recognized the 2 tunnels leading off from the central pit. They were maintenance conduits large enough for a man to walk through. He clambered down the rusting ladder as the first of the corpses pushed through the thick plastic sheets surrounding the site. It looked frustrated and confused, slapping its palms against the flapping tarpaulin and the string of safety barrier tape that had become wrapped around its body. It looked down and saw Peter as he was halfway down the ladder. Without hesitation, it flung itself into the pit, landing with a heavy splash in the wet clay beside Michael and becoming stuck with its hands and legs submerged in the thick substance. It growled and thrashed, snapping its teeth at the terrified man sitting beside it and caked from head to foot in the gray mud. More of the dead were on their way, and Peter had to drag Michael to his feet and make a quick decision to which tunnel he thought they should use. After 5 days of sneaking through the streets and hugging the south bank of the river, they had finally made it out of London. Most of the infected had headed to the south of the city, converging on the soldiers that fought a losing battle against an enemy that refused to yield. As a result, the area by the river was mostly deserted, allowing Peter and Michael to make their way eastwards and eventually crossing the river on a rowing boat they had found tied up at the water's edge. They snaked their way north through the suburbs, creeping through buildings and hugging the shadows, before eventually hitting the lush, green, and wide-open rural areas around Watford. By then, Peter had lost his rifle, having run out of ammunition during their escape, firing the last of his bullets at corpses that were too close to avoid. He had kept hold of it in the hope of finding more rounds. Unfortunately, the weapon had been dropped when a crowd of rotting cadavers ambushed them, howling with excitement and snapping their teeth as they lunged towards the 2 living human beings, sprinting for their lives. The rifle slipped from Peter's grasp and was left behind, leaving them completely unarmed. It did not matter, Peter reasoned to himself afterwards. He doubted that they would have found more ammunition, and even if they had, the noise that the rifle made attracted the dead from miles around. However, while feeling a moment of shame for having lost his weapon, he realized that the small amount of training he had received on the island had indeed made an impact upon him. The corporals, spitting venom and referring to them with names and insults that he had never heard used against human beings before, had hounded them with military rhetoric and doctrine. They never failed to point out the importance of looking after their rifles, keeping them close and ready at all times. He could still hear the snarling voice of the short, angry man who had tortured his platoon for 2 weeks. The aggressive and foul-tempered corporal had howled down at Peter as he was forced to crawl through a pit of cold, stinking mud, holding his weapon so that it remained clean and free of the muck. "It is an extension of your worthless body, you fucking creature. It's worth more than you are, and you will look after it as though it's the finest pair of tits on the planet. Do you understand me, you horrible cunting wretch?" Now, the rifle was gone, and more than likely, so was the corporal, having been swallowed up in the meat grinder that London had become. Just like the rest of his platoon, their sadistic instructors, along with their weaponry, had been lost in the battle against the dead. It was very likely that Peter and Michael were the only surviving members of their militia battalion. After their escape, their goal had been to reach a village just to the south of Norwich, but getting there on foot would take days, or so they thought it was where their home was, and they hoped to find their parents there, safe and waiting for them. Michael had suggested using a car, completely ignorant of the complications involved with that option. Getting one to start in the first place after sitting idle for so long would be a struggle. Then negotiating the blocked roads crammed with stalled vehicles and walking dead would be virtually impossible. Peter decided that they would stick to the lanes and the countryside where the population had been much less dense, moving on foot and remaining undetected. On the outskirts of a small village named Broxted, just to the north of London, they had stumbled upon a pub called the Prince of Wales. There they had come face to face with a group of soldiers. At first, Peter had believed that they were going to kill him and his brother, but soon realized that the men were just being cautious, making sure that there was no threat to themselves, and after a number of hours, he began to understand why that band of frightening-looking troops had initially seemed so hostile and menacing towards them. During the conversations that followed, Peter explained to them about what had happened in London and how the counteroffensive had failed, and the men in turn told him their story of how they had ended up there. The soldiers, or rather mercenaries, as Peter later found out, were led by a man named Marcus. They had been trapped in Baghdad, Iraq, having been abandoned and left there by the American military, the same Americans that had hired them in the first place. With no other way of getting out, they had fought their way north through the country, across Turkey, and into Europe. They had crossed the Channel the week before from Calais and were headed for somewhere in the northwest of England where they hoped to link up with their families. They had lost a number of their friends during their months of battling their way across 2 continents and still had a long way to go. The strain of their journey and loss showed on the faces of the men. They looked both ferocious and saddened by what they had experienced. Peter watched them in awe. The way they talked and held themselves was frightening to him, but at the same time impressive. Only men of their skill and experience could have made it that far, and he hoped that they would make it the rest of the way. They had offered to take the 2 brothers with them, but Peter had declined, wanting to reach their home and hopefully find their own family. The soldiers, seeing that the 2 young men were unarmed and completely defenseless, had given Peter a pistol. It had just 1 fully loaded magazine and was all they could spare. But it was better than nothing, and Peter had felt extremely moved by the gesture. Marcus and his men had left the next morning, headed northwards, while Peter and Michael watched them from the windows of the pub. He hoped that they reached their goal. After going through so much and coming so far, it would be a tragedy for them to fail in their attempts to be reunited with their loved ones. It had taken Peter and Michael another 20 days before they were finally within reach of their hometown. During their long trek, they had been forced to make endless detours and spend long periods of time, sometimes days, hiding in ditches, ruins, and basements from the vast numbers of marauding dead that seemed to be gathering into herds within the rural areas. A walk that should have taken them only a few days took 3 weeks to complete. Finally arriving at their home, they had found no trace of their parents. The house was a wreck, and although they yearned to stay there and on familiar ground, Peter could see no way of making the place safe and secure. Their village had once been a picturesque and tranquil place, made up of narrow lanes and old cottages. Now, it appeared as though a hurricane had passed through it. Doors were caved inwards, and almost every window was smashed. Many of the houses had been burned, leaving nothing but scorched black bricks and the charred skeletons of their occupants. Cars and trucks had been hastily flung together as barricades at each end of the village in an attempt to block the roads, but they had been of no use. Judging by the level of destruction that Peter saw around him, the dead had flooded into the small hamlet from all directions and consumed anything living that they came across. Their home was dead. There was nothing left for them there. While Peter sat at the curbside trying to come up with a plan and think of what their next move should be, Michael had gone wandering through the street, rummaging amongst the litter and broken-down vehicles. He did not look for anything in particular. It was more to do with him searching for something of familiarity that could remind him of how the village had once looked. The streets, although he had spent many years there, were unrecognizable now. The shops, including the baker's where he had often bought cakes, and the post office where Mrs. Malone had worked since as far back as he could remember, were nothing but smashed and empty shells. Bones and tattered clothing, stained with blood, were everywhere he looked. Here and there he could see scorch marks from where the defenders had slung their Molotov cocktails in an attempt to hold back the hordes of dead. Some of the blackened patches of ground contained fragments of human remains that continued to twitch, causing Michael's head to spin with nausea. It was not the sight of the burned bodies that upset him, but the thought that any of them could easily be his parents. It was then that he saw it, sitting neatly at the side of the road, completely untouched and undisturbed by the horror that had befallen the village. It was as though it had been protected by some mysterious force, shielding it and keeping it safe from the carnage that had played out in the streets around it. The sun glinted from its metallic painted surfaces and the shining chrome of its frame. It was beautiful and without a doubt the prettiest thing that Michael had seen in a long time. Compared to its surroundings, it appeared totally out of place. The buildings lining the street were blackened ruins, yet the machine sitting beside the curb looked immaculate. He eyed it with suspicion for a moment, unsure whether or not his mind was playing a trick on him, and wondered if it really was there. He could almost hear it calling to him to come nearer and take a closer look, to touch it and feel that it was real. Michael stood and stared, licking his suddenly dry lips and rubbing his sweating hands against his filthy combat trousers. Nervously glancing to his left, he checked on his brother. Peter was still sitting with his arms folded and staring down at the ground, deep in thought. He had been that way for quite some time, and Michael had no idea how much longer his brother would remain that way while he worked out a plan. A slight feeling of urgency began to creep along his nervous system as he became fearful that Peter could climb to his feet at any moment and drag him away before he had the opportunity to stroke the beautiful machine. It will only take a minute, he thought to himself, and seized the opportunity to approach the motorbike and get a closer look. He had no idea what make or model it was, its engine size, or whether it was for racing or just cruising around on. All he knew was that it was pleasing to his eyes, and he wanted to be near it. As he drew closer, he began to smile. It was almost as if the bike was talking to him in a soothing voice. He felt calm and, to a degree, euphoric. His attention became completely focused upon the black paint of the fuel tank and the shining silver handlebars. Everything else around him seemed to fade into nothingness, and it became just Michael and the wonderful machine. A light covering of dust and soot had coated its various surfaces, but compared to everything else he had seen during their travels, the bike might as well have just been driven out of the showroom. Somehow it had escaped the fate that the rest of the village and its inhabitants had suffered. He reached out his hand and swiped his finger across the surface of the fuel tank. It left a streak in the fine dust that revealed a black shining finish. The smear loomed at him like a fissure carved into a rock and reaching down deep into the earth. Its blackness seemed to hold a depth that he could not comprehend, yet beauty seemed to ooze from it. His head was swimming with a sudden torrent of lust and admiration for the machine. He wanted to keep it and ride it through the narrow country lanes while feeling the wind blowing through his hair and the sun beaming down upon his face. The fact that he had no idea how to ride a motorcycle did not occur to him. All he knew was that he wanted it for himself. His mind had become consumed with the idea of owning the bike and calling it his. He looked back over to where Peter sat. His brother had still not moved from his spot at the side of the road. He apprehensively glanced along the street in both directions. It was empty, and nothing had changed during his moments of hypnosis brought on by the sight of the two-wheeled shining monster sitting quietly next to the curb. He needed to experience it more deeply, running his finger through the dust, touching the grips on the handlebars, and pulling the clutch lever were no longer enough to satisfy his lust. He needed to sit on it and feel it beneath him while twisting the throttle, and inside his desire-filled head, hear the roar of its engine and feel the vibrations as they rippled through the frame and up into his body. He had never experienced such want and need for an automobile before, except maybe that one time when his excitement had gotten the better of him on a building site, when he raced forward and climbed into the cabin of a digger that was in use. The operator could do nothing other than beat his fists against the drooling and squealing young man that was busy tugging and pushing at the various levers, sporting a black eye and a busted lip. Michael had been immediately sacked for the incident, but he had at least satisfied his urge. He could not waste another minute contemplating whether or not to straddle the bike. He knew he had to, so it was pointless to allow any further delay. He stepped across, raising his leg and carefully lowering it onto the other side of the machine while his backside sunk down onto the spongy seat. He felt the suspension bounce gently beneath his weight, while both his feet remained firmly planted against the tarmac. He could feel its strength and power as he took the whole weight of the machine. It was amazing. His body shivered with exhilaration, and soon he could feel something else beginning to happen. His trousers around his groin area had become suddenly tighter. He could feel a dull tingling sensation growing within his loins and something pressing against the inside of his left leg. He wanted to yell with joy and excitement, but he did not want to anger his brother. Instead, he contented himself with sitting there, sporting an insane grin that stretched from ear to ear in a throbbing erection. He pushed away from the curb with his left foot and took control of the heavy bike. Keeping both his feet firmly on the ground, he balanced the machine between his legs, feeling its might being transferred into his own body. The swelling between his legs increased, and for a fleeting moment he wondered whether it would continue to expand to the point where it tore through his trousers. He did not care. He would happily sit on the motorbike completely naked if he needed to. There was no sign of an ignition key, so he began pushing his thumbs against the various switches that were fitted into the hand grips. He pulled against the brake and clutch levers and pressed and flicked the choke button and signal switch, all the time quietly making a chugging noise that was barely audible outside of his own head and imagining himself cruising through the lanes and swaying with the bends and turns. Then he saw it. Below the choke was a button he had not noticed up until that moment. It was yellow and had a black symbol printed on it. It was clearly recognizable, and Michael instantly knew what that particular control was for. He licked his lips and glanced towards the unknowing Peter as his trembling thumb hovered over the raised button just millimeters away and fighting the urge to push it. It was as though there were two entities battling for control of his mind. One of them was screaming at him not to press the button, while the other, in a deep and droning voice that overpowered and drowned out the voice of reason, repeatedly commanded him to touch, touch. The blaring of the horn shattered the silence of the dead village. Birds instantly took to the skies from the rooftops and tree branches, startled and squawking their annoyance at the sudden noise that disturbed them from their comfortable perches. The shards of glass still clinging to the frames of the windows seemed to rattle as the high-pitched howl rebounded from one building to the next, traveling along the street and destroying the tranquility of the countryside for miles around. Peter jumped up from the curb and reached for his pistol, startled by the sudden change in the environment and utterly confused as to where the din was coming from. After spending so long traveling through the silent land, the screaming noise was painful against his throbbing eardrums. He turned in all directions, his mind buzzing with fear and the deafening crescendo that he could not pinpoint. His body contorted and his nerves seemed to stand out from his flesh, tingling in the cool air and causing a ripple of sudden terror to race along his spine and up into his brain like a sudden downpour of icy water. While the siren continued to blast away, Peter caught sight of his brother sitting across the bike, 50 meters away along the road. Michael's face, white and with expanding eyes, was a mixture of horror and panic as he shook at the handlebars of the machine, desperately trying to stop the mind-shattering sound. "It won't stop, Pete," he cried above the din. "It won't stop." Peter raced towards him, distantly aware of other movement within the street around them. He reached the bike, pushed Michael to the side, and began frantically pushing his finger against the horn switch. It was no use. The button was stuck and would not cut the sound of the horn until the last dregs of the battery power had been exhausted. "You fucking moron," Peter screamed at his brother while he continued to vainly and violently push his finger against the switch. "Why did you do this? Why, Mikey? You fucking killed us, you stupid bastard." Michael, shaking his head and blubbering incoherently, jumped from the seat of the bike. He saw the figures that were emerging from the doorways of the destroyed houses and shops. He saw more of them appearing at either end of the street, and every one of them was staring at the spot where he and his brother were standing. The horn continued to shriek, but already the questioning moans and agitated wails of the dead could be heard above the mechanical howl. There were hundreds of dark and twisted figures converging towards the epicenter of the disturbance. He stared back at them in horror, seeing their gnarled fingers clutching at the air, and their gaping mouths with bloated black tongues and jagged teeth opening and closing with yearning. As the tears streamed down his cheeks and his knees shook uncontrollably with fear, Michael turned and fled, leaving his brother still hopelessly fighting with the control switches of the motorbike. Peter saw his brother take off, and for a fraction of a second considered leaving him and heading in the opposite direction. The same direction he would personally have chosen to run in the first place. Michael, on the other hand, was moving deeper into the village while screaming and flailing his arms in sheer panic. He clearly had no idea of where he was going and what he would do when he got there. On either side of the street, Peter saw the mottled flesh and milky eyes of the dead as they emerged from the buildings and turned towards the living man racing along the road in blind terror. They stumbled out from the gardens and alleyways and followed in Michael's wake, staggering and moaning as they advanced. "For fuck's sake," Peter growled, knowing that he could not abandon his brother and that he had no choice but to go after him. He stepped back from the motorcycle and gave it a hefty kick. The bike fell onto its side with a loud crunch, and the horn instantly cut out. However, the damage had already been done, and every infected corpse in the area had been alerted to their presence. He turned and took off after Michael, clutching his pistol in his hand as he began to weave in and out of the bodies that had made it onto the road. He sidestepped around some and barged through others, sending them reeling across the street and colliding with other stumbling corpses. "Mikey, stop!" he shouted after his brother as the terrified boy continued to charge blindly through the village street. "You're going the wrong fucking way. Stop. For fuck's sake, stop." It was no use. Michael was charging headlong, and nothing was going to bring him to a halt. Not even the infected that managed to wander into his path had a chance at slowing him down as he unseeingly hurtled through them at top speed. Peter was running flat out. He could see that the mass of bodies ahead of them was growing denser, and regardless of his strength, Michael would not be able to stampede his way through them. With his feet hammering at the tarmac and his thighs burning, Peter managed to catch up with Michael further along the street, grabbing him by his collar and dragging him to the floor. Up ahead of them, their path was completely blocked. A large throng of mottled grays, blues, and greens staggered towards them with outstretched arms and snapping jaws. There was no way of them getting through. There were just too many of them. Peter hauled his brother up and turned in the opposite direction, but more of the infected were coming towards them from the other end of the road. They were hemmed in with nowhere else to go. In Peter's grip, Michael had become little more than baggage. He was crying uncontrollably and incapable of helping himself. His legs had ceased to function, and his entire body was seized with overwhelming terror. It was down to Peter to find a way out of the mess they were in, but he could see no way through. As the crowds closed in towards them and their moans grew in volume, he concluded that he had no other choice but to head into one of the houses that flanked the street that they were standing in. Twisting and turning, he quickly scanned the doors on either side of them, conducting his own estimate of which was the safest and least touched by the ravages of the dead plague. His mind was spinning, and his thoughts and fears were assaulting him all at once, making him hesitate and unable to think clearly. Finally, after what seemed like a lifetime as the ring of walking death slowly closed in around them, he saw what he was looking for. There, just 20 meters away, was a weathered and flaking blue door with a stained glass half-circle window fitted into the top of it. It looked undamaged, and the windows on the ground floor, although their frames were clearly rotted, were high up from street level and hard to reach. Peter recognized the house. It had once belonged to Mr. Carpenter, the village grump. The people of the community tended to avoid him in the same way they would with the door-to-door sales reps who sailed into town from time to time. He remembered the haggard and frail Mr. Carpenter well, and while most people hated him, Peter had always felt a degree of sorrow for the lonely old man, despite the amount of times he had lost a football to Mr. Carpenter when they landed in his garden and never to be seen again. Peter always refrained from hurling abuse and taunts at the man like all the other children did. Mr. Carpenter had died 2 years earlier, and after some searching by local authorities, long-lost family members began to crawl out from the woodwork. His son, whom had not seen his father for over 25 years, suddenly made an appearance and claimed the house and possessions for his own. The for sale sign that had soon after been erected still stood at the end of the garden, askew and looking faded through time. "There," Peter cried, and shoved his brother ahead of him, aiming for the blue door of Mr. Carpenter's house. "Go, Mike, run." The blast of Peter's gun caused Michael's knees to buckle and his body to drop as he raised his hands to his ears, to their right. A corpse hit the pavement with a heavy thud and a gaping hole in its skull. Peter threw a kick at Michael, catching him squarely in the buttocks and causing him to howl. "Keep fucking going. Don't you dare stop," he snarled as he fired at another one of the infected that was close by. The round missed its target and smashed through the throat of the corpse, tearing out a large portion of decayed tissue and muscle. Its head slumped to the side, but the body continued its relentless advance towards them. Again, the crack of the gun caused Michael to flinch, but this time he kept his feet moving across the ground, while his brother kept a tight grip upon his collar, driving him forward. With another well-aimed kick, Peter corrected the direction in which his brother was headed. Michael howled again, but complied with the painful steering method which Peter was using. Blue door. Peter screamed from behind over the raucous din of the infected and kicking him again. Another blast from the gun echoed loudly through the street and spelled the end of another of the infected. Head for the blue door. They reached the gate that was set into the old stone wall and led onto the path leading down to the door of the house. Peter had no idea whether or not the door was locked or just held closed by the flimsy catch. He fired another shot and then tightly gripped Michael's collar in his screwed fist. With all the energy he could muster, he pushed his brother and charged along the path, aiming Michael for the door. The slight decline of the front garden helped increase the momentum of the two brothers as they raced towards the house. "Head down, Mikey," Peter shouted, intending to use his brother as a battering ram and smash their way in through the door if necessary. Michael saw the thick blue barrier racing towards him, growing larger as his brother continued to push him forward without even marginally reducing their speed. He squealed and raised his arms to protect his head. He tried to twist away from the collision, but Peter's grip was too strong and it was inevitable that he was going to hit at a breakneck pace. With a mighty crash, Michael's body slammed into the door. It was instantly flung open and smashed against the wall of the hallway with an echoing jolt, causing it to shudder and rebound back towards the doorframe. Michael spilled in over the threshold, screaming with pain and sent into a spin from the impact. He crumpled to the floor as Peter, still firing his gun and being carried forward by the momentum, vaulted over his pain-racked body. Peter landed on the bare concrete of the hall floor and came to a skidding halt. Immediately he twisted his body and lunged back towards the front door as the first of the infected entered into the garden and lumbered towards the house. He slammed the door shut again, but it would not remain closed. The lock was too damaged, knocked askew and pushed away from the splintered wood of the doorframe. Again Peter slammed the door until it sat flush with the rest of the architrave. Reaching down, he threw the lower bolt across and then turned his attention to the one at the top of the door. Within seconds, the first of the dead arrived on the other side of their barricade. A body crashed against it and began to beat its fists, howling with frustration as its way inside was suddenly thwarted. More of the infected began to hammer away at the doorway, causing it to shake and groan beneath the assault. Peter stepped back, watching the door for a moment and judging whether or not it was capable of holding back the dead until he found another way out. He leaned down and scooped up Michael from the floor. Blood was seeping from a gash in the side of his brother's head, but other than that, he could see no debilitating injuries on the boy. Without a word, he dragged him through another doorway and into the kitchen. The room was dark, and the window above the old rickety sink was so encrusted with filth that it was impossible for him to see out. He looked towards the door that led out into the garden. He could see the bolts in place and decided against opening it until he was sure of what was on the other side. He let go of Michael and left him to fall to the floor again. He passed through another door to his left and into what would have once been the rear sitting room. Like the kitchen, it was dark inside and smelled musty and dank. The window looking out over the rear of the house was just as grime-covered as the one in the kitchen, but much more accessible. He wiped his hand across the glass, smearing the condensation with the dust and creating large, murky swirls. He pulled the cuff of his jacket over his palm and began vigorously rubbing at the window, steadily transforming a small patch of the glass from impenetrable brown to a semi-opaque beige, and eventually to a murky transparent. He pressed his face close to the cold window pane and peered out into the overgrown tangles of weeds and unkempt trees that made up Mr. Carpenter's garden. Peter's hopes were immediately dashed. Just as he had feared, Michael had done an outstanding job of informing every ghoul in the immediate vicinity of their whereabouts. Through the dirty glass, he could see shadowy figures climbing and fighting their way through the branches of the trees and bushes that marked the perimeter of the property. The fence, having long ago been neglected and left to ruin, did nothing to stop the creatures from spilling into the rear of the house. Already there were dozens of them filling the small enclosure, and more of them were converging from the fields beyond the end of the garden. Shit, Peter gasped, his mouth falling open as he stared in horror. He turned and called into the next room as he pulled himself away from the window. "We're fucked, Mikey. You've really outdone yourself this time, brother." For over a week, the pair of them had remained trapped inside the house. The dead had refused to leave, keeping up their assault against the doors on the ground floor, while Peter and Michael retreated to the upstairs. For the first day, they had sat huddled in a darkened room, too, terrified to even speak as they waited to hear the sound of the doors caving in and the infected crashing through the house in their search for living flesh. However, the doors held and refused to allow the rotting corpses of the villagers inside. The measly few tins of food they had discovered in the kitchen did not last long, and they were soon out of water, having used up the stagnant and fetid dregs they found in the toilet bowl and the rust-colored puddle they salvaged from the boiler. They were cold, thirsty, and hungry. They had no way out of the house, and there was no one coming to rescue them. They were trapped, and after a week of them relentlessly pounding at the doors and walls, Peter doubted that the dead would ever leave. As the days passed, both of them became more withdrawn. Michael attempted to speak to Peter on many occasions, but his brother rarely said anything in return. Instead, he just sat glaring at him with anger burning in his eyes. Michael was scared, but he was not sure of who to fear the most. The corpses outside or his brother, at least for the moment. The monsters in the garden could not hurt him, but Peter surely could if he wished. While Michael lay huddled on the bare floorboards, Peter stared into thin air. He was exhausted, but unable to sleep. He was scared, but unable to do anything about their predicament. They were trapped, and no matter how hard he thought, he could see no way out. Now, as he sat hunched beneath the windowsill and staring at the lamp, he accepted that death would eventually come for them. "Do you think they made it?" Michael's voice drifted across to him, abruptly snatching him from his thoughts. Peter's eyes suddenly focused, and he realized then that the kerosene lamp had died, having used up the last of their fuel and casting the room into complete darkness. Peter had been staring at the bright glow of the lamp for hours and had not noticed the light fading as the blackness slowly crept in from the shadowy corners of the room. "Do I think who made what?" He replied with disinterest and a hint of irritation as he adjusted his position on the floor, feeling that his buttocks had grown numb. "Those soldiers we met in the pub, remember?" Michael replied from somewhere within the gloom. "What was his name?" Marcus, that was it. Do you think him and his mates managed to get home again?" Peter shrugged, knowing that Michael could not see him. He had not thought about Marcus and his men for quite some time, but now he found himself wondering whether they had actually made it after their long fight from halfway across the planet. A flood of possibilities that quickly turned to fantasy began to swamp his thoughts. He began to wish that he had taken them up on their offer of going with them. He now realized with hindsight that they would have stood a far better chance at survival if he had accepted their invitation to join their group. He imagined himself safe, having made it to their final destination with Marcus and his small but tough band of soldiers. He could virtually see the warm bed and steaming food that he would have been indulging himself with daily if only he had gone with them. Smiling faces, safe from the monsters that roamed the outside world, flitted across his mind's eye, and for a short moment he began to feel warm and relaxed, happy in his new home with Marcus and his kin. A smile of false contentment tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Do you think they made it, then?" Michael's annoying and urgent questioning snapped Peter back to reality, where he landed with a bump. His fantasy was quashed in an instant, and he returned to the real world and the hell in which they were trapped. "I don't know," he mumbled quietly. "I doubt it." "I hope they did." "Get some sleep, Mikey." As the first rays of the morning sun began to penetrate the murky windows of the upstairs bedroom, Peter continued to stare at the dark and cold lamp in the center of the room and the bulky shape of his sleeping brother beside it. He was hungry and thirsty, but they were completely out of food and water. He dreaded the idea of a slow death through dehydration. He did not want to die, but he also did not want to suffer while clinging to life when there was no hope of survival. The house continued to echo with the dull thuds as the dead kept up their unrelenting beat. Their haunting moans and aggressive snorts drifted up along the staircase and into the room where Peter and Michael took refuge. Peter had become strangely used to the noise now, no longer flinching with each and every bang or groan. However, he knew that would all soon change once the doors finally collapsed, and the terror would quickly return to him. "Just fucking get on with it," he grunted. For a brief moment, he considered going down to the hallway and screaming at the infected through the letterbox, telling them that they should leave. He sniggered to himself at the ridiculous idea. Absent-mindedly, he pulled the pistol from inside his jacket. In the dim orange light of morning, he removed the magazine. It was empty, with just one round remaining in the chamber of the gun. He did not even have enough ammunition to deal with them both when the time came. He could keep the bullet for himself, but he knew that he would never do that. He began to envision all kinds of ways to use the one round. The thought of them sitting side by side, their heads pressed together, and hoping that the bullet had enough power to penetrate from one skull to the next, made him want to laugh. He smiled sadly and shook his head as he slipped the magazine back into the grip of the pistol. "If only we'd gone with them," he whispered. 7. Ineffective, demoralized, decimated. They were just a few of the words that were being used to describe the state of the remaining armed forces. After the disastrous attack on the city of London, the offensive capability of Britain's military in the south had ceased to exist. Ammunition was drastically low, but the morale and fighting spirit of the surviving soldiers was lower still. They had gone to the mainland with confidence, sure that they could reclaim their country from the dead plague, only to be beaten back and slaughtered in the mayhem that followed. The High Command soon began to realize that they had once again greatly underestimated the enemy. Junior officers and militia commanders, even armchair generals, could see that the army commanders had overreached in their strategic goals and failed to take into consideration that they were not fighting a conventional foe. Many believed that the counteroffensive had been doomed from the very start and that the three-pronged attack should have been dismissed by the military planners and replaced with a single, broad-fronted offensive. Concerns had been voiced from early on, and recommendations for an assault from the south coast, with objectives that could be taken and held easily and more securely, were ignored, and the more spectacular and inherently complex plan was put into motion. It was widely believed that politicians had been given too much influence in the strategic planning, and the result was an operation that consisted of too many working parts and a severe overstretching of resources. A high degree of pressure had been placed upon the commanders by men and women who had no experience in military matters, and eventually the senior command had relented. A number of high-ranking officers expressed that attacking London would be a mistake, but the government had insisted that the capital be retaken as a symbolic gesture to the remains of the civilian population and the military as a whole. Now, everyone involved could see that the operational goals had been unattainable. However, hindsight was always 20/20 vision. Thousands of men and women had been lost, and now many more were deserting and fleeing the island on a daily basis. The men and women returning from the mainland, having lost much of their equipment, including weapons and ammunition, were a mere shadow of the conquering troops they had set out to be. They were a broken army running headlong in retreat and fighting for their own survival. The intelligence, firepower, physical superiority, and technology of the living had not been enough to defeat the legions of infected that ravaged the land. The faint but hypnotic glimmer of hope that had once been the driving force behind many of the people to continue following their government, and for the soldiers to obey the orders of their commanders, was gone, replaced with overwhelming despair. The writing on the wall was plain for all to see. The armies of the dead had won, and there was no chance of returning to the offensive. The Royal Air Force was spent. Most of their ordnance had been used up with the initial bombing runs and later in their desperate attempts to shore up the various fronts and prevent a complete collapse. Their aircraft now sat idle on the deck of the HMS Illustrious and the hastily built airfield on the Isle of Wight. There was nothing for them to do now, and there was no ammunition to rearm them. Like much of the rest of the world and the inventions of mankind, the sophisticated and extremely expensive fighter jets and helicopters had become nothing more than relics of what once was. So much had been thrown into the assault on the mainland that now, in the aftermath of complete catastrophe, there was barely enough supplies left on the island to sustain what was left of the military and the civilians. Soon after the counteroffensive was called off, a number of attempts were made to recapture the airfield at Farnborough in order to salvage what they could in the way of fuel and supplies. But the raids ended in failure, with more lives lost and an irreplaceable expenditure of precious ammunition. The battered and fragmented British forces retreated to the island, and there they remained, reeling from shock and losing the confidence in their power and abilities that had once seen them conquer half of the globe. Shortly after the battles on the mainland, some militia commanders quickly realized that their own forces vastly outnumbered the regular units. Compared to the trained veterans, the civilian soldiers had suffered a much lower percentage of casualties. The bulk of the militia forces had never managed to get off the island and join in on the offensive before the retreat was ordered. This left a large number of militia troops that were still heavily armed and well supplied. As the severely weakened forces arrived back from the mainland, local commanders soon began to realize that they had a great advantage in the way of numbers and firepower. Many of the civilians and their commanders watched the tattered units as they arrived in disarray and instantly began to turn the tables around. The vast majority of the population were angry and wanted to see the people responsible for the failure held accountable. The dismissals of government leaders and army commanders were soon being demanded. Violence and small skirmishes between armed troops began to break out across the island. The short but bloody battles were mostly orchestrated by senior militia commanders in veiled attempts at testing the strength and capabilities of the remaining regular forces. The ensuing clashes saw a number of people killed as fighting erupted between the militia and government troops in the center of Newport. All the time, the fires of discontent were being fueled from behind the scenes by ambitious usurpers that wanted to snatch power for themselves. During the clashes, as the militia fought to seize control of the central powers of the island, revenge had become a strong motivator for many of the fighters. They wanted people to be held accountable for the failure of the offensive, to stand and be judged, and receive retribution for their incompetence. The politicians, accused of having the blood of thousands on their hands, closed ranks and refused to accept any blame for the disaster and attempted to point the finger at the army commanders. It was a move that angered the surviving military and militia all the more. It was nothing new for politicians to deny any wrongdoing and shirk responsibility, but now they no longer had the law and an entire country's political infrastructure to hide behind and support them. As the hostilities continued over ground that was frequently gained and lost, men and women who held offices in government and were accused of cowardice and negligence during the mainland, offensive began to disappear. In almost every case, they were found within a few days, hanging from the streetlights after being sentenced to death by kangaroo-style courts that usually amounted to little more than a lynch mob. Even the new prime minister and 4 of his closest staff members were caught in an ambush by a large militia force and summarily executed, their bullet-riddled bodies being left to rot at the roadside. Many people fled, fearing that they too would suffer the same fate regardless of what their roles had been during the failed assault on the mainland. Despite their lack of ammunition and manpower, the regular soldiers managed to hold on to the towns under their control and eventually beat the militia back, inflicting heavy losses. The civilian troops, lacking in training and strong leadership, withdrew towards the east of the island and centralized the bulk of their forces in the towns of Ryde and East Cowes. All the while, the HMS Illustrious, with what little assets and firepower she had remaining, kept an overwatch on the situation from the east coast, ready to halt any westward advance by the rebel forces. The Isle of Wight had very nearly been lost, and now there was a clear east and west divide with an undeclared demilitarized zone running from north to south through the center of the island. As the militia fell back, the dead that littered the streets began to walk again. For days, while the army and the militia continued to dig in and defend their territories, the reanimated corpses roamed the towns and outlying villages, adding countless innocent lives to their ranks. Entire communities were overrun and their populations swallowed up by the infected that relentlessly advanced through the chaos and confusion that reigned over the island. Eventually, an uneasy truce was agreed upon, and the 2 battling armies turned their attentions to dealing with the outbreaks in their respective sectors. Both sides realized that holding on to ground meant nothing if the infected were swarming through their towns. It took a long time before the built-up areas could be declared free of the infected and secure. However, with both sides needing to concentrate their manpower on strategic points within their respective sectors, vast areas behind their lines were neglected and left to their own devices. There were hundreds of the dead that had escaped the hunter-killer groups drifting through the countryside and creating their own little armies as they fell upon the defenseless civilians who were beyond the protection of the army and militia. In an effort to stem the spread and deal with the outbreaks in the rear, small patrols, consisting of barely trained men and women, were sent out to deal with the clusters of infected. But their numbers were never adequate to deal with the growing situation. Very often, large numbers of the dead remained roaming through the rural areas where the soldiers were reluctant to follow them. Most of the wandering, reanimated corpses were only dealt with when they appeared in and around the occupied towns and villages. An almost blasé attitude of out of sight and out of mind seemed to have arisen within the well-defended urban sectors, but the dead were never out of sight or mind for long. Many of the people from the unprotected farms and hamlets dotted across the island began to flock towards the larger towns in droves, leaving empty villages behind. Thousands of people were escaping from the island each week. Soldiers, civilians, and even many of the doctors and scientists were seeing the situation for what it was, and taking their chances on the mainland. Many of them gathered their families and what supplies and weapons they could and headed for the coast. Anything that could float was used to transport them across the narrow stretch of water that separated the Isle of Wight from southern England. The remains of the government and military did little to stop the exodus of the general population. The way that they looked at it was fewer mouths to feed and worry about. However, the deserting soldiers and doctors were viewed in a different light. They were vital to the continued survival of the island, and when caught trying to escape, examples were made. Corporal and capital punishment was introduced to deter further desertions. Some were beaten and then thrown into jail, while others faced much harsher and more permanent punishments. The firing squads and hangings did little to stop others from attempting escape, and the island's population continued to shrink at a steady rate. Even the boat patrols through the Solent were too few and ineffective. In the refugee camps situated towards the south of the island, chaos reigned. Their numbers were swollen beyond capacity, and due to the lack of manpower for the guard force and medical staff to keep an eye on the deteriorating health of the civilians, conditions for the people within the wire were worsening. Shortly after the failure of the offensive, the camp saw a large number of people becoming sick due to neglect and the filthy conditions. Many of the guard force had abandoned their posts, and the army did not have the numbers to sufficiently watch the expansive enclosures. Many of the sick and dying went unnoticed, and before long the dead were returning and spreading their virus through the trapped throngs of panicking refugees. The infection spread fast, and thousands died. Large groups of people rushed the fences and fled into the island, ignoring the machine gun fire that rained down upon them from the few soldiers that watched in horror from the towers. Some of the fleeing civilians joined the militia in the east, and others, wanting only to survive, headed into the vast rural areas in the hope of finding somewhere to hide or a way of escaping from the island. The flu that had wiped out much of humanity had found a new home within the camps, and rapidly grew, claiming more lives each day. Funeral pyres were common within the fences, as the refugees disposed of the dead themselves. The thick, black clouds of choking, noxious smoke carried the stench of burning bodies across the entire island. The towering flames could be seen for miles around as piles of human corpses were reduced to ash, while the refugees struggled to contain the outbreak. To add to their misery and desperation, an epidemic of cholera had also taken root, and the whole refugee compound was placed under strict quarantine. Some managed to sneak through the wire or bribe one of the few guards to look the other way. But many of those trying to break out were killed before they had made it to the fence. The guards that were still on duty no longer bothered to patrol the perimeter. Instead, they took up positions at a safe distance all around the compound where they could see the entire length of the coils of barbed wire. Anyone trying to climb or tunnel out was shot without warning. The alarms had become a natural, daily occurrence. Their high-pitched wails could be heard regularly, denoting an escape attempt or a breakout of infected within the fences. Most of the time, little was done from the outside to contain the spread, and it was left to the unarmed civilians living within the camp to deal with the dead as they tore through the tents. Control was beginning to slip from the fingers of the government personnel stationed on the islands inhabited by living humans. Many soldiers and civilians no longer felt obliged to hold their oaths and turned their attention to their own survival. Humanity was splintered, and civilization, which had once been the adhesive that held it all together, had long since crumbled and been destroyed. The cities on the mainland were completely overrun. For a while, small pockets of trapped soldiers in London continued to send radio messages, pleading for help and rescue. Some were saved, but many were not. All too often, the helicopters reached the beleaguered troops too late, finding nothing but carnage and reanimated corpses wearing army uniforms. Like much of the rest of the world, the United Kingdom had become a graveyard. Satellite feeds showed aerial video footage of the entire globe. Just as with places such as London, Liverpool, and Edinburgh, many other iconic cities across the planet had died. Now, in the aftermath of the catastrophe, all hopes of making the mainland safe for the remains of the human race were abandoned and replaced with the survival needs of the individual. The cohesiveness of the southern forces and their supporting militia was gone. Order was breaking down rapidly, and the government's grip on authority was diminishing daily. After weeks of upheaval and unrest, an uneasy calm had settled over the island, and for now the peace seemed to be holding. However, nobody felt safe anymore. With the Civil War ongoing, the attention of the survivors was focused on the East-West divide, leaving many of the areas behind the lines neglected. It was in these small villages and rural lands that the plague was taking hold and steadily growing. The dead had won the war, and now all that mattered was survival 8. Samantha sat staring at the screen in front of her, scrutinizing every detail and then scrutinizing it again. She wanted to be sure that she did not miss a thing. Her eyes had begun to sting with the strain, and her head was starting to throb. Regardless, she refused to give up. She would have preferred to take a more physical and active role in the search, but staring at computer screens was all she could do for the time being. Leaning back into her chair and turning her face towards the ceiling, she blew out a long, frustration-filled sigh. She screwed her eyes shut for a moment, seeing mottled shades of all colors drifting across the insides of her eyelids. She opened them again and began a series of rapid blinks, trying hard to prevent her eyes from seizing up on her. Usually, she would be flitting from one continent to the next, zooming in on the countries and their urban areas, searching for anything that showed signs of life. It had become a morbid infatuation of hers. She knew that it was a waste of time and that she could do nothing even if she did see anything that indicated a community of survivors. But it was a part of her daily routine now. Each day, she would spend a number of hours watching the Earth from the satellites in orbit, scouring its surface for the living, and studying the level of devastation that had been inflicted upon the planet by the reanimate plague. The majority of the time, all she saw were black swarms of the infected flooding through the streets of various countries, and across the lands, she saw only death and destruction upon the monitors. Earth had become a dead planet, and anyone still alive had long since learned what it took to survive and remained in hiding. Moscow, Kiev, Paris, and Berlin had all gone dark. They had been the last major cities in Europe to hold out, but they were now dead and overrun. The radio messages from those places had been a cacophony of terror that assaulted the nerves and emotions of anyone that was listening. The frantic screams and desperate pleas from the people within those particular cities echoed across the airwaves like agonized, gasping rattles of civilization as it lay convulsing in its death throes. Their defenses had eventually collapsed and the infected had swept through, devouring the living, and then filling the streets with the sounds of their shuffling feet and poignant moans. The dead always seemed to be drawn to the urban areas, like a moth to a flame. They congregated in huge, dense clusters, packing their bodies into the roads and streaming through the buildings. Anyone that was still alive after all this time had long ago learned to stay away from the graveyard cities of man. The same metropolises that had once symbolized humanity's evolutionary advancements and sophistication. Just 2 weeks earlier, Samantha and Jerry had watched Paris fall on a live feed. They had stood witness, open-mouthed and gasping with horror, unable to do anything to help the poor defenders as they were dragged to the ground and set upon by the ravenous ghouls that had once been their friends, family, and country folk. The City of Light had quickly been extinguished. Droves of reanimated bodies, their arms grasping and their teeth gnashing, poured into the city as the troops and civilians retreated. From the moment that the first barricades imploded against the immense pressure, it was just a matter of hours before the ancient and proud French capital was overrun. Unable to tear their eyes away from the screens, they looked on at the French army's inability to stem the tide of rotting flesh that smashed through their blockades and surged into the city. Just as had happened in all the cities and towns of Great Britain, the infected swallowed up the last bastion of civilization in Europe and turned it into a wasteland, flowing with rivers of blood and crawling with the rotting tissue of their victims. The United States had suffered a very similar fate. Although they had fought valiantly to stop the infection within their borders, taking extreme measures to ensure the survival of their nation, they had been unable to prevent the inevitable collapse of the human race in the West. At one point, early on in the outbreak, it had looked possible that North America may actually succeed in eradicating the infection from their lands, but eventually they had succumbed to the unrelenting legions of rotting cadavers. City after city fell silent. The president had been reported as missing and presumed dead along with much of his staff. The military high command, reeling from the pressure, had lost touch with many of its forces as they were either wiped out or simply disappeared from the face of the earth. The civil authorities, pushed beyond breaking point and unable to cope with the numbers of dead and living that flocked into the cities, were quickly becoming overwhelmed with the deteriorating situation, and they soon crumbled as central command and control was lost. Once the perimeter of a built-up area was breached, it did not take long for the infected to spread through the city and claim it for themselves. Along the eastern seaboard of America, the remains of the U.S. military acted with even more extreme measures. New York, Philadelphia, and Washington were destroyed by massive nuclear strikes in a desperate effort to decimate the infected in those areas. The blasts killed hundreds of thousands of the reanimates, vaporizing and incinerating them in the nuclear fire. However, the radioactive fallout that quickly spread over a vast area of the East Coast, aided by high winds, helped to replenish their ranks and left the northeast of the United States as a barren wasteland where very little could survive. The satellite imagery showed nothing but giant, gaping black holes where those iconic cities had once stood. Eventually, even the United States, the most powerful country on the planet, fell into darkness as the battle was clearly lost. Like the rest of the world, the survival of the nation had become secondary to the survival of the individual. Nobody cared about the long term anymore. With the decaying hordes hammering away at their doors and windows, people lived in the now and thought only about how to make it through the day. The conversations between the British, U.S., and other European governments, military, and scientists eventually ceased. Undoubtedly, there were still many millions of survivors, but the living were now vastly outnumbered by the dead, and the human race had become an endangered species. The planet was overrun by an ocean of putrid flesh, while the remnants of mankind remained clinging to tiny rafts of life by their fingertips, steadily losing its grip and on the verge of drowning in a sea of blood. Now Samantha was scouring the images she saw in front of her. The screen was showing the city of London in fine detail. Melanie, her friend, had been reported missing during a search and rescue operation over 10 hours ago. It was to be the last scheduled flight to look for survivors from the doomed offensive, and then the search was to be called off. Melanie had known this and insisted that she and her co-pilot would go up one last time, refusing to abandon hope and doing what she could in the rescue effort. The last that had been heard from them was a garbled message that had come over the radios in the operations room. Through the static, the staff in the command center were informed that Melanie's aircraft was about to crash, but her voice had been cut off before she could relay their location. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack, but Samantha refused to give up hope of seeing some trace of the helicopter and its pilots on the satellite imagery. Wreckage, smoke, anything that would indicate a possible crash site. London was a mess. Its streets were littered with smashed vehicles, burnt-out buildings, and all sorts of debris. The bombing campaign during the assault had left the place looking like a battlefield from the First World War. Huge craters and destroyed buildings covered the surface, particularly within the southern sectors of the city. She scanned further north, but all that she could see were more buildings that had been gutted by fires, collapsed barricades, and overturned cars and trucks. Also clearly visible were the crowds of corpses that sauntered through the streets. The city was completely infested from the satellite. London had begun to look like a model that swarmed with tiny insects. There was no sign of a helicopter or even smoke or fire that would give her a possible indication of where Melanie and her co-pilot had crashed over the weeks. When looking for likely locations of survivors from the battle, Samantha had looked for static, dense crowds of the dead that may have been attracted by activity and noise caused by living human beings. Again, it was impossible to judge. The imagery was dark despite the sophisticated cameras and high-definition lenses fitted into the satellites, and there were far too many of the infected to be able to make a guess. "Anything?" a voice asked from behind her. Samantha turned around and saw Jerry standing in the doorway, silhouetted by the strip lights in the corridor. He stepped in over the threshold and held out a cup of coffee towards her. She gladly took the hot mug and removed the unlit cigarette she had been clutching between her lips. She shook her head before taking a sip. "Nothing," she replied, dejectedly. "There's no sign of a crash site. Anything come through over the radio?" "Sorry, Sam, not a peep," Jerry replied with a sigh. "Have they tried the emergency frequencies again?" "Yeah, we've tried. Nothing," he said with regret. "I've just come out of a meeting with Thompson, and we've lost all comms with Gibson and the rest of Group North. There's no radio traffic, no transponder signals, no visuals on the satellites, nothing. The Isle of Jura and Islay are empty. We can't see a single sign of any military units there." "We've known that for a while," Samantha replied with an air of impatience. Jerry was telling her nothing new and he was wasting her time, if he was just coming to interrupt her out of boredom. "We've heard nothing from them since the retreat from the mainland. Jerry, we attacked Portsmouth and London, and they attacked Glasgow and Edinburgh, and it's presumed they failed. Group West took Liverpool but pulled out a week ago and have since gone quiet as well. Are you going to tell me something that may enlighten me now?" He shook his head and then shrugged his shoulders. She could see that there was something causing a degree of confusion in him. "We can't be sure, but we suspect that there's something going on in the Irish Sea. We've been intercepting strange radio messages, but they're encrypted with a system that we've never seen before. Very sophisticated, and so far we're unable to decipher them or even recognize who is sending them. Why don't they send out some aircraft to have a look? A couple of typhoons over the area should be able to clear things up." They did 2 days ago. They never came back, Sam. I didn't know anything about it until the Prince of Darkness told me an hour ago." Shit, she huffed as she realized that Jerry's expression of confusion and concern was beginning to seem well-founded. We've searched high and low for them on the tapestries and satellite feeds, but there's no trace of them. There wasn't even a final message or distress call from the fast movers before they dropped off our radars. Furthermore, from what we can tell, the Irish Sea is empty, but the direction finders were adamant that the strange transmissions were coming from somewhere in that area. So, what do? Are they going to send any more aircraft to take a look? Samantha asked with a raised eyebrow. The question had two motives, and the expression on Jerry's face told her that he had recognized them instantly. She was thinking more about Melanie and attempting to find out whether or not a search would be conducted for her. He looked down, cleared his throat with a number of rumbling coughs, and then raised his head again. "What is it?" she asked, narrowing her eyes and clenching her jaw muscles. "Sam, you have to understand the head shed won't risk sending up any more aircraft during darkness. It'll be morning soon, and hopefully—" Jerry suddenly became silent and stood for a few moments, staring at the floor. He nervously shuffled his feet as though there was more to say, but he was unable to find the right words. He could feel Samantha staring back at him, but he refused to meet her gaze. Melanie had become a close friend of hers, and he felt uncomfortable having to be the one to inform her. He looked up, his face creased with an expression of unease and sympathy. He bit his lip and cleared his throat again. "We're short on fuel, ammunition, and aircraft. We have no idea what's happened to our two missing fighters in the Irish Sea. There's something going on there, and we don't know what. You have to understand that. The decision wasn't made easily, I assure you, and I did all I could to convince them to send out a search for Lieutenant Frakes." Samantha could feel her body becoming tense. Her brow dropped to the point that her eyes were barely visible within the slats that formed beneath her crumpled eyelids. Her stomach began to perform acrobatics as it nodded and twisted, and her blood boiled with anger. She knew exactly what Jerry was trying to tell her. She slammed her cup down onto the desk, sending up splashes of hot dark liquid that spattered against the computer screen and the stationery that was scattered over the table. She sprang from her chair and stomped past Jerry without saying a word and heading for the door. "Sam, stop," Jerry demanded as he turned to follow her. "I spent 2 hours pleading with them to give us just one Healy. They're adamant that they won't." Samantha stopped at the doorway and turned on him. Her face was cast in shadow, but Jerry could clearly see her glowering features in his mind. The room seemed to have become suddenly warm from the rage-filled heat emanating from her body. "You're telling me that they're just going to leave Melanie and Mike out there to rot? Is that what you're saying, Jerry? And that we should just sit back and accept it? We're short on everything here." Jerry spoke in a reasoning tone. "They can't risk losing another aircraft, scouring London for Melanie. We've had no comms with her, and there hasn't been a single ping from their aircraft's transponder. The way that they see it is, Melanie and Mike are either dead or they've made a run for it. You're not the only one who's spent hours searching through the satellite feeds. Sam, we've found absolutely no trace of them, and Command are more concerned about what's happening elsewhere right now." "They haven't run," she growled at him. She remained in the doorway and made no further attempt to leave. Jerry saw it as an indication that he was possibly getting through to her and preventing a major incident involving Samantha and the air operations staff. He imagined her resorting to pulling out her pistol and hijacking a helicopter if she felt that she needed to. With the way that things were going on the island, he could not see such an action ending with Samantha still breathing and walking around. "How do you know, Sam? You've seen for yourself how bad things are getting. People are running left, right, and center. Being a pilot would have given her much better odds at survival than those poor bastards trying to cross the English Channel on rafts made from old tires and plastic bottles." "I know she wasn't running because she was waiting for me," Samantha finally confessed as she stepped back into the room. "What do you mean?" Jerry asked. He knew exactly what she was saying, but he wanted to hear it spelled out for him so that he could be sure of no misinterpretation. She walked back fully into the room and sat herself down on the small couch beside the door. She sighed heavily and ran her fingers through her hair, sweeping it back from her face and then turning to look up at him as he stood waiting for her response. "It was my idea, and she was waiting for me to give her the green light. We hadn't decided how or when, but we had begun preparing for it. Our priority was to identify somewhere to run to. We didn't want to just take off and have nowhere to go." Jerry sat himself down into the chair in front of the desk that Samantha had been sitting in just a few moments before. He had never imagined that she, of all people, would be inclined to desert. He had thought about it himself, and he was sure that everyone on the island had done so at some point. But he felt shocked that Samantha would consider running. "Who?" he asked in a hushed voice. Who was going with you? Was it just you and Melanie, or were there others? Samantha shook her head and let out a low chuckle. She could see where Jerry's thinking was automatically leading him, although he wanted to know the details of how and when they were planning to escape. There was also the other question that he needed answering. It was a question brought on by his male instincts and was completely beyond his control. He had never known much about her private life or been aware of her relationships. She was an enigma to him, and he had even voiced that fact during conversations, masking his suspicions as a joke. Over the months, he had seen how close Samantha and Melanie had become, and he had begun to wonder. His mind had automatically spewed out the thought, and regardless of how briefly it had sounded inside his head, the question lingered. Samantha herself had helped to fuel Jerry's thought process by her own ambiguity. "We're not lesbians, Jerry," she announced, and shook her head again. "Did you think that Melanie and I were going to just fly off into the sunset and spend the rest of our days getting it on?" "Yes, we had others in mind, but I hadn't asked any of them as yet. Actually, you were going to be one of them." Jerry looked up at her, his momentary embarrassment quickly fading and being replaced with a strange sense of belonging mixed with one of apprehension. On one hand, he was touched by the fact that Samantha would have considered him as someone worth taking with her. However, on the other hand, the thought of them being discovered before they had made it off the island and subsequently swinging from the gallows as deserters terrified him. "How were you planning on doing it? A helicopter?" "I was thinking we could take one of the Chinooks, but that doesn't matter now, does it? Mel and Mike have been left to fucking rot in London." She rose to her feet again and turned towards the door. She stopped and turned to face Jerry. "As for what we've just spoken about, I'm pretty sure I don't need to tell you to keep your mouth shut, do I?" Jerry was quiet for a moment. He looked up at her, his mind a chaotic jumble of different thoughts and mixed emotions. "Of course, Sam. Who do you think I am?" he replied, feeling somewhat insulted that she had felt the need to even mention it. He watched her as he remained sitting in the chair. Again, he had visions of Samantha taking drastic action in order to help her friend. "Where are you going now? You're not going to do anything stupid, are you?" "I'm off to see the boys. I'll see what they have to say about this, so no, I'm not going to do anything stupid, but I can't promise you that they won't." Jerry watched her leave and the door closed behind her. He sat there for a few minutes, alone in the dark with the only light coming from the computer screen behind him. Samantha, rather than taking matters into her own hands alone, was headed for Stan and his men. He leaned back, looked up at the ceiling, and wiped the palm of his hand down over his face, as though attempting to remove the stress. Shit, 9 the seasons were clearly on the change. The wind that blew in from the increasingly choppy sea had turned more blustery and cold as the temperature dropped steadily, and the hours of darkness began to grow longer. Fires were needed at night to keep them warm, and as leaves fell from the trees, so too did the rain from the heavy clouds that were forming more frequently overhead. Soon the sky would be nothing more than a patchwork quilt of different shades of gray as autumn took hold and prepared the land for the coming winter. Fighting the plague and one another would not be the only concern for the island's survivors. They would also need to battle Mother Nature for their own survival. Food stocks were low, as was fuel, and keeping warm and fed during the harsh winter months would be no easy task, especially for the weak and ill-equipped. Once the spring arrived again, many people suspected that the Isle of Wight would be a mass grave to hundreds of thousands of people who were unable to win their fight against the elements, disease, and famine. With the failure of the offensive and the changing of the seasons, no one was left with any doubt that the world had become a much harder place to survive in. On the southern side of the island, 2 men sat watching over their chosen patch of ground beneath the gloomy skies. While the bottom of the shallow trench had already become a mass of churned, wet mud, Bobby sat on the lip of the ditch, avoiding the mire and doing his best to light the gas burner that he was huddled around. He was failing miserably as the unrelenting gusts of wind continued to extinguish his flame. He had even built up a feeble hearth made from rocks in an attempt to provide his small cooker with a degree of protection. But it was no use. The wind found its way in between the cracks and repeatedly proved his efforts as being ineffective. "For fuck's sake," he snarled with frustration. He shook the lighter in his hand and adjusted the dial, increasing the size of the flame and hopefully giving him enough to set the burner alight before the wind snatched the flame away. "I've used up half a can of gas trying to make a brew here. It's beginning to seriously piss me off." Richard, the civil engineer who since the failure of the operation on the mainland had made himself welcome amongst the group, was sitting on the opposite lip, staring back at Bobby. He held a bemused expression upon his face and continuously shook his head with disapproval. For quite some time he had watched his friend valiantly attempting to get the stove to light. For the entire time he had said nothing but looked on in awe at the soldier's dogged determination. Finally he pulled the cigarette from his mouth, threw back his head, and blew out a stream of gray smoke that was quickly swept away from him by the wind. "Sweet Jesus, I thought you lot were supposed to be super troopers and know how to survive in the most hostile environments. You can't even get a camping stove going on the Isle of Wight. Bob, Ray Myers would be turning in his grave or walking around in circles, wherever he is. Are you sure that you weren't just making all those war stories up, just to impress the chicks?" Bobby stopped for a brief moment and stared back at him before returning his attention to the infuriating task of trying to light the gas stove while the weather did everything it could to prevent him from achieving his aim. "Shut up, Dick," he grunted. "Ah, good comeback. It's true what they say about your wit and charm, isn't it? You've resorted to name-calling now. Very mature of you." Bobby was losing patience and looked up from his task as another gust of wind blew in and ruined his latest attempt. His face clearly showed his annoyance, and Richard decided that he would cease all attempts at their usual style of conversation that mainly consisted of them making fun at the expense of the other. The last thing he wanted to do was to get on the wrong side of Bobby, or any of the other soldiers for that matter. Although they had accepted him into their group, he was well aware that he was not one of them and that he never would be. They were a breed apart and a completely different species of animal to Richard and the remainder of humanity. He viewed them as being better described as human Alsatians, great to have around but not to be crossed and capable of creating an untold amount of carnage. He turned and looked out towards the center of the island while he continued to puff away at his cigarette. The rasping sound of the lighter wheel scraping against the small nugget of flint continued to come from the other side of the trench, accompanied with sighs and muttered curses. In the low ground, far off to their right, he could see the fence line of the refugee camp. In the open ground in between the camp and their own position close to the cliffs on the south of the island, a number of small, dark figures slowly made their way across the fields, appearing like little more than specks in the distance. Richard did not need to use binoculars to know what they were. The dead were roaming freely through the unoccupied regions of the island, and nobody seemed to really care all that much. "Looks like another mass funeral down there," he said, indicating the clouds of smoke rising up from within the camp. Bobby did not bother to look. He had seen it all too many times. "Maybe you should ask them to light the stove for you?" Richard laughed. He had tried to resist the temptation of making the joke, but it had been no use. He found the comment so amusing to himself he just had to share it with Bobby, even if it meant provoking him to the point that he lost his temper. Bobby remained silent, but shook his head, and Richard was sure that he could see a faint smile upon his face. "What are we going to do about that, then?" Richard asked, nodding to a patch of ground just a few meters away from their sentry position. Bobby looked up, his face twisted with anger, and his body language displaying a large degree of irritation. He looked across to where Richard indicated and shrugged his shoulders with disinterest. "I'm doing nothing until I've got a brew on the go. I've started, so I'll finish. That thing can wait for now, but you crack on with it if you like." Richard watched Bobby as he snarled and grunted, spitting insults and curses at the stove and the lighter, threatening to have them both executed by firing squad. He wondered how much longer it would be before the gas stove was launched from their hole and sent sailing through the air. During his time spent with the team, Richard had seen the same sort of fury-fueled reaction on a number of occasions. Just a few days before, he had witnessed Taff, while in an argument with Danny over whose turn it was to cook, sling one of his own boots out through the rear window of the house where it then disappeared over the cliff's edge. After a few minutes of grumbling, and with one bare foot, Taff finally conceded that he would have to go out after the boot. The angry Welshman spent the better part of the evening combing the beach and the cliffside until he finally located its resting place. Richard looked back at the tangles of wire out to the front of their trench. Their position was situated on the crest of a hill and to the side of the track that approached the old house where the team lived. Over a large area, the ground was laced with snaring obstacles, stubby thorn bushes, and low wire entanglements, all designed and deliberately placed to deny access and force anyone approaching into a bottleneck that was overlooked by defensive positions. From their vantage point, they could see for a vast distance across the island. They more or less had an arc of 360 degrees from that one position, and every approach towards the house from the north, east, and west could be covered with minimum manpower. The cliffs to the south that overlooked the English Channel provided their base with a natural obstacle that ensured they had a degree of rear protection. But just to be sure, The cliff top had also been secured with obstacles and coils of razor wire. The body of a woman, still writhing and growling, lay trapped by the barbed wire just a few meters away from where Richard and Bobby were sitting. It had been there since it first stumbled up from the low ground during the middle of the night. Initially, its clothing had become snagged and prevented it from continuing its senseless meanderings. While the two living men looked on with curiosity, it stood there, stupidly tugging at the snares until eventually it tripped and quickly became completely entangled within the strands. The more the woman's corpse struggled, the more the sharp barbs sliced through the decaying flesh of her arms and legs, lodging themselves deep within her soft tissue like fishhooks. As she lay there, pulling and kicking, they cut deeper and deeper, tearing out chunks of skin and muscle, almost severing limbs and slicing open her abdomen. Her putrid intestines, bloated and foul-smelling, had spilled out over the cold moss-covered ground around her. She lay squirming in her own filth, unmindful of the irreparable damage that she was inflicting upon her body. Richard's face twisted in disgust, and he turned his attention back to Bobby. The last thing he had wanted to do was to go and deal with the infected up close and personally since the outbreak had begun. He had only come face to face and at close range with the horrific-looking and smelling corpses on a few occasions. He considered himself lucky in that respect, and he had no intention of changing his habit of complete avoidance just yet. If he could help it, he would continue to keep a healthy distance from the grotesque and dangerous creatures. "I'll tell you what, Bobby," he began in a tone that suggested there was a deal in the making, culminating with an offer that Bobby could not refuse. "You go sort her out and I'll get the burner lit. How's that sound? You're trained for all that sort of thing? I'm not." Bobby looked at him, screwing his face up and then glancing across at the thrashing corpse. The woman's dim and flat eyes stared back at him from amongst the wire that had become wrapped around her head and pulled at the tearing flesh of her cheeks and forehead. The barbs had already virtually ripped away her nose and lips, and it would not be long before it removed the remains of her features completely. "Oh yeah, I forgot about that part of basic training, the part when they taught us how to kill people that were already dead but still walking around. If I remember correctly, we covered it between learning how to march and running around the assault course." "Actually, I think I got top marks on that one, sarcastic cunt," Richard snorted, and then quickly went back to his reasoning tone. "You know what I mean? You're just better prepared for it than I am. I'd probably make a right balls up of it and end up stuck in the wire, lying alongside of it. I'd probably get bitten and either end up as one of them, or you would have to do the honors. I don't think either of us want that, do we?" Bobby grunted at Richard's attempts at emotional blackmail. He shook his head and continued with his stubborn but futile endeavor of getting the stove to work. "I'll tell you what," Richard continued. "You go and take care of that pretty lady out there, and I promise you that by the time you get back here, the stove will be burning, and the water will be on the boil. How does that sound?" Bobby sat back and blew out a frustrated sigh. He was more capable of dealing with the reanimated corpse than Richard was, and the stove was proving to be a much harder task. He threw the lighter across to Richard and picked up his M4 rifle, instinctively checking the safety catch with his right thumb and without so much as a downward glance. He stood up and stomped his feet, shaking off the thick clumps of mud from his boots that he had picked up from the bottom of the shell scrape. "I've got an acre stuck to each foot here," he mumbled, before turning his attention towards the strands of wire. "Go easy on the sugar." The corpse was alone and virtually immobilized within the wire. But that did not make it any less of a threat. He had seen men make the mistake of presuming a reanimated corpse to be incapacitated when they were actually still capable of attack. Too many times he had witnessed people become infected through carelessness and overconfidence. Stupidity, more like, he thought. He looked around, checking that there was nothing else that could present a threat. The closest infected that he could see were hundreds of meters away in the low ground and had not noticed him up on the hill. "I'll be back in a minute," Bobby declared, as he drew the long knife from his belt. He began making his way through the coils of wire and towards the thrashing body. He moved nimbly, negotiating the ensnaring obstacles with ease and grace. He knew the ground and exactly where to step, and while his eyes remained focused upon the corpse, a subconscious part of his brain stayed fixed on the ground, instinctively guiding him through and carefully placing each foot. The woman stared back up at him, her teeth snapping together as she lay completely cocooned in the steel barbs and incapable of reaching him. Without any hesitation or thought, Bobby reached down and drove the blade of his knife through her left eye. It struck with a popping squelch, and the woman instantly became limp and lifeless. He withdrew the shaft and wiped the gore across the filthy blouse covering the body's upper torso. That sort of thing had become so routine to Bobby and the others that it was never given a second thought. It no longer occurred to them that the things they were killing had once been living, breathing people. They had become nothing more than dangerous, inhuman creatures that needed to be destroyed without ponder. Bobby turned and made his way back through the low wire entanglements and towards the trench where Richard was waiting. He looked down and saw that the stove was still cold and unlit. He turned to Richard with anger, beginning to bubble inside of him and a questioning expression suddenly covering his reddening face. The skinny little man with wiry gray hair stared back up at him, puffing away on a freshly lit cigarette and a devilish smile spreading across his leathery features. "Sorry, mate," he said with mock regret. "It's just too bloody windy." "Wanker," Bobby retorted. He was more annoyed with himself for having fallen for the ploy than he was with Richard and his failure to get the stove burning. He turned and stormed off towards the house, leaving Richard alone and still sitting on the edge of the trench. "Where are you going?" Richard called after him, and then nervously glanced around at his surroundings. "Making a fucking brew and waking up that lazy Welsh bastard," he shouted back over his shoulder. It was time for Taft to take over on the sentry position, so Bobby intended on killing two birds with one stone. "I'm beginning to think it's time for us to bug out, Stan." Taft grumbled as he sat rubbing at his head after waking up on the couch. He snorted and spat on the floor, rubbing the phlegm into the dust-covered ground with the heel of his boot. "It's pointless staying here, and sooner or later, it'll all go tits up." He placed a cigarette between his lips and then picked up his M4, removed the magazine and pulled back the working parts, checking that the chamber was clear. Next, he pulled out a carbon-stained toothbrush and an oily rag from one of the pouches of his assault vest. He had been awake for less than a minute, but already he was ensuring that his weapons were in perfect working order and ready to fire. First my weapon, then myself. Since their return from London, all of them had developed a habit of sleeping fully dressed and equipped, with their weapons attached to their bodies or in their hands. The only time they removed their kit was on the rare occasion they decided to wash. All of them had grown thick beards over the weeks, and their skin and clothing had become ingrained with dirt, making them look as though they were molded from clay. It was hard to tell where flesh ended and cloth began. However, while their smell and appearance left much to be desired, their weapons and equipment remained spotless. Somewhere quiet would be nice, without dead people or jumped up, small-minded wankers that all want to be the boss of some shitty island. Taft continued as he wiped his oily cloth over his weapons and puffed away on the cigarette. Stan nodded but said nothing. He too was thinking the same thing and had been for quite some time. From their position on the southernmost tip of the island, they had been spared the onslaught that had been going on between the army and militia. The team had watched in disgust as the survivors living on the island turned on one another and tore each other apart. It was pointless for them to get involved. The 6 of them, including the veteran, could do very little to help the situation, so they opted to remain neutral. However, that did not prevent them from having to get involved in a number of localized skirmishes as militia troops stumbled upon their positions. The team's heavy and relentless fire soon deterred any further incursions upon their territory, and the probing attacks into the south abruptly ceased. "I reckon Taft's right," Bobby concurred as he walked into the room, taking a long gulp from the steaming cup in his hand. "We should look at getting the fuck off this island and making our own way. The locks to that lot down there. Let them get on with playing politics and war. There's nothing here for us. So why are we still hanging about?" Again, Stan did not reply. He remained silent, staring at the cold fireplace that was filled with the charred wood from the previous night. "What do you reckon, Bull?" Bobby asked, hoping to get his vote, seeing as their leader did not seem to be particularly forthcoming with his opinion. Bull was sitting at the table, leafing through a faded gossip magazine. He barely noticed what was displayed on the pages. The writing did not register in his brain, and the catchy headlines went unnoticed as he flicked from page to page. It was all just a blur to him, brought on by disinterest and boredom. He looked across at Bobby, his piercing eyes glowing from behind his filth-coated face. He gave a slight shrug and blew out a sigh. It was his way of telling them that he could not care less. "For God's sake, is there no life left in this place?" Emily gasped from the corner where she sat with William, helping him to read through a copy of Moby Dick. Even now, in the absence of school and a working society, she insisted that her son continue to learn the basics. Such as reading and writing, the team as a whole had become stagnant. Their energy had been sapped by the events in London, and in the weeks since, it showed no sign of returning. Their morale was at an all-time low, and the friendly insults and laughter had long since disappeared from the house. It had been replaced with an oppressive silence. All conversations were direct, brief, and to the point, and conducted in hushed and monotone voices. The death of Marty had hit Bull the hardest. They had been best friends for most of their adult lives, and losing him had torn something out of Bull's character. He was serious now, and far from being the life and soul of the group as he had always been. His features, appearing ferocious from the wounds he had sustained during the attack on the Capitol, seemed to be perpetually twisted with rage. His eyes burned with fury, and only when his lust for revenge was satisfied would there be hope of the old Bull returning. 2 days after the call for retreat, the team arrived back at the island on Captain Werner's U-boat. By then the Civil War had already erupted. Heading directly for Newport, Bull brimmed with the need for retribution against the men and women who had ordered such a foolhardy operation. Some of the people he considered as being responsible for the death of his friend had already been murdered by the militia commanders, and the rest had simply vanished. General Thompson remained, but the team knew full well that the failure and overall strategy had not been his doing. It was the politicians and the general staff in the Ministry of Defense who were to blame. Bull returned to the barn later that evening with his hunger for blood unsated. Since then, he had brooded, waiting for the chance to inflict pain and suffering upon anyone he considered to be a threat to him or the remains of his team. "I agree," said a voice from the doorway to the kitchen. "I reckon we should look at getting out of here and going on alone." Bobby turned and saw the veteran standing there staring back at him and nodding his head. On returning to the island, the man that they had come to know as Kyle had opted to remain with the team. His entire unit had been wiped out during the Battle of London, and in the chaos, he too had been listed as missing and presumed dead. The tough and experienced veteran held no desire to join one of the many scratch units that had been formed from the remnants of the other decimated battalions. He could see that things were steadily falling apart, and with no objections coming from the survivors of the team, he became part of their group. Now, after weeks of watching and listening, he too could see that the mainland was lost, and staying on the island, as far as he was concerned, was akin to a slow death sentence. At least out there we can make our own choices and take control of our own survival. He shrugged and turned his gaze towards the team commander. "This place will eventually burn, you know that, Stan? And if it's not those power-hungry bastards down there tearing each other's throats out, it'll eventually be those walking piles of pus. I'm up for doing a runner. Get out while we still can." Stan continued to stare into the cold fireplace. His thoughts were drifting constantly, and the conversations within the room were nothing more than a distant echo. His team was slowly shrinking around him, in body and spirit, and he too was beginning to slip into the dark hole that was slowly opening up beneath them. He began to remember things that he had not thought about in many years. There had been events in his life that he had chosen to forget about and put behind him for fear of them interfering with his ability to function as a soldier. He had sacrificed everything that normal men strived for, and instead devoted his entire being to his profession. Now, as he stared into the cold embers of the fireplace, he began to question himself and wonder whether or not he had wasted his life, and if the choices he had made had been the right ones. Many times he had reached a junction in his life where he needed to choose which path to take. His selections were always immediate, never stopping to consider the route he was traveling, or having even the slightest thought of turning back. He had lived as a professional soldier for as long as he could remember, but now, after years of fighting, he began to doubt himself and the path he had taken. "I have a son," he finally announced in a low and thoughtful voice, his eyes continuing to gaze at the dark and cold fireplace. In the silence of the room, his words seemed to boom and linger. The statement came as an instant shock to all those around him. Snatching and taking hold of every ounce of their attention, heads whipped around, turning in Stan's direction. Words were left unfinished, having been cut off by the unexpected revelation from the man that they had known for many years, but barely knew. Even Bull looked up from the table with an expression of curiosity as Stan's sudden and astonishing statement plowed through the barrier of boredom and melancholy that enveloped his brain. He lowered the faded magazine and glanced across at Taff and Bobby, raising a questioning eyebrow. Both men stared back at him, sharing the same perplexed look. They were just as surprised as he was. Bull placed the magazine down on the tabletop and leaned forward in anticipation of hearing more from the man that they all knew virtually nothing about, despite having been through so much together. Stan paused and looked around at the expectant faces that stared back at him. He shrugged and let out a long sigh as he sat back, pushing his body into the soft cushions of the couch. He remained silent for a moment and then finally reached a grubby hand up to his face and rubbed his palm against the thick beard that had grown over his cheeks and chin. About 8 years ago, as I was approaching my final 2-year point in the Army, I began wondering about what I would do once my time as a soldier was up. There was no way they were going to give me a commission. I'd already managed to stay on 5 years beyond my 22-year point, and I knew they wouldn't keep me any longer. You know how it is? They get rid of you once they think you serve no further use. All of them knew what Stan was referring to. He was speaking about the retirement that is forced upon most British soldiers once they reach their full term of service of 22 years. Depending on their rank and qualifications at the time, they are either retired with a full pension or commissioned as an officer. The majority are sent out into a world which they know very little about. They are given a pat on the back and wished the best of luck at the age of just 40. Only a tiny handful are kept on and promoted directly to captain, normally holding positions within the supply chain or training wing. Stan shook his head in disgust. He had seen many a man reach his full term of service and then be cast out into the world without the slightest idea of how to live in normal society. Most former soldiers survive and are able to adapt eventually, but some can never really adjust to the change from military to civilian life. He had known quite a few former comrades that committed suicide after being tossed away like garbage by the Army. Others had ended up in prison or on the streets. It was that which Stan had feared the most, the not knowing how to live without the Army or trying to function within a society that did not see the world in the same way that he did. Could you imagine me as a Rupert? I wouldn't have lasted a week. Stan grunted and jerked his shoulders at the thought of being made an officer. And could you see me as a postman or working in a supermarket? To be honest, I was in a flap. The Army had been all I'd ever known, and suddenly I was about to be thrown out into the world and told to get on with it. I didn't have a clue what I was going to do. The others glanced about, their faces betraying nothing but their inner selves, feeling astounded by the sudden openness in the way that the enigmatic Stan was now speaking. He had never spoken so candidly to any of them about his feelings or private life. Even Taff, who was probably closer to him than anyone, was shocked at Stan's change in personality. So I took a break. Stan continued. I went AWOL for 6 months in an attempt to rediscover myself. I traveled about, and it was the only time I had seen the world without looking down the sight of a gun. Then I met Julia. It was the one place that I didn't expect to meet anyone. I'd gone there to be alone and to think, to be away from everyone and decide on what to do next. But there she was. He raised both hands out in front of him as though he could see her standing there. I wasn't looking for her, and I don't think she was looking for me. It just happened, and we enjoyed each other for a few months. He paused for a few seconds and then looked down at the floor, his voice becoming hushed and filled with shame. Then I ran. She told me that she was pregnant, and I ran back to the Army. He snorted and remained silent for a moment, staring at the dusty floor and the heels of his boots. The others did not speak. No one dared to press him. They watched him intently and waited patiently. She never saw me again, he finally said hoarsely, but I saw her I had to know. So 2 years later, I went back and... Stan's voice trailed off and his head lowered, as though he was struggling with his words and did not want the others to see his eyes. He shrugged his shoulders and nudged at a splinter of wood on the floor with the toe of his boot. Emily sat staring back at him, hanging on Stan's every word and having seen the pain in the man's eyes. It was a pain that the others probably had not seen, but as a mother, she could feel the suffering that Stan had buried deep down inside him for all those years. "What did you see, Stan?" she asked, in a soft and sympathetic voice. "When you went back, what did you see?" "He was my son. He was beautiful," Stan replied, with certainty and a nod as he raised his head again and continued to stare directly ahead of him. The internal gasps could almost be heard over the crushing silence of the room. Stan was probably the hardest man that any of them had ever met. After working and living closely with him for so long, they had all come to the conclusion that he had no emotions whatsoever and was completely indifferent to everything around him. Now they were seeing something new, almost frightening, as the man allowed them all a glimpse into what was beneath his cold and hard exterior. Bobby turned and looked at Taff, hoping to gain some enlightenment on what was happening to Stan. Taff looked back at him blankly, shrugging his shoulders and offering nothing in the way of explanation. Even Bull had a look of concern on his face as he remained seated at the table, staring at the back of Stan's head. They had all begun to wonder on the state of their leader's mind. The room seemed to become deathly quiet for a long time. Nobody dared to move or even wanted to. Even William instinctively knew that he needed to stay silent and watched nervously from the corner. Stan was a man who was capable of horrific acts of brutality against his enemies, and each member of his team had witnessed such events on several occasions. However, he had always kept a tight grip on his emotions, controlling them with skill and unleashing them only when he needed to. In battle, he was beyond fearsome, but once the fight was over, he easily switched to the calm, reasonable, and methodical man they had grown accustomed to. Even during the thick of a fight, his blood pressure appeared to hardly increase. Now his feelings seemed to be spilling over the edges of the dams he had in place, and the people in the room all began to wonder whether or not their leader was losing control of himself and was about to become a human hand grenade. They held their breath and waited with nervous anticipation. The minutes ticked by in silence. The atmosphere in the room was crushing, and although no one had made any sort of move, the men of the team remained fully aware of exactly where their weapons were. They had no idea of what Stan was going to say or do next and felt a degree of fear and uncertainty as a result. If their commander had lost his mind, he could easily kill a few of them before they were able to stop him. "We're getting out of here," Stan said. Finally, he turned around and looked at each of them, his face back to being a canvas of mystery. "We'll bug out in 2 days. That should give us plenty of time to prep. In the meantime, we need to think about where we're going, who we're taking, and how we'll get there." "Roger that." Taff nodded, a silent sigh of relief escaping from between his lips and his shoulders suddenly sagging with the release of tension. "Let's leave nothing to chance on this one, boys. We won't be coming back, so we need to have all our ducks in a row. Weapons and ammo are priority. Tonight we can all get stuck into the planning phase, the rest of them, snapping out from their shocked inactivity as their commander returned to them, shook themselves mentally as though they had just awoken from a strange dream. Their faces changed almost instantly, and within seconds, in spite of their beards, filthy skin, and bedraggled clothing, they began to look like the men they had once been. They had a purpose again, a goal to aim for, and there was work needing to be done. Danny, his legs still healing from the battering they had taken during the attack on London, was tasked with the technical side of the operation. He began sourcing all the maps and communications equipment that he could get his hands on, hoping to form the framework of a plan. Each member of the team dumped what they had into his lap, and it became his job to consolidate it all and see what was and was not of use to them. However, his pickings were slim, and there was very little he could do to supply the team with everything they needed. The best he could manage in the way of mapping was a drastically out-of-date road atlas of the United Kingdom with numerous pages missing. Their communications was an even worse state of affairs. Their radios, including the personal sets, had taken a beating over the months. He doubted that even half of them were still in working order. "What the fuck am I supposed to do with all this shit?" He whined with his palms outstretched and indicating the pile of junk on the table in front of him. "Didn't you watch the A-Team when you were a kid?" Bobby asked from the opposite side of the room, a grin stretching from ear to ear as he winked at the veteran. "Get to work and build us a plane, Danny." Chop chop while Bobby, Bull, and Kyle went about preparing their equipment and taking stock of weapons and ammunition. Taff went to take over on guard duty with Richard. He found the disheveled man still sitting on the edge of the shallow trench, staring out over the island and glancing nervously over his shoulder from time to time. "It's about time someone turned up," Richard grumbled, his voice quickly being swept away in the blustery wind. "What's up, Rich? You getting lonely out here?" Taff sneered. "Lonely? That's what housewives and people in a normal society get. I'm just scared shitless. I keep expecting one of those things to come running at me from behind a bush. You poor thing. Do you need a cuddle?" Taff sat down beside him and placed his rifle across his thighs. He scanned the ground nearest to them and then looked into the middle distance before turning his attention to the horizon. He did not speak, but nodded to himself, as though he was making his own assessment of the situation inside his head. "Looks pretty quiet to me," he grunted, finally. He rolled up his sleeve and began rubbing at his forearm. "I don't know what you were so worried about. We've got a nice little spot here, and it's not exactly challenging." "They're what I'm worried about," Richard replied and pointed down into the valley. "They have the run of the mill down there, and no one is doing anything about them. Look at them. There's dozens down there." Taff watched the shambling corpses that lurched through the grassy fields below them. They were spread out and some distance away, but he could already see that there were more of them than there had been the day before. Richard was right. No one seemed to care that the infected were loose on the island. "I wouldn't worry about it too much, mate," Taff said with disinterest and continued to work on the sleeve of his jacket. Richard turned to look at him and saw that he was mauling a large cut on his forearm just above his wrist. Taft's stubby and dirt-covered fingers were buried deep into the tissue and causing the hole to enlarge. Blood was pouring out of the wound and trickling down to his fingers where it dripped into the stagnant pool of filthy water that had accumulated at the bottom of the trench. He hissed and grunted under his breath, but remained undeterred in his gory task. "Jesus, Taft, what's happened?" Richard sounded shocked as he stared down at his friend's bloodied limb. He had no idea what Taft was doing or why, so he tried to make a joke of it in an attempt to mask his fear and revulsion. "I never had you pegged as the self-harming sort. I thought that was just for teenage goth kids. This isn't one of those cries for help, is it? A splinter," the Welshman muttered without looking up as he continued to dig his fingers into his own flesh. "Some fucking splinter," Richard snorted. "Ah, got it." Taft turned to him and held up a long sliver of dark, jagged metal. It was soaked in his blood and glistened in the sunlight as he turned it in his fingers, inspecting the foreign body he had just removed from his arm. "Another piece of the factory," Taft said casually before flicking the shard of iron out towards the barbed wire. "In London, when the building we were hiding in took a direct hit from the bombers, Danny nearly got his legs chopped off. Bull got his face peeled back, and I ended up with a load of shrapnel in me. Some of it makes its own way out now and then. You should have seen the piece Bobby pulled out of my arse last week. It was, 'Nah, you're okay, Taft? I don't need to hear all the details.'" Richard looked at the gaping wound and suddenly felt lightheaded. He could not understand how the men were able to deal with such hardships and pain, taking them in their stride and shrugging them off as though they were everyday occurrences. He supposed that to Stan and his men having clumps of metal embedded in their skin was not such a big deal so long as they were still breathing and able to function. They had been through a lot and had suffered just as much, if not more, than any other unit, and their attrition rate was slowly taking its toll on the team. He watched as Taft began wrapping a bandage around his forearm, whistling to himself as he did so. Richard admired their strength, toughness, and endurance, but most of all, it was their ability to deal with any situation or tragedy and continue to perform, substituting their grief with the infamous black humor of the British soldier. "So why shouldn't I worry about it too much then?" Richard asked, changing the subject and taking his mind off the fact that he had just watched a man perform the most primitive and grotesque self-surgery he had ever seen. "Worry about what?" Taft replied, looking up after ensuring that the dressing was tight and secure over the open wound. He flexed his fingers and twisted his wrist, checking on the blood circulation to his fingertips and ensuring that the dressing did not restrict his ability to manipulate his weapons. "Them, down there," Richard replied, gesturing towards the distant infected with a nod of his head. "Just before you said that I shouldn't worry about them too much. Why shouldn't I be worried about them?" "Oh, right, yeah. I forgot to say, we're getting out of here." "Out of here? You mean the house?" Richard asked with surprise and turned to look at the semi-constructed farm building. "Are we moving down to Newport?" "Nope, we're getting off the island, mate." "When? Where to?" Taft shrugged while he sat picking the dirt out from under his fingernails with the point of his knife. He was whistling again and did not seem to be particularly interested in the details of their intended move from the Isle of Wight. "No idea, bud," he replied, slowly shaking his head. "We only just decided it about 5 minutes ago. The others are sorting it out while I sit here keeping you company." "I'm glad someone is." "Oh, and Stan has a son," Taft added casually. Richard was about to reply when Taft suddenly jumped to his feet in one swift leap. Within a second or two, he was away from the trench and raising his rifle so that it was pointed in the general direction of the road. Taft's sudden movement startled the civil engineer, and he automatically began to think that there was a threat. He reached for the pistol in his pocket and fumbled about for a few long seconds before he finally pulled it free. He climbed to his feet and moved to where Taft was standing, holding the small gun close to his chest with both hands, and then suddenly feeling pathetic. He lowered the pistol and let his arm hang by his side. He was no soldier, and at his age, it was not the time to start pretending to be one. "For fuck's sake," Taft spat. "What is it? Are those things coming along the road?" "Nope. It's something much worse." Taft shook his head as he continued to look towards the north, along the narrow track. "What could be worse? Trust me, it's fucking worse." "Militia?" Taft did not reply but watched the Land Rover steadily approaching, bouncing over the rocky track and headed towards the house. "What does she want now?" He huffed to himself with disdain and then checked his watch. "It's not even gone 9 o'clock, and she's here to piss me off already. It can't be time for her daily jump with Bobby yet. surely. Who? Richard asked, stepping to Taft's left so that he could see what Taft was seeing. What does who want? Thunderknickers? Taft grinned. Who else? Samantha's vehicle continued towards them, her silhouette swaying from side to side behind the wheel as the suspension dropped and bounced on the rough surface of the access road leading up to the farmhouse. She seemed to be in a hurry, uncaring about the potential damage that the undulating and rocky ground could do to her vehicle. Go tell the others, Rich, Taft ordered. Something must be up. A crackling howl filled the air as another mortar round came screeching in. It landed with a heavy and thundering crunch, causing the ground to quiver. Clods of mud and fragments of metal flung up by the explosion rained down upon the people sheltering behind the walls of the base. The debris landed with resounding clangs and thumps as it crashed into the walls and buildings within the perimeter. Crouching beside one of the tanks, Al cringed, gritting his teeth and covering his head with his hands. For hours it had been quiet with no further assaults on the forward operating base. For a while, the people inside had dared to consider that their attackers had given up and withdrawn. Now that was clearly not the case. With renewed vigor, the enemy had begun suppressing the positions around the perimeter, pinning the occupants, and giving them no chance to return fire. Now they were dropping in mortars. Al had never wanted to be their leader, but when their previous company commander had left, taking the majority of his men with him, and with no one else to lead them, Al had found himself forced to step up before the outbreak. He had been a corporal in the army, commanding a fighting section of 8 men, and he had been happy with his lot. He enjoyed being a soldier and had no real desire to climb higher up the ladder. Since becoming the commander by default, the responsibility had weighed heavy upon his shoulders. Every man, woman, and child within the walls turned to him to keep them alive. Another loud thump caused the walls to judder. Al looked out and saw the men and women around the walls doing the same thing that he was, shrinking and curling themselves into the smallest target that they could. "They're not very accurate with those rounds, are they?" A familiar voice called out to him from his left. Al turned and saw Harry racing towards him, bent double as he moved from cover and sprinted across the open ground. He came to a skidding halt when he reached the protection of the tank and dropped down beside Al, panting and grunting with the effort. "They're flinging them all over the fucking place out there." "They're not trying to be accurate," Al replied loudly as the sound of yet another detonation faded. Again, he tucked his head into his shoulders and awaited the inevitable fallout of debris to come crashing down around them. "They're showing off, letting us know what they have and are willing to use against us." Harry looked at him with a quizzical expression as a series of thumps and bangs echoed throughout the perimeter as shrapnel and clods of earth slammed into the base. "They don't want to drop them inside the walls. If they do that, they'll trash the place. They just want to let us know that they have the capability and will use them if they have to. On top of that, it scares the shit out of the civvies. Physiological warfare, mate." "I don't understand it," Harry grumbled. "What? This place is big enough to hold more than 2,000 people. We're well stocked and supplied. So why didn't they just come and ask? There's no need for all this hostility, especially when the dead are walking about and trying to kill us, too. Maybe they have more than 2,000 troops and didn't want the extra mouths to feed? Doesn't really matter. Anyway, they obviously don't like sharing." Another shock rattled the base. The mortar rounds were getting closer to the walls as the enemy barrage crept closer in an attempt to demoralize those inside cunts. "They'll need to wrap this up soon," Al shouted over a volley of fire that rang out from above their heads as a machine gun opened up from the wall. "They can't afford to take their time on this, and they'll want to have the base under their control before the day is out." "How do you know that?" "Because the longer they stay out there in the open, the more of those puss bags will show up, and they can't afford to defend and attack at the same time. They've done their probes and have a good idea of our defenses, strengths, weaponry, and capabilities. Right now they'll be going through their final orders and prepping for an all-out assault. We could just dig in and slot them as they attack. We managed to hold them off this morning." Harry continued with confidence. "Like I said, this morning was just a probe." Al barked, shaking his head. "Their forces weren't fully committed if they attack, and we hold them off. They'll use their mortar and Milan out of desperation and blast us to pieces. We wouldn't stand a chance." Mate Tina appeared out from one of the doors leading into the inner complex. She immediately caught sight of Harry and Al and ran across to join them as more automatic fire broke out from various points around the wall. She looked shaken. "What's the doc said?" Al asked, wanting an update on Tommy's condition. "He's going to be okay. They've patched him up, and he's now sitting there grinning like a lunatic with a cocktail of painkillers running through his veins. He's smacked off his tits and hasn't a clue what's going on around him. Sounds like he's the lucky one. Up on the wall, the defenders were pinned down. No one could raise their heads above the parapet without the risk of being shot by enemy snipers. They had learned that lesson the hard way, losing 4 of their number in quick succession. As a result, it was hard to tell what was happening from their restricted viewpoint. But one thing that they could clearly see from the few observation holes along the walls were the clusters of walking corpses that were steadily filling the open ground around the base. They stumbled through the mire, tripping over obstacles and dragging themselves back to their feet as they continued their mindless meanderings. The noise of the gunfire and explosions had attracted them from far and wide, and it was clear that there would be many more of them on their way. Just the sight of a handful of them was enough to drive some of the defenders into a panic, jumping up from their positions and racing for the ladders leading down into the compound. They did not make it far. Enemy snipers, seeing their heads appear over the protection of the reinforced concrete, made it devastatingly clear that the base was under close observation from a highly trained and determined force. Down at ground level, in a space set aside in front of the northern gate, the bodies of the fallen were beginning to pile up. Since the siege had begun, the number of corpses being added to the heap had steadily increased. They lay there, covered with whatever blankets and sheets the men and women could find in order to afford the dead a degree of dignity and to save themselves from having to look upon the bodies of their fallen comrades. Al, Tina, and Harry moved up onto the wall and hunkered down on the walkway directly above the northern gate. They were trying to get a better idea of the enemy's intentions, but it was difficult due to the threat from enemy snipers. A volley of distant fire erupted from the east. It was clear that the shooting was not directed at the base and seemed to be aimed at another enemy. Al cocked his head and turned to Tina. "Sounds like they're already having problems with the infected," she concluded, reading his thoughts. "They'll be wanting to get inside and out of the open. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be hanging around out there for longer than I needed to be. They'll throw everything they have at us soon." "What do we do then?" Tina asked, kneeling on the grated steel walkway and using her rifle to prop herself up. "We can't just sit here and wait it out, so what do we do?" An upper portion of the western wall suddenly exploded with a deafening bang as it was hit by an anti-tank rocket. A number of men and women were sent hurtling through the air as the blast disintegrated the concrete and steel that they had been hiding behind. Everyone lunged into cover as the debris was flung out in all directions. 3 more of their people had been killed in the blink of an eye, and a large gap had been created in their defenses. "Medic," an agonized voice was screaming from somewhere beneath the damaged portion of wall. "Medic! Fuck this!" Al snorted. He jumped to his feet and sprinted off along the walkway, his feet clanging loudly over the steel grates while his large body moved at a pace that defied his size. At top speed, he headed towards one of the observation points that the snipers had burrowed through the concrete at the southern end of the perimeter. People looked up in surprise as he charged by them, wondering what was going on and calling out after him. Al had no time to stop and speak to them. He needed to take action. "What are we doing, Al?" Harry panted as he chased after him, hurtling over equipment and people. "Where are we going?" Taking the initiative back from these bastards, Al growled. He was brimming with rage and frustration. Sitting there waiting to be attacked and slowly being picked off, one by one, was in stark contrast to his character. Finally, he reached the southern wall and dropped down beside one of the snipers that was stationed there. He knelt down and peered out towards the south through the narrow hole. "Right now," he said, gasping for breath as Harry and Tina caught up and fell into a heap beside him. "They hold all the cards and are assuming that we will go firm and defend. I say we go on to the offensive. They won't be expecting it." "That'll be suicide," Harry exclaimed. "How the fuck do you expect us to launch a counterattack when they outnumber and outgun us? On top of that, anyone poking their nose out from behind hard cover gets it shot off. Look, they clearly want the base, and they'll take it by any means. They'll want to keep it intact. But if they have no other choice, they'll use whatever they have to in order to root us out. If they attack and we throw them back, they'll send in their mortars against us. We wouldn't stand a chance." Al looked from Tina to Harry as they processed what he was telling them. Their expressions, although reluctant, informed him that they agreed with his reasoning. Although it was more appealing to hide behind their walls, both of them quickly realized that they did not really have that as an option. "Get Granddad up here," Al ordered, referring to the base's radio operator. "Ron, tell him to move his arse." As they waited, Al pulled out a large piece of paper from inside his jacket. He unfolded it and spread it out over the floor. Tina looked down and recognized it as a detailed schematic of the base and the surrounding area. Next, he pulled out an ordnance survey map and placed it over the graded walkway beside the schematic. He said nothing, nodding and grunting to himself as he studied them. "What you thinking?" Tina asked. "There," he said after a while, pointing to an area on the map that was south of the base. Ron said he's been picking up some encrypted transmissions. We can't tell what they're saying, but we may get a rough idea of their direction. Then what? Before Al could answer, Harry and Ron arrived and huddled down beside them. Both of them were out of breath and sweating heavily. It had been a while since either of them had carried out any real exercise. "We have a rough idea of their dispositions immediately to our front, but not what's beyond," Al began, indicating the various points upon the map and the sketch. "It's obvious that they've approached from the south because the north and east are built-up areas and they couldn't have moved through there without getting overwhelmed by the infected. To our south and west is rural, mostly farmland and open countryside." Ron leaned in and opened up his notebook, reading the information that he had been jotting down throughout the morning. "From what I can tell, they're somewhere to the southwest of us. I can't give you a range, but I'm pretty sure that the bearing is right," Ron informed them, confirming that Al's guesswork had a degree of accuracy to it. "I take it that that's where you think their command post is?" Tina asked, grasping what Al was getting at. "You're talking about cutting the head off the snake, aren't you?" Ron added with enthusiasm and a glint in his eye. "Yep," Al replied with a wink, impressed that they were on the same wavelength. "And I bet that their mortars aren't far away from the command post, either. 81mm mortars have an effective range of up to 6 kilometers, but they won't place themselves at the full extremity. They'll want to be close enough to get in here and into safety once the base falls. So we need to take out their mortars before they use them," Tina concluded, hoping that she was following where Al was leading them. "Exactly. We'll twat their command element, too. Cripple them from the neck down." "How do you know they'll both be close to one another?" Harry asked. "Think about it, mate. With those things out there running about and with no other military forces to worry about other than us, they're probably not being all that tactical in their rear. It's not something I'd consider. They won't want to spread themselves too thinly because they'll need a tight perimeter to defend against the infected. I'd imagine that the command element is co-located with the support groups. Plus, I get the feeling that their commander wouldn't want his mortars getting carried away and blowing the shit out of his new house. You know what blokes are like in the mortar platoons? They do everything to the extreme. Makes sense to me, at least." Harry grunted and shook his head with disapproval as he studied the detailed sketch of the surrounding area. "That sounds all well and good, mate. But their commander could be a straight bloke who does everything by the book. Plus, the second we move, they'll nail our dicks to the floor. Even with the armor we have, we wouldn't get more than a few meters beyond the gates before we get royally fucked. I doubt that anyone's doing anything by the book, mate. They wouldn't have survived this long if they were. As for getting royally fucked as soon as we expose ourselves, that's where you and your snipers come in, Harry. I want you to do a full sweep of the southern part of the wall. Mark and record every enemy position you see and any suspected position as well. Concentrate in particular on their Milan and heavy machine gun emplacements." "Will do," Harry nodded. "Why?" "Because that's where we'll be going out from." Al continued. Another burst of gunfire echoed from over to the west and the north. It lasted for a while with multiple rifles engaging numerous targets. Out to the east there was more fire. It was becoming more frequent now, and a clear indication that the besiegers were beginning to come under siege themselves. "Sounds like they're getting squeezed tighter out there. They'll be getting eager to get on with the next attack." "I know I would be." Al turned the map so that everyone could see what he was about to explain. With a red marker pen, he began to draw a number of small circles, denoting the enemy ring around the base. Over to the bottom of the drawing, he made 2 larger circles and placed a question mark beside each of them. "Where and how do we attack, then?" Harry continued, wanting to be sure of the plan. "I'd say somewhere in this area," Al replied, tapping the sketch map with his pen and indicating the larger red circles. "Nice and open with a good access road leading up to the town and our location. I think there's a few buildings in that area. They probably aren't even bothering to hide themselves and could be pretty easy to find. How, then, we charge out with all guns blazing. You provide fire support, Harry. Take out all their mainland in our line of advance and suppress them with all the guns we have. We'll use the 2 tanks to smash a hole through their defenses and push through into their rear. Hopefully we'll cause enough damage and confusion to seriously fuck them up for a while, maybe even force them to withdraw." "What if you're wrong about all this?" Tina asked, wanting to be the voice of caution. "We can't be sure. We can't be sure of anything these days. It's an educated guess. If we're wrong, then we're all fucked, which is pretty much the status quo right now anyway. If we sit here with our thumbs up our arses, then they'll eventually win. Look around you. We have a handful of trained soldiers, and the rest are civvies with guns. If anyone has any better ideas, then I'm all ears and willing to listen. Another long rattle of distant rifle fire confirmed the need for immediate action. The helicopter, Tina suddenly blurted, "What about using that? It's faster than the tanks, and it would be easier to keep the element of surprise as long as we're quick. The tanks will be heard for miles as they fight their way through and could give them the time they need to put up a defense." "The chopper will be blown out of the sky within seconds," Ron retorted dismissively. "Not if we put down enough suppressive fire to cover them, it won't." "Harry, go get the section commanders and the pilots too," Al ordered, nodding to Tina and flashing her a quick smile of approval. As the commanders and pilots gathered, Al began to inform them of the situation and their intentions, including Harry. There were 3 section commanders in total, each of them leading 8 men. Graham and Dave were what they referred to as old sweats, having spent years in the Army and having an invaluable amount of tactical experience between them. They sat and listened with interest to what Al had to say. "We don't have time for a full set of orders, and we have virtually nothing in the way of intelligence on the enemy forces. We're doing this off the cuff, and I need each and every one of you to be switched on and rolling with the punches on this." Al explained how they would take out the enemy rear positions using the helicopter that they had at the base. As Harry controlled the fire support from the walls, the Lynx helicopter would take off and head towards the south. Inside would be 10 of their best and most experienced soldiers with Al in command. At speed, they would run in on the areas that Al had identified and launch an overhead assault onto the positions, dropping in the fighting patrol of 10 men while the helicopter's door gunners gave close air support. At the same time, the 2 tanks would be launched from the southern gate under covering fire from Harry and his men. The Challenger IEs would then punch a gap through the enemy defensive ring. Once the pilots confirmed over the radio that they had identified the enemy command post and mortar positions, the tanks would drive at full speed for the area to support the assault. 20 minutes later, and everyone was clearly in the picture of how they would conduct the counterattack, and each commander of the various sections of the base had been briefed on the concept of operations.
"What about the north, west, and east?" Ron asked.
"Let the dead take care of them," Tina interjected. "Once they see what's happening, the bastards will panic and be easy prey for the infected." "You mean the enemy of my enemy is my friend, sort of thing?" Harry asked with a grin. "Something like that." "Yeah," Ron moaned, "but our enemy's enemy is also our enemy, and it doesn't matter what we do. They always will be our enemy, even after they've eaten the other enemy. Fuck. It can get confusing at times to know who's who." There was a commotion over towards the eastern part of the wall. The snipers in position there were talking excitedly and then turned their attention towards the people gathered around Al. They were specifically watching Harry. Everyone within the orders group turned their eyes to him, wondering what could be the matter with his men. Harry and Al began climbing the steps leading up towards the top of the wall. When they got there, it became obvious that the sharpshooter in place had seen something that had unsettled him. "What is it?" Harry asked as he crouched down beside the soldier. The man said nothing but nodded at the small spy hole that he had been looking through. His face was filled with uncertainty, and he was clearly worried about Harry's reaction. "See for yourself." "H," he replied, and rolled out of the way. Harry knelt down and peered out through the hole. At first he saw nothing that he was not already expecting to see. The area around the base was a landscape of churned mud and tangles of wire. Out beyond the open ground was the ruined buildings of the suburbs with wispy columns of smoke that were still rising up out of the craters from the morning battle. In amongst the wreckage there were numerous corpses staggering in different directions. Some were headed directly for the walls, while others meandered, unsure of where they were going or why. Harry scanned the ground expecting to see something within the enemy lines, but there was no movement from the opposing forces. There was still the occasional burst of gunfire coming from their lines, but nothing new or out of the ordinary. He was about to say something to the sniper beside him, but then stopped, his eyes narrowing and a knot quickly forming inside his stomach as his mind interpreted what it was that he was seeing. "Shit," he exclaimed in a whisper. "Please, God, no, what is it?" Al asked, unable to see from his position and not wanting to risk looking over the lip of the wall. "What's going on?" Harry turned to Al and gave him a solemn look while slowly shaking his head. He looked down at the grated walkway and ran his fingers through his hair, sighing loudly as what he had seen remained clinging to his vision. He blew out a long stream of air from between his teeth and then looked again to confirm that he had not been mistaken. "It's Phil," Harry finally said in a flat tone. "He's come back." Phil's body was lurching across the debris-strewn ground and steadily making its way towards the base. His colorless face stood out in stark contrast to the dark mud all around him and the torn and scorched camouflaged uniform that still hung from his shoulders. He looked intent on making it across the no-man's land and reaching the walls. He paid no attention to the other shambling figures around him as they crossed his path. He was oblivious to everything except the tall walls of the fob. He moved slowly, his body having suffered multiple debilitating wounds during the blast that had destroyed his overwatch position. His right leg was being dragged along through the filth behind him, virtually useless in aiding his mobility. His left arm, or what remained of it, dangled from the few strands of sinew and muscle that was holding it to the shoulder joint. It swayed with each step that his body took until eventually it dropped from his torso, splashing into the wet mud. Phil paid it no attention. Harry had seen enough. He did not want to see or remember his friend in that way, and attempted to shake the vision from his mind. Everyone around him was watching and waiting for his reaction, unsure of what he would do next, as he sat with his back against the reinforced concrete of the T-wall. "Do it," he finally ordered to the shooter beside him. He did not turn to look at him, but kept his eyes fixed on a distant spot somewhere on the far side of the inner perimeter. "Do it, and get it over with." Harry closed his eyes and took in a deep breath as the sniper fired. Al nodded and patted Harry on the shoulder as he raised himself up and turned to head for the stairs. He felt for Harry, but they could not waste time going through the process of coming to terms with the loss that would come later. Right now, he needed to get his team together and deal with the threat before it was too late. He was nervous and scared. They all were frightened, and anyone who claimed not to be was either lying or a complete lunatic. Most of their plan was based upon guesswork and conjecture. He had gone over the possibilities and likelihoods again and again in his own head, but he could still not be 100% sure. At that moment, they had very little choice but to take the fight to the enemy, and he only hoped that at least some of his plan worked. Their main effort was to take out their support units and commanders that would at least throw chaos into the enemy ranks and create enough confusion for them to lose some of their cohesion. Al bit his lip and shook his head as he reached the railing of the stairway. Doubt was creeping in and causing him to second-guess himself. A single loud crack made everyone in the immediate vicinity flinch and duck. There was a thud, followed by a rattle as a body went tumbling down the metal steps. Tina was the first to react when she saw the large figure bouncing down over the steel grates. Al, she screamed with horror as she took off across the open area. "Medic! Someone get a medic! Quick!" Al's body had by now reached ground level. He lay in a crumpled heap at the foot of the stairs with a pool of blood rapidly expanding from beneath his head. He lay motionless, making no sound, and people began to immediately think the worst. Within seconds, 2 of the doctors from within the base had arrived and were crouched beside the limp figure of Al, checking for a pulse and assessing his injuries. Their eyes spoke volumes as one snatched up a stretcher while the other began applying dressings in an attempt to stop the bleeding. People were instantly thrown into a panic, seeing their undeclared leader with a gunshot wound to the head and most likely already dead. As Al's bloodied body was carted away and disappeared into the bowels of the complex and towards the infirmary, people began to look at one another with uncertainty. The news spread fast, and for the moment there was no one stepping forward to take command. Tommy was out of action with a hole in his shoulder, and none of the section commanders were forthcoming. They had lost the one man who had been holding them all together from the military perspective. Up until that point, Al had taken on the responsibility of being their commander, although he had never wanted the job and had always voiced that he felt uncomfortable taking on the position. Tommy at that moment was incapable of leading them. He was hurt and laden with chemicals that impaired his judgment. Harry, although good at what he does and loved by his men, was no leader when it came to commanding anything bigger than a handful of snipers or a fighting section. Tina looked to the other 2 section commanders, Graham and Dave. Neither of them said anything, and it was clear that they were not about to take command. Without a leader, the people in the base would not last long. After just a few minutes, people were beginning to fret and voice their concerns about the future. Tina looked at the pilots and then the respective commanders. All of them were watching her as though waiting for her orders. Somehow she had found herself as the person that they were all turning to for guidance. She had no idea how it had happened, but she needed to roll with it before it was too late. "Fuck it. We go ahead with the plan." Everyone turned and watched Tina for a moment. She was worried about Al, but at that point in time, the most important thing was to get on with the task and complete the mission. "I'll take over from Al if there's no objections." "You're coming with us?" Graham asked in surprise. "You're going to take Al's place on the assault." Tina suddenly realized what the man was saying and what she was getting herself into. She had jumped without looking, and now it was too late. If she took a step back, she would lose all chances of earning their respect and would never be able to look at any of them in the eye again. Furthermore, a sudden power vacuum could cause delays and hesitation in the plan, maybe even a complete shift in direction. Tina needed to go through with her decision and accept whatever came with it. She did not have their experience or knowledge in tactics, but she had been in the army for long enough and attended enough courses to know the basics. It was a raid, and she would follow their lead and do as she was told. She had already experienced her baptism of fire. That same morning, she figured that if she was not a quivering wreck by now, then she had the resolve to deal with it. She made up for her lack of frontline experience and knowledge with her determination and aggression. She could feel her blood begin to pump around her body, filled with adrenaline. Her body began to tremble lightly and her head tingle. She was going in the helicopter with the assault team. Al was supposed to be the one going with them. But now it was down to Tina. There was no one else to take his place. Every man and woman had their own part to play, and Tina had been the only one who did not have a set role. "Yeah," she nodded. "Fuck it. I'm up for it. Let's go. Outstanding." Graham grinned. 11. Samantha studied the expressions of the men. None of their faces were easy to read, but she was confident that they felt enough loyalty to the young American helicopter pilot to make them want to help. However, and as always, Stan's unblinking eyes showed no indication of what he was thinking. It was him that she really needed to convince the team were his, and he gave the orders. The man was a closed book. He was methodical and never did anything on a whim or as a knee-jerk or emotional reaction. For that, he would have needed emotions in the first place. She had told them the details of Melanie's mission, and that for an unknown reason they had lost all communications with her. There had been no distress beacon, and the transponder was not relaying her aircraft's current position. All that they had received was a partial message from her informing the operations room that her aircraft was in trouble. That had been almost 14 hours ago, and nothing had been heard since. Jerry had made it clear that command was ready to write off Melanie and her co-pilot. She understood that his hands were tied, but that did not make her feel any less angry. The 2 missing Americans had become yet another statistic in the ongoing war against the dead. Hundreds of thousands, millions of people had already been lost. So what did 2 more matter? They were clearly more concerned about the loss of the helicopter than they were of the human beings that were flying it. As it was made clear that the Mode were unwilling to do anything, Samantha turned to the men out of desperation to help her. She knew that they had suffered a great deal and were less effective than they had once been, having lost nearly half their team over the months. But there was no one else that she could rely on. "You sure it's not a comms issue?" Bobby asked, as Samantha finished her roundup of the events leading to Lieutenant Frake's disappearance. Samantha shook her head. She considered the question as being rather stupid, but she understood that it needed to be asked before they made any kind of decision. The team would want to rule out all possibilities. "Definitely not," Samantha replied with an assured shake of her head. "They were in a Gazelle. They don't have enough fuel to still be flying around for that long. They were supposed to have returned to base at last light. If it was just a case of bad comms, we would have known for sure by now." "And you don't think she and Mike could have just fucked off into the sunset together?" Bull queried, anticipating the next question but with far less refinery in his delivery. Samantha opened her mouth, about to speak. She paused for a moment and looked at each of them in turn. She had considered the possibility of Melanie and Mike running off together, and she was still unsure whether or not to consider it. After a short moment of doubt, she shook the thought from her mind, relying on the friendship that had developed between them to keep Melanie from leaving her behind. It was time for Samantha to inform them about the plan she and Melanie had begun formulating to escape from the island together. "I'm 100% sure it's not that." "At least I hope not," she said, but her tone held a note of uncertainty. Before anyone could argue with her confidence, she spoke again. "We were making our own plans for that." Bobby's head spun around on hearing her words, and he fixed her with a hard stare. She had never given any indication that she was planning on leaving, or even that she wanted to. He believed that she was totally committed to continuing the fight and standing at her post within the command center, no matter how bad things became. Nobody spoke. Stan and Bull looked from Bobby to Samantha, waiting for the anticipated domestic argument to break out between them. "Oops," Danny blurted mockingly from his side of the table. "Sounds like someone just let the cat out." "Fuck off, Danny." Bobby growled angrily under his breath, but keeping his eyes locked on Samantha. "It wasn't going to be just the two of us." Samantha continued with a dismissive nod towards Bobby whilst her attention remained focused upon Stan. "We were waiting for the right moment, and we were going to put it to you, all about us, leaving together." She turned and looked at Bobby, her brow creased and an annoyed expression in her eyes.
What?
"You thought we would consider going alone? Just the two of us?" Bobby's shoulders relaxed a little, but he still felt wounded at the fact that he had not been brought in on their little secret sooner. His attention remained fixed upon her, but she refused to meet his gaze. She did not have the time or the patience to bow to his bruised masculine ego. Melanie and gaining the help of the team were her priorities at that moment. "Okay, you two can finish the foreplay later," Stan began after having listened to and considered everything that Samantha had told them. "So it's not comms, mechanical, or the fact that they've decided to make a break for it on their own. If that's the case, then there's only two real possibilities. Either they're trapped somewhere between here and London, or they're already dead." "Yeah, give it to her straight. Stan, don't sugarcoat it," Kyle remarked, leaning back in his chair and interlocking his fingers behind his neck. "It's definitely London," Samantha replied with confidence. "Her last transponder signal was from the city before it went blank. I'm pretty sure that her Healy went down, and here's what I've come up with." She pulled out a map and showed them the rough location of where the signal was last seen in the operations room. Bobby and Stan leaned in closer and stared at the ring that Samantha had drawn around the center of the suspected crash site, the same place from where the last transponder ping was received. A red circle denoted the possible range of the aircraft from the central point. "So with the time between transponder update relays and the average speed of a Gazelle helicopter when cruising at low altitude, we're looking at a search grid of roughly 2 square kilometers," Stan asked, rubbing his chin. "About that, yeah," Samantha replied. She knew that it would be difficult to find the crash site, especially within a partially destroyed city that was teeming with reanimated corpses. But she had to try. She just hoped that the team were willing to assist her. "Okay then, we're going out there," Stan announced. He stood up, having made his decision, and turned to the others. They had already began preparing for a bug out from the island, so their plan did not really change, only the method of how they were doing it and the time frame. "We're going to need a lift," Bobby said, hoping that someone else had already thought of that aspect. They did not have the time to go searching for boats. "Or are we planning on doing this whole thing on foot?" "I already have that in hand," Samantha replied. "I have a Chinook and 2 pilots ready to move at first light. They know what they're doing and what they're getting into. Regardless of the consequences, they're willing to help." "First light? Can you not get them sooner?" Samantha shook her head. "Fuck's sake, the longer we wait, the less chance of finding either of them alive, especially if they're in London. I wanted them to be ready to move within hours, but they need to pull quite a few rabbits out of their hats in order to get the Healy ready. They need to be very careful and think up a very clever bullshit story about what they're doing and why they're doing it. I trust them, though, and they're reliable. They'll be ready for first light. I just hope that Mel and Mike can hold out for a little longer. You're sure they're alive, aren't you?" Danny acknowledged, nodding toward Samantha and smiling at her unflinching loyalty to her friend and determination to find her. "Well, we need to work with what we have. If they can't get the Healy sooner, then we have to make do. Gives us more time to prep. First light it is." Stan nodded. He understood perfectly that it would not be easy for the pilots to get off the island without clearance. It had been tried in the past, and before the aircraft had made it out to sea and over the Solent, they were shot down by the anti-aircraft defenses aboard the HMS Illustrious. The burning wreckage had crashed into the water, killing all 30 of the men, women, and children on board. "A Chinook, excellent," Bobby said to himself. He stood and arched his back, rolling his shoulders and stretching his limbs, grimacing as he did so. He was still having trouble with the injuries he had sustained at Manchester Airport when he flung himself out of the control tower many months beforehand. He turned to Stan and raised an eyebrow. "It's a big aircraft with a large fuel capacity and long range. The world is our lobster now, mate. What do you think?" Stan nodded. He knew exactly what Bobby was thinking and gave him his approval to inform Samantha about the decision they had made and what they had already put into motion. The how part of their original plan had now been answered. They had an aircraft to take them to wherever they wanted to go. "We'll go into detailed planning later," Stan announced. For now, continue with prepping weapons and equipment. Danny, start looking at all the potential holdup areas within that radius. If Melanie's alive, we need a place to begin the search. Large, flat areas, preferably above ground level, should be our starting points. With the hammering that London has taken over the past few months, I don't think there are all that many buildings left standing that'll fit that description. So it shouldn't be too hard to narrow it down. Kyle looked up at Stan and then turned to Samantha. His eyes appeared sad, as though he had bad news that no one else was yet aware of. You do understand, Sam, that if their aircraft isn't safely parked on some rooftop somewhere or we find it at street level, there's no hope of finding her. Yeah, I know, but we at least need to take a look, just to be sure. Samantha nodded solemnly before turning towards the door. Bobby followed her out into the open air while Stan and Bull went off to recheck on their weapons and ammunition. What was that you were saying about sugarcoating? Danny asked, turning to the veteran once that Samantha was out of earshot. Kyle shrugged but did not reply immediately. He was still sitting with his hands clasped behind his head and looking transfixed as he watched Samantha leave. He eyed her as she was silhouetted by the light filtering in through the doorway. Even in the British Army uniform that he had always suspected was specifically designed to cancel out any pleasing figure, he could see that her body was in great shape. A moment later, and Bobby stepped into the doorframe, ruining Kyle's view. Needed to be said, the veteran replied in a distant voice as he admired the image imprinted upon his mind of Samantha's shapely hips and long legs. It's a shame that Bobby's name is stenciled on her arse, though. I'd love to wear it as a hat for the day. Don't be getting any ideas, mate? Nothing wrong with having a look. Kyle replied with a sigh as he stood up and headed towards the door that led out towards the cliffs. And on that note, I think I'll go and have some special reflection time before all the fun and games begin. Danny grabbed the map that Samantha had circled and began sifting through the other aerial photographs and mapping that he had already acquired. He found a large-scale map of London detailing its streets and rail networks. Kyle had given it to him earlier, before their mission had changed and became focused upon the city. The map was tattered and stained with patches of dried blood and gore, but enough detail could still be distinguished for it to be of use, while the others filtered out to begin their preparations. Danny set about scouring for Melanie's potential whereabouts. Out in front of the house, Bobby pulled Samantha to one side. She was expecting him to begin lecturing or scolding her for not informing him about her plan. But judging from the expression on his face, she quickly realized that Bobby had other things to tell her. You're coming with us on this trip, right? He said it as more of a statement rather than an actual request. She nodded and stared back at him. His features beneath his thick beard growth were hard and lined, showing the strain of the previous months. His face was drawn and appeared to have aged dramatically since the start of the outbreak, and she could understand why. She herself felt drained and worn down. However, Bobby's soft and warming eyes remained filled with life. As they had always done, they were the thing she had always liked most about his features. He looked back at her, and she could see that there was more to follow and that Bobby was just going through the preliminaries. Yeah, I'm coming with you. You'll need all the help you can get, and I wouldn't consider sitting here while you did all the work. Good, he nodded, happy in the fact that he had that element cleared up from the outset. There's another reason why you need to come, Sam. We were planning on running too. We decided it this morning and were thinking about bugging out within a couple of days. We were still in the early stages of prep, but I was going to speak to you about it later. No kissing, you two. Taft's voice called from the area of the sentry position, 20 meters away. He was standing amongst the low wire entanglements, having dragged the corpse of the woman that Bobby had dealt with earlier from his field of view, dumping it to the side before returning to his position. Bobby turned his attention back to Samantha, shaking his head. And now you're all thinking that we go find Melanie, and then just keep going? Is that what you mean? She asked. He nodded. Exactly. Who's going with you? Bobby looked around him and saw the others moving about, carrying kit into and out of the house, busy with their own jobs. Us and anyone else we thought should come along and could be trusted. You, Melanie, Mike, and the rest of their crew. Possibly Jerry and some of the ops staff. Bobby glanced to his right, back towards where Taft was standing. The short Welshman was busy animatedly explaining something to Richard with sweeping gestures. The once civil engineer was sitting in the exact same place he had been during the past 4 hours, smoking endlessly and making insulting remarks. Goes without saying that Rich will be coming too. We wouldn't even consider leaving without Emily and William, either. How are you planning on getting off the island? Bobby shrugged and grinned back at her. We hadn't got that far into the plan. But now, seeing as you're providing us with a nice shiny helicopter, that question's been answered. He paused and fixed her with a serious expression. Get back to HQ and grab what you need. Once we take off, we'll not be coming back, Sam. We'll only face charges of desertion if we did. You've seen the examples that are being set to prevent who they consider as essential personnel from running out. She nodded, visualizing the court-martials that had been carried out against scientists and soldiers accused of desertion and cowardice. The lucky ones had been shot by firing squad, but others had been less fortunate. Some of their bodies still hung from the gallows, serving as warnings as they swayed in the wind, kicking their legs and wailing loudly. Tell only those you can trust, and then get back here as soon as possible, and for fuck's sake, be careful. Everyone on this rock is out to screw each other over these days. Within hours, the equipment preparation was completed. Only what was needed was going to be taken. Food and water that could be carried, a change of warm clothing, and the rest was taken up with weapons and ammunition. A lot of personal items that had been accumulated over the months would be abandoned and left behind. While the team prepared themselves to go into the planning phase, Emily stood watching them from the kitchen doorway. She was worried about what the future may hold, and even more so for William, her son. There was no question in her mind that she would stay with the men and follow them wherever they went, but she could not shake the thought from her head that they were about to leave the relative safety of the Isle of Wight. She admitted to herself that the island was far from being a secure place to bring up her boy. But compared to the mainland, it was the safest option. Taff moved past her, having made himself a drink before sitting down with the others to begin hashing out their concept of operations. Emily reached out and gently placed her hand on his forearm, bringing him to an abrupt halt. He turned, glanced at her hand, and then turned his attention to her anxious eyes. "You sure this is the best thing to do?" she asked him in a hushed voice. Taff glanced over his shoulder and back at the men who were sitting around the old and beaten dining table, talking quietly amongst themselves. They were all there and would all have their say on the best way to conduct the operation. Each one of them was an experienced and valued member of the group. Stan would make the final decision on how they completed their mission, but their counsel would help to guide him. "Look," he said with a sigh and turned his body to face her. "I know how you feel, and I get that you're worried. We wouldn't be considering this if there was any other choice. We can't leave Melanie out there. She's saved our arses enough times, and we owe her on top of that. You know that this place will eventually fall into madness. It's slowly getting that way, and when it goes full tilt, it will be too late for anyone that's left here." She nodded in agreement. What Taff was saying made sense to her, even the part about the loyalty that they owed to the two pilots. They were stranded somewhere in or around London and needed their help. "I understand that, Taff," she replied in a tired voice. "But why go back onto the mainland? It must be worse there than it is here." "Maybe, but at least there we'll be able to make our own choices here. It's in the hands of what's left of the government and the militia." He shrugged and then looked down at his cooling tea and then back up at her, a sympathetic expression appearing across his face. "Listen, if you want to stay, we understand why. But I suggest you and Billy come along. You'll be a lot safer with us, Em." She nodded and folded her arms across her chest as she leaned her head and shoulder against the doorframe. She looked tired, exhausted. Her face was pale and her eyes appeared sunken. It had been months since she had seen her reflection properly in a clean and undamaged mirror. Her gray hairs were long and quickly canceling out her natural color, making her appear older and disheveled. She looked back at him and then over at the men around the table. In particular, she watched Stan. "What's the story with Stan, then? Why do you think he suddenly told us about him having a son before? Is he okay?" "I wouldn't worry about that tough old bastard." His armor slipped for a moment. "Is all it's good to know that Stan is actually human, though, don't you think?" He smiled fleetingly, and then his eyes flashed with seriousness and his voice took on a note of caution. "I suggest that you don't mention it to him again, though. If he wants to tell you, he will, but don't go digging. I'm interested to know more myself, but there's no way I'm going to start bombarding him with questions." "Okay," Emily nodded. She was more than a little curious, but she heeded the advice of the men when it came to dealing with their leader. She liked Stan and felt safe around him, but there was an air of menace about the man, and his cold eyes unsettled her at times. "You get yourself and Billy sorted out and sit tight. We'll take care of the rough stuff. You just keep the lad close, okay?" By early evening, the plan was complete. An hour before first light, Bull and Stan would move to the airfield to meet with the pilots while the rest waited at the house on the southern tip of the island. They could not risk all of them moving to the airfield as a group. Too many people moving together in that area would arouse suspicion. Once Stan and Bull were airborne, the Chinook would move to pick up the rest of their group and then drop down to just above sea level, hugging the coastline and the cliffs along the shore in order to stay out of the line of fire from the weapon systems on the Illustrious. If all went well, they would hopefully avoid being picked up on radar until it was too late, and by then they would be over the mainland and gone before anyone could react. There were a lot of ifs involved, but they planned for all the eventualities they could. Actions on for all phases of the mission were discussed and rehearsed as best as possible, and by the time they had finished, they had an answer for every potential problem they could encounter, particularly during the first phase, the move-out. Samantha had given them a full breakdown on what the two rogue pilots were going to do. They had made up a false and deliberately confusing set of orders that would allow them to get the aircraft fueled and prepared, while the operations staff attempted to make sense of the orders and have them verified. However, the authorizing personnel had been deliberately selected by the pilots. They were officers who were based at opposite ends of Newport and in areas where they knew communications to be particularly difficult. While runners were sent out to gain confirmation of the orders in person, the pilots would go about carrying out routine pre-flight checks and maintenance. Their priority was to have the fuel tanks topped up and the transponder disconnected, leaving the control center blind to their whereabouts. Danny had taken it upon himself to remove the plaster cast from his legs. Bobby had advised against it, but the stubborn young man would not allow himself to be given any special treatment during the operation. He was confident that his legs had healed well enough to afford him mobility without the casts. It had been over 4 weeks since suffering his injuries, and he reasoned that if they were not ready now, then they would never be. Carefully, with a set of heavy-duty trauma scissors, he cut through the plaster and revealed his pasty and thin legs. "Look at those ankles," Kyle swooned jokingly. "They look like they belong in a pair of heels. Have they always been that skinny?" "Yeah," Taff added. "With all that time wrapped up in plaster, your little legs are looking pretty delicate, Dan. I think we should get you a wheelchair for this one." Danny blanked their insults, refusing to rise to the bait. He moved about the room, testing the strength of his legs and proving to the others that he was not a burden. He would fight alongside the others and perform just as well, regardless of any discomfort he suffered. "You sure you're going to be okay, Danny?" Bull asked as he watched his friend walking about without the cast for the first time. Now Danny was carrying his heavy equipment, packed with ammunition and testing the weight against his weakened limbs. "I only ask because you're walking as though you've shit your pants. I'll still outrun you, Bull. You clumsy shit." "We'll see," Bull sneered in return. "When those things are chasing us across the UK, I bet they get you before they get me." There was nothing left to do now but wait later. After taking a break from all the planning, they came together one final time. There was one more thing that they needed to deal with. "Okay," Bull said, with resignation as the team gathered around the table again. "Who's the brave soul that wants to go first?" Bobby glanced across the table at him and then at the others with a blank look in his eyes. He continued to twirl the scalpel through his fingers, the light of the burning candle close by reflecting brightly from its razor-sharp edge. The surgical blade was brand new, having been peeled from its sterile wrapper just a few moments before. It was sharp enough to cut through flesh with ease and precision, but that did not make anyone want to volunteer themselves to lead the way. Nobody spoke but eyed the shining blade in the hands of their team medic. On the table was a bowl of boiled steaming water and piles of sealed bandages, suturing equipment, and 100% proof surgical alcohol for sterilization. "Well, it won't be me," Bobby announced. "I'm the one who knows what he's doing here, and I'm not letting any of you begin butchering me until you've watched me do it at least twice. One of you lump hammers would end up chopping my dick off by mistake, or on purpose, just to piss me off." "Aye, Sam would never forgive us if we did that," Bull joked nervously. "Fuck it," Taff grunted, reaching his hand across the table. He began rolling up the sleeve as far as the elbow, exposing his thick, muscular, and extremely hairy forearms. He had already carried out his own surgery once that day on the opposite arm when removing a piece of shrapnel from beneath the skin. "May as well balance me out. I look odd at the moment with just my right arm bandaged up. Get on with it, Bobby, before I lose my nerve." Kyle sat and watched as each of the men took their turn under the knife of Bobby. Each of them were given what he could spare in the way of anesthetic, which was nothing more than some numbing spray and a piece of thick canvas to clamp between their teeth. The morphine he needed to save. It did not take the skilled medic long to cut through the flesh, avoiding any damage to the arteries, tendons, and muscle tissue. The veteran winced and squirmed in his seat as he watched the scalpel puncture the soft tissue of the men. He had seen many wounds and gory injuries before and since the outbreak. He had witnessed comrades shot in battle and being blown up by IEDs in the Middle East. Head wounds, abdominal wounds, and severed limbs from traumatic amputations. None of them were new to him. Since the dead began to walk, he had been at the spearhead of many clashes with the infected. He had seen the living being torn limb from limb. The blood and the screams had become routine to him. However, something about watching a group of men go under the knife voluntarily and in less than ideal conditions made him feel a little squeamish. As they grunted and hissed against the pain, Bobby skillfully sliced through the soft flesh, making an incision of just a few centimeters. Next, he would hold the wound open with a pair of forceps and then reach in with a set of long tweezers, retrieving the biotracker that each team member had implanted in his arm. The devices were no bigger than a fingernail, but they relayed a lot of information about the person they were attached to. Heart rate and blood pressure, temperature and respiratory functions were all sent to command. Most importantly, it relayed their exact location through the GPS satellites. No matter where they were on the planet, the operations room could monitor their movements and status. However, the upcoming mission was not sanctioned by their commanders. They were running out, and Stan and the men felt that the powers that be had violated their privacy for long enough. After the removals and having sewn and dressed the wounds, the bloodied trackers were placed in a small pile in the center of the table. Each of the men were thinking the same thoughts as they stared down at the small units. There should have been 8 in total. Nick, Brian, and Marty were dead, their trackers still inside their bodies. They'll not relay any bio-readouts, but hopefully as long as ops are still seeing the transponder signals, they'll just treat it as a glitch for a while at least. Bobby stated as he added his own device to the pile. Pretty fancy pieces of kit, not much to them really. Is there high-tech stuff? Kyle commented as he picked up one of the trackers and began studying it between his fingers. Eventually, someone will want to know why none of your hearts are beating, and will probably come to check you all out in case you've turned. We'll be long gone by then, Danny replied, rubbing the bandage on his arm. We'll be off the radar and beyond their reach. Kyle nodded and tossed the tracker back onto the table with the others. It was getting late, and the sun had already sunk beneath the horizon, leaving just the last tendrils of daylight behind. Everything was prepared, checked and then double-checked. It was time for the group to snatch what sleep they could. It could be days before they next had the opportunity to rest. 12. It was dark when Melanie awoke. The moon was shining from somewhere beyond the jagged hole in the roof, but she could not see it. Its light glinted from the shards of broken steel and glass that lay scattered throughout the room, causing them to twinkle like thousands of stars around her. She was cold. Her body was shaking, and she could see her breath misting in front of her face. Her fingertips were numb to the touch, and the shivers that ran continuously along her spine would not allow her to drift back off to sleep, even if she had wanted to. The room around her was dark and quiet. Nothing stirred, and the eerie silence was unnerving to her cold and foggy mind. She knew where she was, and there was no confusion on that part. What she struggled with for a few short moments was how she had arrived there. She then remembered the crash. The distant sound of beating hands against the doors at the front of the building reminded her that she was trapped inside and that hundreds, maybe thousands of rotting, infected bodies were clambering at the outer walls. The crumpled and useless aircraft framework around her retold the story of how desperate their situation was and the fact that they had no communications with their home base. The radio was out of action, and she doubted that their transponder was still functioning. The stairs to the roof, she had been unable to find them. Her memory was jogged when she remembered finding what she believed to be the smashed remains of banisters and railings strewn over the floor of the room and mixed with the shattered furniture and masonry. A feeling of hopelessness suddenly engulfed her. It coursed through her body, being carried along on the shivers that rippled through her muscles, and across her chilled skin, dark and despairing thoughts began to filter into her mind. She was beginning to think that they would never be able to get out of there, and no one would find them. They were thoughts that would drive her to surrender to their situation. If she allowed them to fester, they would consume her. She would lose all hope. She could not give up, not yet. Checking herself mentally, she sat up and rubbed her hands together, blowing her hot breath into her cupped palms. In the darkness, it was almost impossible to see any detail of her surroundings, but she could feel Mike close beside her. She reached down and gently placed her hand upon his, checking that he was okay but not wanting to disturb him. He was cold, too, like a slab of meat that had just been removed from a refrigerator. Her first instinct was to pull away, but when she felt his fingers move against her touch, she felt reassured that he was okay. She looked down upon his faint, dark shape. He did not make a sound and remained completely still. She wondered how much longer he could survive without proper medical care. She had no idea how bad the internal bleeding was and was worried that it would eventually be too late by the time somebody found them. "Hold on in there, Mike," she thought to herself, willing him to survive. A pang of guilt began to rise from within Melanie. She had been the pilot. It was her fault that they were in the situation that they found themselves. It should have been her lying there, not her friend. He had advised, even warned her against attempting the landing on the rooftop. She should have heeded his caution, as usual. Her overconfidence and self-assurance in her skill had gotten the better of her. Why had she come out of the crash unscathed? Why was Mike the one who had to be suffering and slowly dying? She stared down at his faint silhouette and felt a warm tear trickle down over the cold skin of her cheek. She needed to find them a way out. She at least owed that much to her co-pilot. "I'm going for a look around," she whispered softly to him. She doubted that he could hear her, but speaking to him gave her a degree of inner comfort. She gripped the edges of the blanket and pulled it upwards, tucking the rough material beneath his chin in an attempt to keep him warm. There was very little else she could do for him. His internal injuries were far beyond the treatment of her knowledge and skill. "I'll be back soon." She had slept for long enough and felt an overwhelming urge to be proactive. Sitting around placing her faith in the ability and willingness of others to get them out was not going to help either of them. They had been there for over 24 hours, and there was still no sign of a rescue party. Grabbing her flashlight and pistol, she shuffled across to the wrecked and open doorway leading out of the rear passenger compartment. The pockets of her flight suit were filled with flares just in case. If she heard any aircraft outside, she would fire them through the hole in the roof. She knew in her own mind that it was doubtful that she would hear anyone coming to their rescue, but the thought enabled her to continue functioning. Her boots crunched against the debris beneath her feet. She stood still for a moment, listening into the darkness and expecting something to have taken notice of the tiny, high-pitched sounds that the crushed glass and crumbling brickwork had made as her weight pressed down upon them. Nothing appeared out of the gloom. She fumbled with her light and switched it on, illuminating a large round patch of the floor in front of her. In the bright glow, nothing revealed itself to her but on the peripherals, where there was nothing but blackness. Her imagination pictured 1,000 of the infected, lurking just beyond her sight, and watching her with lusting, ravenous eyes. She quickly turned in a 360-degree arc, panning the light over every surface around her, wanting to be sure that her imagination was not going to get the better of her. She held the beam for brief moments, scrutinizing the dark recesses that seemed to be filling the entire room. Every piece of broken furniture or deformed pile of concrete and steel presented itself as the twisted body of one of those grotesque ghouls. She was terrified at the thought of just one of them having found its way inside. Her heart was pounding heavily, and her breath was coming in short, sharp gasps. She was at risk of losing control and flinging herself back into the ruined aircraft, throwing her head beneath the blanket, and curling into a ball while all manner of perceived horrors closed in. "Get a fucking grip," she hissed angrily. She stepped away from the fuselage and into the center of the room. It seemed to have grown colder there, and her instincts screamed at her to move back towards the helicopter. She fought against them and her fear of the unknown. She needed to check that they were still safe, and she could not do that if she was curled up next to Mike and hiding beneath a blanket. She smiled nervously to herself in the darkness. For an instant, she was taken back to her childhood when she would use pillows and duvets as protection against imagined terrors. She and her brothers and sisters would sit up into the late night telling scary stories and fighting for control of their feather-filled shields. She shook her head, expelling the childish feelings from her mind. The danger was real, and she could not, no matter how much she would like to, go back to her childhood innocence. She stepped further into the gloom and looked up at the hole above her. She could not see the moon, but its glow was there, brightening the edges of the clouds that drifted by over the rooftops. She paused and listened, hoping to hear the sound of beating rotor blades from the helicopters that she longed to be currently scouring the city, searching for her and her co-pilot. She could hear nothing except the steady thump of the dead at the main door to the restaurant. Their pounding hands never gave up the beat. The dull and distant thuds would continue until they managed to break their way in. They would never tire and never grow bored. Somewhere in the distance, many streets away, a long and agonizing moan drifted out above the city as one of the wandering corpses howled against the night. It was a deep and hollow wail, haunting and poignant. It sounded as though the soul of the creature was being tortured, For a second, she almost felt pity for the unfortunate man, but it did not last long. Regardless of what he had once been, the thing he now was would not hesitate to tear her apart, no matter how sympathetic she felt towards it. She shivered again and felt the cold rising up through her legs. She needed to move, or she would become frozen to the spot with cold and fright. She had no choice but to continue her clearance and search for an alternate way out. Stealthily, she made her way around the ground floor of the building, creeping through the shadows and occasionally stumbling into objects that she could not see. Each time, she barely managed to stifle the scream that jammed in her throat and sat waiting for its opportunity to erupt from her mouth. Her jangled nerves were beginning to get the better of her. Her mind was constantly seeing threats that were not there. Her light flitted erratically around the room as her eyes and ears detected movement from every corner. Again, she paused. She sunk into the shadow of a corner and felt the wall behind her, acting as a psychological barrier against anything sneaking up on her from the rear. She breathed deeply, keeping her flashlight shining to her front, proving to herself that there was nothing else inside the room with her. After a minute or two, she was able to continue, but she had no idea for how much longer she would be able to keep her fear under control. Many of the partition walls had been destroyed or heavily damaged during the crash, so there was no need to expose herself through doorways and into the unknown. It was a simple matter of peering over the remains of the brickwork and shining her light into the next room. Nothing revealed itself to her. With each minute that passed, her immediate fears were being proven to be nothing more than her imagination. The glowing beam moved over the floors and walls of the adjoining rooms, and she was careful not to allow the light to touch the windows around the outer walls. Anything in the street beyond would see the illumination and be attracted towards the delicate glass of the windows. There was no doubt in her mind that the street outside was packed with the infected. She could see their ghostly shadows lurching around from beyond the frosted glass. From experience, Melanie knew that the dead did not have the intelligence to attack the windows, viewing them as an alternate way in. However, a light or her silhouette reflecting from the panes would soon convince them that the windows were indeed to be used as an entrance. From what she could hear, there were enough of the dead at the exits. She did not need to signal to any others that there were living people inside the building. Her sweep completed and safe in the knowledge that all the doors and windows remained intact, she headed back for the helicopter. She moved across the room rapidly, eager to reach the relative safety of the wreckage and feel Mike close by. She would sit and wait for morning, fighting against the cold and keeping a watchful eye on her co-pilot. She was certain that by the time the sun was up, they would hear a helicopter coming to their rescue. She took comfort in the fact that Samantha was her friend and was in a position to be able to influence the senior staff back on the Isle of Wight. "She wouldn't leave me here," she reassured herself. On reaching the aircraft, Melanie placed her pistol back into its holster and clasped her flashlight between her teeth. She needed both hands to be free in order to begin the climb back into the twisted fuselage. Her upper body was through the door when Mike's foot moved across the floor, emitting a light scraping noise that was deafening in the otherwise silence. She looked up in surprise, the light clutched between her teeth, shining over Mike's lower body. He was sitting up now, his features cast in darkness and facing in her direction. "Ah, you're awake," she said, relieved that she would not be alone. She pulled herself in further and hauled herself up so that her legs were inside. Mike was silent. His body did not move, but remained facing her. As Melanie's feet were firmly on the floor of the cockpit, she reached up and pulled the torch from her mouth. She held it in her hand and angled it upward, illuminating his face. She gasped. His clouded, flat orbs stared back at her, but there was no indication of recognition in Mike's gaze as the light reflected dully from his sunken eyes. His skin was ashen and drawn, and his lips had withered and turned a faint purple from the lack of blood. He did not move but continued to look at the light shining into his face, mesmerized and confused. Finally, his lips parted slightly, and a long, drawn-out huff rasped out from between his teeth. His hand, the soft skin of the fingertips shriveled and the nail beds quickly turning a deep blue, reached up towards the dazzling brightness that Melanie held in her hand. She froze for a moment, unable to form a clear thought in her petrified mind. As the body of Mike began to move, his grasping fingers reaching out for her, her subconscious took over, and she recoiled before she realized what had happened. Her body was flying through the air, back out through the door and towards the floor of the restaurant. The light swirled in her hand and bounced from floor to ceiling, from cockpit to Mike. In the split second that the torchlight shone across him, she saw that he was now flinging himself out after her, his mouth agape and his arms outstretched. She hit the floor hard and felt a searing pain in her side as she landed against something sharp that drove itself deep into her soft flesh. She let out a yelp and rolled to the left, feeling the foreign object tear through her skin, its jagged edge scraping against her ribs and causing a torrent of agony to rip through her body and along her nervous system. A blinding flash streaked across her vision, and she howled, unable to control herself against the torturous pain that assaulted her. Mike's heavy body crashed into the floor beside her with a loud thump. Dust and debris were flung up all around him, causing gray clouds to drift across the beam of light that emitted from Melanie's torch. He grunted and began to push himself upwards, dragging his knees up beneath him and turning towards the whimpering form of the living person close by. His lips curled back, and a snarl fell from his mouth. Melanie was crawling back away from him, kicking her feet at the floor in an attempt to gain some grip. The pain in her side was causing her mind to spin, but she could not afford to let it overwhelm her. Mike had died and was now coming after her. She needed to get some distance between them. She kept the light shining towards him as she thrust her way along the ground. The jagged piece of rusted iron that was embedded in her side, sawing against her bones and tearing at the muscle. Again, she screamed. It was long and loud and totally beyond her control. The agony she experienced prevailed against any desire she had for stealth. The pounding at the doors increased in volume and tempo. The windows, too, began to rattle and crack in their frames as hands beat against them. The dead had heard her cries. The sounds of the living never failed to rile them, and their determination to gain entry intensified. Mike continued to crawl after her, groaning loudly and drooling long strands of thick, dark mucus from his withered lips. Her light illuminated his emaciated face and lifeless eyes as he slithered his way towards her, reaching out for her as she continued to push away. She turned over, gritting her teeth against the torture in her side, and pushed up with her hands, oblivious to the glass and shards of masonry that plunged deep into the soft skin of her palms. Climbing to her knees, she began to scurry across the debris-strewn floor. After a meter or two, she jumped to her feet and hobbled towards the nearest door. She stopped, hearing the frustrated wail of Mike as she escaped from him. Turning around, she saw that he was now on his feet. His body was swaying animatedly as his broken leg bones grinded against one another, slowly disintegrating beneath him with loud, sickening cracks. Within a few steps, his body dropped and he crashed back down into the dust. The remains of the bones had shattered, giving him no more support. He showed no pain or discomfort as he began to drag himself forwards, clutching at the ground with his fingers, flaying the soft skin from the bones and the nails from their beds. Melanie stopped. She could not run away and hide from him. She had nowhere to go. He would not give up the chase, and she could not leave him like that. The creature that had once been her friend needed to be dealt with. She owed it to him, and it was for her own survival. Her hands reached down for her pistol. To her horror, her fingers fell upon an empty holster, the weapon having slipped from its place on her hip during the fall from the cockpit. A whimper slipped from her mouth, and her knees grew weak as her hand continued to grope for the gun that she knew was not there. Reluctantly, she realized that she needed to find an alternative. She moved the light away from the advancing body of Mike and scanned the ground around her feet, desperately searching for anything that she could use as a weapon. Close by, she saw what appeared to be the broken remains of a table leg. She winced at the pain in her side as she stepped to her left and reached for it. Pulling it free from the debris that covered it, she absent-mindedly tested its weight as she raised it up towards her. She returned her attention back to the dark shape of Mike snarling up at her as he dragged his lifeless body across the floor. It was hard for her to breathe. The metal sticking into her side was snatching her breath away every time she moved. Added to the fear that she felt, it was virtually impossible for her to remain upright. Her body was beginning to convulse and her head was swimming. She felt nauseous and ready to faint. But she needed to take care of Mike before she would let herself be overwhelmed by pain and shock. On shaking legs, she took a step forward by now. Mike was almost upon her and was growling aggressively and snapping his teeth repeatedly. With her free hand and trembling uncontrollably, she held the light, shining it at his face as steadily as she could. She raised the makeshift club high over her shoulder. She almost dropped it as she was racked with excruciating pain. Even the slightest movement inflicted agony upon her. With a cry of anger and despair, she brought the table leg down hard and smashed it against her co-pilot's head. The weapon bounced on impact and then slid to the side, hitting the ground with a heavy thump, having just glanced the side of Mike's skull. In the flickering light, she saw the gaping wound beneath his hairline and the deformed shape of his cranium where the bone had been smashed. He barely seemed to notice the blow. His snarls continued, and his jaws snapped endlessly as he continued with his relentless advance. Again, she raised her bludgeon and brought it down in a long arc, screaming as she did so. She heard the echoing crack and felt the sudden resistance against the tip of the solid wooden leg. The vibration of the impact traveled up through her hand and along her forearm, jolting her elbow as the weapon struck her friend's head at her feet. Mike's body had become still and silent. The back of his skull was caved inwards, exposing shards of white bone, pink brains, and clods of thick, clotted blood. She collapsed to her knees, ignoring the pain in her side, and howling like a banshee up at the sky through the wrecked floors of the building. The dead outside answered her wails with their own cries and increased their drumbeat against the doors and windows. Melanie burst into tears, unable to stop herself or bring herself to move. She was filled with grief and despair, a combination that threatened to send her spiraling into a deep blackness. Her thoughts drifted to better days and memories of the life she had led before the dead had begun to walk. She saw her family and friends smiling and filled with life. She pictured the places she had been and the things she had seen. She also saw Mike sitting beside her in the cockpit of their aircraft, cracking wise remarks and making her laugh. Only when she heard the distinct shattering of glass and splintering of wood did her mind float back into reality. She climbed to her feet, clutching at the wound in her side and groaning from the pain. Another loud crack rang out as a pane of glass gave way from somewhere within the building. Holding out her hand against the nearest wall in order to support herself as she stumbled along, she moved towards the downed helicopter. She needed to find her pistol. At least with that, she could take matters into her own hands and have control of her fate. She found it exactly where she suspected it had fallen from her holster. It was lying amongst the debris beneath the door of the Gazelle. She grabbed it, instantly feeling comforted by its weight in her hand. As long as she still had a bullet in the chamber, the dead would not have the satisfaction of sinking their teeth into her while she remained alive. She checked the magazine was still firmly in its housing, within the pistol grip, and ensured that there was a round in the chamber. She had 2 more magazines in her pocket, giving her a total of 45 shots. She clumsily hauled herself back into the fuselage as more sounds of breaking door frames and window glass echoed around her. She was close to collapse. Her head was spinning and her body felt weak. But she managed to climb into the cockpit, her racked body dropping down upon the seat. She paused and took a deep breath. Even in her clouded mind, she knew that what she was about to do was wrong, but she did not care. The metal digging its way through her side was causing her too much pain. If removing it caused her to bleed out, she was beyond worrying. Bleeding out and swallowing a bullet was preferable to being torn limb from limb or suffering with a piece of iron jutting out from her rib cage. With one hand tightly holding the seat and the other gripping the end of the cold and jagged object protruding from her side, she took a deep breath and counted to 3. The flesh tore and the serrated edges of the metal rasped against her bones as she heaved. Again she screamed, but she refused to let go or pause in her task. She pulled harder, her hands becoming wet with warm blood as the long sliver of iron was pulled free and the wound began to gush. Her blood-curdling cries rang out, drifting up through the hole in the roof and echoing out over the rooftops of the ruined city as her consciousness was wrenched away from her. All across London, hundreds of thousands of rotting heads turned towards the agony-filled howls of Melanie 13. Stan and Bull remained tucked into the shadow of the tall hedge. Their bodies were almost invisible to the naked eye as they stood waiting, their weapons slung over their shoulders and watching the open ground to their front. They did not want to make it appear obvious that they were trying to stay out of sight and attempted to remain casually unnoticed. They had been standing and letting the time steadily tick by for nearly an hour. They had intentionally arrived early so that they could assess the situation before the pilots arrived at the predetermined rendezvous. The moon was out, and what clouds there were drifted quickly across the sky on the blustery wind, causing varying degrees of light to filter through to the ground. The airfield was situated in a large field 2 kilometers to the west of Newport. The guard positions that were supposed to protect the area were few and far between. The majority of what remained of the army needed to concentrate their forces on the front lines that faced the militia positions. Manpower had become a premium, and there were very few troops available to protect areas behind the lines, leaving little depth in the defenses here at the airfield. There was no more than a platoon strength of soldiers to defend and keep watch upon the rows of aircraft that sat in silence. The command center based in Newport and air control at the far end of the airfield kept electronic eyes on the helicopters. If somebody so much as started one of their engines, the technicians that were watching the screens would instantly know about it through the transponders. Stan and Bull had infiltrated the airfield through one of the many blind spots that they had identified in the perimeter. Again, they had carried out their intrusion in a casual manner, not wanting to appear as though they were deliberately trying to gain entry. So far, they had gone undetected. If anyone was to challenge them, and depending on the size of the unit confronting them, they had two choices. If it was just a few men, they could easily be incapacitated and put out of action before they were able to raise the alarm, but if there were too many, they would need to use their cover story. Their lie was as simple as could be. They would tell the sentries that they were lost. There was no other reason why two soldiers that were not assigned to that area would be there. You have to love the RAF regiment. Bull whispered as he stood with his hands stuffed deep into his pockets and rocking back on the heels of his boots. They want to be soldiers, but they don't want to be soldiers. I could get a division into here and do a few victory laps before anyone noticed. Stan grunted and lifted the cuff of his jacket to check the time. Bull watched him as he fumbled with the material and then attempted to push the button on the side of the bezel in order to illuminate the face of his watch. It took him a few clumsy attempts before he was able to complete the task. "You getting any better with that?"
Better with what?
Stan replied without looking at him. He knew what Bull was referring to, but he did not want to acknowledge it. "I mean your arm and the nerve damage," Bull answered immediately, nodding towards Stan's right hand. "Is it getting any better?" "I'm getting used to it now. I can do a lot more with it than I could at the start. Feels completely dead in the mornings, though, and takes a while to wake up." Bull had seen him on many occasions standing on a secluded patch of ground at the back of the house, practicing with his weapons, getting used to the lack of dexterity in his arm, and needing to rely more on his left. Stan was never one to allow an injury to get in the way of him doing his job. Bull had heard a rumor that the man had completed SAS selection with a broken leg, only going to get it seen to by a professional once he had been badged as part of the regiment. Again, and as always with Stan, nothing was ever confirmed or discounted. When it came to matters about his elusive past, the man was an enigma. Since the injuries he had sustained in Manchester when the exploding glass had killed Brian and severed the nerves and tendons in Stan's arm, their commander had devoted a lot of his time adjusting and retraining his body and mind around his damaged limb. He could wield his pistol and MP5 submachine gun with his left arm better than most experts. As a result, he was fast, accurate, and able to manipulate his weapons as though he was naturally left-handed. An injury that would have made most men change their profession completely was looked upon as a mere bump in the road by Stan. Bull did not bother to continue with the line of questioning towards his commander. He knew all too well that Stan would not want to talk about his injuries any more than he had already done. He looked away and spat. "It fucking stinks here." "No wonder." Stan whispered back to him and nodded towards the ditch behind them that was running parallel to the hedgerow. "Yeah, I saw them earlier. There's a few amongst them that are still twitching." The shallow trench was filled with the corpses of the dead. The soldiers defending the airfield did not have the resources to round them up and dispose of them properly. Instead, whenever they wandered into the area, they were shot and turfed into the nearest ditch. Some of them had been burned, but with fuel being so scarce, most of them were just left to rot. "The whole island is slowly becoming a mass grave," Stan replied. Over to the east, the sky had begun changing color, only slightly, but enough to herald the dawning of a new day. It was slowly growing lighter, and within a short space of time, the huge dark hulks of the helicopters began to appear from out of the blackness. A variety of machines sat together in a long line. Troop carriers, such as the 3 remaining CH-47s, and smaller aircraft like the Lynx, Gazelle, and the formidable Apaches and Cobras that glistened with heavy armaments, lay like giant prehistoric beasts, waiting for the sun to rise and warm their cold bodies back to life. "Here we go," Stan muttered a short while later. Bull looked up and saw 2 faint shapes moving from the area where the aircraft lay dormant. It was impossible to identify them in the low light, but they were definitely human and alive. They moved with purpose and a coordination that could only be performed by the living. They appeared from around the front of one of the bulbous noses of a Chinook and began to make their way across the damp grass towards the hedgerow. As they drew closer, Stan was able to see them more clearly and identify the flight suits they wore. Stan and Bull did not move. It was clear that the 2 men could not see them yet, as they were not walking directly towards their position. Stan and Bull had also deliberately stayed away from the exact location of the rendezvous in case their plan had been compromised. They lurked in the shadows and watched as the men trundled by. wanting to be sure that the two figures were indeed their expected pilots before they would consider exposing themselves out in the open. The two men stopped close to the cattle grid and break in the hedge that had been chosen as the meeting point. They waited for a while, nervously shuffling their feet and constantly looking over their shoulders in all directions as they spoke to one another. In hushed voices, they were risking a lot. They knew full well what would happen to them if they were caught trying to desert, let alone stealing a helicopter. After a few minutes, Stan nudged Bull with his elbow and nodded towards the two pilots. He was satisfied that they were the men they were expected to meet, and that they had not been followed. From what they had seen, there was no one in the immediate vicinity, and there was no indication of an ambush waiting for them. The plan was going ahead. The pilots had arrived, and it was time for them to go and introduce themselves. They stepped out from the hedgerow and into the moonlight. They moved slowly, not wanting to startle the clearly nervous pilots and provoking them into making a sudden noise or movement that could attract the attention of one of the sentries in the area. They were 20 meters away before either of the men saw Stan and Bull headed in their direction. The first man turned, looking surprised to see the two soldiers approaching from within the airfield. They had been expecting them to come down along the track on the opposite side of the hedge. He reached out and patted his partner on the shoulder to gain his attention. They both turned and waited for Stan and Bull to come closer. "You must be Stan. Glad you made it." "We were beginning to wonder," the first man whispered, holding out his hand and smiling nervously. Stan studied him briefly, and judging by his appearance, he imagined the man as being more comfortable on a surfboard than wearing a flight suit. His teeth glowed against the darkness, and the whites of his eyes seemed bright enough to be visible from quite a distance. He was a tall and athletic-looking man, with blonde flowing hair that was far longer than regulation length for the British military. Most regulations, however, had long since been forgotten. Getting a haircut or ensuring that they shaved each morning had been something that most of the surviving troops had ignored from very early on. His eyes darted with apprehension, constantly checking his surroundings. But his stern features and resolute expression made him appear determined to see his mission through. "Yeah, that's me," Stan replied, accepting the other man's hand, as he eyed the pair of them with natural suspicion. Bull remained a few steps back from Stan, staying slightly to his right, and ready to jump into action at the first sign of trouble. He watched the pilots, and his mind took in every detail, how they held themselves, the position they were standing in, what their hands were doing, and what their eyes were telling him. Holding his M4 rifle in his right hand, pointed towards the wet grass, but ready to be brought up within a fraction of a second. Bull waited for Stan to approve the men. Neither of them seemed to be aware that with a single nod of Stan's head they could be dead before either of them had the chance to scream. "My name's Glenn," the first man replied and nodded to the other figure that was standing beside him. "This is Scott, my co-pilot. The rest of the crew are already on board and waiting to go. We've got everything ready. The transponder is disconnected and our orders are currently doing the rounds. I'm not sure for how much longer they'll keep people confused, though, so we need to get going. We're ready when you are." Stan turned to Bull and gave him a reassuring nod. Bull relaxed slightly and stepped in closer, allowing the two pilots to see his face more clearly. They looked back at him, visibly in awe of his size and conveying a hint of caution as they stared at the concentrated expression upon his scarred features. He nodded to them in way of greeting, but kept his distance. Stan had signaled that it was okay to go with them, but had not yet confirmed that he could trust them. While they moved towards the helicopter, Bull would keep an eye on their rear and their flanks, while Stan watched the pilots closely. They would react with extreme violence and with complete self-preservation in mind if they were suddenly ambushed, or if the pilots made any indication that they were not playing for the same team. "I hope you don't mind, Stan," Glenn began, as they started to make their way back towards the line of helicopters. They could be seen more clearly now as the sky became lighter by the minute. "Sam told us that we could bring anyone along who we could trust, and we felt that a few extra hands wouldn't hurt." Stan nodded. He wondered what they could expect when they reached the aircraft, on the one hand, and typical of his cautious mind, he had visions of a platoon of heavily armed soldiers waiting for them. Whilst, on the other hand, he could picture a tailgate overflowing with a crowd of desperate women and children, waiting to be taken to the promised land and needing to be looked after. "That's ours, there," Glenn said, pointing to a Chinook that was 50 meters away and close to the end of the line, like all the other aircraft in the area. It was dark and silent, showing no sign of being ready to take off. "Everything is ready." "We just need to start her up," Scott added when he saw the mistrustful expression in Bull's eyes. They continued to walk towards the machine, leaving a trail of flattened, dew-soaked grass behind them as the four men made their way across the field. There was no sound coming from the area or any of the other dormant helicopters, apart from the cold wind blowing across the island from the sea. The place was as still as a grave, almost eerie. "We've also managed to," Glenn began, but then stopped in mid-sentence. From the south, a distant, crackling rumble punctured the silence of the early dawn. It sounded like the unmistakable, endless, high-pitched groan from a jet engine, growing louder as it drew near. All four of the men stopped and turned to see an elongated, glowing object as it raced across the horizon just 50 meters above the ground and leaving a trail of faint, wispy smoke in its wake. It was moving fast, traveling the length of the island within just a few seconds, and streaking across the heavens on the way to its destination. Bull and Stan instantly recognized it, but the pilots had not yet realized what they were witnessing. "What the hell's that?" Scott muttered, as he stood staring at the fiery object, a perplexed look on his face. He turned to the others for enlightenment. The ball of light soon disappeared over the horizon towards the slowly brightening sky, leaving only its fast-waning smoke trail behind and the deep, grumbling sound of its propulsion system echoing over the land. A few seconds later, and a brilliant flash sprang up from the east, illuminating the clouds for an instant, shattering the darkness, and quickly being replaced by an intense, fluttering glow from the point of impact. It took a while, but the booming report eventually reached Stan and the others. Its low but heavy concussion, filling the air and rumbling up through the ground. Glenn and Scott stared at one another in shock. They could not make any sense of what they had just seen, and when they saw more of the missiles snaking their way across the sky from above the clouds, headed towards the east, they became rooted to the spot. Only Stan and Bull had realized what was happening and jumped into action. "Move!" Stan roared, turning in the opposite direction and increasing his pace until he broke into a run. "Get to the heli!" Now Bull grabbed the two pilots by their harnesses, physically turning them around and dragging them along with him as he chased after Stan. Behind them, far off in the distance, more sonic booms rang out as the volley of rockets smashed into their targets, blowing them to pieces and destroying men and material alike. The calm night had been swept aside, being forced to retreat under the torrent of explosions that now filled the air above the island. The crackle of exploding munitions and roaring missiles became more intense, as wave upon wave of guided bombs soared through the skies. It became impossible to distinguish the individual detonations from one another as the bombardment intensified. The ground shook violently with each impact, denoting the destruction of yet another position and the obliteration of its unfortunate occupants. "What's happening?" Glenn shouted, as he was pushed and pulled along by the huge arms and shoulders of Bull. "Who's firing missiles at us?" "Does it actually matter who or why?" Bull growled back at him above the din of the distant assault and continuing to force both men along with him. "We're under attack. Fucking move yourselves and get that chopper up in the air." A deafening whoosh drowned out their thoughts and words. For a fraction of a second, it sounded and felt as though they had been picked up and dropped into a vacuum chamber. Their ears almost imploded from the pressure, and their hearts and lungs jumped into their throats. In an instant, they were flung to the ground and then lifted up into the air as the airfield exploded around them. A blinding flash seared their eyes, sending their optic nerves into convulsions as their vision was momentarily snatched away from them, being replaced with a blanket of all-consuming whiteness. As the blast wave struck and the intense heat threatened to strip the flesh from his bones, Bull felt himself being tossed a great distance from where he had been standing. He was hurled through the air and in the opposite direction from the helicopters as a number of the aircraft disintegrated, throwing out glowing fragments of their rotors and engines in all directions. As his eyes were almost sucked from their sockets, his body twisted through the air, his arms and legs flailing. For a fleeting moment, he saw more flashes and balls of fire as the deluge of guided warheads plowed into the airfield. The whole island seemed to be engulfed by fire and ear-piercing thunderclaps of detonating high explosives. He landed heavily, hitting the soft earth and instantly forming a shallow crater around his impact site. Again, his body was buffeted and slung through the grass as more explosions ripped through the airfield and obliterated everything around him. His vision, hearing, breath, and mind were struggling to hold on to their foundations as the assault upon his senses threatened to drive him into a chaotic black hole. He was on the brink of losing consciousness, barely aware of where he was, when he was ripped from the ground once more and hurled, spinning through the air like a rag doll. The assault increased in ferocity. Debris was flying in all directions as more of the vulnerable helicopters were torn to pieces by the exploding rockets. Steel and glass, whizzing over the ground like speeding bullets, ripped through anything they came into contact with. Again, Bull crashed back down to earth with a heavy thud. Any air that he had managed to cling on to was knocked from his lungs, leaving him gasping amongst the anarchy that seemed to reign around him. Agonizing screams rang out from somewhere close by. Someone had been hit from the whirling shrapnel, and their blood-curdling howls, for a few short seconds, drowned out the sound of carnage as the rockets continued to stream in from their unseen attackers. Another crushing detonation, blast of heat, and powerful shockwave, and the cries of agony were instantly extinguished. Bull rolled over as chunks of metal and other parts of a helicopter thumped into the dirt close to where he was. They bounced heavily, spinning off in other directions and creating their own paths of destruction, while other pieces of shrapnel buried themselves deep into the mud. He needed to get out of the immediate area, but each time he was beginning to claw back his mind from the madness created by the booming explosions. Another missile would snatch it back and away from him. His eyes refused to focus, and his limbs were incapable of obeying his commands as his psyche rattled precariously along the rim of insanity. He began to sliver across the dew-covered grass and away from the chaos behind him, clutching at the dirt and hauling himself along on his stomach. He was screaming above the din of the barrage in an attempt to stave off the overwhelming pressure that was threatening to cause his skull to implode. He had been under bombardment from artillery and rocket fire before, but he had never experienced it with such intensity. It seemed impossible that he was still alive and moving while everything around him was smashed and torn apart. As he made some ground away from the immediate impact sites, he began to hear the distinct thumps of helicopter rotors above him. The sky sounded as though they were filled with 1,000 of the machines, but when he turned his eyes to the sky, he could see nothing but the thick, billowing clouds of acrid smoke spewing up from the wreckage of the destroyed helicopters. His mind could not make sense of what he was seeing and hearing. He continued to crawl. "Stan," he howled over his shoulder as he crawled for his life, unsure whether the words were actually flowing from his mouth. "Where the fuck are you, Stan? Answer me. What the fuck is happening?" Another voice was also screaming out from amongst the mayhem and from close by. But it was impossible for Bull to understand the words or recognize the voice. He could not stop. He needed to keep moving and to get away from the airfield. The assault was relentless, showing no sign of let-up as the rockets poured in. Bull could think of nothing other than getting away from the blasts. A missile landed 40 meters away, vaporizing the ground beneath it and anything else in the immediate area in a flash of extreme heat. The blast wave ripped along the ground, snatching up Bull and sending him spinning through the air again and then rolling further across the field as he landed back down to earth. The shock of the explosion caused his teeth to rattle and his innards to twist and jolt against his bones. It felt as though he was being crushed and pulled apart simultaneously. Above him, machine guns began to rattle. The swirling smoke-filled darkness over Bull's head reverberated with the sound of heavy weapons, mercilessly firing into their targets on the ground below. He could hear the rapid, tearing howl of 20-millimeter rotating cannons, spitting out thousands of rounds per minute, chewing up flesh, bone, and steel without distinction or decrease in effectiveness. The cannons were joined by the unmistakable deep, juddering thuds of the Browning heavy machine guns, fired from the flanks of attack helicopters while they continued to pound the airfield into a churned mess with their rockets. The confusion and immediate horror began to fade as Bull created some distance between himself and the rows of mangled helicopters. He could now make more sense of his surroundings and see where he was going. The battle, massacre, continued to rage behind him, but he was away from its immediate effects, pushing himself up from the mud and grass. He jumped to his feet and took off towards the south, headed for the hedgerow where he and Stan had been standing just minutes before. His legs were rickety, and for every 2 steps forward that he took another 2 to the side. His vision remained blurred and his ears buzzed loudly, but he was determined to keep going. He reached the shelter of the hedge and jumped down into the shallow drainage ditch running along the inside of the field's perimeter. The thick, gloopy mud sucked and squelched as he landed, heavily coating his entire body in the cold and stinking filth. A number of decomposing bodies lay scattered through the ditch around him, their stench lingering close to the ground and drifting up into Bull's nostrils. There, he quickly took stock of his condition, checking for any unnoticed injuries and shaking his head violently in an attempt to bring his mind back to its full function. Precariously, he moved his body into a squat and raised his head above the lip of the ditch, careful not to expose himself too much to the shrapnel that still zipped through the air over a wide area. Where there had once been rows of helicopters and other vehicles, there was nothing but glowing wreckage and smoke-filled craters. He could see the helicopters responsible for the destruction now drifting in and out of the columns of smoke rising up from the ground. They hovered over the airfield, rotating their fuselages beneath their rotors, spitting death and destruction with their machine guns and mounted rockets. They were merely mopping up now, picking off targets that had been missed in the initial bombardment, and ensuring that there was nothing left to be used for a counterattack. Other Apache and Cobra helicopters were sweeping their way along the perimeter, smashing the remains of the defenses and mowing down any of the troops that fled from the area. Their overwhelming attack was complete, having accomplished their objective of wiping out the island's ability to transport troops and give close air support. Whoever they were, air superiority was now clearly in their hands. Bull would have been impressed by the speed and effectiveness of the assault and of the overwhelming slaughter, if it was not for the fact that he had been on the receiving end of it and clearly on the wrong side. He crouched back down into the black mire and began checking his weapons, removing the magazines from both his rifle and pistol and cocking them a few times, ensuring they had not sustained any damage. He checked the barrels and felt comforted when he saw that they looked to be in working order. At least he still had a means of defending himself. Even if it was against heavily armored attack helicopters, he turned his attention back to the airfield, searching for any sign of life on the ground. Behind him and towards the east, he could hear more heavy thuds above the screech of the lurking helicopters. It sounded as though Newport was also under heavy attack, experiencing a similar barrage to what the airfield had sustained. The ground continued to shake with each thump of high explosives, and the sky seemed to flutter endlessly with the flashes of the bombs' machine guns, chattered in the distance, as defenders and attackers fought a duel for dominance over the island. The troops stationed on the Isle of Wight had been taken by complete surprise by an unknown and overwhelming force. In their current condition, Bull could see no way of turning the tide and mounting an effective counter-strike. From amongst the flames and smoke, and as the helicopters relentlessly poured their obliterating fire over the remains of the airfield, Bull saw movement. A figure stumbling and swaying from side to side was headed towards him, clearly suffering from the effects of the attack. Bull's eyes narrowed, and he concentrated hard on stabilizing his vision. "Stan," he gasped, feeling a sudden surge of relief flood through his body and ripple over his skin. Fuck me, the bastard made it. Stan could hardly see where he was going. His head was spinning and his legs were both trying to travel in opposite directions from where his body was pointed. His clothing was tattered in places and smoldering, having been seared in numerous blasts as the rockets had landed all around him. His face, blackened with soot and bleeding from several cuts, was unrecognizable and twisted with pain. He could hear a voice calling his name, but his eyes would not focus. He could barely see the ground in front of him, let alone any detail from a distance. In his semi-delirious state, he recognized Bull's voice. He tried to reply, but his words would not form in his throat. In their place came a stifled and pain-filled groan that slipped from between his teeth, inaudible to anyone that was beyond a meter or so from him. He headed in the general direction of where he believed Bull to be. After a few more stumbling meters, a dark and towering shadow appeared in front of him. It swallowed him up and dragged him beneath the surface of the earth, and Stan was in no condition to fight it. "Stan, it's me," Bull shouted into his face, shaking his shoulders in an attempt to bring him back into the real world. "Stay with me, somehow." And to Bull's amazement, Stan was still holding on to his MP5 submachine gun. Clutching it in a vice-like grip, he began to check over his team commander, searching for any life-threatening injuries. There was no sign of broken bones or shrapnel wounds on his body, and it seemed that Stan was still in one piece. Next, Bull turned his attention to Stan's eyes, nose, and ears, checking for any indication of a head wound. He could not see anything on the outer surface, and there was no blood leaking from his ears. From what he could tell in the short time he could afford to check, Bull did not believe that Stan had sustained any damage that threatened his life. He reached for the water bottle that was tucked into a pouch on the right-hand kidney position of his assault vest. He poured a generous amount over Stan's face, hoping to snap him back from the shock-induced coma he appeared to have fallen into. The cold liquid seemed to work. Stan's eyes snapped open. He instantly twisted out of Bull's grasp and rolled away from him, raising his weapon and ready to fire. Bull froze, staring back at him and waiting for the rounds to smash through his body. He was too close to be able to get out of their way, and if he suddenly lunged, Stan could easily mistake it for an attack. The submachine gun did not bark, and Bull remained alive. As Stan recognized the man crouched in front of him, he fell back, resting his shoulders against the wall of the ditch and taking in long, gulping breaths. His eyes were slowly beginning to focus and stabilize again, and his ears, although they still rang like church bells, could now hear Bull's echoing and distant words. The booms and thumps of the missiles had become stifled, and the rattle of machine guns seemed to be far away, even though he could see the enemy hovering just above their heads. His senses had taken a pounding, and it would be a while before they returned to him completely. "You okay? Any injuries? Can you walk?" Stan stared back at him. He nodded. "Yeah, fine," he replied in an amplified voice due to his partial deafness. "I just need to take a breather, and I'll be ready to go." A few minutes later, as Stan and Bull began to slowly return to the real world, a new resonance began to fill the sky above them as a deep and steady beat reached their ears. More helicopters were on their way, but these were much larger and heavier aircraft than the swift-moving Apaches and Cobras that were circling the airfield. Stan and Bull looked up, scanning the sky and looking for the source of the new sound. Out towards the west, and coming in low over the rolling farmland, a number of troop-carrying helicopters were headed towards them. Stan recognized them as HC-3 Merlin transporters, each of them capable of carrying up to 45 fully equipped soldiers. From what he could see, there were at least 7 of them headed for the interior of the island. 2 of the Apaches that had assisted in the initial attack turned and headed towards them, taking up positions on their flanks and ready to begin paving the way for the much slower Merlin helicopters. Overhead assault, Stan grunted as he watched them glide through the air above their heads and continue eastwards. "They're starting a ground assault on Newport, they..." Bull replied as the aircraft passed over the hedge and out of sight. "Who's they? Who do you think did this?" Stan looked back at him and ran his hand down over his face, wiping the blood and grime from his eyes and away from his mouth. He paused for a moment and studied the skin on his palms before rubbing them over the material of his trousers. Sam said they were picking up strange transmissions from the west coast, and none of the aircraft they sent to check had returned. He looked out across the field and nodded towards the menacing-looking Cobras that continued to circle above, hunting for targets. "I'm guessing that they're them." Both of them sat watching the total destruction that had been inflicted upon the airfield within a matter of minutes. Whoever they were, their shock and surprise had been complete. No one had been ready for the attack, and it was doubtful that anybody else other than Bull and Stan had survived at the airfield. "You had comms with Taff?" Bull asked, indicating the ruined radio he had attached to his own harness. Something had ripped a hole right through the center of it. Stan clicked his mic. "Taff? Stan, radio check." He paused for a few seconds. "Taff, Stan, radio check," he repeated, staring back at Bull and praying that their lack of communication was due to their radios and not that the rest of the team had undergone the same devastating kind of strike. "Taff, Stan, answer up, for Christ's sake." "Stan, Taff, where the fuck are you? I've been trying to get hold of you for the last 5 minutes. What's happening down there?" Taff's voice sounded anxious, and he was speaking at twice his normal speed. "We're still at the airfield," Stan replied. He looked back over his shoulder and then lowered his mouth back towards his radio, or at least what's left of it. "All our aircraft are gone. You having any dramas up there?" "Not at the moment. A company-sized group have landed in the low ground to the east of us. The refugee camp took a pounding. You receiving any incoming negative?" "I don't think they even know we're here. We're just watching our arcs at the moment. Everything seems to be concentrated towards the center of the island and the defenses around Newport." "Good," Stan nodded. "Stay put and hold." Another earth-shattering blast went off just 40 meters away from where Stan and Bull were crouching in the ditch. The pair of them winced, tucking their heads as deep between their shoulders as they could while every ounce of air was sucked out of their lungs. The ground shook, and the shock wave forced the hedgerow to sway violently. A moment later, a shower of debris and clods of dirt began to rain down into the ditch, thwacking into the mud around their feet. As the effects of the detonation subsided, they slowly raised their heads again, emerging from their torsos like turtles peeping out from inside their shells. "As I was saying," Stan continued, speaking to Taff, "stay firm and hold the position, avoid contact, and if you need to bug out, head towards the southwest of the island. The old church, a kilometer down the coast, will be the ERV. We'll be there as soon as we can." "Roger that." "They okay up there? For now they are." "I hope that wanker Bobby isn't assuming that I'm already dead and rifling through my kit." Bull snorted. "We need to move," Stan said, as he pulled himself up into a standing position, bent double at the waist. He pushed his way past Bull, headed south along the ditch and away from the airfield. "There's nothing we can do here now. Let's just hope we don't get cut off before we reach Taff and the others." Bull grumbled as he followed, thinking of the units that Taff had reported landing on the southern side of the island in the area of the refugee camp. "We're not going home yet." "Where are we going, then?" "We need to get to Newport first," Stan replied over his shoulder as he continued to move south, pushing through the thorny bushes and trudging through sucking mud. "Bollocks!" Bull exclaimed under his breath as he began following after him. "I had a feeling you were going to say that." Grumbling and cursing, Bull slogged his way along through the ditch. After a few meters, his foot stood in something soft beneath the muddy water. The sound of crunching bone emitted from beneath his boot as he stepped into the remains of a human being. It took a lot of effort to free himself, and the smell that plumed up from beneath his filth-covered boot was enough to make him gag. "Brilliant," he snarled. "Absolutely fucking brilliant." They had 2 kilometers of hostile ground to cover to Newport, and they needed to get in and out before the ring was closed around the town. Bull knew why they were going, but he still did not like it. However, Stan was not the sort that would take kindly to someone disobeying his orders, especially in the middle of a battle. They pushed on, headed for the horizon that glowed brightly as the town continued to crumble beneath the onslaught. Bull watched the sky above the rooftops of the Isle of Wight's capital, seeing the helicopters mercilessly hammering away at the defending troops beneath. Columns of smoke and debris were flying high into the air, snatching up men and women along with them and tossing them back down to the ground, smashed and dismembered. Death was quickly filling the streets, and anything moving was ruthlessly cut down. Bull saw more enemy troops being transported up to the front lines in the helicopters that seemed to be blacking out the sky. He paused and looked at the death and destruction around him. It was a scene straight from the Bible depicting the end of times, and Stan was leading him directly into Hell 14. They had all been assembled and ready to move for quite some time, waiting with coiled nerves and growing apprehension. Hardly a word was spoken as Taff and the others prepared themselves to flee from the island. Everything was ready, and now they sat and waited, watching the night sky and willing the dawn to arrive. The atmosphere was tense, and everyone was lost in their own thoughts as the time drew nearer. Nobody wanted to think beyond the next few hours. Anything could happen in that short space of time, and the entire plan could come to a crashing halt from any one of the numerous and ruinous scenarios. It was always possible that Stan and Bull could be discovered at the airfield. The helicopter could be shot down on takeoff, or the anti-aircraft defenses aboard the HMS Illustrious could blow them all out of the sky before they had even made it a kilometer from the island. The list of possibilities was endless, and the majority of them were out of the hands of the people who would be nothing more than passengers aboard the aircraft. Their fate was going to be placed entirely in the hands of the pilots, and all of them hoped more than anything that Samantha had chosen their ride with care. If they made it to the mainland in one piece, they would face an entirely new set of potential disasters. "What time is it?" "Bobby, you asked me that same question 5 minutes ago. Now take a wild guess on what the time is now." Taft snapped back at him in a hushed growl. "Go on." "I bet you can't work it out without having to take your boots off and using your toes to help you count." "Piss off, you're waffling shit." Bobby spat back at him. "That was hours ago. Your watch must be knackered." They were all anxious and keen to get started, to get on with the mission and have it all over and done with. Hardly any of them had been able to sleep, and the night had seemed to last forever, with the minutes seemingly rolling backwards. Those who did manage to nod off were soon awakened with a start as their troubled and fretful dreams snapped them back to the real world. Most of them had given up, annoyed at the slightest noise or movement dragging them from their slumber. The only people who seemed capable of getting any rest were William and Richard. The pair of them lay curled up on the old couch, snoring loudly and seemingly without a care in the world. Taff and Bobby were supposed to be the ones on sentry duty, but many of the others had joined them, taking up their own positions and waiting for the day to get underway. They sat staring into the darkness, shivering against the cold wind and listening to the distant, ghostly moans of the infected as they traversed the island through the blackness. The survivors stayed at their posts, haunted by the unseen dead and clutching their rifles close. There was nothing else for them to do but wait. "You heard anything over the net at all? A sitrep or anything like that?" Bobby tried again to engage Taff with talk. The uneasy silence was playing havoc with his stress levels, and speaking to someone was the only thing that he could turn to in order to stop his mind from running away with him. He had considered going to look for Samantha, but right now he needed Taff more. He did not want to be worrying about saying the right things at that moment. He had always found general conversation between men and women as being overcomplicated, having to study body language and being careful about word selection. He understood that it was a necessary evil and that he would not get far if he avoided it altogether. However, talking was a much more simplified activity between two men. Taft slowly shook his head, the moonlight reflecting brightly from his eyes as he stared towards the north and in the general direction of the airfield. He understood how Bobby was feeling. He felt the same way, but he had better control of his nerves. Bobby was a good man and one of his closest friends, but he had a habit of letting his emotions get the better of him. Stan said he won't risk making comms until they had made the RV and confirmed that the Healy and crew are good to go. Taft replied, reminding Bobby of the plan and what they had all agreed upon. Bobby knew the protocol and was fully aware of the communications aspect of their task, but the suspense and uncertainty were weighing heavily on his mind. He had wanted to go with Stan and Bull, but his request had been denied, Stan insisting that he remain behind to help with the final preparations. "Yeah, I know that, but a simple radio check would have been nice. It feels like Christmas, and I'm not sure if I'm on the naughty list." "I know what you mean," Taft chuckled quietly. The previous evening, as it began to grow dark, Samantha had returned from Newport, bringing 2 members of the operations staff with her. The 2 young soldiers could not have been much older than 20 or so. They looked scared and unsure of themselves, but Samantha vouched for the pair of them. Neither of them had served in infantry units, and most of their time in the forces had been taken up behind computer screens, monitoring communications and relaying them to their commanders. Out of all the men and women she knew in Newport, they were the only ones she felt she could completely trust, and it had taken a lot of courage on their behalf to join her. She had considered asking Jerry, but as of late he had seemed unreliable. Samantha had already told him what she and Melanie had briefly spoken about, but his reaction had been indecipherable. He had not made any indication about how he felt on the matter. She could not risk telling him that they were planning to leave that very same night. The 3 of them had arrived in 2 Land Rovers stolen from the command staff and packed with supplies that they had managed to rifle from the stores before deserting their posts. The team were grateful of the extra ammunition, and the group as a whole appreciated the cold weather equipment and army rations that they had brought with them. Each member of the group had a pack filled with what they needed to survive. Taft had overseen the storing of the kit, ensuring that only essential items were being taken. They may find themselves needing to move swiftly and could not afford to be dragging any dead weight along with them. A change of clothes, enough food and water to last for a few days, and most importantly, ammunition. Every single round was to be taken, regardless of the weight. 11 backpacks sat in a neat line in front of the house, ready to be hauled onto the tailgate of the helicopter as soon as it landed. Kyle was sitting beside Samantha. She had come along and joined him in the western sentry position almost 2 hours ago after admitting defeat with her attempts at sleep. Neither of them had spoken the entire time. In fact, he had said very little to her in the whole time that he had been a member of the team. It was not that he did not want to. He just did not want to step on Bobby's toes and create any conflict within the fragile group. Samantha was most definitely his type, but he was not the sort to attempt to move in on another man's territory. He had opted for keeping his distance completely, not even attempting to strike up much in the way of conversation and keeping any communication with her cold and succinct. Now they were both sitting in close proximity with nothing but their thoughts to occupy them. "Where do you think we'll end up?" Samantha asked, finally breaking the oppressive silence and leaving the veteran with no option but to engage her. "When we get to the mainland, I mean, where do you think we'll go?" He shrugged and remained lost in his own thoughts for a moment. He was not sure about how to answer the question. He did not want to suddenly unleash a torrent of theories and opinions on her, making himself look foolish in the process, and as though he had been resisting the urge to speak to her for the entire time. On the other hand, he did not want to come across as being rude or indifferent. It had been a while since he had spoken to a woman properly and alone. He lingered for a short while, trying to think of what he should and should not say. He was out of practice. "I don't really care, to be honest," he sighed. Finally, he had decided to just say whatever came into his mind. The worst that could happen was that his brashness would put her off speaking to him again. Just as long as it's far from here and out in the middle of nowhere, and with good views in all directions. City life isn't for me, I'm afraid, especially in this day and age, far too crowded. He turned to her and grinned. "Yeah, I agree," she replied, returning the smile. "Definitely keeping away from the urban areas. I never did like them before. All this shit started anyway. I think a castle would be nice. I always wanted to live in a castle when I was a little girl. Who didn't?" They both became quiet for a few minutes. Samantha was remembering times from her childhood, dressed as a princess and dreaming of knights and castles. Kyle's thoughts were a little less complicated and much more corrupt. He was picturing Samantha naked. He could not help himself, and the images were not doing him any good at that moment. He gritted his teeth and mentally shook himself. He needed to wipe the thoughts from his head and put his mind to better use. He twisted and looked back over his shoulder, checking the horizon and judging the amount of time they had left to wait. He consulted his watch and nodded to himself, confirming that his estimation was correct. "It's starting to get light," he whispered, and then nodded towards the north. "Stan and Bull should be meeting your friends any minute now. You sure they're reliable, the two chopper drivers?" "As reliable as anyone is these days, I suppose. They were friends with Mel and Mike, and it was they who approached me first when they heard that she was missing. I wasn't exactly spoilt for choices, so I took their offer." "Aye, we'd be swimming otherwise." Kyle offered in way of acknowledging the fact that Samantha had actually done well to come up with the goods. "We can trust them," she nodded with conviction. "Yeah, well, I guess we'll soon see." The minutes continued to tick by, and the point where the sea met the sky, far off to the east, slowly began to grow brighter. Above them, the night was steadily being chased away across the heavens and towards the west, where it still held its dominance. The time to move would be upon them very soon. Everyone prepared themselves, checking their equipment and weapons once again and ensuring that every member of the group was awake and alert. The open area in front of the house had been nominated as the landing zone. The wind was blowing in from the northeast, so when the aircraft came in to land, the tail would be facing the house and the two rows of people and equipment waiting to board. Richard stepped out from the main door and into the cold air. He shuddered, hunching his shoulders and rubbing his hands together as he continued to shake off the sleep that was stubbornly clinging to his chilled bones. Next, he flung his hands out to his sides and raised himself up onto his toes, stretching the stiffness out of his joints and yawning loudly. He stepped to the side of the door and into the shadow of the house. A few seconds later, and the sound of trickling water could be heard as he relieved himself against the wall. He gasped and groaned, savoring the feeling of the release as his bladder slowly emptied. He zipped up his trousers and turned away, snorting and spitting as he walked across the unkempt lawns and headed for the eastern trench. "Now that that's out the way, is there anything for breakfast?" He whispered loudly and to no one in particular. He placed a cigarette between his lips and reached for his lighter, and then suddenly stopped. He glanced up and saw the dark sky above them and remembered what the men of the team had taught him about smoking at night. He would wait until he reached the sentry position and hunker down into the bottom of the trench before lighting his morning smoke. He stepped forward and headed for the shallow dugout where he knew Bobby and Taff would be sitting behind the machine gun. "I don't fancy starting our adventure on an empty D." His legs, turning to jelly in an instant, fell from beneath him. A sudden crushing force pressing down from above made him drop into the wet grass and curl himself into a ball, clasping his hands to the sides of his head and yowling at the top of his lungs with his face buried into the dirt. The sky seemed to suddenly crash down upon him with a crunching bang, pushing him into the earth. Richard's head felt as though it was about to implode from the sudden and violent change in air pressure. A hurricane had abruptly erupted directly above the house, cutting him off in mid-sentence and forcing everyone to drop to the floor, clasping their ears and howling back against the shock. The ground reverberated beneath them, and the bricks of the house seemed to rattle against their foundations. "What the fuck?" Taff yelled out to Bobby as he twisted his body and turned his head and eyes up towards the sky. A blast of heat washed against his face and raged against his eye sockets, drying them instantly and making him blink rapidly. An intensely bright light roared across the sky just above their positions. There was a short moment of vacuum as the glowing ball of fire displaced the air, rendering the men and women below unable to breathe. Gasping and writhing in the mud, the group became like fish on land, incapable of anything other than fighting to breathe. When the atmosphere returned, the smell of aviation fuel was overpowering as the trail of smoke clung to the airspace above them. Bobby and Taff were already scrambling to their feet and watching the missile as it continued along its trajectory, headed straight across the island and out over the sea again. In the distance, silhouetted by the brightening horizon, they could see the cluster of warships that were keeping their vigil on the island and the English Channel. A moment later, and the bomb struck with a mighty flash, sending up a fountain of white flame and black smoke from the HMS Illustrious. An immense hole must have been ripped through its hull, as even from that distance, Bobby and Taff could see the vessel begin to take on a severe list just seconds after the impact. More detonations quickly followed and erupted from the ship as its lower decks began to explode. Chunks of its superstructure were hurled high into the air and crashed back into the sea all around the stricken vessel as huge plumes of fire spouted up from its decks. In the blinding flashes of the bursting munitions, the small armada of vessels were outlined against the backdrop of the burning aircraft carrier. More demonic howls washed over the stunned men and women as another volley of missiles raced above their heads. Everyone turned and watched their flight, seeing that they were trailing in the path of the first. There was nothing that any of them could do but look on in complete disbelief as the salvo of rockets slammed into the ships that were anchored in the channel and presenting themselves as easy prey. The frigates and destroyers surrounding the Illustrious seemed to vaporize as they were hit by a multitude of warheads that plowed through their sides and detonated deep within their hulls. They momentarily jumped from the sea from the ferocious blasts, their backs broken and their upper decks collapsing in on themselves before dropping back into the water. The booms of the explosions raced out over land and sea, merging into one continuous cacophony of obliteration as the remains of the Royal Navy were wiped out. Within seconds, the English Channel was ablaze as the fleet of warships was quickly destroyed and sent down to the seabed. The cries of terror and screamed questions from amongst the group were drowned out as fast-moving fighter jets screeched in low from the west, racing across the island at blinding speed. They were almost close enough for Taff and the others to see the concentrated faces of the pilots as they took aim on their designated targets. The fighters began unleashing their ordnance with pinpoint accuracy upon the army and militia positions running through the center of the island. Tall geysers of earth and shrapnel were flung into the air as the defensive positions were reduced to craters, filled with pulped organic material that had once been human beings. There was no discrimination between militia and government forces. All were targeted and marked for total annihilation. Taff and Bobby looked on in total awe of the scene. The attack was fierce and sudden, leaving no one with a chance to react. The sky buzzed with the whoosh of rockets and the growl of jet engines as enemy aircraft dropped in from high altitude, swooping in low across the farmlands and smashing their targets before veering off and making room for the next wave of aircraft to begin their attacks. It was a light show like no other as hell was rained down upon the unsuspecting inhabitants below. The flames of the rockets and the glow of afterburners zipped through the airspace above the land, while on the ground a multitude of flashes, sparks, and flames sprang up from every corner of the island. All that Bobby and Taff could do was to hunker down in their flimsy shell scrape and watch the awesome firepower that was being brought to bear against them. In the distance, more bombers were zooming in from the western end of the English Channel and moving towards the positions on the north and central parts of the island. They were headed directly for Newport and began pummeling the town with their guided missiles, aiming for specific points where command and control was centered. Within seconds of the first bomb hitting its target, the streets were ablaze as buildings were blown apart in the torrent of rockets that were unleashed against them. The entire island seemed to be under bombardment to the left of Newport, and from what Taff and the others could see, the airfield was also under heavy attack. Bright flashes spread out from the area, followed by enormous fireballs and spurts of debris. It was virtually impossible to be heard over the crescendo of the explosions and jet engines. Some of the group were calling out to one another, unable to be understood amongst the chaos. Others were screaming up at their attackers, close to madness as the assault continued and intensified around them. Emily, Richard, and William were huddled together, terrified and burying their faces inside their clothing. They clung to one another, covering their ears and screaming as they sought protection behind the vehicles. Everyone took what cover they could, sinking low into their trenches or dips in the ground as they watched the modern-day blitzkrieg unfold in front of them. Shock and confusion was complete, leaving them staring with open mouths and blurred minds while the island's defenders were mercilessly swept aside and engulfed with fire. A few minutes later, the distinct thump and whirl of approaching helicopters began to filter through the pandemonium and reach the ears of the survivors clustered on the southern high ground. Everyone dropped deeper into their positions as a group of Chinooks and Apaches drifted by over their heads, looking like giant flying insects headed towards the open and bloodied wounds of a dying animal. They headed straight for the low ground to the east where the refugee camp was situated. The gunship swung out from the flanks and moved forward to begin preparing the landing zone, blasting away with their 30mm chain guns and pounding the militia and the remaining refugees with their Hellfire missiles. The defenses around the refugee camp collapsed immediately under the torrent of bullets and explosives, but for the majority of the men, women, and children within the perimeter, it did not spell freedom. As they attempted to flee, scores of them were caught up in the carnage as the attackers fired into their ranks indiscriminately. Their screams of fear and pain could be heard above the beat of the helicopter rotors and the bark of their guns. Within just a few short seconds, the enclosure was filled with smoke and fire as the low ground became carpeted with the bodies of the dead. The guard units attempted to return fire, but they were soon dead or dying, lying in pools of their own blood and innards as the troop transports hovered in and began disembarking their loads. Soldiers ran from the tailgates and instantly began pushing through the devastation, firing at anything they saw moving, uncaring whether they were dead or alive. Next, the circling Apache gunships began a sweep to the north along the front lines of the two previously opposing forces that occupied the island. They ripped up anything in their path with their rapid-firing cannons and hydro rockets, leaving a trail of bloody torture and scorched devastation in their wake. "Fuck me," Bobby grumbled as he watched the enemy units fanning out from the rears of the CH-47s. "This doesn't look good." "Stan, Taff, check." The team's second-in-command called into his radio as he and Bobby ducked back into their hole and continued to watch the enemy troops below. "The whole island seemed to have fallen into anarchy. Stan, can you hear me? Radio check." The noise and activity from the invading forces inevitably attracted the attention of the hordes of infected that were drifting around in the rural areas. They began to flock towards the nearest sounds and dazzling lights, excited by the prospect of sinking their teeth into the living. They stumbled through the fields, tripping and falling through the ruts and bushes as they stubbornly continued their advance. On seeing the soldiers and refugees running in all directions, the dead worked themselves into a frenzy and staggered towards the animated figures. Many of them were cut down long before they reached the troops, but it was almost preordained that some would reach their goal. They sprang from the darkness, grabbing at the soldiers and snapping their teeth together. Some had the satisfaction of tearing out a piece of flesh before being blasted by the men and women fighting their way through the smoke and chaos. Some of the refugees that had managed to escape the carnage, racing through the fields in search of safety, soon found themselves hemmed in and cut off with a circle of rotting corpses closing in around them. They fought desperately, attempting to fend off the ravenous ghouls, but the dead refused to yield. Others, in shock from the horror that they had experienced and screaming with madness, ran blindly into the clutching hands of the infected and were dragged down into the dirt. The howls of agony and terror mixed with the wails of lustful excitement, exploding bombs and machine gun fire while the helicopters continued to buzz around overhead. The island's defenses and its people had collapsed. There was nothing that anyone could do to stop the inevitable. Now, there was no reply from Stan. Taft tried again and again to raise him, but to no avail. He turned to Bobby, gritting his teeth in a snarl and a look of frustration in his eyes. Both men turned their focus to the north and the area of the airfield. By now, huge columns of smoke were rising from that particular part of the island. The entire zone seemed to be ablaze, glowing brightly from the fires and exploding rockets that continued to pummel away at the positions around the airfield. If Stan and Bull are caught up in that, I don't think we'll be seeing them anytime soon. Bobby mumbled to himself after a while. Taft gave up on trying to contact Stan. Their leader was either dead or was unable to reply at that moment. The reasons did not matter, and it was up to Taft to take overall command of the group. He looked behind him and saw the frightened eyes of Emily, William, and Richard staring back at him from their hiding place behind the Land Rovers. They were looking to him for guidance, reassurance, and orders. The veteran team members were less reliant upon their commanders. Danny had already began checking his position and ammunition, ready for a fight, while Kyle scurried over towards Bobby and Taff with belts of glistening ammunition draped over his shoulders. He dropped into the trench and began placing the belts into position beside the machine gun and checking over the weapon, ensuring the rounds were seated correctly into the feed tray. Satisfied, he pulled back on the cocking lever and pushed his shoulder against the butt. The gun was pointed towards the enemy landing zones and ready to fire in the distance. Heavy weaponry rattled, and the low thud of explosions continued to resound across the island. They could see the tracer rounds whizzing horizontally across the ground and from amongst the buildings and streets of the towns, glowing brightly in the gloomy dawn. The burning red projectiles occasionally smashed against something hard and ricocheted vertically into the sky, seemingly slow as they sailed high into the air. For the moment, the positions around the farmhouse had not yet been noticed or received any incoming, but it was the calm before the storm, and they all knew it. Bobby reached down and checked that his rifle's magazine was seated firmly. Next, he pulled back the cocking lever slightly, checking that there was a round in the chamber and readying himself for battle. He remained crouched at the bottom of the trench, staring back at Taft for a moment, anger filling his eyes, and an expression of revulsion etched into his face. He was also scared and felt no shame for it. He had proven himself many times, and it was only natural to experience fear and dread before charging towards machine guns. "You'd better get over to Danny and give him a hand, mate." Taff grunted to him, following it with a resigned and understanding smile. Taff knew they were in for a fight, and as always, had no idea how they would fare when it was all over. He could feel his stomach tighten and knot at the prospect, and his body begin to tremble with the rush of adrenaline. It was always the same, and no matter how many times he found himself headed into battle, he always felt sick to the stomach and racked with fear. However, the tough and experienced Welshman had learned how to use that same fear and turn it against his enemies. He picked up his binoculars and turned to check on the flashes of guns and high explosives to the north. "Keep everyone on that side under control, Bobby, and send over one of the ops guys to help Kyle on the gun." Bobby nodded and jumped from the hole, headed for the western defenses of the high ground where Danny was positioned. He passed Samantha on the way and stopped, dropping down beside them and grinning broadly. She was crouched in a shallow dip beside the track leading up to the house and covering the approaches. The two men she had brought with her from the command center were squatting next to her, clutching their rifles, their eyes as big as saucers as the battle continued to rumble all around them. "Smoke 'em if you got 'em," Bobby hissed as he knelt in the ditch beside Samantha. "You might not get another chance. What's happening? Has anyone spoken to Newport or anyone from the ops room?" Samantha asked. She looked remarkably calm and constrained, considering the circumstances. Others were close to losing their heads, their nerves stretched taut and ready to snap, but she seemed casual in her appearance, almost bored. "Haven't a clue," Bobby replied with a shrug. "Someone has fallen out with us, but I'll be fucked if I know why. I doubt that anyone is talking to anyone on this whole rock at the moment. I think most people will be too busy digging into the ground with their eyes lids and arsed cheeks." The Irish Sea, one of the newcomers from the command center, blurted with a strange and seemingly out-of-place enthusiasm. "The transmissions we were picking up from the Irish Sea, they must have been them. They were using weird codes and we couldn't break them. Who do you think they are?" "No idea." Samantha shook her head. "Could be the Americans for all we know." "Maybe?" Bobby nodded back to her with a smile before turning to the young soldier. "The reasons don't really matter at the moment, though. And, personally, I couldn't care less. We're in the shit in a big way, and all I care about is crawling out of it without getting hurt." "What's your name again?" "Paul," the soldier replied with a sudden dread that he was being singled out for something unpleasant. "Right then, Paul. I need you to go over to Taff and give him a hand. You'll be the assistant gunner for Kyle. You know what you're doing on the machine gun?" "Not really," Paul shrugged. "I haven't touched one since my basic training, and even then it wasn't exactly in-depth." "Brill," Bobby huffed. "Well, now's the time for a refresher course. Do exactly as Taff and Kyle tell you, and for fuck's sake, if the shit starts flying and we come under attack, don't get in their way. Follow their lead and stay close to them. Make sure you keep the gun well stocked with ammo, okay?" The young man nodded and glanced over to where Taff and the veteran were sitting. He was currently in a safe place and felt reluctant to move. He wanted to protest against Bobby's orders, but decided against it. The man staring back at him looked calm and friendly enough, but there was something about him that made Paul feel afraid and uneasy. He turned and began to climb out of the ditch. He paused and looked back at the others, but they seemed to have forgotten him already as they continued to talk amongst themselves. He felt completely alone and vulnerable. His stomach was churning and his knees were shaking as he looked around at the raging battle. Burning red tracer rounds were flying in all directions, accompanied by the never-ending flashes of exploding ordnance and the growl of aircraft engines. He wanted to find somewhere to hide and be protected from the danger. He wanted to run. He checked himself, whispering encouragement under his breath, and reminding himself that he was a soldier. He gripped the stock of his rifle, nodding to an unseen face and finding a new determination to stand his ground and fight alongside the others within the group. Paul moved towards the trench in a crouched run, flinching along the way with each detonation, no matter how far away it was. "Stay put, Sam," Bobby said as he turned back to her and nodded to the man sitting beside her. "Emily, William, and Richard are behind us on the other side of the vehicles. Keep an eye on them and cover the road. Anything coming along it that doesn't look friendly, call out before you start blasting, just to be sure." He jumped up and headed for Danny's position and soon disappeared from sight. Samantha watched him leave as she reached into her pocket and pulled out her cigarettes. She offered one to the man beside her, and he gladly took it. A huge blast in the distance, much larger than all the others, rocked the ground, and he flinched with fear while expecting the sky to fall onto his head. Samantha smiled at him. She had not known him for long, but she had seen enough to know that he was not particularly keen to stay on the island, even before the attack. She had overheard him and Paul speaking about leaving a few days earlier when she unexpectedly walked in on them in the cafeteria of the command center. She had not acknowledged it, but kept it to herself for future reference. "You up to this, Colin?" she asked, lighting her cigarette, and then holding out the flame towards him. He nodded as he puffed away. He was pale and sweating despite the morning chill. She could see that he was afraid, and when he began to sputter after inhaling the smoke, she realized that it was the first time he had tried a cigarette. Many times, Samantha had witnessed the same thing, non-smokers taking up the habit before or after a battle. "You'll be okay," she said reassuringly. "Just stick with the old sweats like Bobby and Taff, and you'll be fine." "I've never been in a battle before," he stammered, as he stubbornly continued to puff away at the cigarette, his face turning a lighter shade of green. "I joined the signals so that I wouldn't have to be on any front line but still have a career." "Have you been in battle before?" "Once or twice," she replied with a shrug. There was a sudden flurry of activity to their right. Samantha looked up and saw Taff moving towards them, bent double, as he bounded across the open ground. It was still too dark to distinguish his features, but there was no mistaking the squat outline of the little Welshman. His broad frame and scurrying feet were as identifiable as his voice. "I've made comms with Stan," he whispered loudly as he passed them by, vaulting over the ditch and continuing towards Bobby and Danny. "What did he say? Where is he?" Danny asked, turning to see Taff crouching over the lip of his shell scrape. "He said stay firm, and that if we need to bug out, we should RV with him towards the west where the old church is. Anything else?" "Yeah. He wants to know what flavor milkshake you want with your Happy Meal." Taff snapped. "I don't think he was feeling particularly talkative, to be honest, Danny. He said to stay firm and hold the position. That's all. Is Bull still with him?" Bobby asked, hoping that there was no bad news. "You know that big daft cunt?" Taff nodded and grinned down at him. "He always manages to stay on his feet. Yeah, he's alive and well, Stan too, but I think they've taken a bit of a beating through that hell down there. We'll wait here till they make it back from their adventures and bug out as a single gang fuck." "Sounds good to me," Danny replied. "I just hope they don't make a friggin' day of it." The morning sky was getting brighter, and soon it would be daylight. All of them were concerned about having to make an escape without the cover of darkness. However, there was no consideration of leaving without the others. Stan and Bull would need their support, and Taff would wait for as long as they needed to, holding on to the ground for as long as they could. The group settled into their positions and observed the battle unfolding before them. More enemy troops were coming in from the west, landing in platoon and company-sized groups and securing their objectives, killing anyone they came into contact with. It did not matter whether they were soldiers or civilians. All of them died in a hail of bullets. 15 General Thompson rushed outside to see the chaos for himself, hoping to assist with the defense of the town and mistakenly believing that the militia from the east were mounting a surprise offensive. However, within just seconds of viewing the battlefield, he realized that the militia had no part in the assault, and that their positions were rapidly collapsing beneath the avalanche of firepower being hurled against them. It only took a moment to conclude that it would be impossible to stand up to such a violent and sustained onslaught. He could see that, despite their valiant attempts, the feeble defenses and the soldiers within them could not possibly hold up to the enemy's attack. He looked on and watched as the positions were smashed by the storm of guided missiles coming in from the west, soon followed by the ferocious machine guns and rockets of the circling gunships. They poured out a fearsome amount of firepower, and within minutes, buildings were ablaze and collapsing. Vehicles were blown to pieces and left in smoldering ruins while the dead and wounded lay in the streets, sinking into rapidly expanding pools of their own blood. Thompson stood and observed the helicopters, his gaunt and heavily lined face glowing in the flickering flames and bright flashes that engulfed the streets around him. The menacing gunships drifted through the dark sky overhead, barely visible until they opened up with their snarling weapons. Their noise was as awe-inspiring as it was frightening. The flashes from their rotating barrels illuminated their silhouettes as they fired, making them appear like giant, flying alien insects, spitting their venom over the land beneath, swooping and hovering as they blazed away with their armaments. They were formidable and terrifying to behold. He looked on at them with envy and respect for a moment, impressed by their weaponry and the skill of the pilots as they dominated the skies. There was no doubt that the enemy commander certainly knew what he was doing and had planned the assault very carefully. The shock and surprise was so complete, all that Thompson could do was silently applaud them. He had been a soldier for all of his life, and as a result, a strong sense of fair play and chivalry was ingrained into his character. Their forces had been outmaneuvered and outgunned by a superior foe, and he felt humble enough to acknowledge that fact. He almost felt like saluting the Apache gunship that slowly glided across the dawn sky directly above him, firing repeatedly with its heavy cannon. He grunted and nodded his recognition of the enemy's skill as he looked around at the carnage and the punishment being dealt out to his troops. He knew that it would not be long before the town was overwhelmed. The soldiers were fighting for their lives, not for the island or the remains of the British government, and it was clear that they were losing. "What do we do, sir?" Someone howled to him from behind a mangled vehicle in front of the command center. "What do we do?" A volley of machine gun bullets swept the street, snapping at the air and clanging loudly as they smashed against brick and steel. Someone close by began to scream as they were hit. It was a horrific and forlorn sound as the man's blood poured from his body while he desperately clung to life. Another spread of bullets rattled along in the path of the first, and the pain and terror-filled voice fell silent. "Sir, we need to do something." Thompson stepped out from the doorway, uncaring towards the streams of heavy fire that tore through the street around him, plowing into the tarmac and ricocheting from the buildings. He stood in the open, searching through the smoke and madness for the man who was calling to him. A rocket screeched in from the far end of the street, racing past the command center and slamming into a machine gun position at the opposite end. It blasted the bunker apart in a blinding flash of light, sending a shower of sparks in all directions and leaving nothing but a hole in the ground and a cloud of pale gray smoke. The machine gun's operators had been instantly ripped apart in the blast and scattered over a wide area. The general caught sight of the man shouting his name, huddled beside a bullet-riddled car a few meters away. He stared down at him for a moment and then shrugged. He nodded to him and turned to see one of the Cobras reducing another defensive position at the opposite end of the road to a smoldering mess. Command and control had been lost within minutes of the start of the invasion, and it was now impossible to claw it back and mount any kind of effective defense or counterattack. The enemy forces and firepower were just too well organized and overwhelming. The defenders did not have the manpower, weaponry, or assets that the enemy clearly possessed. "There's nothing we can do, Jerry. It's all over, I'm afraid." Thompson shouted back to him over the cacophony of bone-crunching detonations. As a multitude of blast waves rippled along between the buildings, slinging deadly shrapnel in all directions, General Thompson hunched his shoulders and stuffed his hands into his pockets as though standing and waiting for a bus to arrive. "But, sir," Jerry called back to him with exasperation and staring at his commander in disbelief. He wondered if the man had lost his mind. "We need to do something. We can't just give up. We need to—" His words were cut short as a powerful blast ripped through a building on the opposite side of the road. The shock wave violently struck the car he was cowering behind. It rocked against him and shifted from its position at the curbside, forcing him to spring back and scurry away from the vehicle before he was crushed beneath it. He sprinted past his commander and lunged for the doorway of the building that housed the command center. Once inside, he turned and screamed to the general, demanding that he find cover. The Prince of Darkness did not seem to care and went on ignoring him, standing in the open with his hands in his pockets and looking on as the battle raged all around him. Jerry could not believe that the man was still standing. Up until that point, anyone sticking their head out from behind cover did not last for longer than a few seconds. Yet Thompson appeared to be immune to the enemy fire and the flying shrapnel that seemed to have become more abundant in the atmosphere than oxygen. Finally, Thompson turned around and moved towards the door. His face was grave, and his shoulders seemed to sag. Jerry saw the sadness in his eyes and knew that the man he had looked up to for all those years had finally lost his resolve and had given up all hope. He wanted to reach out to him, but opted to remain where he was and watch as the general walked by him. "Tell the boys to get out of here," he grumbled, as he reached the doorway and continued into the building and along the corridor. "Save whoever you can and get out of here, Jerry. That's my final order to you." But Jerry tried again, but, "Sir," the man was no longer listening. He headed back into the bowels of the command center and away from the gut-wrenching cries of the wounded. Passing the operations room, he stopped and watched for a moment, as men and women ran in all directions, trying to make sense from the floods of contact reports coming in from all over the island. He turned away and continued along the corridor. There was nothing he could do. He continued towards his office and the top drawer of his desk. Thompson closed the door and dropped down into his chair. He ran his fingers through his lank, thinning hair and sighed heavily. He stared at the wall for a long moment, his eyes focusing on nothing in particular, and attempting to blot out the noise of the battle as his wandering mind began to spiral away from him. He could not help but think of happier times, and before long, and without meaning to, he began to reminisce on the years of his life. As he had always heard, when the end is just around the corner, the mind seeks comfort in favorable memories. Long forgotten, but now lucid visions of his childhood wafted through his thoughts like the falling leaves from a tree in the autumn winds. As his mind drifted, he was suddenly smothered by an avalanche of recollections that he had long forgotten over the years. But now he could see them as clearly as though they had happened only yesterday. The sights, sounds, and even the smells seemed real, and a contented smile began to tug at the corners of his mouth as he closed his eyes and savored the tide of memories. He could see his mother, standing with her hands on her hips in front of the large oven and smiling down at him while she baked. She sang along to the music blaring from the radio as he and his brother played with their toys on the tiled floor of the huge Victorian kitchen. Even the maid, an old battle-axe of a woman who had a face that seemed to be set like stone, was there, glaring at them with her perpetual expression of disapproval. The scents of summer fruits and hot pastry drifted into his nostrils, almost making his mouth water with anticipation. His mother always seemed happy. She sang endlessly and never failed to see the upside of any situation, regardless of how serious. She showered her boys with love and affection, and never passed on the opportunity to remind them of the joy that a life filled with love can bring. Images of his father wandered in, too. Alfred Thompson had been a tall man, very much like himself, but with a friendlier face and milder manner. Having returned from Korea and had his fill of army life and watching the horror that war brings, he retired shortly afterwards. His family were rich and came from a long line of political and military players, and his father soon stepped into a role within the government as a civil servant on the staff of the Ministry of Defense. From then on, they saw much more of their father, always there to guide them through life and steer them in the right direction. Thompson could even remember him buying their first family car and taking them for long summer drives along the winding roads of the southern coast. He could almost feel the wind blowing through his hair and hear the excited squeals of his mother as his father pushed the accelerator to the floor. Then there were the fond memories of his early 20s, joining the Army as a young officer and becoming a platoon commander, leading a bunch of tough and experienced men with whom he had to earn his place and gain their respect. He had loved every minute of it, regardless of the hardships. His first operational tour was in Northern Ireland at the start of the Troubles, and he had even been involved in the Bloody Sunday incident in Londonderry in 1972. There had been many conflicts since that he had been a part of, and he had relished each and every day as he played his part in modern history. He had traveled the world and experienced things that most men would not believe possible. His life had been complete and fulfilled even up to that point, but there was much more to come. The voice of his wife floated into his ears. Her soft and sweet tones, as always, helped to soothe him and put him at ease. They had fallen in love almost instantly when they met in the spring of 1975. It had been at a ball laid on at the officers' mess, and he could clearly picture the dress that she wore on the night they had first met. It had taken him a few hours and a great deal of whiskey before he plucked up the courage and asked her to dance with him. He had been a little unsteady and clumsy with his feet, but she had understood and helped him along, smiling up at him as they danced for the first time. From then on, they were inseparable and remained completely in love throughout their whole marriage. They had been through a lot together, and she had stood by him through thick and thin, understanding that she had married a career soldier and not a man who worked respectable hours in a normal job. He missed her dearly, but at that moment he felt closer to her than he had done for a long time. Even the smell of her favorite perfume seemed to linger in the air around him. The recollections were so vivid he could almost touch them. "Nearly there," he whispered as the memories faded and were once again replaced with the sound of war and the screams of its victims. "I'll be there soon, dear." The room juddered endlessly with each impact as the explosions steadily reduced the town of Newport to rubble. He could feel the violent vibrations traveling up through the ground and along his legs. Crumbling plaster fell from the ceiling and walls as large cracks appeared in the brickwork, and the foundations were shook to their core. Pictures crashed to the floor and door frames buckled under the ferocity and close proximity of the incoming ordnance. The building was slowly disintegrating around him. However, the command center had been spared by any direct hit up until that point, but he was beginning to wish that a shell would come plowing through the roof and put an end to it all for him. Another teeth-clattering bang rocked the building, causing his desk and chair to leap from the floor and a large piece of masonry to fall from above the doorway. The panic-stricken screams of the dying filled the space between the explosions, adding to the misery of the situation and leaving him under no illusion that the battle was lost from the moment it had begun. He could hear their long, drawn-out cries from inside the building, tearing at his soul as he sat feeling helpless to do anything for the men and women under his command. "Come on, you bastard," he growled up at the ceiling. "Come on, you know where I am. Come and get me, you bastard." Another heavy shock. The lights flickered, casting him in complete blackness for a few seconds before they came back on and illuminated the hopelessness of the situation once more. Thompson had given up. He no longer cared about his own life and surviving. He did not seek shelter or attempt to escape, but remained exactly where he was, unyielding in his resolve and as stubborn as always. He knew that the end of his command had arrived, and he wanted to meet it on his terms, not sitting in a crater or bombed-out building somewhere, clinging to life for a few more precious minutes. "What are you waiting for?" he barked again. He jumped up from his chair and shook his fist at an invisible enemy who seemed to be hovering just above his head and beyond his reach. His face twisted with anger, and his eyes burned fiercely. He knew who it was that had done this to him and his soldiers. He could clearly picture the despicable man's face, those same rodent-like features that he had always found to be a clear indication of the man beneath. The man held no reservation in stepping over the bodies of his comrades in order to get where he wanted to be. He treated everyone as an obstacle or a mere pawn along his path towards personal glory and high status. He was ambitious and ruthless, with no love for anyone but himself. Thompson had never liked him from the moment he first met him all those years ago when Thompson had been the battalion commander. He also knew the reasons why they were being attacked, and he hated the man all the more for it. "Come on," he roared up at the ceiling again in his deep, gravelly voice. "I know what it is you want, so come and get them, you bloodthirsty bastard. Come and get them and finish what you've started." He howled and ranted, pounding his fist against the walls as he unleashed a torrent of abuse against the man that had attacked them. Eventually, he ran out of steam and his arms dropped to his sides. He stared down at the floor and let his head sag for a moment before slumping back down into his chair. He sat and stared at the framed picture of his wife. She had died 5 years earlier from breast cancer at the age of 58, and he had mourned her every day since. He knew that his long wait would soon be over and he would be joining her again, soon, wherever she was. He smiled, the lines of his face forming deep and dark creases that stretched across his ashen cheeks. His red-rimmed eyes that usually burned with menace had softened somewhat as he looked down at the smiling face of his beloved wife. Tears began to blur his vision, but at that moment he was unsure whether they were tears of sorrow or happiness. Instead, he labeled them as the result of years of pent-up stress and anguish, suddenly being released after having lost all reason and desire to hold on to them any longer. "I'll see you soon, Linda," he said aloud and gently caressed the photograph with his long, slender fingers. "It'll all be over soon, my dear. Not long now." He placed the picture back onto the desk and opened the drawer to his left. Reaching inside, he instantly found what he was looking for. He held up the brandy bottle and studied it for a few seconds. There was enough left for one final and extra-large glass. He reached in again and fumbled about before his fingers made contact with the second item on his agenda. The cigar, Cuban and hard to come by, would be a very welcome addition to his concluding drink. He rolled it between his fingers for a moment and held it to his nose, inhaling deeply and appreciating its rich scent. He poured the brandy and snipped the end from the cigar. Next, he struck a match and began to puff away, sending up clouds of blue-gray smoke to mix with the floating plaster dust that seemed to be filling the entire room. Sighing with plumes of the cigar smoke drifting out from between his lips, he leaned back in his chair, blotting out the sound of the raging battle outside the four walls as he savored the warm glow of the brandy and the luxurious taste of the cigar. He lifted his legs and rested the heels of his boots upon the desktop as he took another large sip. Another fearsome explosion caused the room to jolt, but Thompson paid it no attention. He merely adjusted his balance to prevent himself and his chair from toppling over while he continued to enjoy his closing drink and smoke. He could hear the heavy thud of helicopters growing louder and recognized them as troop carriers. The enemy soldiers were about to land and would soon be storming the town, rolling up the positions and searching for him. Machine guns continued to rattle outside from the close air support as they covered the disembarking soldiers. It appeared that the ground preparation phase of the assault was complete, and now the infantry would begin their move-in, sweeping through the buildings and eradicating any remaining resistance. First, they would have targeted the main defenses, such as the ships and any heavy weaponry, including the aircraft stationed at the airfield. Next, the enemy fighter jets and gunships would turn their attention to the lines of communication, key defensive positions, and troop concentrations. Finally, the ground forces would arrive, surrounding their objectives and slowly reducing the remaining pockets until all enemy resistance was eventually eradicated and the area secured. He knew this because it was exactly what he would have done. "Here we go," he sighed as the walls vibrated with the sounds of the beating rotor blades and thumping motors. He reached down to the lower drawer of his desk and pulled out a bundle of files. Destroying them would be his final act as the commander. He placed them onto the desk and stared at them for a short while. He hated the things and the information that they contained. He always had done. Even during the height of the Cold War, he had viewed such measures as abhorrent and potentially disastrous to the whole of humanity. However, he despised them even more now, since they had caused the deaths of so many of his soldiers and the destruction of the towns and villages on the Isle of Wight. The files and their content disgusted him. The tempo of the fire outside suddenly increased, sounding as though a fierce defense had somehow been organized. Long bursts of machine gun and rifle fire seemed to go on forever. As the opposing troops slugged it out, his soldiers, despite the overwhelming force being thrown against them, were valiantly fighting on. The noise was getting louder as the battle drew closer, and he considered rushing outside to join them one final time. "Don't be ridiculous, you old fool," he thought to himself. "What good could you do? You're past that, and you would only get in the way." Thompson sat forward, clutching the cigar between his teeth and reaching into his pocket. Retrieving the Browning pistol, he looked down at it and then pulled back on the top slide, chambering around and making the weapon ready to fire. He grabbed the book of matches, and as he turned his attention back towards the files, another explosion rippled through the building. This time, however, it seemed that the command center had taken a direct hit. He could hear floors and ceilings collapsing and the sounds of people screaming from deep within the complex as they were buried beneath piles of debris. The walls juddered viciously, and a cloud of dust plumed into his office from beneath his door. He silently prayed for another bomb to land directly on top of his office. He could now hear gunfire within the building as their reports echoed through the rooms and along the corridors. The distinct low thuds of hand grenades blasting down doors and smashing walls, and followed by automatic fire, resounded again and again as the battle closed in on him. He was too late. He had missed his opportunity to destroy the files and deny the enemy of their ultimate objective. He cursed himself and pounded his fist against the desk, angry that he had not taken action sooner. He began to frantically fumble with the matchbook, trying to strike them all at once so that he could burn the files. "You fool," he hissed. "You stupid fool." He held his pistol pointed towards the door of his office as he listened with growing alarm to the new rhythm in the battle. They were closing in on him, fighting their way through the rooms. Amongst the rattling sound of gunfire, he heard the frantic shouts of men getting louder as they advanced through the building. Soon he could hear footsteps, and for a moment he was sure that someone was calling his name. He gripped the pistol tighter and reached for the files, tucking them under his arm so that his enemy would need to pry them from his dead hands. "Come on, you swine!" he growled, keeping his pistol pointed at the entrance. With a loud thud and a crunch, the door was suddenly flung open as a forceful kick collided with it from the other side. It crashed against the wall as Thompson's finger snatched at the trigger of the weapon in his shaking hand. The pistol jerked in his grip and boomed loudly, sending a bullet slamming into the wall of the corridor outside. The bang of the shot sounded amplified in the small space of the room and caused his ears to pop and ring from the doorway. Nobody screamed out as they were hit by the 9mm slug, and in fact, no one had even appeared again. From amidst the insanity, he began to hear his name. "Don't shoot, General," the fear-laden voice called out from the side of the doorframe. "It's me, Jerry. Don't shoot." Thompson's eyes narrowed as he tried to understand why he would suddenly be hearing the voice of the operations officer after having ordered him to get out of the area. For a few seconds he did not reply, wondering whether he was actually hearing the voice at all. He kept his pistol aimed at the door and considered putting a round through the wall where he believed the man to be standing, just out of sight. Another voice began calling out to him. It was more familiar to his mind than the first, and strangely comforting in spite of its harsh and unarticulated sound. A figure appeared in the doorway and stepped into the room. The general's eyes squinted as he attempted to focus and identify the newcomer through the dust and smoke that was rapidly filling the corridors. The figure appeared to be dressed as a soldier, covered in dirt and blood, and clearly having been through a lot to reach the command center. His pistol continued to point at the man, but his finger had released its tension from around the trigger. "Stan?" Thompson asked, unsure if the man standing in front of him was actually there. "Is that you, Stan?" "Yeah, it's me, sir. We've come to get you out of here," he replied, stepping further into the room and approaching the desk. "The town won't hold out much longer, and enemy forces have already landed to the north. We need to move now before they completely cut off any chance of escape." A huge, dark shape emerged from around the doorway as Bull stepped into the room, looking grim and as bedraggled as his team commander, and dragging Jerry with him. He pushed the operations officer into the corner and out of his way before turning and taking up a defensive position at the door. He stooped and raised his rifle, covering the corridor. He too looked as though he had been through hell and back. Bull glanced over at Thompson and nodded, his eyes burning and his face contorted with anger, before turning his attention back to the dark hallway. "How did you get here? I thought the town was cut off by now." "It will be soon, boss," Stan replied. "We slipped through just before they closed in from the west, but I think we can still make it out before they strengthen their positions and consolidate. We need to move, sir, now." Thompson shook his head and sat back in his chair, taking a long swig from his brandy, smacking his lips, and then picking up his cigar from the ashtray and sucking on it until it began to glow brightly again. He was making it perfectly clear that he had no intention of going with them. He blew out a long plume of smoke and then turned to Stan, who was still standing in front of his desk, waiting patiently while the building continued to shake and judder around them. "I'll not be going with you, I'm afraid, old boy. I've had enough of it all, and I'll be staying right here. I'll go down with my ship." "Are you fucking serious?" Bull snapped back at him from his position by the misshapen and crumbling doorway. The words had erupted from his mouth before he had thought them through. They were beyond his control. His expression instantly changed when Thompson looked up and fixed him with a cold stare. The aggression faded from Bull's face and was replaced with a look of shock and dread at the words that had slipped uncontrollably from his lips. He quickly looked away and returned his attention back to the dark corridor, feeling Thompson's eyes burning into the back of his head. Even now he was still terrified of the man. Thompson looked at the battered soldiers and felt ashamed. They had clearly been through a lot. Somehow they had survived the hell of the bombardment and then fought their way through enemy lines to get there. And now there he was, telling them that it had all been for nothing. He wished that he had the desire to go on, but he could not fool himself any longer. He had lost hope after the failed assault on London, and now as the enemy closed in it had been solidified and nothing could bring it back to him. "It was that cold-blooded bastard that did this to us." Thompson snarled as he gulped down the remains of his brandy. "It was Gibson." "Gibson," Jerry exclaimed from the corner. "What are you talking about, sir? How could Gibson have done this? His forces are in the north." "Glasgow," Thompson replied with a shake of his head. "When we were busy losing most of our forces and assets in London, he was supposed to be attacking Glasgow and Edinburgh, only they obviously didn't. Instead, they were slowly making their way south through the Irish Sea. He planned it from the start." Another blast lifted the floor and caused a portion of the ceiling to collapse amidst a cloud of fine plaster. Bull turned his face away from the door as a veil of black smoke plumed in and burned at his eyes. It was the residue of a grenade going off somewhere within the building, its percussion forcing the debris along the corridors and through the rooms. The dark cloud was the signature of another extinguished life. "We need to get going, Stan." Bull coaxed to his commander. "This place is about to fall on our heads. We need to move." "But why?" "I don't understand why he would attack us, sir," Jerry continued, clearly having trouble with Thompson's conclusion. "These," the general replied, slamming his fist down on the files that were again sitting on his desk. "He wants these. That's been his aim from the very beginning." Stan looked down at the files and recognized them as the launch codes that the team had found below the streets of London. An SAS team had died retrieving them from their old command center deep below ground, and Stan and his men had stumbled upon them as they retreated from the airstrikes. And the infected... He remembered hearing about the differences in opinion on how to rid the cities of the infected. Gibson had wanted to use nuclear weapons from very early on, despite the fact that they would leave the cities as nothing but radioactive piles of rubble and the country uninhabitable. It was that cold bastard who opened up the bunker doors and let those things in. Thompson continued in a low voice as he stared loathingly at the stack of files. "He wanted the codes then, but something went wrong, and we could never prove that it was him. It's obvious now, though, the murdering bastard." Stan had seen and heard enough. He turned and checked on Bull as he continued to watch the entrance. It sounded as though the enemy were closer, systematically clearing from room to room. Shouts and screams rang out amongst the ceaseless chatter of machine gun and rifle fire. More grenades detonated with heavy crumps, and the foundations continued to crumble from beneath their feet. He looked over to General Thompson and saw that it was pointless to continue trying to convince him to go with them. The man looked resigned to his fate and almost happy to meet it. He seemed calm and at peace with himself again as he sat back down and leaned his head against the backrest of the chair. "Take these with you, Stan," Thompson said. His eyes were closed as his long, slender finger indicated the files. "Take these with you and get out of here. Lose them somewhere where they'll never be found. That's all I ask of you." Stan leaned forward and scooped up the bundle before stepping back from the table. He paused and watched the contented face of Thompson for a moment. His eyes were shut, and he could have been forgiven for believing that the man was asleep. "You sure about this, boss?" Stan asked. Thompson did not reply, but merely nodded slowly and gave a slight wave of his hand as though the question was an annoyance to him. A low grunt rumbled in his throat to accompany his lethargic body language. "Well then, it's been fun, General," Stan said with a nod. "You too, Stan," Thompson mumbled. "Good luck, and take care." Nothing more needed to be said. They had to leave, and Thompson would stay where he was. He was not about to become sentimental or attempt to drag the man along. Stan turned and moved towards where Bull was squatting. He peered out into the smoke-filled hallway and listened to the advancing enemy, making their way through the rooms. In his mind, he was able to form a rough idea of their dispositions within the layout of the building. "I think the front door is out of the question," Bull said over his shoulder. "We'll need to take an alternate route." "Roger that, mate. Lead on, big fella." Bull pushed forward in a crouch, raising his rifle and sweeping the corridor in both directions with his barrel as he searched for targets. He nodded back to Stan, indicating that the immediate area was clear. Jerry stepped out from the corner and made as though he was about to say something to his commander. He was abruptly silenced when Stan's powerful hand gripped him by the collar and yanked him out of Thompson's office and into the hallway. He was dragged along, barely able to keep his balance in the wake of Stan and Bull as they began searching for a way out. The last vision he had of his commanding officer was one of him sitting in his chair, his eyes closed and a wry smile stretching across his face. The room was now empty again except for himself. His brandy was gone, his cigar had burned down to almost nothing, and the files were safe. He knew that he could depend on Stan to ensure that Gibson would never get his hands on them. All had turned out well, he surmised to himself as his smile broadened. There were no loose ends and nothing left unsaid again. His mind drifted for a moment, and he was overcome with nostalgia. He was floating away to a much happier place and time and shrinking from the harsh and present reality. A burst of gunfire from close by snapped him back to the real world. The walls of the corridor beyond the open doorway were illuminated by a series of flashes accompanied by the bark of rifles and the screams of men. Stan and Bull were battling their way out of the trap, and if he knew the men half as well as he believed he did, they would be victorious in their task, leaving a trail of mutilated bodies in their wake. He leaned forward and rested his elbows upon the desk. He lifted his pistol and checked the safety catch again. Nodding his head, he raised the weapon and turned it towards himself. He reached out and brushed his fingers over the photograph of his wife and then gently turned the picture frame so that she was facing away from him. He did not want her or her likeness to stand witness to what was about to happen. "I love you, Linda," he whispered. Another long burst of automatic fire rang out from somewhere beyond his office door. It seemed further away now, and he wondered whether it was due to his mind slipping from him or if it was because Stan was charging further through the building. He hoped that it was the latter. A series of loud concussions rippled through the halls, followed by more echoes of thundering guns and screaming men. He sat up in his chair and quickly and clumsily ran his shaking hand across his scalp in an attempt to straighten his hair and make himself more presentable. Next, he brushed at the dust that had settled upon his shoulders. Even now, his pride was one of the main driving forces within his personality. He would not allow himself to meet his end looking like anything other than a British officer. "Here we go," he grunted, and then placed the barrel between his teeth, feeling the cold steel brush against his tongue. He closed his eyes, picturing himself and his wife holding hands and smiling as they walked through a meadow of long green grass that swayed in the light summer wind. Birds chirped overhead and insects buzzed lazily as they flew between the long green stalks and blooming flowers. He hoped that the place was real and that he would soon be there. He screwed his eyes tighter and increased the pressure upon the trigger. The gunshot cracked loudly. A moment later, the pistol dropped to the floor with a resounding clatter. General Charles Thompson, GCB, CBE Dassault, was dead. 16, the rifle juddered in his hands, and a flurry of spent bullet cases spurted out from the right of the weapon, clattering onto the floor in silence as their sound was overwhelmed by the deafening and rapid bark of gunfire. The flashes of lightning that burst from the barrel illuminated the crumbling walls and the falling shapes of the men ahead of them in the corridor, their faces etched with shock, fear, and pain as Bull's rounds tore through their bodies and ripped their life away. The building was filling with the acrid smoke of fire and the unmistakable smell of cordite. The three of them were beginning to choke, their throats burning and their eyes stinging. A flash, accompanied by a huge bang and pressure wave that raced along the narrow corridor towards them, knocked them from their feet. The three men rolled and slithered through the debris, avoiding the blast of a second grenade that landed a few meters away and demolished a large portion of wall. "It's no good," Bull cried, as he let off a long burst of fire towards their attackers in an attempt to force them into cover. "There's too many of the fuckers." As one, Stan, Bull, and Jerry began to crawl back towards the junction in the corridor, headed away from the concentration of enemy forces that were tenaciously fighting their way forwards. A stream of angry red lights shot along the hallway, snapping at the air and slamming into the walls of the corridor. The tracer bullets fizzed and hissed as they rebounded from solid objects and flew in all directions, showering the men with splinters of wood and masonry. They continued to crawl, hoping to reach the corner before the enemy realized that they were firing too high and adjusted their aim. They still had a long way to go. Crawling for 15 meters would be a great distance to cover whilst under fire and with no protection. "Fuck this!" Bull roared and sprang to his feet. "Move, Stan, move." He pulled his finger back against the trigger and began spraying the corridor wildly, having no idea where exactly the enemy troops were, but hoping to buy them enough time to allow Stan and Jerry to bound back and then cover his own withdrawal. His rounds thumped into the floors, walls, ceiling, and doorways inaccurately, but it was sustained and enough to cause the soldiers to think twice before raising their heads. The enemy fire wilted for a moment as Bull continued to fire burst after burst in their general direction, screaming at the same time as his huge frame was illuminated in the muzzle flashes, casting a horrific spectacle for anyone who saw him and his rage-contorted face. Stan and Jerry raced for the junction. They slammed into the wall as Bull continued to fire until his magazine suddenly ran dry. The crescendo ceased, but Bull's howls of anger and frustration continued. Stan was already in position and immediately filled the void with the clatter of his own submachine gun, firing short bursts along the right-hand wall of the corridor to avoid hitting his friend. "Move," he cried as his weapon jerked against his shoulder. "Keep left! Keep left!" Looming out of the blackness, he saw the massive silhouette of Bull already leaping towards him. Within a few short bounds, Bull crashed into the wall behind them and rebounded, spinning his body to the left and into cover. Jerry yelped as his heavy foot stomped down on his ankle. He too was taking cover at the corner and doing what he could to support them with his pistol. "Those cunts don't know when they're beaten," Bull huffed as he squatted down and tore the empty magazine from his rifle. Stan loosed off another burst and quickly pulled himself back around the corner as a stream of enemy bullets whipped along the corridor and thwacked into the wall behind them. It was almost pitch black within the building, the only illumination coming from the flashes of gunfire and explosions. Stan was trying his best to remember where exactly they were, but he had become disoriented in the maze of rooms and hallways, constantly changing direction as they came under fire and searching for alternate routes. "Are there no fucking windows in this place?" He snarled. "The basement," Jerry suddenly blurted, shouting over the din of the battle. "It's the only other way out." Bull looked up and saw through the gloom the glint of the steel railings leading down into the subterranean science labs beneath the command center. His blood chilled within his veins as he remembered the wails of the dead drifting up from the dark chasm of the stairwell and Samantha, informing them of what was happening down there. "Fuck that," he exclaimed, vigorously shaking his head. "I'd rather fight through up here, thanks." Another surge of snapping projectiles slammed into the walls and floor around them, peppering them with debris and dust and forcing them to duck their heads and shield their faces. The enemy had regained the initiative and were advancing again. Stan fired off another torrent of rounds into the corridor, hoping to stall for time. The building suddenly shook violently and seemed to skid across the ground and away from its foundations. A number of doors exploded outwards as their frames buckled and collapsed. Walls tumbled and portions of the roof came crashing through the ceiling around them. The three men rolling on the floor and searching for cover knew that there was no other choice now. They were either going through the basement or staying on the surface to be killed by the enemy or the collapsing building. "Bollocks," Stan grunted as he climbed back to his feet and turned to Jerry. "Come on, then. You know the place, so you're leading the way." Out of the immediate line of fire, the three of them reached the stairwell and began to descend. Jerry was in front, holding his pistol in one hand and a small light in the other. The beam barely illuminated an area much larger than half a meter in diameter, but it was sufficient enough in the cramped environment of the stairway. They moved in silence, treading carefully on the graded steps to avoid noise. They did not want the enemy soldiers close on their heels to know where they had gone, but at the same time did not wish to alert anything that was ahead of them. They reached the bottom of the cold and dank shaft. They were greeted by a wall of blackness and silence, the battle above seemingly a million miles away now. They could hear the sporadic fire continuing from within the building and the voices of men calling out to one another, but they had managed to create a little breathing room for themselves. However, they all knew that it would not be long before the invading troops realized where they had gone, and a grenade being tossed into the stairwell would be adequate enough to end the existence of the three retreating men. Jerry paused and pressed his ear against the doors leading into the underground labs. The barrier was cold against his cheek, causing a shiver to run down along his spine as he imagined what could be lying beyond, waiting for them. He could hear nothing. There were no voices from the living or moans from the dead, and the silence unnerved him. In the dim light, Stan could see the fear in Jerry's face. He looked down at the pistol in his hand, and then back at the pale and glistening features of the officer. He was still listening, unable to make a decision on whether or not it was safe to enter. His hesitation and expression were speaking volumes, and Stan realized that it would be better if he himself led the way through the laboratories. "You cover the rear and point us in the right direction," Stan whispered. "You don't have enough ammo for your pea shooter." "I think it's clear." Jerry nodded and happily accepted Stan's offer. Taking up position behind a huge wall that answered to the name Bull, he looked up towards the top of the stairs, realizing that the enemy fire had died down substantially. They were searching the building for the escapees and the launch codes that were tucked into Stan's jacket. He turned his attention back to the others and took a deep breath as Stan leaned forward and tentatively turned the handle of the door. He could feel his skin becoming soaked with sweat despite the chill of the air. He hoped that he had been correct and that the labs were not filled with the infected. As he watched Stan's hand twist the handle further downwards until a light click echoed through the stairwell, Bull had his rifle aiming at the dark crack of the door as it grew larger while Stan pulled it open. The barrier moved silently and came to a complete stop as it made contact with the buffer plate that was fixed to the wall. A plume of dust-laden smoke gushed outwards from the black void and enveloped them, indicating that the structures below the surface had sustained a degree of damage. For all they knew, the entire basement complex may have collapsed and their route out could be blocked. The three of them paused, holding their breath as the smoke began to clear. They stood and listened, watching and sniffing at the air. The odor of putrefaction and the metallic tinge of warm blood wafted out towards them from the dark interior on a cold draft. They remained still, staring at the wall of blackness and hesitant to go any further. Above, the voices were growing louder, accompanied by the thumping footsteps as the soldiers drew nearer. The enemy numbers were too large for them to be able to fight it out and survive. They needed to go through the laboratories. "It's really fucking good here, isn't it?" Bull lamented in an almost inaudible whisper in complete darkness, not wanting to risk attracting any attention by using their lights. The three of them began to slowly edge their way into the cold tomb of the basement. They stared ahead of them, using their ears and noses to guide them and warn them of danger. Each step was carefully and painfully slowly placed to avoid crushing anything underfoot or stumbling into an unseen object or body to their left and right. Although they could not see, they were strangely aware of the other rooms and doorways, as though they had inbuilt sonar devices attached to their senses. For Stan and Bull, after years of training and conducting live operations, it was not far from the truth. Their senses had become extremely acute to the slightest changes in their environment, regardless of whether they were able to see their surroundings. Jerry, however, despite his years of soldiering and having even served in some of the finest regiments of the British Army, had never refined nor acquired any additional senses. He was completely blind, and the only thing guiding him was the stench of rotting flesh and the barely perceivable footsteps of Bull and Stan in front of him. The laboratories flanking them were silent and still. Stan was able to feel the difference in the atmosphere as he passed by a doorway. It was as if the air became thinner and tugged minutely at his body. At that moment, he would have given anything to be carrying a set of night vision goggles to aid him. With his left arm holding the pistol grip of his MP5 with the stock in his shoulder and the barrel raised to his front, his nerve-damaged right arm groped the empty air, feeling his way along the corridor. A few meters later, his fingertips brushed against something solid that was blocking him from moving any further. He came to an immediate stop and took a short step to his right. Bull, sensing that something was up, stepped to his left, keeping his rifle pointed ahead of him, but restraining the urge to fire. Stan was leading them, and he would not open up until the point man initiated the contact. He waited, staring ahead but seeing nothing as he listened for Stan to indicate what was happening. "It leads into the main labs and the holding areas for the infected specimens," Jerry whispered from behind them. "Does it have windows?" Stan hissed back to him, keeping his attention focused to his front and his weapon in the aim. "No, but it has a thick plastic curtain on the opposite side. Why?" A few seconds later, and Jerry's question was answered as a faint light flickered to life ahead of him. He could now see Stan's faint but familiar silhouette and the lightly colored door in front of them. Bull was ahead and to the left of the corridor, his body appearing like a monolith resting against the wall. Stan panned the light along the corridor behind them, ensuring that they were alone and that nothing had followed them out from the doorways as they passed. The place was empty and silent, but they could hear the ruckus above them as the enemy troops continued their search. Stan turned to the door and then looked at Bull. "Don't look at me. This was your idea." Bull hissed with a shrug. Stan nodded and began to scrutinize the handle, checking on which way it turned, and whether the door opened inwards or outwards. He checked the hinges and wondered if they were likely to creak or groan. He turned back to Jerry, inwards. Jerry whispered back to him, reading his thoughts and understanding what Stan wanted to know before he needed to say anything. "The door opens inwards, pulling towards you. The hinges will click, locking the door in the open position if you pull it too far." "Just half a meter is enough. Half a fucking meter," Bull snorted. "What am I supposed to do? Crash diet for the next 30 seconds. "Just suck it in," Stan retorted. He reached under his assault vest and into his jacket, readjusting the files containing the launch codes and ensuring that they would not slip out. He turned and glared at the others. "You know, this is either going to go badly or very badly. Head straight through. Don't make any turns," Jerry instructed Stan. "There's a door at the far end with viewing windows about 2/3 of the way up in the frame. They lead into a corridor that turns to the right and out into the loading area at the back of the command center. It's getting pretty light outside, so we should be able to see well enough, even without the power. Try to stick to the center of the room. There's all kinds of shit to trip over along the walls." Stan grunted his thanks and memorized Jerry's directions. He exhaled, clearing his lungs completely, and then took in a long, deep breath again, allowing some of the air to escape from his mouth before holding it halfway. He reached for the door and nodded to the others to confirm that they were ready to move. They turned out their lights, reverting back to their other senses to guide and warn them. Stan turned the handle slowly. He felt the lock shift and the door push back slightly against his hand. With a gentle and smooth heave, he pulled the door towards him. A low, moaning gust of fetid air brushed against their faces, carrying with it the distinct nauseating and sickly sweet tang of rotting bodies. Stan stayed in position, frozen to the spot as he listened. He could hear faint sounds coming from within the spacious hollow huffs and scrapes as something moved through the blackness. Nothing lunged towards them, and there was no indication that they had been detected by the infected that were lurking somewhere close by. Jerry had been correct. A small degree of light was visible through the windows in the door at the far end. It filtered in from the corridor beyond and gave them a reference point to head for. However, the remainder of the room was shrouded in total darkness. It was impossible to see anything in front of their faces. There was another grunt accompanied by the sound of tearing cloth and the wet smack of something heavy and moist dropping to the cold concrete floor. They did not need to see in order to know what they were hearing. It was the sound of a body being torn apart, its blood-soaked flesh being ripped from the bones. Stan, squatting low and holding his submachine gun aimed into the room, edged his way forward and in through the dark chasm of the door. Bull sensed him moving and tucked himself in close behind his commander, with Jerry bringing up the rear. Within a few seconds, the three of them were inside, and again, they paused and waited. The stink was even stronger now that the door was closed behind them. Sounds echoed from all around, traveling over and along the vaulted ceiling, becoming magnified by the acoustics of the room. The noises of smacking lips and lustful groans seemed to fill the space around them as the infected fed on the remains of the living. None of them had any idea of how many people had been down there and how many there remained, having reanimated as the walking dead. The room buzzed with the sounds of moving bodies and the endless low moans and snarls of the reanimated corpses that seemed to be all around them. Bull leaned in close to Stan's ear. "You sure this is a good idea, mate?" he asked. Stan began to push forward, creeping his way through the room and doing his best to remain in the center, using the dim light at the far end as a guide. A sudden clatter and heavy thud to their right forced the three nervous men to spin around, their fingers almost fully depressing their triggers and loosing off a torrent of gunfire. A wandering figure had crashed into and over something, spilling medical equipment to the floor and creating a racket that clawed at the nerves of the men. A number of questioning moans began to resonate from all around them as the infected became curious to the origin of the sudden disturbance. The sounds of shuffling feet increased as countless unseen figures lumbered through the inky blackness, closing in on the epicenter of the noise. After a short moment, Stan continued forward, wanting to get away from the converging corpses before a ring of putrid flesh enveloped them. Going by his own judgment, they had reached the halfway point, and the two rectangular frames of light seemed to be growing in size and brightness. He could feel his legs wanting to increase the pace and rush for the doors, but none of them had any idea of what lay in their path. For all they knew, the ground could be carpeted with dozens of the living dead. As the scraping feet closed in, Bull became aware that something was moving close by, very close. It seemed to be paralleling their course and headed for the doors, moving at the same speed that they were. There was nothing that he could do to gain the attention of the others and warn them, and he could not risk reaching out to it. His only option was to concentrate on its location and remain aware of any change that it made. If it moved towards them, he would have no choice but to deal with the threat. He glanced to his front and at the doors. It was hard to judge their distance, but they were definitely making way. He wanted to run, but he knew that in doing so he could cause the deaths of all three of them. He swallowed hard and returned his attention to where and how he placed his feet and the moving body beside them. He could sense Jerry close behind him and hear his breathing. He wished that the man could control himself better. The noise coming from his nostrils sounded like a snorting bull. There was no question that when they reached the door that they would go noisy, they would be silhouetted in the light. And if the dead did not notice them immediately, they certainly would once the doors were opened, and the light was allowed to flood in. That fact did not concern Stan. By that time they would be pounding their way along the corridor, leaving the room filled with infected behind them. They just needed to get there first. The congregation of corpses met behind them. More thuds rang out all around as bodies stumbled into one another and crashed to the floor. Gurneys were upturned and heavy equipment being tipped over thundered loudly in their ears. It sounded as though in the confusion and darkness the infected had begun to tear into one another. Howls and wails began to echo through the room as a riot broke out, the dead working themselves into a frenzy. The three men increased their pace with just 20 meters to go before they would lunge for the door. Bull could still sense the moving body beside him. It had not turned to join in with the melee going on behind them, but continued to match their course and speed. Something cold and soft bashed into him from his left, causing him to recoil and then collide with something else. The body to his right let out a yelp as Bull stumbled into it. It was the startled voice of a man, a living man. A sudden heavy thump above them threatened to collapse the roof onto their heads and shook the building to its core. It was not a direct hit, but close. Bull ducked instinctively, and a second later the entire room was bathed in a brilliant light as the power was momentarily returned. He froze to the spot, staring into the wild and fear-filled eyes of Dr. Warren, the man who had been creeping along with them through the darkness. His face was white and soaked with sweat. His lips quivered as he stared back into the fearsome, scarred face of Bull, who was crouched in front of him. In that moment, Stan took in their surroundings. He spun around and saw Bull, Jerry, and the doctor all huddled together and surrounded by a wall of mottled flesh. The room was packed with the bodies of the dead. The skeletal faces and soulless eyes looked just as surprised as the men did at the sudden illumination of their settings. There appeared to be hundreds of them filling the space that they had just covered and trailing along in their wake. For a second or two, nobody moved, not even the infected. It seemed as though time had been stopped in its tracks, as the two groups stared back at one another, wondering what to do next. A clang, followed by the scream of a woman from somewhere to the left of the room, broke the deadlock. There were others in the basement that were still alive. The crowd of bodies turned in unison towards the new sound as someone began to make a run for the doors. More disturbances rang out as people sprang from their hiding places and attempted to escape. From every corner it seemed that the trapped people were grasping the moment, having been uncovered by the sudden light and making a bid for the exit. The mass of corpses seemed confused for a moment. suddenly being confronted with so many options that they did not know what to decide. Some lunged to the left and others to the right, while the bulk of the group stood staring at the four men in front of them. "Move!" Stan yelled, as the room was cast back into blackness, bringing up his MP5 and firing a long burst over the heads of the others. Bull grabbed Warren and Jerry, flinging them forward as a number of arms reached out towards them. Bodies dropped to the floor, some killed by Stan's fire, while others tumbling as they attempted to grab the men that slipped away from their grasp. The room reverberated with the cries of the infected and the bark of Stan's submachine gun. Brilliant flashes of light captured the freeze frames of numerous corpses around them. Their hungry mouths agape and their gaunt faces looming, Stan turned and sprinted for the door as more rounds exploded behind him. A scream rang out as someone was brought down to their right. More howls followed as the dead set upon them, pulling and biting into their soft tissue. A hand grabbed at Stan, catching him by the straps of his harness and knocking him off balance. He twisted, bringing up his weapon and squeezing the trigger. His shots missed, but in the instant of light, he saw the grotesque and bloodied face of his target and adjusted his aim. Even amidst the loud cracks of the rounds, he heard the crunch of bone as his bullets ripped through the head of his attacker. The creature's grip slackened and Stan pulled away, continuing for the door. He collided with Bull, both of them reaching the exit together and smashing their bodies into the solid barrier. They burst through and out into the corridor, being smothered in light from the entrance at the far end. Jerry was close on their heels, blindly firing his pistol over his shoulder as he dragged Dr. Warren along behind him. He came to an abrupt stop as he plowed through the door after the others. Warren's grip on his forearm tightened to the point that the circulation was stemmed. Jerry turned and saw the terror-filled eyes of the doctor staring back at him, clutching onto his arm for dear life as a sea of grasping hands dragged him back into the dark room. Jerry raised his pistol and fired his last 4 shots into the unseen mass. They did nothing to help release the doctor. Warren was screaming back at him, still clinging to the material of his shirt, and slowly pulling Jerry back in through the door. "Stan, wait!" he screamed to the 2 men who had taken off along the corridor, leaving him behind to be hauled back into the waiting crowd of infected. "Help me! Someone fucking help me!" He was panicking, pulling back with all his strength as the dead enveloped Dr. Warren, leaving just his arm protruding from their midst. The doctor was screaming now as an avalanche of gnashing teeth snapped down upon his flesh, and countless fingers tore at his clothing and body. His grip remained tight, and Jerry instinctively began to pound his fist against Warren's forearm. He, too, was screaming as he rained down blow after blow, hoping to break the man's hold upon him. He felt the bones of the ulnar and radius shatter beneath his assault, and the shape of the limb become bent and deformed. But it did nothing to help free him. No matter what he did, he could not break away. He was being dragged back in. He dug his heels in against the ground and screamed at the top of his lungs for help as the others fled and left him behind. With gritted teeth, he kicked at the doors, trying to keep them closed and preventing the horde from spilling out into the corridor and dragging him down along with the doctor. A sudden heave dragged him further into the dark gap, and his body slammed against the frame beside it. He could still hear Dr. Warren crying out with pain and terror, but there was nothing he could do for him. Now he needed to save himself. A sudden wet heat splashed across Jerry's face, and his vision turned red. Arterial blood sprayed out from Warren's body, smothering his features and filling his mouth with a warm iron taste. With a jolt, the right-hand side of his body disappeared in through the doorway as the mass of corpses surged. He yelped as he felt a multitude of cold hands grab onto his arm. He began to scream manically. A volley of earth-shattering claps erupted close to Jerry's head, and he was yanked backwards by Bull's powerful arms. Like a discarded toy, he was slung into the wall where he rebounded and landed in a heap on the floor. Stan fired the last of his magazine into the room through the gap in the door as Bull scooped up Jerry and took off along the corridor. "Come on," he grunted, taking long bounding strides towards the shaft of daylight at the far end. "We're getting the fuck out of here." Stan turned and followed after them, changing out his magazine as he moved and making a mental note that he was down to 5 fully loaded clips. He hoped that they would not run into any more trouble, particularly for any sustained amount of time. He did not have the ammunition to get into a drawn-out firefight outside. Bull raced up the shallow ramp and leapt to the right, taking cover behind a wall and allowing Stan to catch up. The team commander was just a few seconds behind him and dropped down with a heavy thud and an audible grunt. "That was fun. Can we do it again?" Bull asked as he checked through his assault vest, confirming his ammunition status. "Now what do we do?" Stan gingerly poked his head up over the wall and watched the activity going on around them for a moment. Helicopter gunships were still circling overhead, firing their chain guns and Hydra rockets into the last strongholds of the defenses around the town. Geysers of smoke and dust, tinged with fire, were still erupting above the rooftops, while tracers, glowing red and whipping angrily at the air, continued to pummel the men and women. Still fighting below on the ground, he could see soldiers moving through the streets, clearing the buildings around them with grenades and automatic fire. They were in the final phases of the assault and were now consolidating their hold on Newport. He knew that it would not be long before they completely invested the area, locking it down tight and ensuring that no one escaped. However, at the moment, and with sporadic fighting still ongoing as pockets of resistance refused to yield, Stan and the others had a chance to make it out of the trap. He dropped back down and looked at the others. Bull was watching him expectantly, his scarred face covered with blood, dirt, and the weary expression of a man who had been to hell and back. Jerry was a different matter. He was anemic-looking and drawn, clearly shaken and almost unresponsive. Stan wondered whether or not they were going to need to carry him during their attempt to break out. Another thought immediately entered his mind, and he glanced at Bull for a fleeting moment before turning his attention back to the almost catatonic man beside him. He was considering leaving him behind. They could not afford to be carrying any baggage, and in his present state, Jerry was no use to either of them. Bull understood what Stan's glance had said to him, and he too turned his attention towards the officer slumped in the corner and staring blankly at something that only his eyes could see. "I'm okay," Jerry said in a flat tone as he continued to stare ahead of him at a clump of bushes that concealed them behind the wall. "I'm all right." He looked far from all right, but Stan nodded his acceptance. The events of the previous few minutes had clearly shaken him to his core. Jerry had seen combat and been on his fair share of operations, but it was obvious that he had not experienced such a hard and close-quarter fight with the infected up until that point. "Okay," Stan continued. "We need to find a vehicle." Bull grunted and repositioned himself so that he was seated on his haunches with his back resting against the wall. He checked the magazine on his rifle again, confirming that it was full. He knew all too well that they were far from being out of the woods, and there was the distinct possibility that more fighting was to come. "Just do me one favor," he said, turning to his commander with pleading eyes before his face broke into a grin. "When we get off this rock and make it to the mainland, can we find somewhere nice and quiet to live? I've had more drama in the past 6 months than my entire life." "Agreed," Stan grunted. "Come on, let's get moving." 17. "There's more of them coming, Taff." Danny's voice called across to them from his position on the western flank. "For fuck's sake," Taff grumbled. He looked across at Kyle, who was manning the general-purpose machine gun, GPMG, also known as the Jimpy or the General. The veteran and the gun were both ready to fire at anything that approached them from the low ground. Taff noted just how relaxed and collected the man seemed. It appeared as though he and the machine gun were one organism and both extremely comfortable as a couple. He considered making a joke of it, but decided that now was not the time, and more pressing matters deserved his attention. Paul, the young soldier that Samantha had brought with them, was crouched beside him, a clean and unspoiled paintbrush in his hand. He endlessly ran the bristles over the lengths of belted ammunition laid out in front of him, ensuring that the brass cases were free of grit and anything else that could clog up the GPMG's working parts. He had gone over the rounds 100 times, but because the veteran had not told him to stop, and with the words of Bobby echoing in his head warning him to do exactly as he was told, he continued to keep the ammunition free of dirt. He was happy to do so. It was preventing his mind from thinking too much, and he suspected that the veteran was keeping him busy for that exact same reason. "I've got some grenades, too," Paul suddenly blurted, digging into one of his pouches and pulling out 3 high-explosive hand grenades. "I've even got a claymore." Bobby and Taft stared down at the deadly weaponry that the young man was displaying with pride. They glanced at one another and then back at Paul, clearly worried. "Whoa, whoa, whoa, sweet child of mine," Kyle gasped. "Where did you find those?" "I picked them up when we were raiding the stores. They were just sitting there, so I grabbed them. I figured we might need them. We may do at some point, but not right now. Put them away and be careful. Don't fuck about with them." Out to the north, the battle was beginning to lose its ferocity as the initial assault groups had completed their primary tasks of subduing the island's defenses. The attacking troops were now moving into the next phase, the clearance operations. It was hard to tell what was happening on the ground due to the lay of the land, but from what Taft could see, and judging by the air activity as troop-carrying helicopters continued to arrive and touch down at various points, the separate assault groups were linking up and consolidating their positions. They concentrated predominantly around the built-up areas, and out to the east it appeared that the militia forces had received the same beating as the government troops. All over the island, a faint mist, created by the thousands of rounds that had been fired and the countless explosions, clung to the air just a few meters above the ground. The smell of cordite and fire was thick in the atmosphere, and even on the high ground Taff and the others could smell the all-too-familiar scent of war. The only thing missing was the stench of warm blood and human innards spilling from the broken bodies of the unfortunate souls caught up in the devastating battle. Above them, the night had seemed to quickly give way to the morning, and a clear blue sky stretched from one horizon and almost to the next, with just a thin line of murkiness clinging to the western atmosphere. Across the island, gunfire continued, but gone was the relentless rattle of heavy weapons and the thunder of exploding ordnance. The occasional burst of fire and fountain of debris, flung high into the air by detonating shells and rockets, continued to erupt from various quarters. But the battle was clearly over. The cracks and thumps that continued to echo across the land were sporadic and nothing like what the island had been subjected to for the previous 90 minutes. "They're just mopping up now," the veteran murmured, keeping his eyes and the barrel of his gun on the low ground and the troops that were forming up in that area. "You heard anything from the boss man?" "Nope," Taff replied, shaking his head. "Hold the fort here while I check on Dan Paul. Keep those bullets nice and shiny." Taff jumped out of the shallow trench and headed off towards where Bobby and Danny were positioned. He moved across the open area, bent double and attempting to keep himself out of sight of the troops below them. As yet, their little group seemed to have gone unnoticed, but he wondered for how much longer that would be the case. Once the enemy began pushing out to clear the rural areas, it would only be a matter of time before they stumbled upon their location and launched an attack. Sprinting past Samantha and Colin, he had no time to pause and chat. They both turned to him with expectant expressions and hoping for an update on the situation, but the stocky Welshman just smiled, made a whispered reference to how beautiful the morning was, and then disappeared out of sight. "What's happening, guys?" Taff asked as he landed in the trench beside Bobby. "There," Danny replied, pointing towards the bottom of the slope leading up towards them along the cliffside. "About 10 of those things mincing about and headed this way." "You called me over for this?" Taff snorted as he watched the sparse cluster of shambling corpses meandering their way up towards the house. "They're fucking miles away, Danny. What you flapping for?" "That's why we're flapping," Bobby snapped, elbowing Taff in the shoulder and pointing further along the coastline. Beyond the small group, and barely noticeable at first due to their slow speed and the low scrub that seemed to dominate the bluffs on the south of the island, dozens more bodies were making their way towards them. The activity of the gunships and transport helicopters in and around the area of the refugee camp had caught their attention. They had probably been wandering aimlessly and individually through the open countryside between the small villages before the attack, but had now formed themselves into a group. "Bollocks!" Taff spat as he made a rough estimate of their numbers. "There's a whole fucking herd of them. Where'd they come from?" "You tell me," Bobby replied with a shrug. "But they're coming straight for us. I'd guess that we have about 20 minutes tops before they come bumbling up here." Taff thought for a moment. There were far too many of the infected for them to deal with without using their weapons. He had heard nothing from Stan or Bull and had no idea if they were even alive. Never mind if they were on their way back from Newport. He turned and glanced to the north. The area above the town was a hive of activity. Helicopters buzzed around above the smoke-filled ruins, spitting out the occasional Hellfire missile and burst of heavy cannon fire. Taff needed to make a command decision. They were currently sandwiched between two enemies, one living and one dead, with their only escape route to the north. However, it was only a matter of time before that route became closed and they would be trapped at the cliffs. "Prepare to move," Taff commanded to Bobby and Danny. "Fighting order only: dump anything that we don't need and take just ammo and water. Load up the vehicles and be ready to bug out in 5 minutes." "What about Stan?" Danny asked. "He can meet us at the ERV if he's still got air in his lungs." Taff shrugged before turning to Bobby. "I'll lead us out with Kyle, Danny, Paul, and Richard. You take Sam, Colin, Willie, and Emily with you and bring up the rear. Those 2 vehicles good to go." Bobby looked around and glanced at the 2 Land Rovers that were parked up beside the house. He could see Richard, Emily, and William hunkered down behind them, their frightened faces peering from around the bumper and looking in their direction. He turned back to Taff and nodded the affirmative. "Good, 5 minutes, and we're making like swastikas." It was pretty cramped in the back of the vehicles with their equipment, weapons, and ammunition. It was not long before people were beginning to sigh impatiently, wanting to get moving and have the discomfort over and done with. Every available space had been filled with either a person or vital supplies. All of the ammunition was stored in their harnesses, leaving all other gear such as food and water to be crammed into the passenger compartments of the vehicles. Taff, seated behind the wheel of the lead Land Rover, glanced out towards the east. From his position, he was unable to see the low ground in the refugee camp, and he doubted that anyone would hear their engines from that distance. Still, he was hesitant to turn the key in the ignition. He looked out at the bushes surrounding the house and then up at the sparse clouds drifting across the sky in an attempt to judge the wind direction. It appeared to be blowing towards the channel and away from the troops in the low ground. He took in a breath and turned to Danny beside him, sitting in the passenger seat and looking impatient. "For Christ's sake, turn the fucking key and stop being so dramatic." Danny growled and turned to his left, peering out through his window and down the slope towards the advancing bodies. "They're getting closer." "Okay, here we go." Taft turned the key and the engine grumbled. The vibrations rippled through the vehicle, welcomed by the men and women stuffed into them. The infected that were staggering up along the slope must have heard the growl of the vehicles. Many of them stopped and turned their heads in confusion, searching for the source of the noise. It did not take long before the decomposing creatures in the vanguard recognized the objects responsible. With renewed energy, they assaulted the hill and began to climb. Reaching out with their arms, they moaned and cried, alerting the corpses that were following to the presence of the living until all of the herd was headed in the same direction. They were moving faster now, growling and snarling. "Come on then, what are we waiting for?" Kyle demanded from the rear of the vehicle where he sat, perched with his machine gun pointed out over the tailgate. "Taff, let's get," Danny began, but Taff held up his hand to silence him. Leaning forward and pressing his finger to his ear, Taff's face became contorted with concentration. He could hear something coming over the radio and into his earpiece, but he was struggling to understand what was being said. One thing he was sure of, however, was that it was Stan's voice. "Say again, Stan, you're difficult." A few long seconds passed as Taff listened to what Stan was telling him. He nodded repeatedly and then began to sway and bob, attempting to see out through the window and towards the north. Danny did the same, having no idea what had been said or what he was looking for, but understanding that there would possibly be something to see. "Roger that, mate?" "Will do," Taff finally said, and turned to Danny. "Well," Danny demanded, "Stan's headed for the ERV. We should see him go by in a few minutes," he said. "It was Gibson. This whole thing was that fucking glory hunter. He's after those launch codes we found in London." "Gibson?" Danny exclaimed, his confused expression quickly turning to a look of horror as Taff opened his door and began to climb out. "Where the fuck are you going?" Danny glanced back at the approaching horde. The first of them were just 30 meters away now and steadily closing. They were close enough for him to see their features and their lifeless eyes. The body in front had no arms, and a large portion of its face missing, leaving a dark, festering void with white, glistening teeth. More were behind, clawing their way up the rise. "Stan's being followed," Taff hollered back as he ran towards the house. "We need to do something to throw them off our scent." Danny watched as Taff disappeared through the door and out of sight. Turning to the others in the back, he raised a questioning eyebrow, hoping that someone could shed some light on what was going on. The veteran looked back at him and shrugged. "Don't ask me, mate. You've known him a lot longer than I have. How am I supposed to know what goes on in that crazy Welsh mind of his?" A few seconds later, and Taff reappeared from the doorway. He took off at a sprint, running straight past the driver's door around to the front of the waiting vehicles, and towards the nearest of the infected. He raced off and away from the rest of the group without bothering to tell anyone what it was that he was intending to do. "Give us a hand, will you?" he called back over his shoulder as he zipped by the front bumper of the lead vehicle. Danny sat watching him, open-mouthed and completely confused about what Taff was doing or thinking. He was slowly shaking his head, wondering if the man had lost his mind. Bobby leapt into view, jumping out from behind the wheel of his vehicle and following after Taff. The pair of them headed straight towards the first of the corpses in line. The infected man, now at the crest of the high ground, also saw them and let out a loud wail that was audible over the sound of the vehicle's engine. It turned its body to meet the oncoming men, its mouth opening abnormally wide, as though Taff and Bobby were expected to tumble right in while the stumps of its arms waddled grotesquely. "What the fuck are we doing, Taff?" Bobby huffed as he chased after his friend. Without a word, Taff took a slight step to his left, pivoted his body, and cocked his arm back. With perfect timing, he threw his fist forward, using his weight and momentum to increase the power of his punch. His knuckles crashed against the forehead of the creature with a loud thump and a crack, lifting it from its feet and sending it sailing backwards through the air. Taft followed through with his strike and corrected his balance just in time before he went careening after the corpse and down the hill. He skidded to a stop as the body slammed into the dirt with a loud smack and slid for a meter or so before coming to an abrupt halt. It lay completely still, showing no signs of an attempt to regain its feet. "Bollocks. I hit it too hard," Taft exclaimed as Bobby arrived at his side. He was already moving forward and focusing his attention upon the next of the infected. "Help me nail this one, Bob, for a fraction of a second." Bobby considered asking why, but thought better of it. Taft had his own plan, and Bobby knew that he would not be out there and punching dead bodies in the head just for the sheer fun of it. However, he did hope that all would soon become apparent and would make perfect sense as to why they were risking their lives. Stepping to his right, Bobby zeroed in on the next corpse to reach the hilltop. With his rifle clutched tightly in his hand, he moved forward and smashed the butt of the weapon into the knee of the staggering and half-decomposed woman. It snapped loudly as the dried and brittle bones shattered under the impact. Her eyes locked upon Bobby's as she began to collapse, and he ducked, taking a leap backwards as the infected woman took a swipe at him with her bony fingers. Her hand swept by over his head and her body spun as she crumpled to the ground. Her knee fragmented into 100 pieces. She twisted and writhed at his feet, snarling as she attempted to drag herself along after him. "Now, what do we do?" he called as he shuffled back, keeping a safe distance from the woman's clutching fingers. Taft had beaten another of the infected to the ground and was squatting beside it, pinning it face down in the grass with his knee planted firmly in its back as it struggled to turn itself over. He looked across at Bobby and shook his head, tutting loudly. "You dozy fucker, we need them mobile. You've crippled her. How can she walk now with only one knee?" Bobby glanced down at the woman and then back at Taft. He could still not understand what he was expected to do or what Taft was doing with the corpse he was seated on top of. For a moment he watched as the rotting cadaver thrashed and snapped its teeth, slamming its face into the dirt over and again as Taft kept it pinned beneath him. "So what are we doing?" Bobby finally shouted as he saw that more of the dead were closing in on them. Taft jumped up and grabbed the dead man by the scruff of his jacket, dragging him to his feet and steering him towards the downward slope. With a forceful kick, he sent it hurtling down into the throng that was steadily climbing up towards them. The corpse slammed into a number of its comrades, bowling them over and sending them tumbling down the hill. Taft, panting and looking excited, trotted across to Bobby while holding out his hand. Bobby looked at his palm and saw a number of small black objects and recognized them as the bio-trackers that they had all removed from their arms the previous night. Bobby looked back at him, still unsure of what they were doing. Taft shook his head with frustration. "Stan is on his way." Taft began, spelling it out so that Bobby could understand. "Gibson is close on his heels, and it's the launch codes that he wants." There was still no sign of the penny dropping in Bobby's eyes. "Stan has the fucking codes." Bobby Taft turned and headed for the next corpse. It was the body of a young girl no older than 15 or 16. Her nightdress was torn and bloodied, revealing her developing form beneath. She was mostly intact, apart from the large bite wound in her shoulder, and it was clear that she had only recently turned. Her expressionless face and bloodless eyes locked on Taft as he stepped closer and threw a kick that caught her in the side and sent her rocketing to the right. Taft followed it through with a swing of his rifle, smashing it into the space between her shoulder blades and knocking her flat. He sprang towards her and pinned her to the floor just as he had done with the previous one. "Gibson is after those files," he continued as he struggled to keep the girl still. He reached around to the rear of his vest and drew out his knife. "If Stan makes it here, they'll eventually find us, so to give us some breathing space, and providing that Gibson knows about them, which he probably does because he's obviously a clever bastard, we stick the trackers into a few of these dumb fucks and send them on their way. Hopefully it will at least throw them off our scent for a wee while." "Why didn't you say that in the frigging first place, Taft?" Bobby now understood and jumped to help keep the thrashing girl under control. Taft had used his blade to make an incision in her shoulder and was now pushing the device deep into her cold flesh. His fingers came away a crimson red covered with coagulated blood. The pair of them hauled the girl back to her feet, avoiding her clutching fingers and snapping jaws. Just as Taft had done with the previous corpse, they sent the young girl's body plunging along the slope and scattering the nearest of the infected. Samantha, realizing what it was that they were doing, had jumped out from the second vehicle, along with Colin, and helped secure the beacons to another two of the cold and bloodied walking corpses. It was gruesome work, and a number of the dead, due to their state of decomposition, were dispatched with clubs to the head rather than the 4 living people having to get their putrid flesh and bodily fluids all over them. "Okay, we're done," Taff announced, as the last of the trackers was fitted and sent on its way with a heavy kick. As the corpse tumbled and rolled out of control and down to the bottom of the hill, the group loaded themselves back into the Land Rovers. "Did you crazy kids have fun out there?" The veteran quipped from the rear as Taff climbed in behind the wheel. Taff put the vehicle into gear and began to creep forward and onto the track leading north and away from the house. Within a few meters, they were able to see down into the low ground to the east of their position. As yet, it seemed as though their small convoy remained unnoticed. But he wondered for how much longer that would be. They were skylining themselves, perched on top of the high ground and visible to anyone that may look in their direction. As the Land Rover slowly bumped its way along the dirt path, dipping into ruts and bounding over sunken rocks, Taff cringed internally and kept his eyes fixed on the hood in front of them. He felt exposed and vulnerable, waiting for the bullets to come tearing through the flimsy doors and windows. At any second, nothing happened. Taff was sure that they would have been noticed by now. There were a lot of soldiers in and around the area of the refugee camp, and someone was bound to have been tasked with covering their western flank. Taff did not dare to look. A portion of his mind was goading him to take a glance to his right, but the rest of his brain was screaming for him to remain with his eyes to his front. A distant superstition prevented him from checking on the enemy for fear that they would sense him and take notice. "Taff, are you mobile?" Stan's voice rang out in his ear, sounding much clearer than it had done a few minutes prior. "Roger that, Stan. We're approaching the turning towards the west on the coast road, 200 meters north of our base location." "Roger, we're inbound, and you should see us in about 20 seconds. A few moments later, as Taff continued to plow ahead through the narrow channel and over the rough terrain, Danny let out a gasp. He sat forward in his seat, stretching his arm out ahead of him and towards something he had seen in the distance, appearing from between the undulating ground and the low scrub. "What the fuck is that?" he exclaimed. "Where there?" Danny snapped, pointing his finger across to their right. "Half right of us and moving westward. Am I really seeing that?" Taff looked out towards where Danny was pointing. He caught a glimpse of the white roof of a vehicle as it lurched and bounced along the coastal road, approaching them from the right. Within the blink of an eye, it disappeared again, as the track dipped and was obscured by a small hillock. Taff glanced at Danny, wondering whether he had actually seen what his brain was telling him. They were now just 30 meters from the junction, where they would turn left and race away to the west. Taff judged that the vehicle approaching from the east would shortly cross their path. Seconds later, and it appeared again as it climbed out of the dead ground and reached the summit of the next small hill. Now it was in plain sight and proudly on display for all to see as it bounded its way along the road, a trail of murky smoke pluming out from its exhaust. "You've got to be fucking kidding," Taff mumbled with disbelief. "Got you visual, Taff? Follow on behind us?" The Land Rover was still moving forward, but Taff was no longer paying any attention to the road. His astonished eyes were alternating between the vehicle that Stan was traveling in and the dumbfounded face of Danny sitting beside him. He gawked open-mouthed at the vehicle, unsure if he was dreaming. "It's a fucking ice cream van," Danny murmured as he stared in astonishment at the strange sight that was now crossing their path. They could clearly see Bull sitting behind the wheel, grinning back at them and giving them a quick wave as he raced across the junction and along the coast road. The man appeared to be thoroughly enjoying himself, and for a moment Taff pictured him gripping onto the steering wheel with one hand while holding an ice cream in the other, pressing his foot down harder on the accelerator. Taff began to laugh. His imagination was running away with him, and he could now see Stan in the back dishing out iced lollies while playing the familiar and hypnotic tones of an ice cream truck. They joined the road and raced after Stan, headed towards the west of the island 18. "This thing isn't going to stand much more of this, Stan. It's shaking like a shitting dog and ready to fall apart at the seams," Bull called into the rear compartment. "Just keep going," Stan yelled back at him as he hung his body out through the serving hatch on the side of the vehicle. He was watching the progress of Taff and the others following on behind them. "We need to put some distance between us and Newport. It won't be long before they cotton on that we have what they're looking for." "Then what? We'll burn that bridge once we've crossed it?" Stan hauled himself back in from the window. He moved forward, peering over Bull's shoulder and watching the road ahead of them as they sped through the narrow lanes. The roads towards the west of the Isle of Wight were empty, with nothing in the way of activity from the invading troops. Stan wondered whether it was due to a lack of manpower or if there was something else intended for that particular area. As they crested one of the many hills along their route, the answer was there in front of him. Far out into the channel was a cluster of dark shapes that stood out against the brightening sky on the horizon. He instantly recognized them as ships and realized that the landing of enemy forces and occupation of the island was not yet completed. It was clear that Gibson had concentrated his forces on the main defensive lines and urban areas within the center of the island, using his small fleet to guard the waters and snare anyone attempting to escape. The attack would have only been the first phase of the operation, and a consolidation of forces would soon follow as they brought the population under their control and subdued the defending units. Stan could see that more helicopters were taking off from the ships and headed towards them, obviously carrying reinforcements, ammunition, and equipment. "They're closing the trap," Stan grumbled as he eyed the distant shapes that were growing steadily larger as the troop carriers closed in. "They'll begin landing to the west and pushing inland pretty soon." "We'll be cut off," Bull exclaimed. "Exactly. That's why you need to keep this tub of shit moving. If we can reach the western harbor before those bastards turn their attention to it, we just may have a chance at finding a way off this rock." Bull nodded and gunned the engine. The road ahead dipped into a stretch of dead ground flanked by unkempt and leafless hedgerows that reached high on either side of them. It seemed that there had been very little traffic traveling along that particular stretch of road over the previous months, allowing Mother Nature the opportunity to begin reclaiming it. The bare branches whipped at the windscreen and sides of the ice cream truck, thwacking heavily as the juddering and sputtering vehicle continued into the dip. It took every ounce of Bull's concentration to keep the van moving in a straight line. He growled and cursed, wondering when the vehicle had last undergone a service or had its bearings looked at. It felt as though it would careen from the road at any moment, plowing into the thick shrubs or an unseen ditch. "This thing's falling apart, Stan," he warned again. In the road ahead of them, a figure suddenly bolted out from the bushes along the left-hand side. There was no time nor intention for Bull to slow down or swerve. If he had done either, there was a good chance that he would have lost what little control he had over the rickety truck. The dark figure turned as it heard the engine approaching and hesitated for a moment too long. The grill smashed into its midriff, sending it slamming against the hood and into the windscreen with a loud bang and a sickening crunch. The glass broke and instantly turned into a swathe of interlocking cracks that obscured the view of everyone inside. The body, twisted and broken by the impact, bounced to the side and landed amongst the overgrown weeds and foliage. On the left of the windscreen, a large dark spatter of blood and a bulging dent in the glass signified where the figure's head had collided with the speeding van. What was that? Stan shouted from the rear as he felt the impact and saw the damage inflicted upon the front window. "Not sure." Bull shrugged as he leaned to his right in an attempt to find a clear patch of glass that would afford him a degree of visibility. "Someone who obviously didn't know their Green Cross code, I suppose." "Alive or dead?" Bull stole a glance over his shoulder and callously shrugged again before turning his attention back to the road. He had seen the figure dart out into the road only when it was too late for either of them to do anything about it. If he had braked, they would have still collided, and possibly they too would now also be in the ditch. His priority was the lives of the people in his group, and all other considerations came secondary. He was not willing to give the incident any further thought. "Definitely dead now, mate, whatever it was." Stan looked back and checked on the other two vehicles in the convoy. He could still see them racing down the hill behind them and through the thick tangles of overhanging branches that were reaching into the road from either side as though attempting to ensnare them and prevent them from escaping the island. He glanced down at Jerry. The man had hardly said a word since their fight in the command center, and the basements beneath. He was pasty and haggard, with beads of sweat clearly glittering against his blood-stained skin. His eyes, appearing sunken and unfocused, stared at nothing for long periods. He was in shock, Stan surmised. "Jerry," he tried, speaking quietly, not wanting to startle the man. "Jerry, can you hear me? We'll be out of here soon, mate." Jerry did not respond but remained sitting with his back against one of the horizontal freezers in the rear compartment of the van. His legs were drawn up with his thighs tucked against his chest and one of his arms wrapped tightly around his knees in a protective posture while he cradled the other against his abdomen. Stan's words went unheard as he sat staring at the wall in front of him. Stan tried talking to him again, but it was no use. Jerry's mind was somewhere far away, and he doubted that it would be returning any time soon. He turned and headed back to the front to check on Bull and their progress towards the western harbor. The vehicle was still in a dip and sheltered from view with a blur of greens and browns flitting by on either side of them. Jerry's an empty wetsuit. Stan grunted as he dropped down into the passenger seat and attempted to see through the wrecked windscreen. How the hell can you see where you're going through this? Jedi Powers Bull huffed back at him. The vehicle was beginning to rise and climb out from the low ground. The obscured light coming through the windshield was growing brighter as the evergreen bushes became sparser. They were traveling along a typical English rural roller coaster of small green hillocks and shallow but steep dips. It was almost like riding a heavy sea, but less nauseating. Finally, the ice cream truck burst out from the low ground and into the bright sunlight of the mid-morning. Bull squinted against the sudden change but refused to adjust his speed. He was as keen to get to the harbor as anyone else was. It was their last hope, and he knew it. "You all good back there, Taff?" Stan asked into his radio. "Roger, call sign, complete, Stan, good. We're about 3 clicks short of the harbor. Once we get there, I'll want you and Bobby to cover our rear while we push forward to have a look." "No worries." Will be a series of booming claps suddenly exploded within Stan's truck. Glass blasted inwards and support frames twisted and buckled all around them, shattering and adding to the flying debris. Bull, refusing to let go of the wheel, howled with pain as tiny, sharp slivers of the van's windows and frame lacerated his skin. Stan ducked, turning away and burying his face into his chest to protect his eyes against the cascade of broken glass and hot, splintered metal that whipped through the interior. There was a howling whoosh from their right, immediately followed by a white-hot flash and an immense concussion a few meters ahead of them as a patch of road disintegrated in the explosion. A geyser of rock and mud thwacked violently against the vehicle's outer shell as the blast wave threatened to topple it from its trembling wheels. More cracks and dents appeared in the windscreen, making it impossible to see what was in the road ahead. The ice cream truck, barely remaining upright, powered its way through the point of impact whilst twisting from right to left along the road. Bull dropped down into his seat as the vehicle imploded violently all around him and was assaulted by an avalanche of molten shrapnel. He gripped the wheel and stomped on the accelerator, instantly understanding what was happening. Ahead of him, a stream of glowing red lines zipped across the road, and a number of flashes erupted from the raised fields to his right. Another flood of deafening cracks split the air around his head, further mutilating the vehicle. They had driven into an ambush, as Bull fought hard to keep them moving in a straight line. Another burst of fire ripped through the truck, punching gaping holes through the sides and blowing out what windows remained. A further torrent of bullets slammed into the front and through the engine, instantly destroying the vehicle's capability to continue as jets of steam spewed out from beneath the bonnet. The interior quickly filled with smoke as more rounds battered their way through the flimsy sides, shattering anything that they came into contact with on their journey through the vehicle. "Contact right? Contact right," Stan was hollering as a row of fizzing red tracer rounds lashed through the space in front of him. He dropped to the floor as the truck rocked from side to side with each impact. The noise inside created by the bullets displacing the air was horrendous. He began to crawl, looking for somewhere within the tiny space that would provide him with cover. There was nothing, and the enemy fire penetrated everything that it touched. They needed to get out of the vehicle. He looked up and saw Jerry still sitting in the same position and seemingly oblivious to what was going on around him as debris and rounds tore at the air. Reaching up, Stan grabbed him by the arm and pulled him down onto the floor. The vehicle was losing speed. All control had been virtually lost as the engine disintegrated and most of the tires exploded. Bull, with rounds cracking by his head and slamming into the doors and windows, remained at the wheel in an attempt to keep them on the road for as long as possible and push them clear of the killing zone. A few more meters later, and the steering column finally gave up. The ice cream van lurched to the right and headed away from the road. Knowing that there was nothing else that he could do, Bull dropped down from the seat and curled himself into a ball within the foot, well as another burst of machine gun fire chewed up the driver's compartment where he had been sitting just a moment earlier, with a loud crash and a heavy jolt. The van came to a sudden and complete stop with its front wheels jammed into a shallow ditch at the roadside. All 3 of the occupants were flung forward and into one another with the sudden halt in the truck's momentum. They shouted and cursed at no one and nothing in particular, but more as a result of the situation that they found themselves in. Enemy bullets continued to plow into them, and a series of large holes appeared along the length of the vehicle and close to the roof, almost decapitating the ruined and smoldering ice cream van. "Out!" Stan shouted. "Get out of the truck!" In one swift movement, and without needing to be told a second time, Bull jumped to his feet and flung himself through the serving hatch. He sailed through the air for what seemed a lifetime as rounds exploded all around him, tearing through the remains of their vehicle and churning up the dirt around the lip of the ditch, splintering the asphalt of the road. He landed on his side and rolled away to the left, knowing that Stan and Jerry would be close behind him. Within seconds, Bull was up and flicking off the safety catch on his M4 and sending back a torrent of fire in the general direction of their ambushers. He could not see their positions, but his aim was not to score accurate hits, rather to force the enemy to take cover and slacken their rate of fire. Bull's immediate reaction had the effect that he desired. For a few precious seconds, the fire directed towards them wilted and seemed to sail high above their heads as the enemy ducked and pushed themselves into the ground. Bull turned and grabbed hold of Jerry as Stan was climbing to his feet and already turning to follow, dragging their operations officer along behind him. Bull hurled himself from the road and pushed his way through the bushes on the opposite side. Once through, he dropped the still unresponsive Jerry into the dirt and turned to send another long burst towards their attackers as Stan rushed through the foliage and joined him in suppressing the enemy fire magazine. To the right of them, they caught sight of the twisted and smoldering wreckage of the other vehicles in their group. They, too, had been hit just as badly, and now sat in ruins and immobile with clouds of thick black smoke pouring out from their destroyed engines. From somewhere to the right, a long, drawn-out burst of fire erupted as one of the survivors from their group joined in with the fight. It was the veteran, firing his machine gun from the hip and forcing the enemy troops to cower in their positions as his heavy rounds chomped at the ground and snapped at their ears. He was standing in the road, shouting with anger and ordering the remaining survivors to pull back as the shrinking belt of ammunition jutted through the breech of his gun at a blinding rate. Taft burst through the bushes, virtually falling through the hedgerow and dragging a limp form along behind him as he gripped onto the man's collar. Another two figures emerged from the chaos, Tracer snapping at their heels and chomping up the bushes. Dropping down behind the line of thick foliage, Taft turned to begin firing back into the ambush. "Move, Kyle," Taft's voice called out. "Move." The group unleashed a heavy weight of fire along with Stan and Bull, allowing Kyle the chance to turn and bound back into cover from his exposed position in the road. Once through, the veteran quickly slapped in a fresh belt of ammunition into the feed tray of the gun and began pouring out the same thundering rate of fire again, denying the enemy of any chance of movement or sustained accuracy against them. Stan checked to his right. He could see Taff, Kyle, and a number of other figures that had escaped from the second vehicle, but there was no sign of Bobby or the others. Allowing the rest of the team to continue the firefight, he dropped back a couple of meters and made a quick appreciation of the situation. The ambush had clearly been a snap decision with no time to place cut-off groups or select the best ground to provide them with complete dominance over the killing area. The rate of fire that Stan's group was throwing back at them was forcing the enemy fire to waver, something that would never happen in a deliberately placed and well-sighted ambush. To their right, sitting in the road and burning fiercely, Bobby's vehicle continued to draw fire. It was slowly disintegrating from the amount of rounds that were spewing into it, with chunks of metal and rubber being ripped from the Land Rover and flung into the air. "Bull, on me," Stan called as he began to push towards the right and raced along behind the veteran and the others. "Taff, provide fire support. We're going right flanking." Bull peeled off and chased after his team commander as Taff took control of the battle. He did not need to be told where they were going or why. He automatically knew that they were heading to assist Bobby and the others and attempt to extract them out of the immediate killing zone. As he bounded along in Stan's wake, Bull ripped the magazine from his rifle, letting it drop into the long grass as he slammed in a fresh one. Kyle's gun continued to roar and pepper the enemy positions as the brass cases piled up in the dirt beside him. The butt continuously juddering against his shoulder, he could not see the enemy, but he knew where they were. Right now, his sole purpose was to keep them occupied and prevent them from regaining the initiative. Taff and the others increased their rate of fire when they saw Stan and Bull moving to the right. The sudden increased weight of gunfire shattered the air over a large distance, sounding like great sheets of metal being torn to pieces, accompanied by the anger-filled cries of the men as they unleashed their fury. Bull and Stan, out towards the right flank, were just a few meters short of the road and Bobby's vehicle. They kept themselves low as they advanced, not wanting to give away their position or intentions. They reached the hedge and began to carefully push their way through as Taff and the others continued the firefight to their left. There in front of them was the unrecognizable remains of Bobby's vehicle, slowly sinking into the ground as more of its frame collapsed from beneath it. Stan squatted and made a quick check to his left and right along the road before moving forward into the open. Stepping through the hedge, the earth around him was suddenly flung up amidst a wall of flame and noise. Stan and Bull were hurled back off their feet and sent sprawling into the grass, as glowing hot shrapnel ripped by their heads. Their vision danced, and their heads swam as their ears rang loudly, jolting their brains and almost knocking them from their foundations. Stan, rolling to the side as he landed, was the first to reach his feet again and saw that Bobby's vehicle had been splayed open like a tin can, almost being split into two separate pieces from around the far side. Staggering through the billowing black smoke, a small figure appeared, swaying on its feet and completely detached from the hell and chaos that was going on around it.
"William!"
Bull exclaimed, instantly recognizing the boy. He began to crawl forward, intent on grabbing the child and dragging him into cover, as Stan bounded forward and took up a firing position. As Bull raced forward and Stan's MP5 began to bark, William suddenly arched and convulsed, spinning on the spot and then being thrown from his feet. A long burst of machine gun bullets tore through his small body, sending out mists of bright red blood amongst clods of flesh and bone. He dropped to the ground, his mangled head smashing into the road's surface as another stream of heavy rounds chewed up the ground around his blood-soaked corpse. Bull let out a roar of rage and rushed forward. Another explosion to his front threw him from his feet as a second rocket, erupting in a wall of sparks and heat, destroyed what was left of the Land Rover that Bobby and the others had been traveling in. Before he could climb back up, Stan pounced upon him and pushed him into the dirt, as rounds began plowing the ground close by to their right. Stan could see movement and muzzle flashes accompanied by distant voices barking commands. Another enemy unit had arrived and was advancing from the east, catching the battered remnants of the team in a deadly crossfire. "Fall back," Stan screamed into Bull's face as the big man struggled to crawl away from him and reach the area where William had collapsed. "We can't get to them, they're dead, and there's nothing we can do." Fall back together, the pair of them began to fire and maneuver their way back towards Taff and the others. The unit moving up on their right were clearly unaware of the team's exact positions and were gingerly probing forward. However, once they were in position and having linked up with the ambush group, Stan knew that he and his team would not stand a chance at escaping from the trap. They needed to break contact and get into cover. By now, they were beginning to run low on ammunition, and with the amount of enemy troops closing in on their position, they needed to extract from the area and gain some distance. There was nothing that they could do for Bobby and the rest of his group. Stan had seen the devastation inflicted upon the rear vehicle and its occupants, and knew that there was no way that anyone could have survived. "They're rolling up on our right," Stan hollered to Taff as he bounded past him and then turned to give what fire support he could. "Kyle, switch fire to the right, enemy troops in the open. Taff, move back and cover the ambush. Bug out." With the last belt of ammunition placed into his GPMG, the veteran turned and concentrated his fire towards the troops moving up on their right flank. They were still some distance away and pushing up along the southern edge of the road in an attempt to roll up their positions while the main body of the ambush kept them pinned down. Kyle began throwing a heavy weight of fire against the new arrivals, stopping them in their tracks and forcing them to seek cover. He saw a couple of distant figures, roughly 300 meters away, moving amongst the scrub-filled landscape, and adjusted his aim, pushing forward against the bipod legs of his machine gun. Gripping the butt of the gun tightly against his shoulder, he carefully brought his foresight so that it hovered over the area that the two enemy soldiers were moving towards. Kyle held his breath and squeezed the trigger, hearing the loud and rapid buzz of the GPMG and feeling its shuddering yet comforting recoil against his body. From the muzzle, a stream of glowing red lines spewed out in a lazy arc and slammed into the area where he had been aiming. Fountains of dust and dirt sprang into the air as the advancing soldiers jumped to their left and right, attempting to avoid the storm of bullets raining down upon them. Another burst, and Kyle watched as one of the figures crumpled, the man's final scream being unheard amongst the roar of the battle. Stan and the others, with what little ammunition they had remaining, poured one final long burst into the ambush, firing positions to their left. Instantly, the enemy fire all but ceased, giving the team the chance to take a bound backwards and away from the line of fire. The team automatically split into two groups, with one group firing and the other moving, leapfrogging back towards the coast and into dead ground. Taff hauled up the limp and blood-covered body from the grass and turned, cradling the wounded man in his arms and sprinting away while the others covered his withdrawal. He was desperate to find a rally point to allow them a few precious moments to reorganize themselves and provide what medical aid they could to the man in his arms. "It's okay, mate," he gasped as he raced down the slope and towards a row of scrub that paralleled a track running down towards the sea. "Hang in there, mate." Behind him, the battle continued to rage with the sound of gunfire thundering through the air and mixed with the distant screams of wounded men. The heavy rate of fire continued from Stan and the others as they fell back, alternating between laying down, covering fire, and moving towards the rally point. Their guns rattled relentlessly, exacting a heavy toll on their attackers for what they had done reaching the track. Taft dropped down into the dip. It was a good position to catch their breath, and hopefully the enemy would hesitate to follow them after the weight of fire they had received from the small group of fleeing soldiers. Taft jumped back up and checked on the progress of Stan and the others. Bull was the first to reach the rally point, crashing into the dip and turning to cover the withdrawal of the remainder of the team. One by one they arrived, gasping for breath and grimacing with rage. "Where's the GPMG?" Stan asked. "Out of ammo, mate, so I ditched it." Kyle grunted as he arrived, sweating and panting at the rally point. The veteran unslung his rifle from across his back and took up a position alongside Bull, keeping an eye on their rear and the progress of the enemy. 150 meters away, they could see movement in and around the area of the ambush, but it was the movement of men that were hesitant to give chase. They had clearly underestimated the capabilities of Stan and his small band of soldiers, and were now licking their wounds and unwilling to continue the attack with the same vigor as they had done just a few minutes earlier. "I think we've got them demoralized." Kyle grunted sarcastically. "It won't be long before they find their balls again." Stan huffed as he moved along the track and towards where Taft was crouched beside a body. Taft looked up at his commander as he arrived, his face spattered with blood and his eyes filled with anguish. For a moment they said nothing as Stan stared down at Danny's face. Taft shook his head, telling Stan all that he needed to know. Danny was still conscious, barely. His frightened eyes stared back at Stan, filled with pleading as he clung tightly to Taft's hand. His lower jaw and much of his features had been destroyed by a round that had ripped through the side of his face, leaving him virtually unrecognizable. He lay there struggling to breathe through the damage caused to his nasal cavities and throat. His body twitched with each wheezing breath, and a sickening, wet, bubbling sound emitted from the tangled mass of bloodied bone and tissue which was all that was left of his mouth. Stan crouched down, staring into Danny's eyes and cupping his head in his hands, whispering to him in a soothing, choking voice. Fucking no, Danny," he said, shaking his head and staring into the terrified eyes of the youngest member of his team. "It'll be okay, Dan. It's going to be okay, mate." Their eyes remained locked on one another as Danny struggled to cling to life. Stan could see that it would not be long now and felt the young man becoming heavier in his arms. He saw Taft make a move, reaching his hand around to his back. Stan reached out and gripped him by the arm, shaking his head slightly as Taft released his hold on the hilt of the knife, leaving it secure within its scabbard. He wanted to ease Danny's suffering, but Stan's expression told him that it would not be necessary and it would soon be over, saving him the torment of having to be the one to do it. "It'll be okay, Dan. Just let it go, mate." Danny's eyes widened for a moment and then suddenly lost focus. His grip on Taft's hand slackened as his body gave up the struggle. The rasping noises from his wrecked throat softened and steadily faded as his life ebbed away from him. A moment later, Danny's chest ceased to rise and fall as his eyes closed for the final time. "Off you go, lad. Stay safe, mate." Stan continued to hold him, whispering as he sent him on his way to wherever men like them went to when they passed on. Stan had never been religious, but he hoped for the sake of Danny and the other friends they had lost that there was something waiting for them when they died. The suffering that they had undergone during life had to account for something when they were dead. Leaning back from his dead friend, Stan let out a long sigh. He twisted and glanced around at his surroundings and then turned his attention to Taft. He did not need to say anything. His thoughts were etched into his face. Only 3 of them from their original 8-man team remained now, and they were still in a dire position with enemy troops closing in on them and with no way off the island. "Do him the honors, Taft." Stan grumbled as he climbed back to his feet and moved over towards where Bull was positioned. Nothing could be seen of their attackers, but they could clearly be heard. They sounded reluctant and scared to commit to any kind of concerted follow-up after the beating they had taken from the retreating men. They were still in and around the area of the ambush, calling out to one another from cover, sounding confused and hesitant. "I think we have a chance to do a Houdini here, Stan," Bull grunted. "They're all over the place and haven't a clue where we are or the minerals to come after us." Stan took a look for himself and studied the long, grassy plain in front of him. He could see the tops of the hedgerow and the clouds of black, acrid smoke rising up from their abandoned vehicles. Somewhere out there was the rest of their group, including Bobby. He had no idea if any of them had survived the ambush, but he could not see how any of them could have. The fire they had taken and the rockets that tore the vehicles apart had caused enough devastation and carnage to ensure that no one from the rear vehicle remained alive. He slid back down from the embankment and checked his ammunition status. He was down to his last magazine and suspected that the rest of them were probably just as low. "Fuck," he hissed. "What now then, Stan?" Bull asked as he kept watch. "Danny's dead," Stan replied, staring at the track in front of him. Bull said nothing but dropped his gaze, looking down at the grass and nodding solemnly. He had already accepted that Danny would not make it after seeing him being dragged from the second vehicle by Taff. He had seen the blood and knew that in their present predicament and without proper treatment, their wounded friend would die. However, it was no less painful for him to hear those words, confirming his fears. "What about Bobby and the others? Should we go after them?" Stan shook his head. The enemy were too strong in numbers and they had much more firepower. The team had used up most of their strength and weaponry in order to break contact. Charging forward now would be futile and would only result in them all being killed. But Stan very briefly considered the idea. He was tired, and the struggle of surviving from one day to the next while his team steadily dwindled around him was bringing him to the point where he no longer cared and began to welcome death. He looked around. Taff was still by Danny's side, speaking to his lifeless body in a whisper and still clutching his hand. The veteran was crouched beside Gary, who still remained virtually unresponsive. Sitting amongst the long grass that flanked the track, Richard, the aging engineer, rested with his back to the embankment, shaking and clutching his puny handgun close to his chest. At the end of the line was Paul, the communication soldier from the command center. He remained crouched, keeping his head low and avoiding giving their position away as he kept a watch on the enemy troops to the east. He turned to Stan, his face and his eyes betraying his shock and fear. His features were smeared with dried blood and his uniform looked tattered, making him appear more like a veteran member of the team. Stan nodded to him and the young man nodded back, confirming that he was okay and willing to do whatever was necessary in order to stay alive. He looked shaken, but it was clear that he was far from broken, despite it being his first taste of battle. "What do you think?" Bull asked again. "We're low on options, Stan, and it's only a matter of time before another unit turns up, or worse. One of those fucking Apaches comes along to knock our dicks into the dirt. Not exactly formidable, are we, eh?" Stan joked sadly as he turned back to Bull. "Jerry's nothing more than baggage. Richard's shaking like a Parkinson's patient, and the rest of us are down to fuck all ammo." He leaned forward and rose to his feet. He stepped out onto the track and checked in both directions. From the east, there was still some sporadic gunfire as the nervous soldiers fired into shadows and swaying bushes, but there was no real command and control with someone seizing the initiative and pursuing the fleeing men. "We may as well take advantage of this gangfuck," Stan finally announced as he began to creep along the track and towards the shore. Prepare to move. Taff had ensured that Danny's body would not reanimate. With a final farewell to his friend, he followed on after the others, taking up his position at the rear of the team as they headed towards the sea. He regularly glanced back over his shoulder, watching for the enemy, but more than anything, checking on Danny's body. He did not like the idea of leaving him there, but they had no other choice. They still needed to make it to the western harbor, and carrying his friend's corpse along with them would only slow them down. Dragging Jerry and Richard over the next 2 kilometers was going to be a task in itself. "I'll see you, mate," Taff whispered as they dropped from sight and followed the steep path that led down onto the stony beach. The going was tough. Each and every member of the small band of survivors was physically and mentally worn out. They trotted along the ever-shifting shale beneath their feet, their speed severely hampered by the terrain and the fact that they were needing to drag Jerry along with them. The man had to be pushed, pulled, and shoved during one of their frequent and frustrating halts. Stan considered leaving him behind, maybe even putting a bullet through his head. It was Taff that convinced him to do otherwise. Exhausted, the team trundled on at a pace that was dictated to them by the slowest members. Richard, although extremely unfit and terrified out of his mind, managed to keep up with the help of the veteran. It was the angry threats and shoves from Kyle, reminding the old engineer of what was likely to happen to him if he did not keep up, that encouraged Richard to keep going. He coughed and sputtered the whole way, whimpering and groaning at the pain he felt in his legs and chest. "Just you keep going, old-timer," Kyle growled behind him as he slapped his hand against Richard's back when he noticed him beginning to slacken his pace. "I'm not fucking carrying you, so you'd better man up and dig in." The gunfire and hollers of the soldiers had faded now, leaving the battered survivors in silence, except for the sound of the crashing waves close by and the blustering sea wind. They had to keep going, following the low cliffs around towards the west. Stan was in the lead, pounding away at the loose stones beneath his feet as he forced himself forward with Bull close behind, huffing and puffing as he dragged his immense frame along. Despite their exhaustion, Stan was determined to at least reach the harbor. If there was nothing there to use as an escape, then at least he had accomplished his mission. The cliff face began to drop towards sea level, giving them a view of a number of buildings perched close to the bluffs. They had reached the most western built-up area of the island, a small fishing village with no more than a handful of houses and shops. Around each corner, Stan expected to see the harbor, but every time, he was greeted with long stretches of shale and sand with the occasional decrepit hut or stall. There was no sound or activity in the streets of the village as they passed, keeping themselves hidden by the long swaying dune grass as they attempted to bypass the small urban area. It seemed as though the houses had been evacuated, or the inhabitants had taken cover, hiding behind their doors in fear of what would happen to them if they ventured outside. The only things moving were a number of shadowy forms that drifted aimlessly through the deserted roads. The team went unnoticed as they slipped by along the beach to the south and continued away from the village and the wandering corpses that littered its streets. Finally, after navigating their way around a long outcrop of high ground that stretched out towards the water's edge, Stan came to a crashing halt. His feet sent up a wave of loose stones as his heels dug deep into the beach's surface. "Fucking hell," Bull grunted as he too came to a stop close behind him. The others caught up and edged forward when Bull waved to them and pointed towards the harbor that they could now clearly see a few hundred meters ahead of them. They all came to rest beside Bull and Stan, panting heavily and almost at the point of collapse. It appeared that everything that could float had already been commandeered. Every berth was empty, explaining why the village was deserted. Only one vessel remained behind, and it was definitely not a fishing boat. "It's Werner," Taff gasped with renewed vigor. The 7 battered men stumbled forward. They could see figures on the bridge of Werner's U-boat and hoped that it was the trusty captain himself, and not members of the invading forces. At that moment, they had no way of finding out, but with nothing to lose, they continued to drive themselves forward towards their only hope of salvation. The men in the conning tower had not yet noticed Stan and his team approaching, and it was not until the bedraggled band of men were no more than 100 meters away that the bobbing heads turned in their direction. Suddenly, there was a flurry of activity amongst the group on the bridge. Stan knew that at that moment weapons were being made ready and trained upon them as they limped and staggered towards the floating gray beast. His only hope was that Werner himself was present and keeping his jittery men under control until he had identified the approaching figures. Raising his arms above his head and lifting his face high, Stan began to wave, hoping that someone would recognize him before a burst of machine gun fire cut down the remains of his team. After a few anxious seconds, a figure in the conning tower began to wave back at him, accompanied by a deep, booming voice. "Is that you, Stan? You may want to get a move on. We're about to cast off to 19. As the last of Stan's men slid into the control room, Werner called down from the bridge, ordering the chief of the boat to put the electric motors into gear and steer them out to sea and away from the island. The chief passed on the commands as he eyed the tattered scraps of the team. They fell through the hatch without grace and landed in a scruffy pile, slumping wherever they could from exhaustion and relief. They were a pathetic sight, far removed from the confident and lively bunch they had been when he and the boat had inserted them into London prior to the counteroffensive. The rest of the crew stared at the group, eyeing the smears of blood in their tattered uniforms. What stood out more than anything were the burning eyes beneath the grime and beard-covered faces of the men. Their eyes shone wildly, like men who were balancing precariously on the rim of insanity and ready to spiral down into a raging chaos, filled with horror and madness. It was clear that the team had been through a lot and experienced too much hardship and suffering. The chief looked from one to the next as the men sat gasping for breath and groaning with pain and fatigue. There were a few of them that he did not recognize, and a number of familiar faces that he had expected to see were now absent from the group. He did not need an explanation to their whereabouts. The expressions of the men told him all that he needed to know. He looked over at another of his crew and nodded, indicating the worn-out and battle-shocked men. The young sailor understood what the chief was saying and disappeared through one of the hatches in the aft bulkhead, reappearing a minute later, his arms laden with bottles of fresh water. The grimy soldiers remaining sprawled or seated upon the deck of the control room gladly and silently accepted the cool fluid, snatching them from the wary-looking seamen and gulping them down ravenously. "Take it easy, boys," the chief grunted to them. "We'll get you out of here." Up on the bridge, Captain Werner turned to check on their progress as they pulled away from the dock. Normally, he would wait until they were well clear of the harbor and any potentially submerged hazards before starting up the main engines. However, despite the dangers, now was not the time or place for the crew of the boat to be leaning towards caution and following protocol ahead of them. Far out to sea, a number of smaller ships had broken away from the attacking armada. They were headed for the island, and as yet Werner was unsure if the vessels were coming after him in his boat. He glanced back and worriedly watched the shore as they drifted away from it. At 300 meters, Werner's patience ran out. Secure electric motors and switch to both main diesel engines. Chief left full rudder and steered to 210, both full ahead. "Let's get some depth beneath our belly," he urgently called down into the voice pipe. A moment later, and the whining hum of the electric motors stopped from within the pressure hull, quickly being replaced by the deep, mechanical hammering noise of the diesel engines as they turned over and worked their way up through the revolutions. A light vibration rippled through the boat, and a foamy wake began to churn the sea beyond the stern. They were underway and headed for deeper water. Stan had remained on the bridge. He stood watching the distant ships as they steadily grew larger through a set of binoculars. He could not tell what sort they were, but he could see that they were moving at a steady speed and did not seem to be in any rush to close the distance, and there was still no indication of whether or not the U-boat had been detected. He turned and checked on their progress by now. They were roughly 1,000 meters from the shoreline. He watched the skies above the island, expecting to see one of the many gunships or bombers to appear at any moment and put a swift end to their escape attempt. The skies remained clear for now. "Chief, pull your finger out and give me everything you've got," Werner hollered, and then raised his own binoculars to check on the advancing ships. He leaned across to Stan. "One's a frigate, and the other looks like a mine hunter. Is that a good thing or bad thing?" Stan asked, keeping his binoculars focused on the two distant shapes. Werner shrugged and spat over the side of the tower, and then wiped his mouth with the back of his hand before returning the binoculars to his eyes. "Depends on what equipment and who they have on board. We need to get into deeper water before we can submerge. I just hope they don't get here before that happens." "What happens then? You've heard the term cat and mouse?" Stan nodded. He understood what Werner meant. However, he was only too aware that he was sailing on a vastly obsolete submarine. The mouse in this case would not be in with even the slimmest of chances. Compared to modern types, the U-boat was slow and hard to maneuver when submerged, with virtually nothing in the way of defense. He remembered Werner bragging about the vessel when they had first seen it, telling them about how state-of-the-art she had been when she was first built. That had been at the end of the Second World War, and technology had since far surpassed the capabilities of the German Third Reich in 1945. Modern anti-submarine weaponry and underwater locating technology would easily deal with the decrepit and sluggish Type XXI once it's submerged by now. The U-boat was up to full surface speed of 16 knots and plowing through the murky sea, headed southwest into the English Channel and in the general direction of the French coast. The two enemy ships were still headed directly for the Isle of Wight, ignoring or unaware of the fleeing boat. Werner refused to believe that they had not been seen either by the naked eye or on radar. He shook his head and growled. The longer they remained on the surface, speeding away from the smoke-shrouded island, the more visibly uncomfortable the captain became. "What's beneath the keel, Chief?" he called down. 35 meters, Captain," came the reply. "Bollocks! It will have to do," he grunted and turned to the watch crew. "Clear the bridge, prepare to dive within seconds." Everyone was inside the pressure hull, leaving just Werner and Stan remaining on the bridge. 35 meters of depth would not leave them much room for maneuver, but Werner did not want a chance remaining exposed on the surface any longer. It was then that the two approaching ships abruptly changed their course, swinging their bows around and headed directly for the U-boat. Within seconds, they had increased their speed and were quickly closing the gap. Cutting across the choppy sea, the frothing white mustaches of the bow waves could be seen glowing in stark contrast to the dark water. "Down, take her down, Chief," the captain barked as he hauled Stan through the small opening that led from the conning tower and into the control room. "Be quick, Chief. We've got two of them bearing down on us, ready to cut us in half," cried the captain as he began sealing the hatch to the bridge. "Open all main vents and flood tanks, switch to electric motors, and ahead full dive planes down full, move, move." The chief roared to the crew as the captain came plummeting through the hatch and slamming into the deck plates with a clang. With alarm bells ringing loudly throughout the boat and the chief barking diving commands, the crew instantly went into action, jumping from one station to the next, turning levers and twisting valves without so much as a second glance to where they were putting their hands. Stan and his men remained motionless, watching the clean and fresh-looking sailors as they nimbly and skillfully handled the submarine and its controls. A few seconds later, and a long, loud hiss joined with a chorus of bubbling growls, indicated that the air had been released from the diving tanks and that they were now rapidly filling with seawater. Almost immediately, as the helmsman adjusted the angle on the dive planes and the boat lost buoyancy, the bow of the boat took on a downward tilt. The momentum of the dive increased as the water gurgled around the pressure hull and the conning tower, leaving just the stern poking out from the water as the screws turned rapidly, driving the boat beneath the waves. 15 seconds later, as crew and passengers alike clung to whatever they could to prevent themselves from tumbling through the interior as the boat took on a steep downward angle, the chief announced that they were fully submerged. Level her out at 30 meters. Chief, seal all main vents and check all valves there. Was a sudden and deafening deep metallic crunch, like a gigantic hammer being smashed against the hull. A violent judder rippled through the submarine, throwing men from their feet and tossing them from one bulkhead to the next as the boat rocked and swayed. Screams of pain and fear rang out as the lights flickered off and on, bulbs burst while pipes and seals ruptured, showering the crew and passengers with glass fragments and cold seawater. Another jolt and the submarine listed heavily to starboard before forcefully swinging back across to port, jostling the men inside as they slammed against the numerous hard surfaces and jutting instruments within the cramped U-boat. A sickening, grinding noise traveled the length of the hull, sounding like the claws of an enormous sea beast trying to tear open the boat. In the quivering light, contorted faces, freeze-framed in moments of agony and terror, loomed from the darkness and were then quickly swallowed up and exchanged for a new face as the lights went out again and returned a moment later. The chief was quick to act, knowing exactly what had happened. Hauling himself up from the deck, he seized the helmsman and tore him from his seat, flinging him into the chaos of tumbling men and equipment. He worked frantically at the helm as the boat threatened to burst at the seams around him. Within a few seconds, the boat began to rise from the seabed. As the high-pitched grinding subsided and the boat ceased its swaying motion, a semblance of order was restored by the lightning reactions and expert hands of the chief engineer. "The boat is level at 25 meters, sir." The chief sighed, wiping the sweat from his brow and turning to the heap of sprawled men clustered in the center of the control room. Werner sat up and retrieved his hat from the flooded deck, placing it back on top of his head and pushing the peak back up and away from his face. He blew out a long stream of air from between his teeth, creating a low whistle. He nodded his thanks to the chief and turned to the pasty helmsman. The captain knew that it was not the seaman's fault that the depth in that particular patch of sea had been shortened due to a pile of rock poking up from the seabed. However, Werner could not completely contain his annoyance for the near-fatal accident and glared at the shrinking helmsman. "Stop these leaks and get me a damage report. Check the bow compartments, Chief," Werner ordered, taking control of his boat and crew. As the chief raced off towards the front of the boat, the sailors began working feverishly to stem the flow of water that was rapidly filling the bilges. Within minutes, the repairs were completed with all the burst valves sealed and the gushing water stopped. The speed at which the crew had the boat watertight and on an even keel again was a testament to their expertise and the leadership of their captain. Stan and his men could do very little to help and sat watching nervously as the sailors brought the old U-boat back under their control. The chief returned a short while later and reported his findings to the captain. Luckily, there had been no serious damage done and all leaks had been fixed above them. The sound of fast-turning screws began to reverberate through the water and ring against the hull. The enemy ships were racing towards the last known location of the submarine. Everyone in the U-boat froze to the spot and turned their sweat and seawater-sodden faces towards the network of pipes, conduits, and wires running along the vaulted ceiling, staring through the hull and imagining what was happening up on the surface. The propellers, swishing through the water at speed, created a foreboding sound that grew louder by the second, heralding the approach of the enemy vessels and an impending attack. Everyone on board held their breath, waiting for orders and with their eyes fixed on the curve of the inner hull above their heads. A few crew members nervously glanced at their captain. "Okay, Chief." Werner sighed, looking calm and stepping across towards him. He patted the terrified-looking helmsman on the shoulder, reassuring him and acknowledging that the accident had not been his fault. Both engines ahead slow, rig for silent running, and come right 20 degrees. "Silence on board," the chief ordered. The order was then quickly passed along in a whisper, from one man to the next throughout the length of the hull, ensuring that everyone knew to remain quiet. "Make revolutions for 4 knots. The whine of the electric motors faded, and the boat slowed to a crawl, managing just 4 knots as it drifted along close to the bottom of the channel and heading away from their hunters. Everyone on board remained still and silent, manning their posts and not daring to move so much as a muscle by now. The rapid swish of turning screws and hammering growl of engines above them was almost deafening, sounding as though they were about to come bursting through the outer hull. Stan and his men sat in silence, pale and sweating as they stared up at the ceiling. Their fate was now in the hands of Captain Werner, and it was his skill in which they now had to place all their trust. Stan watched him for a moment. The old seaman looked relaxed and confident as he stood beside the chief, whispering his commands and occasionally glancing up at the ceiling or giving an encouraging smile to one of his crew. The man appeared as though he was just carrying out a training drill. "We'll see how slippery we can be, twisting and turning for a bit," Werner said in a low voice when he noticed Stan watching him. "We'll get a little more distance and some depth, and then we'll bottom her out." Stan, sitting with his back against the ladder leading up into the conning tower, looked back at him, bewildered. "We'll lie on the bottom and play dead," the chief clarified. "There's a lot of wrecks in this area, so as long as they don't look too closely, we may just get away with it," Werner added. Stan nodded and turned to look at Taff. The Welshman was standing close to the periscope housing, hugging the tube with both hands and staring up at the ceiling. He looked down at his team commander, his eyes filled with anxiety and mixing with the sadness that was clearly tugging heavily at his heart. Taff had been good friends with Danny despite their endless bickering. It was times like now, during inactivity, that the loss of another 2 team members, along with Emily, Samantha, and William, would begin to sink in and have a devastating impact on the men that were left. However, there was nothing that Stan could do to occupy them with other thoughts. They needed to stay still and quiet. Everything seemed to be moving slowly. The atmosphere within the hull was getting hotter and the air was becoming stale. It seemed more cramped now, and some of the soldiers, unused to the conditions, were already showing signs of discomfort and claustrophobia. Their ashen faces glistened with perspiration, and their glowing eyes in the semi-darkness betrayed their apprehension. Everything had been shut down to save noise, including the bilge pumps and air filtering systems. Only the motors, giving off a low hum, remained operating in order to turn the propellers. On the surface, the hunters continued to circle while the U-boat slowly crept away in silence. "Amateurs," Werner whispered to his chief. "They're tear-arsing around up there and haven't once considered to stop and have a listen." "Doesn't make sense to me, Captain," he replied, shaking his head with confusion. "Why haven't they used their sonar to look for us?" Werner shrugged. He was struggling to work it out himself. By now, they should have been nothing more than a flooded and twisted ruin lying on the seabed. Modern naval vessels should have no problem at all detecting a 70-year-old submarine and swiftly dealing with it. It would be almost like dropping a rock onto a static target from just a few centimeters height for a modern and properly equipped Royal Navy frigate. Werner's eyes suddenly bulged, and he clasped his hand over the shoulder of the chief. "The poor bastards," he whispered with mock sympathy. "They've got no sonar or detection system, or they don't have anyone who knows how to operate it. Either way, they're just racing around in circles up there, hoping we'll stick our heads up." After another command, the submarine turned to the left and continued its slow journey, creeping further away at a snail's pace. Everyone inside listened to the sounds of the ships above. They were still loud enough to be heard clearly, but it was apparent that they were no longer directly beneath the scouring vessels. The crew listened as with each minute the sounds of the ships grew slightly fainter. Inside the U-boat, all that could be heard was the low drone of the electric engines, the constant drip of water as the drops splashed against the metal surfaces, and the nervous, heavy breathing of the men on board. "They're moving away from us," Werner mumbled to no one in particular as he remained staring up at the ceiling. "Turn 2, heading 260. The submarine was now headed west along the English Channel, away from the island and their hunters. However, they were also headed directly for the remaining ships of the attacking fleet. Werner was determined to push as far as he could from the dive site. "Depth 60 meters, Captain, nearest surface contact, 140 degrees and moving away." A crew member from the sound room hissed after another anxious 30 minutes. Werner stepped forward and grunted as he eyed the depth gauge. He raised his face and listened with squinted eyes and his ear cocked to the ceiling. He remained quiet for a moment, judging the position and direction of the 2 hunters. He turned to Stan and smiled fiendishly, baring his white shining teeth from behind his thick beard. "Drop us down, Chief." Both engines stopped. A few minutes later, and forward propulsion finally ceased as the momentum of the boat halted against the current. She slowly drifted downwards on an even keel and towards the seabed. A short time later, and there was a dull clang as the hull made gentle contact with the sandy bottom. The boat rocked and shifted as it settled into place, eventually coming to a complete rest on the bottom of the English Channel, 65 meters beneath the surface. Now what? Taff hissed from his position around the periscope housing. "We wait," the chief replied with a shrug. "Brilliant," Bull whined. "If we so much as crack a loud fart in this bean tin, they'll hear us at this depth." For hours they had been sitting on the seabed, dozing and listening, and slowly suffocating in the close atmosphere as the U-boat gently and slowly rocked with the current. Stan and his men had made themselves as comfortable as possible, with a few members of the group tiptoeing through the compartments in search of a cooler and more comfortable spot to rest. "Do you think Bobby made it?" Taff asked, staring down at his feet as he sat on one of the low bunks. Bull was sitting on the floor in the bow compartment. The steel-grated deck plates were cool against his backside and helped keep him from overheating in the humid submarine. He was staring at the wall, unblinking and unseeing, as he chewed lazily on a bar of dried meat that one of the crew members had issued to them. He shook his head. "I doubt it," he replied in a low and slurring voice. "I saw little Billy go down. The poor bugger was cut in half by those bastards. Fucking hell." Taff grunted, the image of William dying drifting into his mind's eye and refusing to budge. He looked up and turned his attention to the bunk across from him. Jerry had climbed into the small space a number of hours ago and had not moved since. He lay facing the wall with his back turned to everyone around him. He had not spoken the whole time, and Taff wondered what state of mind he was in. "What about him?" Bull glanced up and arched his neck, twisting his head so that he could see Jerry curled up on the cot behind him. He turned away and went back to nibbling at the dried jerky. "He's in shock. I don't think he's been so close to those things before. And in Newport, they were all over us, like scabs on a Sunderland whore's cunt. Just leave him to it for a while. Let him rest." Bull looked up at Taff, his tired eyes indicating that he was not particularly interested in making any further conversation. "Besides, I'm not playing nursemaid for him." It was almost dark when the captain decided that they had waited for long enough. As most of the team slept or stared at nothing, he gave orders for the auxiliary pumps and air filters to be switched on. They could hear the sounds of the enemy ships in the distance, and Werner wanted to test and see if they would be noticed. For 20 minutes they waited, listening to see if anyone turned and approached them. If they did, Werner would order the pumps to be switched off immediately. No one on the surface seemed to notice or even be listening. With a nod of satisfaction, he instructed the chief to raise them from the seabed. The hum of the electric motors made everyone cringe, and it seemed impossible that no one would notice the hissing sound as air was pumped back into the ballast tanks. Slowly, the hull worked its way free of the seafloor and the silt that held it stuck. The submarine drifted upwards and shifted to the side as it was buffered by the current. Satisfied that they were clear, the captain turned to the chief and smiled. "Remain on silent running and bring us to heading 320. We'll head for the English coast and follow it around in the shallows towards the west. Take us to periscope depth, Chief. I want to have a look," slowly. And as the daylight faded and gave way to a clear and starry sky, the boat crept away just 15 meters beneath the surface. 20. There were voices all around him, but they sounded distant and hollow, as though coming to him from within a dream. They rattled against his skull and seemed to cause his brain to convulse within his head. He felt weak and confused as his senses slowly returned to him from the dark, swirling pit that had swallowed him up. He groaned with agony, feeling the pain in his chest with each breath. He raised his head and opened his eyes. His lids slowly peeled back as though they were being held together with Velcro. The light filtered in, uncomfortably bright against his retina, making him wince and groan. At first he could see nothing but a swath of mottled red, as though a thin crimson curtain had been drawn across his vision. His eyes were filled with dried and crusted blood that had run down from the wound, stretching from one side of his scalp to the next. Blinking rapidly, Bobby attempted to clear his blurred vision and focus his hearing. "Will he live?" "Not sure, sir. He's sustained multiple injuries and lost quite a lot of blood. At this stage, and without the proper equipment, it's hard to tell." "Okay," the first voice continued with annoyance. "Will he live for the next few hours? At least? We've patched him up as best we can and stopped the bleeding for now. So yes, I think he will live, sir." By now, Bobby was able to make out various shapes within the room around him. They were filtering through in light and dark shades of red, but he could now see that there were a number of men in front of him. They moved about, speaking to one another as he slowly came to, but he was not always able to understand the words being spoken. He was hurt, confused, and extremely weak. He attempted to move his arms, but they would not comply. They remained fast at his sides. He could feel his fingers moving, but the arms themselves seemed to be completely immobile. Trying again, Bobby flexed his sapped and pain-racked muscles. He grunted and groaned, a stream of thick, dark red mucus spewing from his lips and dripping from his chin. He could taste the iron in his blood as it filled his mouth. By now he could feel the restraints that held him tied to the chair as they cut into his flesh. He rolled his head lazily, turning his attention to his hands and seeing the thick plastic ties that were wrapped around his forearms and the steel arms of the chair. As the dried blood was slowly washed away from his eyes, he was able to see the same attention having been paid to his lower limbs. He was bound to the chair, and for the foreseeable future, and in his present state, Bobby knew that he would be going nowhere on his own accord. "That's right," a confirming voice spoke from just a couple of meters away. "You're not going anywhere, son. We know who you are and that you're pretty dangerous. It would be silly of us to give you the run of the mill, wouldn't it?" Bobby groaned and raised his head. The man's words echoed, rising in pitch and volume as his mind continued with its struggle to come around. He could remember nothing of what had happened or how he had come to be tied to a chair. The last thing that his brain seemed to retain was the vision of driving through a narrow country lane, following an ice cream van. The memory confused him, and he was unsure whether or not reality was playing tricks on him. Again, he pulled at his restraints, but he did not have the strength for any sustained effort against the tightly fastened plastic ties. He slumped into his chair, gasping with agony from the wound in his chest. "Take it easy," the voice in front of him continued in a calming manner. "You've taken quite a beating, and we don't want you opening up all those holes again, do we?" Bobby turned to him and stared at the faint red figure that was standing in front of where he was sitting. He coughed, his body convulsing as he did so, and a spray of blood gushing out from his mouth. "Who are you?" he asked weakly. The man in front of him shifted in his chair, making himself comfortable as though he intended to be there for a while. "Never mind that. More to the point, who are you?" For a fleeting moment, Bobby struggled to remember his own name. It was there, inside his head, but his brain was not yet fully connected to his mouth. He hesitated, staring at the man ahead of him. The one thing that was clear to him was that he was in serious trouble, both from his condition and from the menacing figures standing around him. He sensed the hostility in the atmosphere, even though no aggressive words or tones had yet been spoken. His survival instincts were kicking in, much quicker than his normal state of mind. His subconscious recognized and understood that he was in danger, but injured and bound to the chair. He was helpless to do anything about it. "Well," the voice repeated, "what is your name?" A rueful smile stretched across Bobby's lips and soon turned into an inhuman grin that bared his blood-stained teeth. "Sharon Clements," Bobby replied with a strained chuckle. "Ah, you're a tough guy, and a funny one at that." The man turned to someone standing behind him out of Bobby's blood-obstructed vision. There were a number of clicking sounds as the interrogator snapped his fingers, and a moment later Bobby's head was thrust back. He instinctively screwed his eyes shut and gritted his teeth, expecting the beatings to begin. The blows did not arrive as expected. Instead, he felt the cool and refreshing touch of water splashing over his face. It was definitely not a form of torture. There was not enough fluid gushing over his features to restrict his breathing for that. A short while later, and the flow of liquid stopped. A soft and clean-smelling towel was then placed over his face as one of his captors began to wipe the blood away from his eyes. In his present condition, the sensation of the water against his skin and having the dried blood removed from his vision and nasal passages felt like a spa treatment. Once completed, the hand holding his head back released its grip, and Bobby once again raised his head so that he could see his surroundings. The simple act of clearing his eyes seemed to have somewhat revitalized him. His mind seemed clearer, and his thoughts were beginning to fall into place. Blinking the last of the blood-stained water away, he focused on the man sitting in the chair directly in front of him. On his shoulders he wore the rank tabs of a general. He was slender and almost feeble-looking, and it was hard to imagine him ever having done anything physical in his life. However, his eyes and his bearing clearly commanded respect from those around him. Bobby could tell that the man in front of him was someone to be feared, and, although his face seemed placid and calm at that moment, his unblinking eyes held a darkness that was plain to see and impossible to hide. They stared back at him like the spy holes of hell. Bobby knew that the niceties would not continue indefinitely there. Doesn't that feel better? Bobby did not speak, but eyed his surroundings without moving his head. There were 5 men in the room with him. One appeared to be a doctor, another seemed to be the second in command, and the remaining 2 were clearly soldiers. The 2 soldiers were vicious-looking, and they stared back at Bobby with an expression that he could only interpret as hunger. He glanced down at his own body. He was bare-chested with only the blood-stained scraps of his trousers providing him with any coverage. There was a large white dressing over his right thigh with spots of blood seeping through and more bandages wrapped around his abdomen and chest. In his right forearm was a tube leading out from a cannula that had been inserted into one of his veins and attached to a bag of transparent, pale, yellow fluid hanging from a tall, flimsy-looking metal frame beside his chair. "We're not barbarians, Bobby. We look after our enemies," the man said, attempting to sound affable. Bobby's eyes narrowed. The man knew his name despite the fact that he carried no identification tags. He wondered just how much the man in front of him knew about him and his teammates, and what information he could possibly be hoping to gain from him. "Why did you ask my name if you already knew?" he slurred. "It was more for your benefit, son. I just wanted to know if you were on the same planet as us right now. If you could see yourself, you'd understand why." Bobby glanced from one face to the next. His head swam, and he felt nauseous. The pain in his chest was getting worse with each breath. He looked down again and recognized the valve poking out from between the blood-soaked dressings over the right-hand side of his torso. He had suffered a wound, probably a bullet or shrapnel fragment, that had pierced his chest cavity, causing his right lung to begin folding in on itself as air flooded into the cavity. The valve was preventing the lung from completely collapsing and causing a tension pneumothorax that would cause him to suffocate. Bobby grunted and nodded his head, now understanding his injuries and the state that he was in. He looked around again and took in the objects within the room, ignoring the 5 men that sat staring back at him. There was only one door leading in, and from what he could tell, there were no windows. The light above him was dim and cast the room in an eerie glow. In the far corner, and to the left of the entrance, a number of gurneys sat pushed up against the wall. On top of the gurneys were a number of long, dark green heaps that had a sheen finish and zips. He recognized them for what they were, body bags. His blood turned cold as it coursed through his veins, and he shifted in his seat as he remembered the people who had been with him in the vehicle when they set out from the farmhouse. He turned and looked at the man in front of him, fixing him with a hard but unfocused stare. "Where's the rest of my group?" he demanded, his eyes flickering to the left as they were inadvertently drawn to the gurneys. "I was going to ask you the exact same question. Where's the rest of your team? We know that we didn't get all of you." "I don't know," Bobby said, shaking his head and then immediately regretting it as the pain rippled through his body. "I don't know where they are." The man sighed and stood up. Bobby thought for a moment that he would lean across and punch him. He tensed his body and waited for the impact. The man turned and headed towards the nearest of the gurneys. He paused and turned to Bobby. His features, now cast in shadow, looked more rodent and elongated than they had done beneath the low burning light in the ceiling. He smiled, baring his crooked teeth. "My name's General Gibson, but I'm guessing that you've already worked that out for yourself by now. I'm also guessing that you know why I'm here. We know that you're part of a special team, and we know that that spineless bastard, Thompson, handed you the launch codes for the missiles that are still sitting in the silos." Bobby stared back at him, feeling his rage building within him and his mouth becoming a thin white line as he kept his lips firmly sealed. He knew the man only by reputation, but already he was living up to the rumors he had heard about him. It was true that he had no morals when it came to getting what he wanted. "That little stunt you pulled, Gibson," continued in a casual manner as he turned his attention to the nearest of the body bags. "Putting your bio-trackers on a bunch of walking corpses. Pretty clever trick. Took us a while to work it out, and I lost a couple of good men in the process. It's true, what I heard about you boys. You really are an inventive bunch." As Bobby continued to watch him, Gibson reached down and grasped the zipper of the nearest body bag. With a deep buzzing noise that filled the otherwise silent room, he unzipped the bag slowly and methodically. The lower flap sagged over the side of the gurney with the weight of fluid seeping out from the body inside. Eventually, it collapsed under the weight, and a flood of dark red and coagulated blood flooded out from the body bag, pouring onto the floor with a sickening splatter. Gibson stepped to the side, deliberately affording Bobby a clear view of the corpse contained within the bag. At first, it was difficult for Bobby to see clearly. But as his eyes slowly adjusted, he recognized the mass of long black hair and the pale and unmoving features of the slender face. It was Samantha. Gibson pulled back the top flap further, revealing the upper half of her naked body. He peered down at her in silence with an expression of sadness and concern on his face. He shook his head slowly, tutting as he did so, and sounding regretful. "Shame about her, Bobby," he said, still staring at Samantha's face. "She was a looker, and from what I can tell, in great shape." He pulled the bag over to cover her remains again and turned back towards his chair. "It's hard to tell for certain, though, especially when you see her from the opposite angle. What a mess." Bobby, feeling his pain and anguish surge within him, threw back his head and let out an agony-filled roar. With all the strength he could muster, he thrashed his head and pulled at his restraints. The chair shifted and rattled as it was forced from the spot with the violence of Bobby's writhing. The more he struggled, the more the chair danced across the room. He screamed endlessly, his burning and hate-filled eyes remaining locked upon Gibson. By now the wounds had begun to open again, and blood was seeping through his dressings, and the large gash across his head began to bleed again. His blood cascaded back down over his face, giving him the appearance of a screaming devil foaming at the mouth with rage. Gibson did not flinch or speak while Bobby continued to thrash and struggle against his bonds. Eventually the chair toppled, and both man and seat were sent crashing to the floor by now. Bobby's energy was spent. His attempts at breaking free had exhausted him of everything he had remaining. Now he lay on his side, still strapped to the chair and sobbing into the cold and dust-covered concrete floor. The two vicious-looking soldiers hauled him upright and replanted the chair so that he was directly facing Gibson again. His head sagged and his breath came in wheezing gasps. Gibson cleared his throat with a series of rumbling coughs and adjusted his seating position so that he was more comfortable for the coming interrogation. He nodded to the doctor, who then stepped across to check on Bobby's wounds and his pulse rate. The man nodded at Gibson before stepping back again. For a while, nobody spoke as Bobby remained slumped in his chair, drooling and struggling to breathe. "You were the only survivor we found, I'm afraid. So you're our new best friend. We want the launch codes that Thompson gave to you before he shot himself. We want the nukes. We already have a few, but nowhere near enough to rid our lands of those things out there. Don't you see that this is for the greater good, Bobby?" "You're fucking mad," Bobby grunted, and let out a gurgling laugh that developed into a pain-filled sputter. "Do you want to know where the codes are?" Gibson remained silent, but watching him intently. "Up your fucking arse," Bobby snarled. He glanced back at the bag containing Samantha's body. He wanted to be cut free and given the opportunity to tear out Gibson's throat. He wanted to taste the man's blood as he sank his teeth into the soft tissue of his neck. However, he knew that was never going to happen. He was in a bad way, bleeding heavily and becoming weaker by the minute. As much as he would like to hold out against them and maybe even break free, his own medical knowledge told him that his wounds would eventually get the better of him. No matter how determined he was, he could not hold out forever. Glaring at Gibson, Bobby rolled his tongue over the rear teeth of his right lower jaw, searching for the cap that covered the detonator to the small explosive device that had been surgically implanted into his skull below his ear. His tongue brushed over a soft and pulpy gap between his molars. His brow furrowed for a moment with confusion as he continued his search. Finally, he noticed the amused look on Gibson's face as he sat watching him in silence with his arms placed across his chest. "You looking for something in particular?" Gibson taunted with a smile. He unfolded his arms and held out his palm, displaying the white tooth and the small detonator that was attached. "You didn't realize that we knew about your little gadgets, did you?" "Cunt." Bobby slurred as his head sagged at the realization that his last hope of freedom had been snatched from him. The interrogation went on with Bobby refusing to cooperate. They asked him over and over on the whereabouts of his team and the launch codes and what they intended to do with them. Even if he had known where Stan and the others were, Bobby would never have told them. Gibson made threats one minute and then offered care and compassion the next. None of it had the desired effect. All that he received was Bobby's obnoxious answers and ridicule. After an hour of fruitless questioning, Gibson finally stood up and let out a long and disappointment-filled sigh. He turned towards the doctor and the other officer in the room and then nodded to the two burly men that were standing beside the door. "Your determination and courage are admirable, Bobby," Gibson said with a note of respect. "But I'm afraid it doesn't help the situation for either of us. You have information that you're unwilling to give, and I have no time to fuck around." He turned on his heel and headed for the door, the doctor and his second in command following him. Gibson paused and whispered something into the ear of one of the soldiers and then glanced back at Bobby. "Yes, sir," the soldier nodded. As the three men left the room, the two soldiers closed in on either side of Bobby. He tensed his body, dropped his head, and clenched his teeth. The beatings and torture began. His howls of pain could be heard from far beyond the door, as his tormentors set about inflicting as much agony as they could upon him. Stopping short of killing him, it went on for a whole hour, Bobby taking the hits, and the soldiers sweating profusely. At first it was slaps across the face, but as Bobby laughed at them, the open-handed whacks turned into clenched fists that rained down blow after blow. Still, Bobby refused to speak and taunted them all the more. There was nothing that he could have told them. He had no idea where Stan and the others now were. When the soldiers realized that punching him would not work, they turned to causing him more discomfort in the wounds that he had already sustained, digging their fingers into the hole in his leg and enlarging the lacerations across his abdomen. Bobby did nothing but roar for the whole time, losing consciousness from time to time and being brought back to the real world with freezing cold water. Even the two men that were dishing out the punishment were beginning to tire, knowing full well that they were getting nowhere, while fearing that they would fail in their task. Eventually, the door opened, and Gibson stepped back into the room. He turned to the two sweating soldiers and raised an eyebrow, their faces coated with perspiration and their eyes laden with fear. They looked away, refusing to meet his gaze. Gibson turned to Bobby and watched him for a moment. The floor beneath his chair was awash with blood, and more was dripping in a steady stream from the seat. His face was twice its natural size, swollen and bloodied, leaving wafer-thin slits where his eyes used to be. All of his dressings were sodden and useless, and it was clear that he was fading fast. His head rolled and lolled to the side as he coughed and sputtered, bringing up more blood that only added to the pathetic appearance of the man. Gibson nodded, understanding that Bobby would not or could not give him the information that he needed. He stepped forward and placed his hand upon Bobby's head, patting gently with affection and nodding his acknowledgement of the man's bravery. Bobby stared up at him, too weak to be able to say anything. Slouched in his chair, the best he could manage was a pain-filled grin that showed a row of broken teeth and split lips. His shoulders juddered slightly as he laughed internally, and tears began to pour from his eyes. He knew that he had beaten them, and the satisfaction of it was his final reward to himself. Gibson shrugged and smiled down at him again. He lightly patted Bobby's head and then lowered himself into a crouch so that their eyes were level with each other. There was a sadness in Gibson's eyes, but it was impossible to know whether or not the emotion was genuine. "Well done, son." Gibson applauded with resignation. He smiled again and nodded, keeping his eyes locked on Bobby. "You're one tough bastard, I'll give you that. A true soldier. I only wish I had a battalion of you lads. I really do. I could storm the heavens with more men like you, Bobby. It's just a shame that we found ourselves on opposing sides and all this mess. I could have used men like you." Climbing back to his feet, Gibson pulled a pistol from his belt. He raised the barrel and pointed it at Bobby's chest, staring into his eyes. Bobby glared back at him, still grinning mutinously and nodding his head. His body stiffened as he kept his attention focused on Gibson, staring him down to the very end. He welcomed the bullet, embracing it as a friend, coming to release him from all the pain and suffering. As the shot cracked, Bobby's head arched back for a second as the round smashed through his ribs and blasted its way through his heart. He slumped back down into his chair, his head dropping to the side and still displaying the remnants of the defiant smile. Gibson paused and watched the blood-soaked body settle before stepping back and turning for the doorway. "What about him?" his second-in-command asked, nodding to Bobby. Gibson stopped and glanced back at the body for a moment, considering what to have done with the courageous soldier he had just killed. Eventually, his face turned blank, and he shrugged as he turned and walked out through the door. "Leave him to wake up," he called over his shoulder with indifference. "Cut him loose and he can feed on the body of his pretty girlfriend, if he wants." The major closed the door, leaving the lifeless corpse of Bobby locked inside. 21. There was a tangle of tubes and wires connected to him, feeding him with oxygen and nutrients, while the machines beside his bed continued to emit pings and display jagged-lined readouts as they monitored his condition. Al remained still, his eyes closed, and the life support machines being the only thing preventing him from fading out of existence. His chest moved as the ventilators pumped air into his lungs, but that was the only indication of life. The dressings around his head covered much of his swollen face, Not only had the bullet smashed a hole through his skull, but he had sustained a number of other injuries as his limp body dropped and tumbled down over the hard steel steps. The area around his eyes was swollen and almost black in color. His nose was broken and his lips were lacerated and bloated. He looked far removed from the man they had all been used to seeing on a daily basis. He was unrecognizable now. He had also sustained a broken arm, fractured hip, and a number of cracked ribs during the fall. And it was a wonder that he was still alive, though barely. Luckily, there had been no damage to his spinal column, and the medical staff considered it as a miracle that his neck had not been broken. "We've done all we can for him with our limited resources and equipment," the doctor said in a matter-of-fact tone as he checked the monitors and studied the medical charts. The bullet fractured his skull, but luckily missed his brain as it exited. Tina looked across at Tommy. He sat watching Al, bare-chested and with his arm in a sling. He had refused to leave his friend's bedside since he had been brought in. He looked tired, the dark rings beneath his eyes appearing like deep and dark holes in his face. He had not slept the entire time as he maintained his vigil over Al, and even while the crescendo of battle broke out beyond the walls, Tommy remained where he was. The worry in his face was plain to see, and if it was not for Tina, he would have gone without eating, completely forgetting that he also needed to take care of himself. "What happens now then, Doc?" he asked in a flat tone and without taking his eyes away from the lifeless form lying in the bed. The doctor shrugged and leaned over Al's body, taking a closer look at his dressings and checking his pupillary response. He watched his face closely, looking for any indication of a reaction to the light or the pinching and prodding that he carried out on the soft underside of Al's arm and earlobes. "We'll keep him under for another couple of days and see if there's any improvement. Eventually, it will be up to him whether or not he will pull through this. There's only so much we can do here. If he makes it through the next few days, my main concern will be the long-term effects." "Like what?" The doctor stopped what he was doing and turned to Tommy and Tina. He suddenly appeared like a rabbit caught in the headlights of a fast-approaching car. He looked from one to the next as he straightened up and then began nervously fiddling with a pen that he removed from his chest pocket as he jotted down notes upon the charts he held in his hand. He hesitated, hoping that they would forget the question and move on to something else. However, he knew all too well that they would not change the subject and that both their attentions would remain fixed upon him until he gave them the information. "You mean no one has gone over this with you?" he eventually asked, without making eye contact with either of them. "Going over what?" Tommy said menacingly as he leaned forward in his chair and fixed the doctor with a hard glare. "No one is telling us shit around here? What long-term effects are you worried about?" "Yes. Well, we've had a lot to deal with. There have been a lot of casualties to take care of, and we don't have enough medical staff to cope." "What long-term effects, Doctor?" "Well, we can't be sure yet, until finally, the doctor looked up from his clipboard. He was hesitant to continue the conversation, but he knew that he had to, now. He had inadvertently given them a minute amount of information, and now they wanted the remainder. "You need to understand, Tommy," the doctor began. He cleared his throat and then folded his arms across his chest in a defensive posture. "Al has sustained a serious wound to his head, not just from the bullet, but also from the fall right now. He's in a coma and might never recover. He's on life support, but we can't keep him there indefinitely. There is a chance that he may never regain consciousness. Go on. If he does regain consciousness, then there's always a possibility that he may have sustained brain damage." For the first few minutes after being shot, Al was not breathing. He had a faint pulse, but there was no air getting into his lungs, and his brain was starved of oxygen. It took us a while to resuscitate him, and we have no idea what sort of impact that may have had in a neurological sense. "You're saying that he could be a vegetable?" The doctor glanced at Tina, his face betraying his nervousness and fear. He knew Tommy well, but that did not give him any delusions of safety. Tommy was generally mild-mannered, but he was well known for his aggressiveness when his placid facade was somehow removed. The people within the fob had witnessed how the wiry man was capable of reducing hulking monsters to bloodied, quivering pulps. When backed into a corner, Tommy was capable of inflicting as much damage as a raging bull. "It's a distinct possibility, yes, and I suggest that you prepare for the worst." The doctor replied with a nod and a trembling voice, laden with regret. The room became silent for a while as the doctor watched Tommy. His feet shuffled uneasily, and he continued to play with the pen in his hand as a light sweat broke out over his goose-bumped flesh. Again, he glanced at Tina, hoping that she could somehow prevent the unpredictable Tommy from losing his temper. "So when will we know for sure? Isn't there some kind of test you can do to find out? Tommy finally asked, his voice sounding calm but with a faint hint of hostility. I suppose we won't know for sure until, and only if, he wakes up. We just can't tell right now, I'm afraid. All we can do is hope for the best. I promise you that we will do all we can. Hope for the fucking best. Are you taking the piss? Tommy growled through gritted teeth. You can hope in one hand and shit in the other. Doc, get back to me and let me know which one filled up first. Tommy, Tina said with warning, trying to remind him that it was not the doctor's fault that Al had been seriously hurt. We need to remain positive on this. You're doing no one any good biting their heads off, least of all Al. Tommy snorted and leaned back into his chair. He knew that he was taking his frustration out on the people who did not deserve it. The medical staff were doing the best that they could, and if it was not for their care and expertise, Al would already be dead. With their treatment, he stood a chance at surviving, regardless of how slim. Thanks, Doctor, Tina said with a forced smile. The doctor took that as his chance to escape and made a sharp exit through the door, walking briskly and turning into the corridor. Once out of sight, the patter of his footsteps increased in tempo and volume as he took off along the corridor. Both of them sat in silence for a while until Tommy finally dragged himself up from his seat, wincing with the pain in his shoulder. He huffed loudly as he watched his friend for a moment. He took an unsteady step towards the bed and patted Al's leg. You're right, Tina. I'm just worried, and I don't think the drugs are helping me to think straight. I should go and apologize for being a dick to that bloke, he murmured, turning away from the bed and heading out into the corridor and looking for the terrified doctor. It was just Tina and Al remaining in the room. It's over, Al, she said after watching him for a while. The attack, we beat them, and you were right. They didn't expect it. You were also right about where their command post and mortar line would be. Once we began the assault, they didn't stand a chance. They were caught in the open, and we took them by complete surprise. She looked down at her hands and studied her broken and grime-filled nails. The base had indeed won a victory over the enemy forces that had attacked them. But it had come at a cost to their own side. Even now, it seemed unbelievable that the scraps of humanity were still trying to kill one another. We lost another tank, but the crew made it out, she continued. She knew that he could not hear her, but she felt obligated to speak to him, hoping that communication would eventually drag him back from wherever he was. The Healy took some hits, too. The mechanics think they can patch it up and keep it in working order for now at least. But I don't think it will last forever. She went silent again and looked back down at her feet as she continued to wring her hands. She, too, was exhausted, having been unable to get any rest from the sounds, smells, and sights of the battle that remained imprinted upon her mind. Her tone changed from one of formality to one laden with emotion. The battle and her experiences had horrified her. The death and the sounds of gunfire, mingled with the screams of the dying, continued to buffer against her mind no matter how hard she tried to forget or justify what they had done. Graham didn't make it, she continued with regret. He was shot through the chest when we attacked their mortar line. We were pinned down, and if it wasn't for him, the attack would have failed. He pretty much took the position by himself, Al, one tough bastard. There was no reaction from Al. He remained still, and with his eyes closed, the machines beside him continuing to monitor him and beep rhythmically. There was more that Tina wanted to say, but her voice was beginning to break, causing her lips to tremble as a lump formed inside of her throat. It was complete chaos out there. No one knew what was really going on. There were people running in all directions, and with the smoke and shooting, it was hard to get a clear picture. It was horrible. And I never want to go through that again. She had considered making her confession to someone who was capable of hearing her words, or even providing a degree of comfort and forgiveness from a religious point of view. However, there were no clergy within the base, and she was not about to turn to religion after a lifetime of refusing to believe in any god. There were a lot of families with them, kids and old people. We saw hundreds of bodies out there once the smoke cleared. It was a fucking massacre. We took in a few of the survivors, but we couldn't stay out in the open for too long. The infected were everywhere. There were just too many of them. We had to leave a lot of them behind. Al, we could hear them screaming for hours afterwards. She stopped speaking and trailed off, staring at the foot of the bed, remembering what she had seen and heard. The fear and pain-contorted faces of dead children would haunt her for many years to come. During the height of the attack, bloodlust had filled the veins and minds of her troops. They had shot at everyone they saw as the tanks had mercilessly driven over the enemy soldiers and civilians, churning them into the earth beneath their heavy tracks as they blasted away with their huge guns, with the ferocity and momentum of the assault. It would have been impossible to have stopped the soldiers even if she had wanted to. She, too, had experienced the same fog of war. A red mist had veiled her mind and senses, and she had charged forward, fighting side by side with the assault group as they cut a path of blood through the enemy's rear positions all the time. The machine guns roared above them as the helicopter's loadmasters poured out a savage rate of fire against the confused and fleeing people below. The soldiers from the base had fought like devils out of anger and desperation, knowing all too well that their survival was at stake. And when the last shots had been fired, the landscape looked like a gigantic meat grinder had been at work. Twisted bodies lay strewn everywhere. Wounded cried and groaned, dragging their broken bodies over the carcasses of the fallen families, left behind amongst the ruins and forgotten about, sobbed over the bodies of their loved ones as the remnants of their forces withdrew towards the south in disarray. It was only when the firing had stopped that Tina looked upon the people she had helped to kill as human beings. It quickly became apparent to all those involved that they had not been attacking just soldiers. The enemy units seemed to have been on the move for a while, bringing their families with them as they searched for a safe place to live. Out of necessity, they had attacked the base afterwards. Tina had thought about what had happened and the stupidity and waste of it all. She came to the conclusion that the soldiers and civilians had been leading an almost nomadic lifestyle, possibly fighting numerous battles over the months as they struggled for survival. Her suspicions were more or less confirmed when she was told of the information that had been gained from some of the survivors. Early on during the outbreak, they too had occupied a base, similar to the one that Tina found herself in now. They had been attacked by a much stronger force of raiders and overwhelmed. They were the survivors of a fob further to the north and faced with the possibility of annihilation, had adopted the same strategy of attacking other communities and taking what was theirs. Survival of the fittest, Darwin would have been proud, she grunted with disdain. What the fuck has the world come to? They didn't need to attack us. We could have let them in and lived side by side. This didn't need to happen. After 5 more minutes of silence and reflection, she shook herself with her confession over. Tina stood up and approached Al's bedside. A tear had fallen from her eye and was slowly making its way along her cheek. She snorted and wiped her face, deciding that she needed to accept the New World Order and put her old values and sentiments behind her. If she and the people around her were to survive, she had to become as strong and unemotional as their attackers had been. They had shown no empathy for the people inside the fob. It was a necessary evil, and she began to understand that they needed to be just as ruthless. Her emotions would need to be locked away, only to see the light of day when the time came that they could declare themselves as safe. Having regained her composure, her face changed and became as hard as stone. In that instant, she had transformed into a completely different person from who she had been before the outbreak and the collapse of civilization. She was their leader now. "You take it easy, mate," she said, giving Al a gentle but reassuring pat on the shoulder. She leaned forward and kissed his bruised and swollen cheek. She left the room, headed for the perimeter defenses. A short while later, as she stood on top of the wall, she surveyed the landscape. Smoke, still lingering from the assault and the endless explosions and rattling gunfire, clung low to the ground and drifted over the countless bodies. The burnt-out tanks and destroyed vehicles sat in silence, still smoldering, but it was not the battlefield from the previous day that she watched, but the battlefield of the future. Thousands of walking and howling corpses were now crowding their walls. 22, watch your depth, Chief, the captain muttered. The view through the periscope revealed nothing, but Werner wanted to be sure that they were clear before surfacing the boat. He did not take anything for granted and methodically considered every possibility. They had been submerged for almost 36 hours, running at silent speed as they slipped by the large, dark silhouettes of the enemy ships. Bringing them as close to the southern English coast as he could, Werner and his boat drifted through the shallows, gliding on the currents and hugging the shoreline. The crew were nervous, some even terrified, as they drifted by the menacing vessels that were patrolling the English Channel. It was the first experience of a combat situation for most of them, and their taut expressions and bulging eyes betrayed that fact. Even amongst Stan and his men, the atmosphere was one of trepidation and uncertainty. They sat in silence, staring up at the curve of the pressure hull and wincing with the slightest noise as they expected to hear the sound of fast-turning screws, churning the water and headed directly for them. The man inside the U-boat had played the nerve-destroying game for what seemed an eternity. Time seemed to stand still, and some wondered whether or not they were actually making any headway through the water. Only the captain, chief engineer, and navigator seemed relaxed and sure of their excruciatingly slow progress. The hours ticked by with nothing but the sound of heavy breathing and the occasional creak of the hull to occupy their minds. Once they were clear of the enemy fleet, the captain allowed the boat to be ventilated through the snorkel. The auxiliary pumps and air scrubbers were started up, and after a while, with no sign of them being detected, Werner ordered the diesels to be engaged at low revolutions, and to their astonishment, the low rumbling noise that they created did not seem to attract any unwanted attention. It seemed impossible that they had not been attacked while they escaped from the island, and ever since it appeared that no one was bothering to look for them. With modern radar and sonar, it would not have been difficult for the ships on the surface to locate the submerged boat and deal it a deathly blow. However, the luck that had been bestowed upon the old boat and its crew persisted. Werner had insisted that they remain submerged throughout the following day, not wanting to tempt fate and allowing them to be easily picked up by radar and even the naked eye. Once the boat was ventilated and the batteries fully charged, the electric motors were re-engaged and the Type XXI made steady progress towards the west. With each nautical mile that they gained from the island, Werner ordered an increase in speed, slowly building up until the boat was racing away at 17 knots beneath the surface. By nightfall the next day they had made the turn north, passing between the Isle of Scilly and Land's End, headed for St. George's Channel and the Irish Sea. Now, as their captain made his final checks, the crew prepared to surface the boat and taste the fresh sea air again after 2 agonizing and nerve-tearing days of running submerged. "Any surface contacts?" Werner asked, his face still pressed up against the eyepiece of the periscope as he swiveled in a full circle. "Nothing heard, sir," came the reply. Werner stepped back and checked the men standing around within the control room, watching him intently and awaiting his commands. The chief, appearing calm and relaxed, was standing in his usual position close behind the helmsman and ready to pass on the orders from the captain. He raised an eyebrow and gave a slight nod of his head. "Surface the boat." Werner ordered headed due north. The boat made best speed as it chopped its way through the low rolling waves of the Irish Sea. The air was cool and crisp, and the sky above mostly clear with faint, wispy clouds and the occasional seagull that swooped in on the U-boat to take a closer look at the strange addition to the seascape. The captain wanted to put as much distance as possible between them and the Isle of Wight before the next sunset. Beyond that, none of them had given any further thought to where they were going or what they would do when they got there. The crew had relaxed a little once they had passed Land's End. The turn north was the psychological equivalent of having turned a corner to escape a pursuer inside the cramped hull. Sailors and soldiers ate and slept wherever they could. The scraps of Stan's team, exhausted and close to collapse, lay sprawled in the narrow bunks or propped up against machinery, snoring loudly against the rhythmic chug of the diesel engines. Only Paul seemed to be devoid of sleep. He was sitting in the bow compartment as close to the front of the boat as was possible. Everyone else had opted to drop themselves down in sections that were further aft, but Paul wanted to be somewhere that did not mean him resting within the main thoroughfare, being constantly disturbed as people moved from one compartment to the next. He wanted peace and quiet, but more than anything to slip into a deep slumber and forget what he had experienced over the previous 48 hours. However, no matter how hard he tried or how much his body screamed for it, sleep was impossible. Each time he closed his eyes, he could see the smashed face of Danny, the mutilated Land Rover, and the bodies of the others sprawled over the blood-soaked tarmac. He could hear the endless rattle of machine guns, the dull but ear-splitting crump of high explosives, but more than anything, the screams of the wounded. He sat staring, hypnotized by the sway of the boat, with his head lolling from side to side as he continued to stare at the back of the man lying in the bunk directly across from him. Apart from the occasional cough, groan, or sputter, the man had not spoken a word to anyone or moved the entire time that they had been on board. From what Paul knew, he was an officer and had some sort of close link to the team that he himself had inadvertently become a member of. He had seen the man around the command center a few times, but had never had any interaction with him. A tall and gangly man with long features. The officer had been dragged across the island, completely unresponsive from shock and fear. Jerry, Paul remembered someone referring to him as, was totally lost in his own world, having experienced more than his mind was capable of enduring. Paul considered attempting to speak to him, or at least checking on him to make sure that he was okay. But after a moment of thought, he decided against the idea. He did not have the energy to tend to his own needs, let alone a virtual stranger and an officer at that. On the bridge, Stan and Taff were enjoying the feel of the cool sea breeze against their grime-covered faces. Even with the hatch open and the ventilators working, the air inside the boat seemed to be stale and the atmosphere overly stuffy. Over to their right, they could see the faint blue outline of land as it poked just above the horizon. To their left, there was nothing but open sea. They seemed 1,000,000 miles away now from what had happened on the island, and it was almost as though the events had taken place in a previous life. Now, they were headed north and away from the carnage, free to go anywhere they wanted without being watched by higher command. However, the people that they had lost were never far from their thoughts. "Where do you think we should head for?" Stan asked, turning to Werner. "I'm not sure. To be honest, if we had more fuel, I would have suggested heading into the Mediterranean and finding a nice quiet island. You know, retire and enjoy the sunshine for the rest of our days." "How much fuel do we have then?" "Not enough to get to the Med," Werner grinned. "Wine and olives are out of the question, then," Taff grunted. They continued on for another 8 hours in virtual silence, only speaking occasionally, and remaining lost in their own thoughts as they savored the fresh air that blew into their faces. Taff smoked endlessly, leaning against the superstructure of the conning tower and looking disinterested. He had only climbed up onto the bridge so that he could smoke, and because he did not like being cooped up down below. He had never been completely comfortable with enclosed spaces, and if there was an option, he would always choose to be out in the open. "Ship sighted, sir," a sailor from the watch crew suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Stan and Taff turned and saw the man pointing out ahead of them, slightly right from the angle on the bow. Far off in the distance, barely visible on the horizon, there was a faint black smudge to Stan and Taff. It was impossible to identify it as a ship with the naked eye, and they would have probably missed it entirely. Werner raised his binoculars and studied the distant shape for a while, humming a song to himself as he did so. He was relaxed and showed no outward concern, and as a result, the young sailors around him adopted the same tranquil composure. It was one of the hallmarks of a good submarine captain, being able to remain cool when facing potential danger. If the captain had gone into a panic or appeared as anything other than calm, the crew would have reacted in the very same manner. "Looks like a liner, possibly even a ferry," Werner finally concluded as he passed the binoculars across to Stan. "Doesn't seem to be moving, though. It may have broken its moorings and drifted out to sea from the mainland. Or it could be filled with survivors," Taff added. "Maybe. Or it could even be a ghost ship," Stan replied. "Yeah, a modern-day Mary Celeste. I wouldn't be surprised. We seem to be attracting every fucking drama possible lately." The boat turned towards the distant ship, approaching cautiously as it closed the gap and steadily reducing its speed. Werner ordered everyone to diving stations, ready for a rapid dive should there be a sudden threat. For all they knew, the ferry could be filled with well-armed and trigger-happy survivors, willing to fire on anyone that approached. Soon they were just a kilometer apart as the U-boat inched closer. The crew remaining on full alert and standing at action stations. The men on the bridge watched the ship closely through their binoculars, studying it intently. "Can't see anyone on the upper deck," Werner grumbled. "Their anchor's down, Captain." Stan and Taff instinctively turned their attention towards the bow of the large ship. The sailor was correct. The ferry was at anchor. Its huge rusted chains hung tautly from the bow and disappeared into the sea, holding it in place. "Anything on the radio?" Werner called down through the voice pipe. The reply came back negative. There had been no communication from the silent and eerie vessel. "Any weapons visible again?" The reply came back as negative from the crew on watch. They endlessly scanned the deck and superstructure, but there was no sign of life. "All stop, Chief," the captain ordered. As they drew within 300 meters, "Stand by main vents and start flooding the tanks, ready to dive." The boat became heavier as the chief engineer prepared them for a rapid descent into the depths with the fore and aft decks already awash and submerged beneath the waves. If the captain suddenly ordered an emergency dive, it would only take a few seconds for the boat to disappear beneath the surface. "Ghost ship?" Taff asked with a raised eyebrow and turned to Stan. Stan watched the ship. He could see no signs of damage or movement, but he could not help but feel that there was something wrong. Someone had sailed the vessel out to that particular spot and then dropped the anchor. If there were people on board, then the U-boat would have been seen as it approached. Now, they were either hiding or it really was a ghost ship. "Ahoy!" Werner suddenly called up at the towering sides of the ship. "Is there anyone on board?" There was no reply again. The captain attempted to hail anyone aboard the ferry, but his calls never received an answer. He looked to Stan and shrugged his shoulders. "Looks like nobody's home. Is there any way of us getting up there to have a look?" Taff asked, searching for a ladder or rope leading up onto the deck. "Don't expect me to volunteer, mate," a voice replied from behind them. "There's no fucking way that I'm going up there." It was Kyle, the veteran, having climbed onto the bridge when he heard that a ship had been sighted. He was curious but had no intentions of going aboard. He scrutinized the ferry with narrowed eyes and a blank expression. His instincts were telling him that something was amiss, and that boarding the ship would be a bad idea, for Christ's sake. Werner suddenly spat after another minute of scanning the decks. Stan and the others followed his gaze and turned their attention towards the bow of the vessel. There they could see a number of small round shapes popping up over the sides of the ship. They were heads. There were more of them appearing by the second, all of them looking down upon the men on the bridge of the U-boat below. The bobbing heads were soon joined by the poignant moan of the infected, seeing the living men. The dead aboard the sea ferry began to surge with excitement. Hundreds of them emerged from within the ship and began to crowd the deck, leaning over and reaching out towards the submarine with clutching fingers. It was not long before bodies began to tumble over the sides, plummeting from a height of 20 meters before smashing into the water with loud splashes. Most of them were never seen again, as they went straight to the bottom of the Irish Sea. Others resurfaced and bobbed around like grotesque buoys, flailing their arms and slapping the water's surface. By now, the cries of the dead could be heard from inside the hull of the submarine. Their heavy slaps as they dropped into the water were magnified inside the U-boat. The crew were becoming jittery, and the captain sensed it. Back 1/3, he ordered down into the control room. As the boat pulled away, the dead continued to plummet into the cold sea. By now, the water was filled with the rotted body parts and carcasses of dozens of writhing men, women, and children, all staring longingly at the withdrawing U-boat. "It's like a fucked-up version of the final scenes in Titanic," Kyle whispered. They continued north, increasing speed in order to put them far away from the infected-laden ship. The captain knew that there was no real threat from the dead on board the stricken vessel, but his men would feel much more comfortable once they were away from it. The wails of the infected traveled far across the waves, and it was quite some time before they were out of earshot, and longer still until they could no longer see the infested ship. Paul sat intermittently dozing, his head drooping towards his chest, and then suddenly being jolted as his mind flitted between sleep and consciousness. He was frustrated with himself, unable to fall into the coma that his body and mind so desperately needed. He had tried lying in one of the bunks, but had begun to suffer from seasickness as the boat rocked from the waves, crashing against its sides. Instead, he opted to remain seated on the grated floor of the deck, the cool steel of the deck plates helping his body to keep the nausea at bay. The steady thrum of the engines echoed through the boat and vibrated through the hull, sending him into a trance, but not enough to allow him to forget and sleep. He became distantly aware of movement close by. He could sense another human being, but as he looked up, he saw that the compartment was empty. There was no one else there, only the jumble of confusing ducts, pipes, valves, and conduits that ran over every surface of the boat's interior and seemed impossible to understand. He was alone, Richard and Bull having left at some point while he was tinkering on the brink of consciousness and completely unaware of their movements. He allowed his head to sag again and closed his eyes. He had missed something, and his brain would not let him forget it. A voice inside his mind continued to nag him from a distance, repeatedly telling him that he was not alone. He struggled to understand the feeling or why he was experiencing it. It was as though a sense that he was unaware of had awakened and was now passing information onto his clouded subconscious. There was a noise, the squeaking sound made from springs as pressure was applied or released from them. He snapped his head up and looked across at the bunk directly in front of him. Jerry was staring back at him, his attention completely fixed upon Paul as he slowly began climbing up from his lying position. Paul frowned and focused his blurry vision as the officer shrouded in shadow beneath the upper bunk slowly emerged into the dim light of the bow compartment. A cry of terror became lodged in Paul's throat as his blood froze and an invisible icy hand closed around his neck. He attempted to force himself upright, pushing his feet down against the deck plates, but his body stopped abruptly as his shoulders were tugged back down towards the floor. Jerry had died at some point, and nobody had noticed. Now his corpse was lunging towards him, bringing his legs up into a squat. Paul pushed again as the cry for help finally became dislodged from his throat. The harness that was carrying his ammunition had become snagged by the bed frame of the bunk that he was leaning against, preventing him from gaining his feet and getting away. Jerry's grasping fingers reached out for him, the festering wound in the shape of teeth marks becoming visible on his forearm as the sleeve of his shirt shifted. Paul thrashed and struggled to pull himself free from the floor. "Help!" he howled, his calls becoming absorbed amongst the ambient din of the U-boat. "Somebody help me!" Jerry's body slipped from the bunk and landed on top of him, pinning him to the floor. With his harness snagged and the weight of the corpse, he could not roll from under it. He pushed with his hands and attempted to force Jerry's reanimated body to the side. But due to the cramped space of the central walkway, the lifeless man remained on top of him, snapping at his face with his teeth and snarling aggressively. He continued to frantically call for help as he struggled. He thrust one of his hands up under the Jerry's chin, keeping his biting jaws at bay and hoping to hold him off until someone came to his aid. The dead man's withered and ghostly face lunged down towards him as his fingers groped Paul's soft, warm flesh. Jerry's mouth, filled with the deadly infection, was just centimeters from his own, with strings of bloodied drool seeping from his lips. Paul's grasp around Jerry's throat slipped, his hand slid into thin air, and the clashing teeth closed in. Paul howled again, this time with the excruciating pain that he felt as the teeth of the dead officer clamped around the soft tissue of his cheek. With a tearing pop, a large chunk of flesh was ripped from his face, and immediately Paul's vision became veiled in red as his blood gushed from the wound. He kicked and yelled at the top of his lungs, writhing and pushing against the creature that held him firmly pinned to the floor. Jerry was chewing at the blood-soaked meat that he had pulled from Paul's face, grunting noisily as Paul fought. Jerry's reanimated corpse began to grope and tear at him, digging his long fingers and sharp nails into the exposed flesh around his neck. It did not take long for the skin to break beneath the pressure. Seeing the blood, Jerry dipped his head and bit down again, tearing a long slither of skin and sinew from around Paul's throat. Again, Paul cried out, sputtering and convulsing as blood began to spurt from the pulsing wound. He shook his head and pushed with his feet as his hands hopelessly battered at Jerry's head and shoulders. He was choking on his own blood while Jerry continued to feast on him. As more of his blood gushed out of the wounds, he steadily lost his strength, his vision beginning to blur as the bony fingers tore at his face and throat. With the last of his strength, he roared again, hoping that someone in the next compartment would hear him and come to his rescue while Jerry stared down at him, chewing greedily, feebly pushing at the body on top of him. Paul's numbing fingers fell upon a number of bulging shapes within his harness. Through the pain and torture that his body was now suffering, his subconscious immediately recognized what his fingers had brushed against. As Jerry's teeth gripped a large portion of his windpipe, cutting off his breath and any further screams, Paul placed his finger through one of the rings, staring up at the flat and unblinking eyes of his attacker as his blood spewed out over the floor and seeped into the bilge. He heaved the pin from within the pouch, filled with grenades and a claymore. He heard the familiar, high-pitched metallic clink as the fly-off lever sprang upwards, igniting the fuse. On the bridge, no one had heard Paul's blood-curdling screams, but seconds later, the bow of the boat suddenly dipped and a jet of water spurted up from beneath the outer deck, accompanied by a crunching bang as something exploded out from inside. A series of loud clangs and heavy thuds rushed up through the conning tower hatch in very quick succession, accompanied by a fierce vibration that rushed along the length of the hull, sending it rocking and twisting through the waves. Another judder ran through the boat, and a high-pitched hiss began to emit from the bow as pipes carrying high-pressure air and water erupted. Immediately, the U-boat lunged across to the right and took on a list. Already, the bow was dipping into the sea, and it only took a few seconds before the forward deck was completely awash, with the stern slowly rising up out of the water. "All stop," Werner cried, ordering the engines to be put into neutral and preventing the boat from driving itself under. Everyone on the bridge scrambled towards the hatch as a cloud of black smoke billowed up from the interior. Panic-stricken voices emerged from the darkness, screaming damage reports and crying for help. "Chief, what the hell's happening? We have a hull breach." The strained voice of the chief replied up from the control room and the bedlam. "Heavy flooding in the torpedo room. Trim tanks are ruptured and taking on water. Pumps can't cope, sir. Seal the forward hatches and blow all forward tanks. Blow everything we have. Chief, flood all aft tanks, and stand by to abandon ship." "Fire in electric motor room," another voice called out urgently. From within the blackness beneath them, Werner jumped back away from the hatch and across to the front of the bridge. By now, the sea had reached the base of the conning tower, and the stern was climbing higher out of the water. He had hoped that forcing all the compressed air they had into the forward ballast and trim tanks and flooding the stern tanks with seawater would allow the boat to settle on an even keel. However, it was clear that there was just too much water rushing in through the damaged section of the bow. They were going down fast, and the boat was now at a 45-degree angle. Mixed with the smoke, fire, and rushing water, It would be difficult for anyone inside to clamber out. A choking and sputtering figure emerged from the hatch in the tower, scrambling up the ladder and out from the choking interior. He was quickly followed by more terrified and gasping men, including Bull and Richard. The watch crew helped to haul them up into the clean air, where they collapsed onto the deck of the bridge and lay coughing and wiping at their stinging eyes. More fires seemed to have broken out from down below. Screams traveled up through the hatch with a sudden wave of heat and an orange glow. "Where's Jerry and Paul?" Taff shouted down at Bull as he dragged him away from the hatch. "Have you seen them?" The boat suddenly tipped forward violently as the hull groaned and whined against the strain. The men on the bridge needed to cling on to whatever they could to prevent them from falling. Bull was struggling to climb to his feet, grasping for anything that could to help him. Taff reached down and dragged him up, holding onto the housing around the periscope with his free hand. "I haven't seen anyone." Bull coughed and called back into Taff's face. "It's full of smoke down there. I couldn't see shit over the side." Stan suddenly yelled as the stern continued to rise. Grabbing Taff by his collar and yanking him away from Bull, Stan slung him towards the water. "Get off the boat before she sucks us down with her." In just a few short seconds, the water was beginning to spew over the lip of the bridge. The entire forward section of the U-boat was now completely submerged, with the stern protruding high out of the water and its weight driving the bow under. Men were scrambling over the rim of the tower and dropping into the cold sea, desperately trying to swim away from the stricken vessel before they too were dragged down into the depths. Stan jumped and felt the cold water envelop his body and assault every nerve ending like 1,000 knives stabbing at him. For a few seconds he was unable to take in a breath as the shock caused his lungs to clamp shut. He kicked with all of his strength, headed away from the submarine that was now towering above him, its stern almost vertical out of the water, and its large propellers still slowly turning. There were a number of others around him, all calling out to one another for help in confused and terrified voices. With a loud growl, the Type XXI U-boat plummeted downwards. The conning tower disappeared beneath the waves, throwing up jets of water and thundering bubbles as the air was forced out of the hull. The stern hovered for a moment and swayed slightly as though waving goodbye to the men in the water. Suddenly she was sent hurtling downwards and rushing into the sea. Within seconds she had vanished amongst the churning water, and the only thing left in sight was a number of splashing and shouting bodies. Stan was struggling to stay afloat, kicking hard and thrashing with his arms. His equipment was dragging him under. The weight of his weapons and waterlogged clothing and harness were threatening to drown him. With a great deal of effort, and while trying to keep his head above the water, he unclipped his assault vest and removed his jacket. The only thing he had left now was his pistol, and he was determined to hold on to it already. The number of bobbing heads and thrashing arms around him had decreased. It had only been a few minutes since the U-boat had tumbled towards the seabed, but men were quickly being overcome by the cold and exhaustion. He needed to find something to help him stay afloat. He turned his body through 360 degrees, desperately searching for anything that he could use. Something caught his eye, and he stopped. 50 meters away, he saw a large, bright orange shape drifting over the water. It was a life raft. He was unsure of how it had got there, but it did not matter. Men were already on board, and more were making their way across to it, calling out to the men inside to save them. Stan began to swim. It seemed to take him forever to reach the raft. As he drew closer, clawing at the sea and gasping for air while choking on the salt water that splashed over his face, voices called out to him. More waves sloshed across his vision, making the raft disappear for a moment and then reappear on top of the next swell. He could see the blurred shapes of men reaching out towards him and calling his name, but he was unable to get to them. He splashed about, his nerve-damaged right arm virtually useless to him and his energy spent. He coughed and retched, his lungs convulsing as they were swamped with the water that he inadvertently inhaled as he fought for air. There was a heavy splash close by to him, and a set of powerful arms wrapped themselves around his torso, flipping him onto his back as his rescuer began to haul him towards the raft. Bull and Taff lifted him onto the inflatable dinghy, and he dropped against the rounded side, bouncing against the air-filled rubber. He turned himself over and began to vomit, spewing out almost a liter of seawater that then sloshed around in the bottom of their flimsy boat. Exhausted, Stan rolled onto his back and wiped his hand over his face, while the men in the raft stared back at him. He recognized Bull, Taff, Richard, and then the veteran as he hauled himself back in from the sea. It was Kyle who had dropped into the water to save him. There were 3 other men in the raft, but Stan did not know them. They were all that remained of the crew of the U-boat. "Is there anyone else left?" Stan wheezed. What about Jerry? Taff shook his head. Werner, the last I saw of him, he was headed back in through the bridge hatch, Kyle replied. I think he went down with his boat. Stan nodded. The captain had probably been trying to save his crew, hauling them up through the control room hatch and searching for anyone who remained unaccounted for. There was another possible reason, Stan considered. Werner had been an old-school type of captain, and it may have been a conscious decision of his to remain with his ship. What the fuck happened? Bull grumbled. One minute we were fine and dry, and the next the sub gets ripped from under our arses. I don't know, Stan replied, shaking his head, but those precious fucking launch codes went down with her, at least. An explosion in one of the forward compartments, one of the surviving sailors informed them. He was sitting huddled close to the side of the raft and staring out at the spot where the boat had gone down. Not sure what caused it, but it tore a hole in the pressure hull and there was no way of plugging it. We tried sealing the bulkhead, but there was just too much weight in the bow. How far are we from land? Kyle asked. About 10 miles, I think. Taff replied and pointed over towards the east. They could see the thin, dark line of the coast above the surface of the sea. It looked far away, further than what Taff had estimated it as. But they could not be sure. Distances over water were always hard to judge. Kyle pulled the 4 paddles loose from their fastenings on the side of the raft and handed them to Taff and 2 of the sailors. Without any further debate, the 4 of them began to row, headed for the land that they could see on the horizon. Nobody felt the need to say it, but they all knew that it was paramount that they reached dry land before nightfall. They were already shaking uncontrollably from the cold, and by morning they would all be dead from hypothermia. For hours they rowed with all the strength they could muster. They took it in turns, while the men without paddles sat huddled together, shivering, and eagerly awaiting their turn to row again in the hope of warming up. However, it made no difference. Even the men that were slamming their oars into the water remained close to freezing. Richard was suffering the most. He had quickly lost all feeling in his limbs, and his nose and lips had turned blue as cyanosis took hold. His body was cutting off the blood supply to his extremities in order to keep his internal organs warm. Stan and Bull placed him between them and rubbed his arms and legs continuously for over an hour to help warm him up and increase his blood circulation, however. And despite their efforts, Richard eventually became incoherent. He was mumbling to himself and oblivious to what was happening around him as the raft slowly and painfully made its way towards the shore. "Row!" Taff shouted to the others as he watched another of his friends slipping away from him. "Faster! Fucking row, Taff!" And the others battered their oars against the water, dragging the raft through the cold sea at a speed that defied its organic propulsion system. If they could get to the shore and find shelter, they could make a fire and help warm Richard back to life before it was too late. Unfortunately, just one look at the old man and a glance at the distance that they needed to cover was enough to tell them that they would not make it in time, with less than a mile to go. Richard's breath gave out. All of them were in a bad way. They could not control their shaking bodies, and their speech was beginning to become slurred and unintelligible. It took a great deal of energy and coordination for Stan to fire a bullet through Richard's forehead and then heave him over the side of the raft. A burial at sea was the best that they could offer the old man, but they all knew that it was better than most people could expect now. The sun had disappeared beneath the horizon by the time they reached the shore. The temperature was steadily dropping and their condition was worsening. Another of their group, one of the crew from Werner's boat, was quickly being overcome by the effects of exposure. The young sailor needed to be dragged out of the raft and onto the beach, having lost all use of his arms and legs. There the group flopped onto the beach. Compared to the water in the raft that sucked at their body heat, the sand seemed warm. The men dug their numbed finger deep into the ground in an attempt to kickstart the circulation and allow them to function again. They moaned and groaned under their breath at the pain in their fingers, as the blood slowly began to flood back into them. For a long while they remained in the sand, coating themselves in the fine crystals, and rolling in the relative warmth after a while. Still dithering from the early stages of hypothermia, the men huddled together and checked on their current condition and capabilities. None of them had managed to hold on to their primary weapons, and only Taff and Stan were still armed with pistols. Between them they had just 3 magazines, fucking brilliant. Bull lamented in a hoarse and slurred whisper. "Shall we use swear words and insults as a backup? I'd say we're well and truly in the shit." Taff grunted as he looked down at their pathetic arsenal. "The cold is the biggest threat right now," Stan reminded them. For a few long minutes, they all remained huddled together, clutching their bodies tightly in their own arms as they willed themselves to warm up. "Does anyone have an idea of where we are?" Kyle asked, his teeth chattering together as he looked around at the darkening landscape. No one answered. Each of them looked to one another expectantly. Not even the surviving crew members knew exactly where they had been when the boat had gone down. All they knew was that they were in the Irish Sea headed north. "I think we're in Wales," Stan concluded after thinking for a moment and trying to remember what he had seen and heard on the bridge. "We cleared Land's End and the Bristol Channel and we're headed north for quite a while, so I'm guessing Wales." "Wales? Fuck me. We're in for it now." "Boys," Kyle groaned, folding his arms across his chest in an attempt to conserve what little body heat he had left. "Hills and fucking rain. We'll never get warm now." 23. The fever was burning rapidly through her body. She quivered uncontrollably, while her brow and clothing became sodden with a cold sweat. Her mind was perpetually spinning as it tumbled endlessly between reality and delirium. The injury in Melanie's side throbbed, pulsing with each beat of her heart, and the flesh around the site had become inflamed and red, the veins and capillaries visible beneath the skin as they branched off in all directions from the festering wound. She had done her best to clean it out and keep it covered, but it was clearly infected. She had become weak and sick, her eyes glittering and her skin flushing. During her less frequent moments of clarity while sitting in the wreckage of the downed helicopter, she wondered how much longer she could hold out. The dead were swarming the outer walls of the building, clawing at the brickwork and the shattered windows. Thankfully, they could not scale the walls and climb in through the glassless frames, and had to contend with tormenting Melanie with their haunting moans. The doors banged and rattled ceaselessly as they hammered away, 1,000 voices wailing their frustration and yearning. With the windows broken, the cold air and the cries of the infected whistled through the trashed restaurant. The terrible and nauseating stink of their rotting bodies drifted through the air, seeking out living senses and seizing them with a mixture of terror and revulsion. For days, the young helicopter pilot had clung to hope, but it steadily faded with each passing hour, and despair eagerly filled the void. The longer she was left stranded, the more resigned to her fate she became. She had run out of what little food and water she had, and with the infection spreading through her body while the dead pressed in against the walls and doors, she lost faith. She had been forgotten by the people she had trusted. They had abandoned her, writing her off as just another statistic in the war against the dead. "Samantha, you bitch." She cursed under her breath. She sat staring out through the smashed windscreen in the cockpit and into the deep blackness all around her. The skies above the ruined roof had remained devoid of the mechanical sounds of helicopters and planes searching for her crash site in their place. The endless moans of the dead filled the air. The hum of their unified voices haunted her every breath. They were always there and would never leave until they had taken what they wanted from her. She closed her eyes and placed her hands over her ears, attempting to blot out the lingering and terrifying sound of the swarming dead. Her pistol remained sitting in her lap for hours at a time. She sat staring at it and contemplating using it on herself before she became too weak to do so. It had become her only friend within a city of death. She glanced to her right and saw the faint gray mound on the floor beside the cockpit. Mike's body remained where she had placed it, laid out on the debris-strewn floor and covered with a white tablecloth. "I'm sorry," she whispered in a breaking voice. She looked back down at the gun in her lap and stroked a finger across its barrel. She did not want to die, but given the choice between a bullet through her brain or the dead stripping the flesh from her bones, she would choose the quickest and least painful of the two. With the condition that she was in, it would not be long before she needed to do what was necessary. She knew all too well that if she died from the infection, then she would reanimate, and the thought of her corpse being trapped inside the restaurant, stumbling around in the darkness for all time, caused a despairing whimper to slip from her mouth. It would be daylight soon, she thought, as she looked up through the cracked bubble of the cockpit. A part of her wanted to hold on and see what the new day would bring, while the rest of her mind urged her to get it over with. Optimism had been something that had always prevailed in her throughout her entire life, regardless of the situation or the odds stacked against her. Looking back down at the pistol, she decided that she would hold out for as long as she could, hoping that she would recognize the time to do otherwise when it arrived. With her body shivering uncontrollably, while her head throbbed, Melanie pulled the blanket higher and tucked it beneath her chin. Fading in and out of consciousness as dreams became confused with reality, she remained that way for a number of hours. The bright light of morning pouring in through the hole in the roof hurt her eyes. She squinted and shielded her face with her hand as dazzling white spots danced across her vision. She checked her watch and cursed. "Shit, I'm late." The words were barely able to form in her swollen throat. She was dehydrated and the infection had spread further. However, and at that moment, Melanie was unaware of where she was or the condition she was in. She shifted in her seat and glanced around her. She felt confused and could not make sense of what she saw. She expected to be greeted with the familiar surroundings of her bedroom and see her cat curled up at the foot of her bed, purring and stretching as it waited patiently for its breakfast. Instead, she saw a collage of ruin. The smashed cockpit around her completely unrecognizable, and the memory of the crash unable to fight its way through her mind from the fog of confusion. The harsh brightness of the sky began to fade, and she was able to see more clearly without being blinded. Her eyes had become extremely sensitive to the light, and her head throbbed with its harshness. After a while, the memories of the events over the previous days returned to her, assaulting her thoughts like a hammer blow. She slumped heavily into her seat and began to cry. As she sobbed, she became aware of something other than the daylight streaming into the ruins of the Chinese restaurant. All of a sudden, there was noise all around her, more so than she had become accustomed to. The beating of rotted hands against the doors continued, but there was something else, too. It took her a while to realize it, but when she did, her heart skipped a number of beats, and her swollen throat clenched up completely. Amongst the incessant moans and cries of the dead, there was the sound of cracking timber and heavy objects being toppled. She turned her head to the left and right, but the room was empty. None of the infected were inside. However, it was clear to her that something was creating the noise, and she was sure that it was not her imagination. Fear began to grip her, and she reached down for her gun, pushing her thumb over the safety catch as she held it in her shaking hands. She continued to turn her head, looking for the source of the noise. It sounded as though some of the walls were being knocked down and heavy equipment was being dragged along the floor. Then she looked up. A flurry of hope surged through her body. She leaned further forward and turned her face towards the bright blue sky above. She could hear the thuds of footsteps and bodies and objects being shifted around. It seemed to be coming from above her. She was filled with a renewed energy as she pictured living people upon the roof, searching for a way down to her. "Here," she called out in a breaking voice that hurt her immensely. "I'm down here. Please, I'm down here," ignoring the pain in her side and the dizziness that threatened to send her toppling over. She climbed out from the pilot's seat and scrambled through the doorway of the helicopter. As she attempted to negotiate her way down onto the floor of the restaurant, she tripped and landed heavily on the debris-covered ground, her head coming to rest on the body of her co-pilot beneath the sheet. The agony of the fall flashed through her body and into her brain, causing her to yelp. Instinctively, she pulled away from Mike's cold and stiff corpse, grimacing with pain and revulsion. "Down here!" she called again as she struggled to her feet, her knees shaking and her head spinning. "I'm down here." She stepped across and into the deformed circle of light created by the hole in the roof. Waving her arms and staring up at the ceiling, she grinned. She was about to be rescued after days of suffering and feeling forgotten. Earlier, she had been overwhelmed with despair and contemplating shooting herself, but now it was all over, and she would soon be back on the island, safe and away from the dead city and the hordes of infected that swarmed around her, craving her blood. No faces appeared over the lip of the hole, and no voices replied to her calls, but the sounds persisted. Melanie continued to shout and wave her arms, wondering why no one was acknowledging her and at the very least reassuring her that they would soon be down to lift her out of there. Staring up at the sky, she waited to see ropes come falling through the ceiling and down into the building. They never arrived. "Hey, I'm down here. Come on, get me out of here." Her calls were ignored. The people that had come to her rescue were clearly too busy with their equipment and did not have time for idle chat. That was how she reassured herself as she remained standing on the rubble beneath the gaping hole. However, her smile was slowly fading from her face. The longer she waited with no reply or sign from the people above her, the more apprehensive she became, unsure of what was happening. For a fleeting moment, she wondered if she had imagined the noises, but then another heavy scrape rang out through the building, returning the feeling of hope to her fevered mind. "Here, I'm here," she continued, screaming at the top of her lungs and jumping about in the light, ignoring the searing pain in her side and the nausea that threatened to overwhelm her. "Answer me. Please, somebody, answer me." A distant, echoing voice called out to her, but she was unable to understand the words. More voices joined the first, and Melanie struggled to make sense of what they were saying. Her head was swimming, and the room turned and gathered speed, making her feel as though she was on a carousel. Her knees were shaking, and before she could stop herself, a stream of bile erupted from her mouth, spraying out in a wide arc in front of her. She stumbled and fell back, landing in a seated position amongst the dust and debris. "I can't understand you," she cried out weakly as she wiped the vomit from around her mouth and nose. "Speak clearly. Can you hear me? I'm down here." The voices called out to her again, but they remained a jumble of vowels and completely unintelligible. One thing that she was certain of, however, was that they were growing louder and getting closer. Yet she could still not see anyone above her. The hole in the roof remained devoid of any movement. "Help me," she cried, her voice becoming weaker as her body slumped, having used up every ounce of her energy reserves. Her ears buzzed and her vision danced. The infection was raging within her, and her senses were taking a beating. There was another loud scrape, but this time it came from close by. She looked around in a daze as she swayed with the turning room. The noise was behind her. She turned and saw the door leading into the main room of the restaurant. It was moving. It juddered and slid across the floor, grinding against the clumps of masonry caught beneath it. It moved again, just a few centimeters at first, and then she saw the cluster of fingers reaching through the gap. Dozens of rake-like hands thrust through and grasped at nothing, like the tentacles of some unimagined monster, clutching their bloodless and withered fingers as they continued to push at the heavy doors and the debris and furniture pushed up against it. Melanie's mind returned to her in full, racing back into her head like a howling wind. The mirages and confusion dissipated rapidly from her brain as the mist of the fever evaporated. She gasped with fright and scurried across the floor, attempting to create some space between her and the infected that had managed to force their way inside the building. The outer doors had been breached, and in her weakened state she had failed to notice. The doors were suddenly flung open, and a number of dark shadows tumbled into the room, tripping over the rubble and landing in a pile on the floor. More of them surged forward, trampling the prostrate bodies beneath them as they pushed their way through the gaping doorway. "Help!" Melanie screamed as she continued to drag her weakened body through the detritus of the smashed building, kicking her feet to force herself along. "Please, help me!" The dark faces of the dead turned towards her, their mouths hanging open and their ghostly cries rasping out from their parched throats. They saw her writhing across the ground through the wide beam of light, cast down through the hole in the roof. They recognized her animated movements as those of the living flesh that they desired and would stop at nothing to reach. They stumbled forward and began to close in, reaching after her with outstretched arms and longing cries. Melanie headed for the cockpit, hoping that the elevated position would afford her a degree of safety, as she dragged herself through the debris, lacerating her palms and tearing her nails from her fingers. The infected followed and steadily gained on her. She attempted to climb to her feet, but her knees buckled and her body seemed 10 times its normal weight. She crashed back down heavily and continued to slither across the floor. Above her now was the wreckage of the Gazelle. With tears streaming down her face, she reached out for the skids, hoping to get a firm hold and haul herself inside. Her bloodied fingers curled around nothing but thin air with a heave and a cry. She threw herself upwards, but her hands still did not gain a grip on the helicopter. She crashed back into the dust, the white-hot pain in her side racking her body and causing her to convulse. She did not have the energy or strength for another attempt. Rolling onto her back, Melanie saw that the vanguard of the rotting horde were just a few meters away now. They were illuminated by the ring of light from the open sky above them. Their blistered skin and sunken eyes terrified her as their mouths opened and shut repeatedly. She whimpered and turned her eyes to the roof. "Please, God," she prayed, her eyes filled with tears. "Somebody help me. Please, God. I don't want to die here." The snarls and growls of the infected grew in volume as they advanced on her. Their putrid smell filled her senses, and their inhuman eyes caused her mind to freeze over. At that moment, she realized that there was no one coming to her rescue. The noises and voices she had heard had been from the dead surrounding her. Her mind had played a cruel trick on her, filling her with hope and then snatching it away. She raised the pistol and fired, unable to stop her hands from trembling as she loosed off a number of shots into the leading corpses. 2 of them tumbled forward, their brains being blown out through the exit wounds in the backs of their skulls. Others took their place and continued the advance. More rounds clapped raucously through the restaurant, but the falling bodies did nothing to stem the flow or drive back the crowd of ravenous ghouls. They wailed loudly, filled with excitement as they staggered towards her. "Bastards!" Melanie howled at them as the first corpse crawling over the body of Mike reached out towards her. Its fingers just centimeters away from her body, she turned the pistol towards herself. She was crying uncontrollably as she stared back at the horrific features of the monster that slithered towards her. Its fingers reached her and closed around her lower leg. She felt it tug at the cloth of her flight suit and heard its lustful groan as it lowered its drooling mouth towards her soft, warm flesh. "You bastards." Placing the barrel beneath her chin, Melanie pulled down on the trigger. A flash of light shot through her vision, and then there was nothing. Melanie's body slumped, a pool of blood spreading out from the gaping hole in the top of her head. The infected swarmed in around her body and began ripping at her clothing and tearing at her flesh. A feeding frenzy erupted, and within seconds, as limbs were torn from their joints and the sickening cracks of Melanie's ribcage being pried open echoed over the grunts and groans of the dead, the floor became awash with her still warm and steaming blood. The writhing mass of putrid flesh continued their feast, oblivious to anything that was happening around them as they gorged on Melanie's remains. They did not hear the growing howl above the city or see the fiery object hurtling down from the sky. In the fraction of a second between the missile detonating and the blast wave flattening everything in its path, the blinding light and searing heat of the atomic flash vaporized everything within the city that it touched above London. The billowing mushroom cloud from the hydrogen bomb grew rapidly, reaching high into the atmosphere above the remains of Britain's capital. 24. It had been almost a week since the mushroom cloud appeared over the horizon towards the southeast. Now Peter stood at the window watching the rain as it beat against the glass, running over the panes in rivulets and cascading down onto the crowd of diseased corpses beneath. He arched his neck to see them more clearly. There were hundreds of them, maybe thousands, all packed together and jostling one another as they fought for a position closer to the house. Their sound carried far and wide, an electrified murmur that never ceased. The noise of the swarm had driven him to despair at the beginning, but now it had become as familiar to him as the twitter of birds or the sound of car engines from the old days. He turned his attention to the sky. It had been raining for days now. The rolling dark clouds above were heavy with water and radioactive fallout. The landscape had steadily turned gray in color as the sunlight failed to penetrate the thick blanket of murky and death-laden clouds, and the radiation killed the plant life and trees. He was thirsty again. The water that they had collected had run dry that morning, and he knew that he would need to refill the empty jugs and buckets. He could hear the patter of the rainwater as it splashed onto the bare floorboards of the room next door. The hole in the roof had been a welcome alternative to having to hang from a window to collect the water. He coughed, his shoulders trembling as another bout of uncontrollable wheezing forced his body into spasms. A trickle of blood dripped from his bottom lip and fell onto his chin. His body shook and a shiver ran along the length of his spine. He felt weak and frail, and the nausea was not helping his condition. With every mouthful of water that he swallowed, he would spew out twice as much. Peter turned and checked on his brother Michael, lay in a fetus position in the center of the room, wrapped in a dirty and tattered blanket, and shivering uncontrollably. All around him was a great swathe of murky fluid. Some of it was vomit, and the rest was urine and excrement. His breathing sounded strained, and his body twitched endlessly, turning back to the window. Peter looked again at the crowd of diseased faces below. The rain did not seem to bother them as it soaked them through to their rotting flesh, running through their tangled hair or over their thinly covered scalps. They would remain there forever if they needed to, completely unaffected by the elements or the radiation that hung in the air and settled over every surface. A coughing fit racked his body, and Peter soon found himself in convulsions as blood and vomit filled his mouth and throat. Retching, he bent double and emptied the precious fluids over the floor beside him, some of it spattering his boots and trousers. He paid it no attention. He no longer cared about his levels of hygiene. After a few minutes of hacking up every ounce of water that he had remaining in his deteriorating system, he dropped to his knees, his energy completely sapped. He wiped his face with his shaking hands and ran his fingers over his scalp. From his head, large clumps of hair began to tumble past his eyes. He reached up again and felt clumps of his hair easily falling loose from their roots. He looked down at his hands and whimpered, his shoulders sagging as his eyes began to fill with tears. His pasty, gaunt face and hollow eyes had been a fright to him when he saw his reflection in the filth-encrusted bathroom mirror. Now his hair was falling out, and pretty soon he would look no different from the ghouls clambering at the house where he and his brother remained hidden. He knew that they were both suffering from radiation poisoning. He had watched the bomb go off in the distance, and when the rains came, understood the danger of nuclear fallout. However, neither of them had taken in any fluid for days. They were slowly dying from dehydration and faced with the prospect of further suffering while the land outside their windows was drenched with the cool autumn rains. They drank as much as they could. Michael had been the first to show signs of the sickness. Within hours, he was suffering with uncontrollable and violent bouts of diarrhea and vomiting. Peter suspected radiation but refused to allow himself to believe it. Dying from the effects of radioactive fallout was a thing of the past. It was something that their parents and grandparents had needed to worry about long before either he or his brother had been born. Now, both of them were slowly dying from the poisoning. It seemed impossible to accept. Funny, guns, war, disease, walking dead people. Peter whispered hoarsely, "Of all the things that could kill us in this day and age, we end up dying of radiation sickness." Michael squirmed on the floor in front of him, drawing his knees up closer to his abdomen and then proceeding to projective vomit. By now the blanket was sodden with his own bodily fluids, but Michael did not seem to notice or care. He was in a bad way, and his condition was worsening by the minute. "Can you hear me, Mikey?" Peter rasped. The effort of forming the words hurt his throat. It felt raw and swollen, and even breathing was becoming difficult. There was no reply. His brother's breath came in wheezing gasps and sputtering coughs. He seemed incoherent, completely unaware of his surroundings, or their predicament as he lay suffering from the terrible symptoms. Peter crawled across to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. Michael twitched beneath his touch and turned his face up towards Peter. He, too, had lost large clumps of his hair. His face appeared like that of a man who was 10 times his age and had become little more than a thinly covered skull. "Pete," he groaned through cracked lips. "Is that you?" "Yeah, it's me," Peter replied. It quickly became evident that his brother had lost his sight as the radiation ravaged his cells. His eyes rolled within the deeply sunken and dark sockets and were unable to focus on anything. "I'm right here. Where are you?" "I can't see you, Pete." Peter began to weep as he watched his brother's fear-laden face. It was obvious to him that not only was he blind, but he had also lost his hearing. He called out repeatedly, demanding that Peter answer him. The poor boy was trapped within his own mind, unaware of what was happening to him, or why. Placing his arm around his shoulders, Peter hauled him up onto his lap, holding him close to reassure and comfort him. Michael tucked himself in against his brother like a child against his mother's breast. There, he drew up his legs and allowed himself to be enveloped in Peter's embrace. He felt safe, and Peter did not mind or even move when Michael's bowels once again gave out on him. Rocking back and forth gently while stroking his brother's head, Peter cried and cursed the gods for having allowed this to happen to them. As the sound of the rain intensified and was accompanied by the distant clap of thunder, Peter howled at the top of his lungs, spitting profanities towards the heavens. Outside, the chorus of the dead shrieked back at him above the rumbling sound of the growing storm. They heard the voice of the living man, sending a surge of excitement through the crowd. The sea of rotting bodies, waterlogged and putrid, seethed and clambered at the walls, clawing at the brickwork and pounding their hands against the creaking doors. For hours Peter remained that way, sitting on the floor and nursing his brother, whispering and singing into his deaf ears. His words and soothing tones were occasionally interrupted by the uncontrollable coughing that inevitably led to blood and vomit pouring from between his cracked lips. His eyesight was also fading now. The room around him was growing dim, and he was no longer able to see finer details. The tears that remained falling from his eyes added to his poor vision, but he could not stop them. It was not for himself that he wept, but for his brother. Michael did not deserve the cruel fate that he was suffering, and Peter felt as though he had failed him. He had vowed to keep Michael safe, regardless of what he needed to do in order to keep him that way. He had been willing to kill for his brother if he needed to, but their chances of survival had been taken out of their hands. They were both becoming weaker, and he knew that neither of them would last much longer. Michael was suffering a terrible and slow death, and Peter hated himself for not having enough ammunition to take care of them both. He reached down for his pistol, pulling it out from his pocket, and studying it for a while. There was only one round remaining, and he had already decided that it would not be used against himself. It would be the final act of love for his brother, saving him the cursed destiny of becoming one of the things that they had been running from for all that time. He would never allow that to happen to Michael, even if it meant sacrificing himself to that very fate. Michael's wheezing breath continued as he lay in Peter's arms. It was breaking his brother's heart to see him in such a way, despite his mistakes. Michael did not deserve the suffering that he was going through. He had never hurt anyone or anything in his entire life. He had been full of love for everyone that he knew, and happiness and joy was something that radiated out from within his soul, infecting those around him. Snorting back his tears, Peter brought the pistol up and pressed it against his brother's temple. The time had come to end his suffering, but Peter hesitated, feeling for a moment that he would also fail in that final task. He closed his eyes tight and tried to steady his hand. "Are we going home now, Pete?" Michael's weakened voice asked. "Yeah," Peter nodded. "That's right, mate. We're going home now." The shot was drowned out beneath Peter's rage and grief-filled roar that echoed through the room as he pulled the trigger. His brother convulsed against him for a moment and then suddenly became heavy in his arms. Peter refused to let go of him as the light of day began to fade. He sat holding him, rocking back and forth as his own sickness continued to grow. Sometime during the night, his body finally lost its battle and his breath gave out. Hours later, as the two brothers remained entwined in the final embrace, the fingers of Peter's right hand began to twitch, 25 for months. They had drifted through the countryside, scavenging anything they could and endlessly on the move. Their perpetual uprooting, however, was not a deliberate decision on their behalf. No matter how quiet they were or how remote their location, the dead always seemed to find them. Eventually, no sooner did they make themselves comfortable and begin to breathe again, did the shambling cadavers roaming the land stumble upon them. At first, it was always just a few, but eventually their numbers would grow until the men had no choice but to flee and find a new place to hole up. Stan and his group were tired. Unable to rest and recuperate for any real length of time, they were constantly on the run, and life seemed to be getting harder with each new day. There were now just 6 of them remaining: Stan, Taff, Bull, Kyle, and 2 of the sailors, which were all that was left of Werner's U-boat crew, the third seaman having died from pneumonia a week after they were washed ashore. After a hard and cold night, shivering wildly to the point that their chattering teeth threatened to crack, the team had headed east. Their intention was to reach one of the caches that Bull, Danny, and Marty had placed almost 2 months prior. It took them a week to reach the first one, their hopes quickly being dashed when they saw that the location had been discovered by raiders. The vehicles, weapons, food, and water, it was all gone. From there, they turned north, hoping to find the next cache intact. What they found was a place swarming with the dead. Taff cursed the others for having placed the equipment too close to an urban area, and a fight had broken out between him and Bull. As they sat nursing their wounds, Stan and Kyle attempted to lure away the hordes of infected from the area. However, the ruse did not work. They only attracted more of the dead to the vicinity. Eventually, they conceded defeat and moved on, headed further north and deeper into the unforgiving and cold wilderness. They avoided cities and built-up areas, but nevertheless, the hordes of walking dead seemed to be drawn to their life force. No sooner had they caught their breath than they would need to be on the move again. Stan and Taff were sitting on the hilltop watching the 2 distant figures as they slowly approached. They had been waiting for hours, suffering the freezing rain and the bitter wind that never seemed to let up above them. The blanket of gray and black seemed so vast and thick that they began to wonder whether the sun actually still shone above the earth. As they bounced from one village and town to the next, they grabbed anything that could be of use to them. They had found some weapons along their travels, a few discarded army rifles and a shotgun, but they were low on ammunition and far from being a fighting force. Each member of the group had a means to protect himself either with a pistol or one of the SA-80s, but none of them had the ability to launch any kind of attack against the swarms of dead that infested the landscape. Not a single round had been fired for almost a month as the team did their best to conserve the precious ammunition, and more importantly, remain undetected. Bull and Kyle were getting closer, climbing the steep hill after carrying out a reconnaissance of the village below. Stan eyed them, but it was hard to tell if they had met with any success during their mission. They moved as though every step was a real effort, like exhausted climbers reaching for the summit of Mount Everest. Bollocks, Taff huffed beside him with disappointment. Looks like they're coming back empty-handed again. Even from a distance, he could see that neither of the men were laden with the treasures that they had all hoped to find in the built-up area. They had chosen that particular town due to its remoteness and small population. It was surrounded by high windswept hills that even the dead tended to avoid. The land was inhospitable, especially during the harsh winters, and to anyone underprepared or ill-equipped, the environment was unforgiving. It had been for those very reasons that Stan had earmarked the village for a raid, sure that they would finally catch a break. The only road in or out ran through the center, dissecting the hamlet in 2 as it followed the lay of the land, hand-railing a fast-flowing river. It seemed a sure bet that they would find some food and maybe even a place to rest for a while. For fuck's sake, Stan grunted, shaking his head with disappointment. How many more times do we need to hit a brick wall out here? There must be somewhere that's still untouched. I thought the same thing, but I'm starting to wonder. Bull and the veteran finally made it to the crest of the hill. They paused for a moment, catching their breath from the steep climb. They were carrying one of the assault rifles, each providing them both with better firepower during their mission, should they need it. They turned and headed towards the spot where Stan and Taft sat waiting for them. The wind on the high ground buffered them from the side, causing their sodden clothing to billow. The pair of them looked miserable and disheartened. They were tired of surviving from one day to the next, barely able to remain on their feet by the time that darkness arrived. Their gloomy faces spoke 1,000 words as they closed in. "Well?" Taff asked, with hope as the two drenched men dropped themselves down onto the wet grass beside him. Kyle looked at him and shook his head, rubbing his hands together, and then blowing his hot breath into his cupped palms. "Fuck me, it's cold," he grumbled. "What month is it?" "I think it'll be Christmas soon," Taff added without really thinking about what he was saying. His mouth was in gear, but his brain was not. He knew that the raid had been unsuccessful, but at that moment he did not want to share in their frustration. Nobody paid him any attention. They were either too busy trying to warm themselves up or contemplating their next move after another failed raid. Food had become scarce, and what little they did find was never enough to sustain 6 grown and continuously active men. Already they had lost a lot of body weight. Even Bull's tattered clothing seemed to hang limply from his normally bulky frame. They were wasting away, and although none of them spoke of it, they all knew that they would eventually starve if things continued as they were. "What's going on down there?" Stan asked, and nodded towards the urban area, knowing that the answer would be the same as always. "There's a lot of them down there," Bull spat, glaring with a glowering hatred towards the rooftops in the distance. "A lot?" Taff replied, wanting clarification. "Yeah, Taff, a lot," Bull snarled back at him. It had been a while since him and Taff had been getting along, and neither of them seemed to have any patience left for one another. They rarely spoke now, and when they did, it was mainly insults and threats. "It's an actual, countable number. It comes between quite a few and a shit ton. Calm it down, Bull," Stan warned. He could see that the frustration the big man felt was beginning to get the better of him. But the last thing that he needed was him and Taff beating each other to a pulp over a game of words. The tattered remains of their group could not afford to be carrying casualties at that point in time, and he was all too aware that if Taff and Bull found themselves in a slugging match, neither of them would be of any use for a while. They had only just recovered from their last tussle, and luckily the other 4 members of their group had been able to separate them before things went too far. "Before the world went tits up, did you ever try to walk through Marks and Spencer on Pension Day when there was a sale on?" the veteran asked, trying to lighten the mood. "Well, that would give you some idea of what it's like down there." "What buildings we did manage to get into had already been cleared out?" Bull grunted. "I think that's why there's so many of them down there. Someone else once had the same idea that we did." The 4 of them headed back to their hideout. It was a decrepit house situated in the middle of nowhere, and at one point was probably somebody's retreat from the hustle and bustle of modern society. It was hard to tell, for sure, but the place seemed to have been deserted for years. The doors and windows were broken and hanging from their hinges, allowing the freezing wind to penetrate through to the men inside. The roof leaked with rain, and the floors were rotten through. The only saving grace the place had was that it was so remote it would afford them a few days before any herds of infected stumbled upon them. The 6 of them sat huddled together. They had found a few sleeping bags and other outdoor equipment during their searches of derelict and remote buildings, and now sat sharing what heat they could. "Shame we can't start a fire," Bull moaned, as he lay next to Stan, watching his breath mist above his head. "You know what happened the last time?" Stan grumbled sleepily. "Yeah, I remember. Taff made a bonfire and sent out a signal to every puss bag in the country that we were running an all-you-can-eat buffet." "Fuck off," Taff snorted from the darkness. The group fell back into silence for a while. There were a few snores from those who had managed to drift off, but the remainder huffed and sighed endlessly. They were suffering, and most of them felt that there must be other options available to them. They had scoured the land, rummaging through ransacked houses and stores, searching for food and equipment. However, it seemed that someone had always gotten there before them. Taft began to wonder and voiced that maybe there was someone following the group and playing a cruel trick on them. He knew that it was not the case, but he could not help but think it from time to time. "This is shit." Kyle suddenly growled and sat up, pulling the sleeping bag away from himself in frustration and receiving a number of curses from the others as the cold air was allowed in and assaulted their bodies. "This is utter shit, Stan, and you know it." "Yeah, it's shit," Stan replied groggily and pulling his woolly hat further down over his face. "What do you want me to do about it? Buy you a caravan? Tell him what we were talking about." The veteran spat, slapping his hand down on Bull's shoulder. "Tell him what?" Bull asked innocently, completely in the dark as to what the veteran was thinking and feeling at that moment. "You remember what we were talking about when we were on our way back from the village before?" "Ah, yeah, I remember," Bull replied in a sleepy voice. "You tell him? Fuck it. Okay, I'll tell him then. Lazy cunt." Kyle huffed and turned, looking to where Stan was lying. He took in a breath and rubbed his hands together. "Right now, I reckon it's our best option." "What's our best option? Spit it out so we can go back to sleep?" Taft grunted. "Steve and Mark reckon it could work," Kyle began as he nodded towards the area where the 2 remaining crew members of the U-boat lay. Steve was a mechanic on that old tin can, and Mark was an electrician. "I was trained as an electrician," a voice rumbled groggily from beneath the sleeping bag. "I was actually a helmsman." "Ah, so it was you who crashed the boat," Bull stated. He was making a joke, but only he knew that it was not an actual accusation. His voice sounded sincere in his comment. "I didn't crash the fucking boat," Mark snapped, springing up from his lying position and spitting with venom through the darkness towards Bull. The comment had clearly struck a nerve, and Bull wondered if the man had been harboring a feeling of guilt the whole time since the boat sank. "Okay, easy tiger," Bull replied in a calm but mocking voice. "I was just pulling on your pigtails, my little princess." Before the argument became heated, Kyle continued to speak, shutting Bull and Mark up before either of them said something that could result in a fight. Or worse, a screaming match that would attract unwanted attention from the surrounding woods and country lanes. "All right, well, Steve was a mechanic and Mark was trained as an electrician. Anyway, they reckon that they could get it fixed up and working, providing that there isn't too much wrong with it." "Will someone put me out of my misery and tell me what the fuck you're going on about so that I can get back to trying to sleep?" Taff groaned. "The ship," Bull replied with a sigh. "He's talking about that ship you all saw just before that bean tin was pulled from under us." "Kyle's just being dramatic." "You mean the ferry?" Taff asked with surprise, remembering the vessel they had seen anchored in the Irish Sea. "Yeah, the ferry, battleship, or cruise liner, whatever the fuck it was." "But that's what he's on about, us fixing it up." Bull replied impatiently. Stan sat up. It was hard to see him in the darkness, but the ruffling noises coming from his direction and the dark silhouette that suddenly jutted up from the pile of bodies confirmed that he had taken an interest in what the veteran was saying. He removed his woolen hat and scratched his scalp in the cool air before replacing it back on his head and pulling it down over his ears. "That ship was crawling with those sacks of shit. You do know that, don't you?" he asked, wanting to confirm that Kyle was fully aware of the inherent dangers of what he was suggesting. "Yeah, I know, but it's got to be worth a try. If we're methodical and careful, we could get the place cleared and keep it for ourselves. What if there's nothing worth keeping? It's a risk worth taking, Stan. We're starving and freezing to death out here. We've entered a dozen towns and villages and always come out virtually empty-handed with those things biting at our arses. It's no less of a risk in my eyes. Plus, once we've cleared the place, it's not like more of them are going to show up. It's a fucking island." Stan remained quiet for a while, clearly weighing up the odds. He grumbled, clearing his throat and snorting deeply before spitting out a wad of phlegm in the direction of the open doorway. He turned towards the dark mound to his left where Mark and Steve were lying, listening to the conversation and wondering which way it was going to go. "You lads think you can get it going?" The pair of them sat up together and watched the dark shapes around them as Stan and the others waited for their reply. At first, neither of them seemed willing to commit to any decision. They had been with the group for months, but they still did not feel fully integrated amongst them and lacked the confidence to go with their instincts. "Well, can you or can't you? As long as there's fuel and no real damage to the engines and generators, I don't see why we couldn't get it up and running." Steve finally replied from the gloom. "Okay." Stan nodded after a few minutes of thought while the others sat around him, waiting patiently for his verdict. "We've nothing to lose. We'll move out first thing in the morning and head for the coast." They sat in silence for a while, contemplating what it was that they were planning to do. It was a big risk, but they had few other choices left to them. One by one, the group lay back down as they accepted that they would be going ahead with the new plan. They lay staring up at the blackness filled with a mixture of trepidation and hope, but it was more than most of them had felt in quite some time. "I've got dibs on the captain's bunk." Bull grunted, turning back onto his side and quickly falling into a deep sleep. End